The hot red lava flow flows through sharp rocks. Giant skeletons lie scattered on dangerous cliffs, deep abysses, red hot from the rocks below. This place is the 9 levels of hell. From the moon above flows hot lava, falling below, which is the deepest of them all. A place where only the strongest demons can survive. This place of terror is called the 9 hells, where, constantly, there is a battle to see who is the strongest demon. Great Demon Gurgos with a pair of sharp horns on his head, black body, he is aggressively chasing his enemy. His enemy, the Great Demon Balak, also has a pair of sharp horns on his head, he looks like a bull with fire-red fur. The Great Demon Gurgos swung a powerful punch at the Great Demon Balak, causing the ground to be affected and shatter into many pieces. But the Great Demon Balak avoided the attack of the Great Demon Gurgos, he hid in the dust and smoke and waited for the opportunity. A powerful punch of the Great Demon Balak swung straight at the Great Demon Gurgos, causing his face to distort. The Great Demon Balak raised his fist, preparing to unleash another punch full of terrifying power. The punch was thrown with a terrible aftershock. Great Demon Gurgos was hit hard, flew straight to the ground and slid a long way across the ground, causing the ground to break into many pieces. Great Demon Balak flew in the air observing the situation below. In the thick smoke and dust, the voice of the Great Demon Gurgos rang out, which was disappointing. The Great Demon Gurgos stepped out from the smoke, he said, "I heard that you are very famous in the 9th hell, so I had high expectations." The figure of the Great Demon Gurgos appeared and then mocked, "But you punched him like he was scratching an itch." The Great Demon Gurgos shouted loudly into the air, calling the Great Demon's name, Balak. The Great Devil Balak himself also smiled a challenging smile, he knew full well what the Great Devil Gurgos was like, "You only have your mouth." The Great Demon Gurgos was mocked, immediately his anger flared up, he rushed towards the Great Demon Balak and shouted loudly, "Who are you to dare insult me?" From somewhere in hell appeared a large spot of light. The light spreads more and more. Then an explosion occurred in the spot of light. The explosion caused strong aftershocks on the surrounding things. From the explosion, the Great Demon Gurgos flew out. Great Demon Balak also rushed out from the explosion. The Great Demon Balak's fist was prepared to strike again. A punch with terrifying, unforgiving power was swung into the body of the Great Demon Gurgos. Because he was hit by a strong attack, the Great Demon Gurgos once again fell to the ground. Great Demon Balak immediately flashed. With eyes filled with murderous intent, the Great Demon Balak rushed away at breakneck speed. The two hands of the Great Demon Balak clasped together. Great Demon Balak poured his power into this next attack. An attack was swung directly at the face of the Great Demon Gurgos. After the blow, the Great Demon Balak had to retreat a large distance to reduce the aftershocks. After stabilizing himself, the Great Demon Balak continued to aim at the Great Demon Gurgos, who had just been hit by the attack and was still somersaulting in the air. The Great Demon Balak immediately soared high. Then, a painful gift given by the Great Demon Balak to the Great Demon Gurgos took place. Another gift is being prepared by the Great Demon Balak. The Great Demon Balak rushed forward with the gift of a powerful punch. The gift hit the Great Demon Gurgos directly, causing him to fall and create a huge explosion. The Great Demon Balak also followed suit and landed below. While observing the situation, suddenly the Great Demon Balak felt something approaching him. A bunch of small monsters rushed out from nowhere, surrounding the Great Demon Balak. A one-eyed monster bared its fangs and claws, attacking the Great Demon Balak. One by one they rushed to attack, but for the Great Demon Balak, this was it. The Great Demon Balak grabbed one and threw it away, then he used his claws to hit the others, which he thought were all childish things. Suddenly, the Great Demon Balak realized something was wrong. Instead of attacking, the young monsters held tightly to one of the Great Demon Balak's arms, legs, and wings. On the other side, they were also hugged tightly, preventing the Great Demon Balak from struggling. The Great Demon Gurgos emerged from somewhere full of aggression and anger. It seemed that the Great Demon Balak realized why these small monsters were restraining him, after he saw the Great Demon Gurgos appear behind him. A response full of power and hatred from the Great Demon Gurgos to the Great Demon Balak. The punch was so fierce that everything around it shattered. Thick smoke and dust obscured the vision of the Great Demon Gurgos. After the smoke and dust cleared, in front of the Great Demon Gurgos was only a stream of hot lava, not the ruined body of the Great Demon Balak. While the Great Devil Gurgos was confused, not understanding what was going on. Then the Great Demon Balak appeared completely intact, not a single piece of skin or flesh was damaged, Both of his arms were still burning like a torch. The great demon Balak raised his fire fist high and declared, "Game time is over." Next, the great demon Balak began to gain momentum. Next, the great demon Balak flashed forward like lightning. The powerful fists of the two great demons were about to collide. The great demon Gurgos let out a savage roar. Then a powerful punch was unleashed by the great demon Gurgos. But unfortunately, before he could do anything, the punching hand of the great demon Gurgos exploded, in his surprise. The one who caused it was the great demon Balak, who teleported behind the great demon Gurgos. With a final fatal punch, the great demon Balak affirmed that the strongest person in the 9 hells is me. A giant hole appeared in the chest of the great demon Gurgos, causing him pain. The great demon Balak was uncompromising and hesitant to strike. At the end of that fatal move, the great demon Balak landed below. In this endless war, the body of the great demon Gurgos lay collapsed behind the back of the great demon Balak. They thought there would never be an absolute winner, until he appeared, the great demon Balak. The great devil Balak's expression now looked quite confused and a bit bewildered. Great devil Balak is respectfully kneeling before someone, and around him are many other devils also bowing respectfully. The current atmosphere is very quiet. It turns out that the great evil Balak is staying at the Demon King's castle. And in front of the great demon Balak is the Demon King's throne. And the person sitting majestically on that throne is the mighty Demon King. That person is the king of all the demons in this hell. Suddenly, the great demon Balak raised his voice and respectfully asked the Demon King, "My king, why do you want to go back? You already have everything in this hell." Instead of giving the great demon Balak an answer, the Demon King just remained silent without answering him anything. The Demon King suddenly stood up. After that, the Demon King slowly approached the place of the great demon Balak. The Demon King's aura made him and other demons tremble in fear. The body of the great demon Balak was drenched in sweat, trembling and afraid. In his heart, he knew that the Demon King had the power of gluttony. According to what the great demon Balak knows about the Demon King, he has absorbed all the power and body of every demon he has encountered, and he has also caused the deaths of 7 earthly princes. Hell, the beginners were evenly matched but also suffered defeat at the hands of the Demon King, the king of all demons, whose ultimate power came from devouring all the demons of hell. Even though a demon was trembling with fear, he still sensed that the Demon King was angry. In their hearts, all the demons had a bad premonition about the great demon Balak's condition. He was about to be devoured. The Demon King's voice suddenly rang out, "How could it all be possible? I have been stuck in this cursed place for 100,000 years. As soon as I heard the Demon King say this, the great devil Balak immediately felt it in his heart, something is wrong. Regardless of the great demon Balak's mood, the Demon King continued to dejectedly continue, the same scene, the same killing every day. The Demon King stopped speaking for a moment, then raised his hand to take off his faceplate. After removing the armor, it was revealed that the Demon King's true identity is a human. The Demon King's real name is Okang Chu. At this time, his mood was quite angry, so he shouted loudly, "There must be something here, only then can we have it all." Seeing that his Demon King was feeling uncomfortable, the great demon Balak asked with concern, "Are you hungry? If so, I have something to offer you, Demon King." Then he, turning his face like a page, he turned to the barber and ordered his subordinates to serve the food. The 2 demon subordinates immediately obeyed, "Yes." While the 2 subordinates were hunched over carrying the food, the great devil Balak was respectfully flattering the Demon King Okangu with his gift. Even though this was still not enough for the king who had devoured thousands of people, "Devil, please accept the hearts of your lowly servants." As he spoke, the great devil opened the lid of the dish and introduced it. With all his pride, the great devil Balak sincerely presented before the Demon King the dish he found, the greatest force left in the underworld, Fo Cielo's head. "I hope you bite and swallow." Of course, as a human, how could the Demon King Okangu eat this thing? So he angrily threw it in the face of the great demon Balak and scolded him, "I have a long way to go." "Ate that." This bastard, seeing that he was not satisfied with the gift he gave him, he immediately apologized profusely, I'm sorry." After removing the armor, it was revealed that the Demon King's true identity is a human. The Demon King's real name is Okangu. At this time, his mood was quite angry, so he shouted loudly, "There must be something here, only then can we have it all." Demon King Okangu pursed his lips and said, "I want it." In the hesitation when the Demon King Okangu said what he was craving, "I want," the great devil Balak next to him was extremely nervous. He really wanted to know what he really wanted to eat. With all his cravings, Demon King Okangu said the name of a dish he was craving so much. I want to eat kimchi jjigae. Upon hearing the name of such a strange dish, the demons began to stir, kimchi jjigae. Suddenly, the demons screamed, kimchi jjigae, the ultimate food that the voracious Demon King wants. The two subordinates of the great devil Balak imagined that the Demon King's food was something very disgusting, a plate full of raw, red meat. Hearing the misunderstandings of these two men, they were shocked, making the Demon King Okangu angrily scold them. It's not like that, these idiots. Despite the Demon King Okangu explaining that this dish is not what they think, the great devil Balak still doesn't seem to understand very well. He is still very enthusiastic to volunteer. What head do we have to use to make it, or what kind of internal organs? As long as you say it, I will tear anything to pieces to satisfy you. It can be said that at this moment I am extremely helpless against this group of demons. Kimchi jjigae is not like that. It can be said that, at first, the demons had no concept of food at all. The whole group of them were just stupid. Is this it, or not? They didn't know anything other than devouring the enemy's body after eating it. Win the battle. The great devil Balak was also very proud to say that. He also said that he wanted a means of entertainment. From what I see, he enjoyed the pleasure of killing the 7 princes of hell, including the demons next to him. Hearing that, he also followed. It's true that the Demon King is different, the king of blood and killing. The more this group says, the more wrong it becomes. The Demon King Okangu shouted helplessly, it's not like that, I want to read novels and read the manhwa. Suddenly, the great devil Balak thrust his hand to the ground. With all his reverence, the great evil Balak said, Your Majesty, even though I cannot use my small strength to satisfy others. The great demon Balak suddenly cried loudly and said, Please kill me because of my uselessness. Seeing this guy suddenly asking me to kill him, the Demon King Okangu angrily ordered, Listen to me, let's say it once and see. While the great demon Balak kept crying and begging to kill me, the Demon King Okangu kept muttering to himself, wishing he had even just won. Demon King Okangu sighed and said to himself, Someone I love. Suddenly a voice rang out, Oh. That person thinks that a person to love is not me. The person who said that was the female devil named Lilith. She was walking towards the place of the Demon King Okangu. She was the queen of the cookbook species. Wherever Lilith goes, the demons are fascinated by her. Ha, wow, so beautiful, Mr. Lilith. She is known as the most beautiful person in hell. Lilith walked up to Demon King Okangu and confidently said, Your Majesty. Suddenly, Lilith gritted his fangs and hesitantly said, Sir. Lilith suddenly burst into tears and angrily said that he was not satisfied with having Lilith's heart. The Demon King was so mean. Seeing that face of Lilith, Demon King Okangu's heart was broken and discolored. Despite Demon King Okangu's disgust at him, Lilith still affirmed with utmost sincerity, I would definitely agree to spend the night with him. Just hearing that, he flatly rejected her, and decisively, as if it were me who ordered you, don't come any closer, otherwise you will die. Despite being told such cruel words by him, she still calmly pretended to be heartbroken. Hoo, so you're so shy. Suddenly, Lilith used her slimy tentacled hair to wrap around Demon King Okangu and seductively said, So how can you call yourself the top king of hell, with your hideous hair? Her penis touched his body, which made him so disgusted that he shouted, Ah! Contrary to the Demon King Okangu's negative attitude, it seems that the demons really like and admire him when he is seduced by Lilith. How embarrassing, Demon King, how envious of you. Oh my god, what a shame. This forced him to admit her identity. Yes, cookbook, a species that must devour men's essence. According to the Demon King Okangu, Lilith, the queen of the lesser species, is not beautiful at all, and he is currently being forced to kiss her, even though he vehemently refused her. Ghost Balak also panicked and wanted to stop her. With all his helplessness, Demon King Okangu begged Lilith, please go away. As for the Demon King Okangu, to be honest, compared to Lilith, Balak actually looks quite adorable. He looks like a small pet trying to be aggressive. Should I kill them all? The Demon King, he couldn't deny it in his heart. Yes, he couldn't imagine it by looking at his face. But Demon King Okangu is very frustrated with Lilith's beauty. This aspect is a bit too much. With all his determination, Demon King Okangu clenched his fist and declared, Earth, I must return to Earth. As soon as they heard the declaration of the Demon King Okangu, both the great demons Balak and Lilith were startled and confused beyond belief. They both shouted in unison, Demon King. It can be said that for the Demon King Okangu, even though 10,000 years have passed, My decision is still as solid as a rock, or even stronger. After 10,000 years of falling into hell, after swallowing the last prince of the seven, the preparations were complete. Demon King Okangwu himself knew that the time had finally come. Demon King Okangwu stood up and left his throne. He knew he should receive his reward after 100,000 years in hell. After that, the Demon King Okangwu ordered his subordinate, Balak, to prepare that thing. Great Demon Balak reminded to prepare that thing, my king. Before he finished speaking, Demon King Okangwu spoke up to interrupt Balak. Around Okangwu, dark horrors appeared, his eyes became angry, he looked and said, "Do you want me to repeat myself again?" This made Balak startle and panic. He quickly bowed down and apologized, "I will prepare it right away." Then he quickly gave the command, "All of you quickly call him on, prepare the tools for the 7 great wonders, and end the command." After hearing the command clearly, the servants said in unison. Immediately, the witch Amon raised his hands high and muttered a spell. Around there are stone statues with 2 horns, holding different objects in their hands, surrounded by 5 large and tall stone statues. Great Demon Balak told the Demon King that the preparation process was complete. Okangwu heard that and coldly replied yes. Lilith stood next to her without saying a word, her eyes filled with tears as she looked towards Okangwu. Both Balak and Lilith looked at Okangwu with tears in their eyes and called out to the Demon King. Okangwu took off his cloak and dropped it to the ground. He ignored Balak and Lilith, walked up the stairs and moved forward. At this time, Amon spoke up and caught Okangwu's attention. He said that if the Demon King would inject a large amount of magic power into the instrument of the 7 great wonders, then by warping the boundaries of time and space, a space-time rift can be forcibly opened. Realizing Amon's words, Okangwu approached with a cold face and praised him, "Good job, let's go." The ceremony quickly began. Around Okangwu, magical colored smoke appeared. He told himself that he could finally go home. Okangwu closed his eyes and relaxed his body, letting those purple things do whatever they wanted. Hundreds of thousands of magic cores, those colored things gathered together to form a ball. During the gathering process, they could not avoid falling. They dropped water drops forming a circular movement. After gathering all of them, they released them all, creating a huge explosion. Immediately after that, a ray of purple light shined down from above, illuminating the entire area. Creates a shocking wind to everyone present. Amon admired that it was indeed 100,000 magic cores. The magic power was truly overwhelming. Just looking at it made me fascinated. Those stone statues are still watching the process that took place just now. Close-up of a statue's head. Immediately, the statue's eyes opened, light surrounding the pupils. At the center of gravity, a white light emitted. This caused Amon to exclaim in surprise. "My Demon King, all 7 pieces of the tool have reacted. The door will open soon," Okangwu told himself if he returns. "My family, my friends, even my lover are not there. But at least the place isn't the same as this damn place, so that's better." Okangwu spoke up and announced I'm leaving. Unable to accept the truth, Lilith called out to the Demon King, causing Balak to only call Lilith, meaning to let the Demon King return to where he belonged. Suddenly Okangwu heard crying. Lilith cried even louder, making Balak confused. She stammered and said, "Are you really going to leave me like that?" Okangwu didn't turn around but he still comforted her not to cry. When hearing words of comfort from Okangwu, Lilith happily covered her lips to avoid screaming out in joy. In contrast to her, Okangwu's face showed fear, sweat profusely, and a terrifying lament, too. Lilith blushed, happily saying, "Ah, how gentle his words were to me." Little Lilith felt her heart was about to explode because of the Demon King's love. Droplets of water gradually emerged from the tentacle's eyes. Then the water balloons burst, causing water to splash everywhere. Okangwu noticed this and immediately turned pale. His face showed fear. Speechless, little Lilith wanted to go with the king. Because this was so disgusting, Okangwu immediately jumped into the hole. He cursed silently, leaving Lilith bewildered. Lilith looked into the hole and called out to the Demon King of Lilith. Even though she was far away, Lilith still said that no matter what happened, she would follow her. Okangwu turned back to look at the hole. Then a smile appeared on those lips. Turned around completely, raised his middle finger, grinned and said, "I don't want to see you again. I won't see you again." Okangwu quickly arrived in another space. There were rays of blue light around him. He gradually landed and whispered, 10,000. I have been in hell for more than 10,000 years. I don't want to change the past, or come I don't have any specific future, I just need to see the Earth I once knew. Oh Kang-woo landed next to the ball with the asteroid inside, he spoke now. I really will return to Earth. In the end, my words were interrupted by strange lightning appearing around the ball. He was confused and wondered what was going on. The system displayed a message that it had detected a cracked nucleus. The crack spine protection mechanism has been activated. The red rays intertwined to form a net. Oh Kang-woo wondered what was going on. What kind of situation was this? Warning signs are everywhere. Nuclear energy is stronger than the limit. Activating the defense mechanisms of all dimensions. Oh Kang-woo is confused about what the hell is going on. The guy's system is overloaded. Where did the lightning come from? From many different sides, attacking one target. Oh Kang-woo struck him with lightning, making him scream. Failure, failure. It is impossible to completely remove the nucleus of the crack. Being electrocuted made Oh Kang-woo's face full of veins because of the pain. He gritted his teeth and tried to be reckless. The ceiling limit had begun. Oh Kang-woo raised his hand to touch the ball, causing more lightning to appear. Don't try so hard, damn it. Damn it. As he finished speaking, Oh Kang-woo's pupils turned upwards. Everything became black, and soon Oh Kang-woo struggled to open his eyes. He lay on the ground, wondering about the sunlight, the green forest. Was this the Earth? Oh Kang-woo grimaced, struggling to sit up. He told himself that he had to check his body condition first. The notification system initiated the status window. Right after that, something appeared in front of Oh Kang-woo, making him confused. Oh Kang-woo Level 1 First Stage Awakening. Attributes of First Stage Awakening: Power, Hunting. Most of the power of the attribute has been sealed. Properties of Stage 2 Awakening, revealed that when reaching Level 10, Innate Profession, ? Physical Strength 8, Physique 7, Intelligence 8, Dexterity 9. Magic Power is the innate index 12, Dexterity 7. This introduction makes Oh Kang-woo couldn't help but wonder. He looked at the board and asked what? My ability has been sealed. While I was deep in thought, suddenly a scream rang out. Oh Kang-woo suddenly turned around to look. From where monsters of all colors, big noses, long ears and sharp teeth were coming, he silently scolded this damn thing. They rushed forward with loud screams. Oh Kang-woo doubted that the Earth he knew did not have creatures like this. Mr. Kang-woo was attentively looking at the data board when screams rang out from somewhere. He frowned and observed. Monsters of all colors, big noses, long ears, sharp teeth, shouted loudly, each holding a heavy weapon in their hands. When Oh Kang-woo saw this, he cursed to himself, "Mom, there aren't many monsters like that on Earth." Oh Kang-woo raised his hand to create a move. Those purple lights accumulated in his palm. Oh Kang-woo told himself to just deal with them all first. Suddenly those lights disappeared, that hand became empty, causing Oh Kang-woo to widen his eyes in surprise. He looked at his hand and thought that the magic power in the 100,000 magic cores was weak. Very quickly, those monsters approached Kang-woo's head. Oh Kang-woo clenched his fist and told himself, "Then I have to use this." Thinking of doing so, Oh Kang-woo rushed towards those monsters, past them, and immediately the monsters' bodies were broken in half. The Demon Sabna's authority of the blade, power of the Demon Sadnak, Kendo. Oh Kang-woo's eyes were red. The monster rushed forward and shouted loudly, at the same time raising its hand in preparation to strike down the opponent. At this time, the system displays that you have successfully destroyed the E-level monster, the Goblin. Oh Kang-woo raised his hand to respond to the attack. The system displayed increased experience. Oh Kang-woo glared, murderous or radiated loudly. The notification system had reached level 4. Then the corpses fell down. Oh Kang-woo knelt on the ground thinking, what the hell are these people? He stood up and turned around to wonder, and then there were these other experiences, which sounded meaningless, but it was true that I had become stronger. Looking at the pile of scattered corpses, staining the green grass red, Oh Kang-woo was speechless. Oh Kang-woo raised his hand and thought to himself, I have to learn about this place. He immediately cast his spell, dark spiritual energy rushing forward. Oh Kang-woo thought, I tried to verify the physiology of these things, but couldn't find any information about this world. Suddenly the display system increased 1 point of magic power. This announcement made Oh Kang-woo panic and wonder, what, magic power? Damn it, he cursed silently, that power that only exists in hell exists in this place, so maybe this place is not Earth. Oh Kang-woo gritted his teeth, held his head in his hands and told himself, no, it's impossible, The reason I tried to hold on for so many years in that hell was to find a chance to return to Earth. Suddenly a scream rang out in Kang-Yu's ears, surprising him. Mr. Kang-Yu gradually relaxed his body, looked at the direction where the sound had just come from, and wondered, was it a scream? He turned around completely, analyzing, it was not a monster's scream. That scream rang out again. This time Kang-Yu affirmed his thoughts that he was a human being. Quickly, Kang-Yu rushed towards the place where the scream came from. Kang-Yu flew quickly, thinking to himself, for 10,000 years, I have only seen monsters with dozens of tentacles or thousands of hideous arms day and night, so no matter what that person is like, it's okay to be scary, just have 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, just be human, no tentacles please. Kang-Yu's face distorted thinking of Lilith, he begged not to be a tentacle, please not. In front of Kang-Yu's eyes was a group of monsters surrounding a person, he silently said he found it, please. Be a human for me. The owner of that scream gradually appeared, Kang-Yu observed and said to himself, 2 eyes, 1 nose. He looked down at the body and silently said. Kang-Yu looked and said, no there are no tentacles. Kang-Yu cried happily. At this time, the monsters raised their weapons and prepared to strike. The girl cried and surrendered to her fate, leaning against the tree trunk. Suddenly there were sounds of fighting. The confused girl gradually opened her eyes. The image before our eyes is of Kang-Yu stepping on the body of a monster, causing red fluid to splash everywhere. After defeating all the monsters, Kang-Yu gently landed in front of the girl. He reached out his hand to help her up, and she let out a gasp when she noticed. The girl held out her hand, looked at Kang-Yu and said, thank you. Quickly the girl's hand was placed in Kang-Yu's palm. Surrounded by happiness, Kang-Yu gasped. He was immersed in joy and shouted "Aaaaa." Kang-Yu's body trembled. The girl smiled and said, thank you for saving me, my name is Hansola. Mr. Kang-Yu was rooted to the spot, his body trembling, his hand still holding Hansoa, making her wonder if he was okay. Suddenly Kang-Yu grabbed Hansoa's hand, causing her to scream in surprise. Kang-Yu held her hand and happily said, marry me, making her confused. Kang-Yu smiled happily and took Hansoa's hand and said let's get married. She still didn't understand what Kang-Yu was saying. What? Hansoa was confused. As soon as he spoke, Kang-Yu saw that she didn't understand and blamed himself for being too excited. Kang-Yu let go of Hansoa's hand and said I'm sorry, my name is Kang-Yu, you said you're Hansoa, right? Kang-Yu asked her if her wound was okay. Hansoa smiled gently and replied yes, the wound was not big. Before she could finish her sentence, her leg was covered in wounds and was shaking. Kang-Yu saw this and called Seo. She then fell on Kang-Yu's forehead and dropped the phone to the ground. Kang-Yu worriedly asked her if she was okay. Kang-Yu was surprised when he saw the phone. He thought to himself that that square was a phone, he was indeed on Earth. Kang-Yu helped Seo sit down and kindly said don't try too hard, you sit down and rest for a bit, I will give you first aid. Seo tried to say thank you very much. Kang-Yu with a cheerful face said it was nothing. He was happy to think that now he saw that he and she could communicate with each other. While bandaging Seo, he thought that he had banned the magic language in hell and made them use Korean so that when he returned, he wouldn't forget the language. Finally, he could use Korean with humans, not just with people. Ghost. The image of him teaching monsters to talk appeared in his mind. Kang-Yu happily talked to Seo, if you keep it like this, it will be much better. Seo is extremely grateful and thanks for taking care of me. He picked up the phone haha don't worry and here is my phone. He was returning the phone to Seo when the screen lit up, he saw 2023, 5 years had passed since he fell into hell. Seo held the phone and thanked Kang-Yu, thank you. Kang-Yu was still wandering around thinking that he was sure he had adjusted the time correctly. Monsters like this started appearing on Earth in 5 years. The two talked to each other. Kang-Yu reminded Seo that it was difficult to move right now, so take a rest and go. Seo listened to Kang-Yu's words. Yes, the corpses of the monsters were lying on the ground with blood stains. People, Kang-Yu thought to himself, I don't know too many things, I don't have enough information. While waiting for Seo to get better, Kang-Yu asked her, why are you here? Seo replied I had some difficult situations, I was walking alone in a gate. Seo sad face said I just awakened as a player yesterday, and I was hunting alone in a level E gate, I'm so stupid. After hearing this, Kang-Yu thought the team was hunting players, Then he asked Seoa, what is her level? Seoa replied, I'm level 6, because I just woke up, but what is a player like Kang-hoo doing here? This. He laughed it off and said I also encountered some situations, but in his mind he thought his level was probably even lower. Well, it was normal for her to think that way. Two people happily talked to each other. Kang-hoo talked to her for a long time. Seo also replied I understand. Suddenly her stomach growled. Seo blushed shyly and didn't know what to say. To avoid being embarrassed, she stood up and said, shall we go? Kang-hoo reminded her that her wound looked serious. Would she be okay? But as soon as she stood up, her legs started to hurt to the point of shaking. While she was saying yes, I'm fine thanks to her, she couldn't stand anymore. Seeing that, Kang-hoo immediately said gallantly, I'll help you. Then he stood up and lifted her into his arms. Seo confusedly said oh no, I shouldn't cause you any more trouble. He heard Seo say in her ear that it's not okay to refuse at a time like this. I'll take you. Which direction do we need to go? Seo really wanted to refuse but because of her legs, she had to listen to Kang-hoo so let's go. That direction, please help me to the exit. Kang-hoo looked at Seo and said yes, I know. But in his mind, he thought that this was his first conversation with a human being in 10,000 years, other than the fact that he overreacted at first, he didn't make any mistakes, and it seemed like she didn't either. Don't doubt your identity, okay, at this rate I'll integrate into earthly society and then you'll help Seo go. After two people walked for a while, they saw a magical gate. Seo said we have reached the exit, Mr. Kang-hoo. The two of them looked very happy at that time. Kang-hoo looked at the gate and was surprised because it was so big, he thought this was a gate. He turned back to look at the path he just walked and thought that moving through these gaps in space probably means that this is not quite the Earth. I don't see any tools to create gaps, so why is the door so big? Can it sustain itself? The door blew out an extremely strong breeze, catching Kang-hoo's attention. While thinking, Seo said Kang-hoo, I think I'm much better, let's get out of here. Kang-hoo saw that and immediately removed his hand from her and shyly said ah yes. Then two people entered that gate. A strong gust of wind blew into his face, forcing him to cover his face. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised by this scene. A person was shouting we are recruiting members for the Golan hunting team in level E gate. Kang-hoo saw him and thought he had two eyes. Then he looked to the other side and saw two people talking to each other. I didn't see any oil tankers today either. Kang-hoo was shocked again. He turned his eyes to the side again, seeing everyone teasing each other. Do you guys accept prisoners? Oh I'm sorry but the prisoners are a bit, Kang-hoo thought with his mouth, no tentacles, only just human. Kang-hoo stood in front of the street scene filled with people passing by and was stunned. He hugged his chest and trembled and thought to himself that he was really back. Seo saw him standing there looking, she looked towards him and saw Kang-hoo crying with a happy expression on his face. Suddenly Seo saw that Kang-hoo's shirt was torn. She shyly told him, Mr. Kang-hoo, if you're okay with it. Kang-hoo turned around and saw Seo bending down, so he replied yes. Seo shyly asked him if he wanted to eat with me at my house. Kang-hoo's face turned red and was startled by that invitation. She was still shy and I was very grateful and sorry, so I wanted to at least repay him with a meal. When a beautiful girl invited him to invite him, he couldn't control himself. He immediately felt that life was blooming, he blushed and felt excited about spring. It was spring. Kang-hoo looked elegant. Haha look, I said it wasn't okay to refuse so I guess it wasn't. Suddenly there was a sound from far away. Two people over there, wait. Those are the guards of this world. They said hello we have to confirm the player cards of the two of you. Kang-hoo was confused and didn't understand what they said, cards. After hearing that, Seo immediately looked in his clothes and asked to wait a moment. Kang-hoo couldn't pull it out because he didn't have it. The guards saw that and immediately told him to take out his player card. He thought damn it, this can't be done, I have no choice but to use it. Then Kang-hoo sighed and said yes I understand. Then Kang-hoo's eyes opened wide, inside was a blue-black eye looking at the other guard. He used the power to bend the target's perception, the ability to manipulate the target's eyes to his will, the power of Dantalion vision, and told the guard it was here. Suddenly a demon appeared, covering the guard's eyes, and he raised his middle finger in front of him. After being hit by your magic, he was no longer conscious. Yes, I have confirmed it. Kang-hoo went to Seo and said Miss Seo, then let's go. The girl replied yes. In his mind he breathed a sigh of relief after success, and the other guard was still standing there talking to the person he knew. Hypnosis, wake up. shift is almost over. After overcoming that ordeal, Seo took him back to the apartment building where he was living. "This is my house." She shyly told Kang-hoo that her apartment doesn't have an elevator, so we have to climb the stairs a bit. "Since the girl invited me home, you don't care anymore, it's okay." Kang-hoo's face showed a happy and excited expression. He thought about the smell of the old apartment. As he walked, he remembered everything around the narrow stairs. He touched the railing and thought it was cool. Kang-hoo walked proudly and silently smiled at the dusty window. Everything felt real. Then Kang-hoo's eyes lit up, especially, among countless places on Earth, this was Seo's house. "I am sure that from now on, a happy future will open up." Then Kang-hoo's eyes lit up, especially, among countless places on Earth, this was Seo's house. "I am sure that from now on, a happy future will open up." Arriving at her door, he was so happy that he smiled contentedly, thinking that he was sure that from now on he would have a beautiful future. Before he could finish thinking, Seo looked into the house and said, "Mom, the house is Seo's mother. When her daughter comes home, she is so happy that she is home, Seo." Kang-hoo was stunned, bewildered by his mother. Seeing her daughter come home, she couldn't help but be happy. "My dear daughter, are you injured anywhere? Did you go there with a large group like I told you?" Seo hesitantly smiled and said of course yes. Kang-hoo stood outside looking at her, thinking that her mother was here. Did she really just want to eat a simple meal? Kang-hoo stood outside looking and thinking that her mother was here. Did she really just want to eat a simple meal? Seeing Kang-hoo standing outside, she introduced herself to Mom. "I forgot, this gentleman is Mr. Kang-hoo. Because today he saved me from danger, I invited him over for dinner." "Kang-hoo," the mother said hello with a quiet face. Hearing that, the mother was extremely surprised. "Oh my god, oh my god." Then she held his hand and told him thank you. "Thank you for saving my Seo. I really don't know how I can repay you." She cried and held his hand, making him shy. "Haha, it's nothing," while Seo stood there smiling lightly. After a while, she and Seo invited him into the house. "Although it's not the best, I will try to make something delicious as possible." Kang-hoo smiled warmly, "Thank you," but in his head he was thinking, "Yes, it's a pity that he can't eat with her alone, but thinking about his life in hell, it's still very precious, already." She rushed into the kitchen and told Seo, "Honey, help me cook." She took off her shoes and replied, "Yes, Mom." Seo picked up the phone and said, "Let me go change clothes first and then help Mom." "Ah Mom, did you text me?" She replied, "Yes, Seo, and next time if I come to play, if it's dangerous, then at least later when you leave, you have to contact your mother." Seo smiled and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, Mom." When Kang-hoo saw her holding the phone, he remembered, "It's the phone. We have to find a way to collect information about the Earth." After thinking about it, he immediately asked Seo, "Miss Seo, I'm sorry, but I wonder if I can borrow your phone, I lost it." Seo comfortably agreed, of course it was okay. Then she gave him the phone and told him to use it freely and wait a bit, the food will soon be there. Kang-hoo took it and thanked her. As soon as he held it in his face, he was delighted at the feeling of placing his finger on this screen. Coming back 10,000 years later, everything was wonderful. He sat down on the chair and took off his jacket. He thought, but this is not the time to focus on that, I have to gather information first. Kang-hoo searched for information on his phone. He thought to himself that since 5 years ago he was dragged into hell, he should try to find pieces of information from 2018, let's see. On the internet appeared a line of information about the date of the disaster, February 22, 2018. It changed the whole world. Monsters suddenly appeared from hundreds of gates, firepower was ineffective, hundreds of thousands of people, Chinese soldiers were murdered. The World Emergency Disaster Relief Alliance was established. Korea is the 9th country to join. Kang-hoo wondered who the first player to appear in America was. And the number of players continues to increase sharply around the world. They are the hope of humanity. He sat there and saw a post online. Kang-hoo thought, February 22, 2018, that day was the day I was dragged to hell. Could it be that I was pulled into a gate that suddenly appeared that day? He thought for a long time whether he had been pulled into a portal that suddenly appeared that day. Kang-hoo kept thinking, this news is just speculation, I will have to find more information later. While looking up information, Seo's mother said the food had already been cooked. Seeing the food brought out, he put down his phone, a cheerful face, and thanked him very much. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly opened wide in surprise. On the table are a few small dishes, especially the pot of soup in the middle. Seoa's mother said, I wish you a good meal, Mr. Kanghu. I hope the food suits your taste. Kanghu was stunned. Kimchi stew, it's kimchi stew. Kanghu picked up his spoon and took a bite to try. And he took a bite to try. The two of us are sitting and talking to each other. I love you, let's eat. Yes mom. Then suddenly I heard Kanghu say kimchi. Seoa noticed him and saw him trembling as he picked up the spoon to eat. The mother and child looked intently at him without saying a word. Kanghu chewed for a while and ate them deliciously. He took another spoonful. Then ate immediately. Then he picked up the bowl of rice and ate it with kimchi. He ate vigorously like he had never eaten before. Mother and son looked at him speechless. Kanghu thought while eating that 5 years ago, not 10,000 years ago, after suddenly falling into hell, in order to survive, he had to swallow demonic power and turn into a creature similar to a demon. But nevertheless, because we still have our humanity, our tastes and our taste buds. In hell nothing can satisfy. The image of Kanghu swallowing demons appeared in his mind, but the demon he was forced to eat to survive. Thinking back to that image, he felt disgusted and tasted terrible, like garbage. In Kanghu's memory, he was kneeling on the ground and vomiting the monster's blood. I thought I was going crazy, even though I had experienced that feeling countless times during my time in hell. In hell you had to cry a lot, and the reason I was able to keep my sanity was my only wish. Kanghu cried in pain, his face was covered in blood and he wanted to return to earth. Returning to the present, Kanghu was eating and crying in joy, feeling strangely happy that he had truly returned to earth. The two people looked at him bewildered and confused. Seo asked Mr. Kanghu. He chewed and cried and said Seoa. Kanghu stammered and said, I really do. Seoa didn't hear what he said clearly, she was still waiting for him to finish. Kanghu stammered in gratitude, the food was delicious, thank you very much. Hearing him say that, she felt shy and I was the one who should say thank you. Seoa shyly continued, I'm really sorry because I can only repay you in this way, yet you like it so much. Seoa smiled and looked at him with tears in his eyes. He kept eating and asked if it was so delicious. He cooed and asked, sorry, can I have one more bowl? Seoa warmly stood up and said okay, of course let me bring it out right away. Kanghu happily thanked him, and Seoa's mother laughed ho ho, it was great to see him like it so much. Kanghu ate one bowl after another in a row with true joy and happiness. I was really happy when I got home. He had just finished eating this bowl when Seoa with a happy face brought out a pot of rice. 3 people were happily eating when there was a loud noise. Out of the smoke and dust, a tall figure appeared. What the hell did he say? Damn it, the door is so hard. The mother and child ran out in panic to see what was going on. A huge foot crushed a brick. When I saw Hoa Yeon coming and screaming loudly, Han Seo come out here immediately. Someone entered the house. That person was Han Tae-hun. He had just entered the house to open his mouth to question Han Seo. Hey, who let you enter the gate without permission, huh? Hearing Han Tae-hun ask him with such a rude attitude, Han Seo's face fell. After that, Han Seo trembled and hesitantly said, go. Seeing that Han Seo dared to answer him back, Han Tae-hun angrily asked again, what? Unable to stand this guy anymore, Han Seo got mad and shouted, I tell you to go away. Han Tae-hun, who do you think you are, daring to step into our house? In Han Tae-hun's surprise, Han Seo continued to scold loudly, don't come close to me, I'm warning you, I'm capable now. Suddenly, Han Tae-hun lowered his head and let out a curse, PFFT. Han Seo saw this and wondered what was wrong with him. Then, Han Tae-hun burst out laughing and said, ah, that's true, I'm capable now, gosh, it's so cute. After a while of laughing, Han Tae-hun suddenly punched his fist straight into the wall, then he warned Han Seo-hun, damn, even a short player like you dares to speak so loudly, who do you think you are? Han Seo quickly stood in front of his mother and retorted, don't come close to me. Seeing that Han Seo dared to oppose her, Han Tae-hun glanced at her. That look made Han Seo's mother so scared that she turned pale. After that, Han Tae-hun angrily complained, well, the father died early, and even the mother was poor. Hearing Han Tae-hun being so rude, Han Seo scolded back, this bastard, the reason we became like this is because of you. No matter what Han Seo said, Han Tae-hun still forcefully dragged her away. Okay, leave it, you have to follow me to Andra's group right now. Being pulled so hard by him hurt her, screaming painfully, Kya. Hansei tried to struggle to hold on and escape. Let go, I will never join that trash group. Seeing Hansei open his mouth to insult his association, Han Tae-hun said sinisterly, trash, this is really rude, I will show you what good people are. Hansei gritted his teeth in anger, but also full of helplessness. Suddenly, Hansei bit Han Tae-hun's hand hard, causing it to bleed. Being bitten painfully, Han Tae-hun bluntly kicked Hansei, causing her to scream in pain, Kya. Seeing her daughter being thrown hard to the ground, Hansei's mother worriedly ran over and called her name, Sei. Han Tae-hun grabbed his bitten hand and was so angry that he was shaking, Kyuk, this damn brat, hey, Hansei. With a mad look on his face, Han Tae-hun gritted his teeth and asked Hansei, do you think just doing useless good deeds is enough to live? It's true that the world treats you too gently, too. In front of Hansei and her mother, Han Tae-hun declared, if you're smart, quickly and obediently become my tribute. Ha, what, you're all grown up. Han Tae-hun glanced at Hansei with eyes filled with murderous intent and challenged, okay, as a player, let's face each other honestly. Suddenly, Hansei's mother stood up and begged Han Tae-hun, Tae-hun, please, I will try harder, please don't do that to Sei. The mother's wrinkled hand touched Han Tae-hun, but he cheekily said, this old woman, stay away. Even though she was scolded by him, she still begged him in vain, Tae-hun, please. That bastard Han Tae-hun actually dared to throw his mother away, moreover he dared to scold her, damn, what a piece of trash. She was thrown hard by him to the ground so she cried out in pain, quack. Seeing her mother suffer like that, Hansei was heartbroken, she cried and called, Mom, Mom. Hansei ran to his mother's place, she called and shook her awake, Mother, while Han Tae-hun still calmly stood there and said, that's why I told her to stay away but she refused to listen. With an insolent attitude, Han Tae-hun mocked, Mom, you're such a bunch of troublesome people. When Hansei heard Han Tae-hun dare to open his mouth and say that, she immediately turned to look at him with angry eyes and gritted her teeth and called his name, Han Tae-hun. Seeing Hansei glaring at him, Han Tae-hun immediately spoke up and asked, What are you planning to do to me? What are you glaring at, bitch? Even if Han Tae-hun scolded him, Hansei still glared at him indignantly. Seeing that she didn't seem afraid of him, he raised his voice and threatened, You're really troublesome, I'm already a level awakener, 2 already. After that, Han Tae-hun approached Hansei, then proudly said, Do you think you will have any chance, ha? Next, Han Tae-hun grabbed Hansei's face violently and insulted her, The only thing you have is this face, you idiot. Han Tae-hun shouted loudly, You must join the Andros Guild, then Hun Nim will. While speaking, Han Tae-hun suddenly had to stop because he heard something. Han Tae-hun turned around and saw Oh Kang-gu enthusiastically slurping down noodles. Seeing Oh Kang-gu eating so well but not paying attention to him, Han Tae-hun angrily scolded him, Fuck me. Han Tae-hun watched Oh Kang-gu pick up the bowl from hand to hand and eat like a starving man, then he was speechless. Han Tae-hun boldly let go of Hansei, then said angrily, Surprisingly, this is not a famous restaurant. After that, Han Tae-hun spoke up and asked Oh Kang-gu, This guy, don't you know how to look at the situation, while Hansei sat on the ground and anxiously called, Mr. Kang-gu. Han Tae-hun approached the dining table and called, Hey, but Oh Kang-gu still ignored him and only worried about eating, but he continued to call, Hey! While eating, Oh Kang-gu sighed with satisfaction, Ha! Han Tae-hun saw that and helplessly exclaimed, Oh my god! Han Tae-hun turned his back on Oh Kang-gu, then scratched his head. Suddenly, Han Tae-hun shouted loudly, This dog, then he kicked Oh Kang-gu's dining table, causing the food on it to splash. Food flew everywhere in Oh Kang-gu's bewilderment. Seeing this, Hansei panicked and covered his mouth. As for Han Tae-hun's attitude, he was very angry, because Oh Kang-gu had dared to ignore him. The food fell to the ground in Oh Kang-gu's confusion and immobility. Hansei was worried and shouted loudly, Mr. Kang-gu. Suddenly, Oh Kang-gu screamed in pain, Stealing my kimchi soup. After that, Oh Kang-gu collapsed, looking at the pile of food lying on the ground. Seeing Oh Kang-gu reacting so strangely, Han Tae-hun asked what was wrong with this dog. Next, Han Tae-hun turned around and asked Hansei, Where did you find this beggar? She didn't answer him a word, because she was also in a state of 3 points after seeing the negative reaction, Oh Kang-gu's apron. While Oh Kang-gu was crying bitterly for his food, Han Tae-hun called out to him, "Oh, you beggar. Ignore Han Tae-hun calling you, stop whining and stand up, Oh Kang-gu is still crying, wah, my kimchi soup." Unexpectedly, Oh Kang-gu raised his eyes to look at Han Tae-hun with eyes filled with murderous intent. He said indignantly, "You." Han Tae-hun was scared to death by Oh Kang-gu's eyes. He silently asked, "Huh, what?" But he still angrily said, You dare." Oh Kang-gu looked like a demon emerging from hell at this moment. This image scared Han Tae-hun into a panic. He even had to say in his heart, "Damn, but he's still up." The sound of gritted teeth asked him, "Kicking over my kimchi soup." Han Tae-hun was scared and backed away in panic. Han Tae-hun and Kang-woo were confronting each other at this point. He looked panicked and confused when he saw Kang-woo struggling and angrily calling out, "My kimchi stew." Tae-hun was sweating profusely, his teeth biting his lip as if he was enduring and trying his best. Immediately he threw an extremely powerful punch. He gathered all his strength in his fists, his eyes were sharp, his tall body stood proudly in front of Kang-woo who was collapsing on his knees in front of him. Then he immediately raised his fist and thought it couldn't be, I must have seen it wrong. The eyes looking at Kang-woo were full of anger and hatred, sweating continuously. He thought, "Ha, you must have gone crazy." At this point, his fist suddenly seemed to be blocked by some force, which caused him to lose a lot of strength and grit his teeth to resist. At that moment, he immediately turned around, looked angry and said loudly, "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, Seoa was panicking, holding the stick from behind. Her tears seemed to flow out of her eyes. She screamed loudly and Kang-woo quickly ran away. Witnessing the scenes in front of her made her feel extremely scared. She kept crying, worrying about Kang-woo. At this moment, Kang-woo suddenly jumped up with extraordinary strength, making both Han Tae-hun and Seoa startled and extremely surprised. Seoa, holding the stick aimed at Tae-hun, was also startled. She stopped in bewilderment at Kang-woo's rise. She couldn't believe that Kang-woo had just stood up and used all his strength to stab his head straight at Tae-hun, who was gritting his teeth and throwing a powerful punch. She had to call out to Kang-woo herself. Han Tae-hun looked down at Kang-woo with angry, hateful eyes, then he shouted loudly at this guy, but inside his head he told himself that it wasn't that fast. Maybe that was his comment about the attack, Kang-woo's unexpected protest. After the recent counterattack, Kang-woo continued to move forward with sharp eyes, a serious face focused on his opponent Han Tae-hun. In his mind he aimed at the target on the left. A really strong and painful shot that Kang-woo hit Tae-hun in the stomach. At this moment Tae-hun could only open his mouth in pain, then he thought about distracting him. That kick was so strong that Tae-hun was stunned, saliva flowed out of his mouth. His eyes were full of patience but also contained hatred. He immediately clenched his teeth, preparing to launch a counterattack. Then he immediately used the strength of his hands to throw a punch while cursing loudly in an indignant tone at this guy, until he died. Everything seemed to have become more tense. Kang-woo threw his fist at Tae-hun at the same time, his opponent did the same. Kang-woo's resentful eyes seemed to be bursting with fire. He did not hesitate to shoot a shot straight at Tae-hun's upper body, causing him pain because he had no time to defend. Then he gritted his teeth. His nose was now bleeding because the attack earlier was too sudden. He gritted his teeth and looked at Kang-woo with suspicion, then thought it couldn't be that strong. Immediately, Tae-hun quickly hugged Kang-woo's legs tightly. At this moment, Kang-woo seemed to have fallen into an awkward position. But unexpectedly, he resisted calmly, then continued to punch Tae-hun in the face with his fist. This punch made Tae-hun stagger and was still too surprised because he did not believe that Kang-woo's strength was this great. Then Kang-woo immediately gained momentum and jumped into the distance. Han Tae-hun now had a bloody face, clenched teeth, showing bitterness, angrily looking towards Kang-woo. Unable to hold back his anger any longer, he got mad and used all his strength to throw his fist at Kang-woo, calling out loudly that he was a terrible bastard. But the unexpected thing here is that Kang-woo easily dodged that punch, which was extremely surprising to the person who attacked, Tae-hun. He had a face full of injuries and counterattacked, but he couldn't believe that Kang-woo could dodge them. He gasped and shouted loudly, again. Damn, he continued to throw powerful fists to take revenge on Kang-woo, but it seemed like he was never really successful. Seeing Kang-woo continuously successfully dodge the attack, he immediately became angry and thought it was a distraction. Looking at the big, muscular man in front of his eyes, Tae-hun could only feel angry and bitter thinking about who this guy was. Then there was a surprise attack that Kang-woo specially gave Tae-hun. He angrily ran towards Tae-hun then attacked. Sure enough, Han Taehan immediately collapsed completely and lay face down on the floor. Kang Woo angrily stood and stepped on Taehan's head, then proudly looked down to see a bloodied Taehan lying flat due to exhaustion. Even though Taehan was being defeated and lying flat at Kang Woo's feet, his head could not be raised. He still maintained his attitude of gritting his teeth in anger. He seemed to be on fire, mad at someone with the power to defeat him, so he angrily shouted and asked who the hell you are. Hearing that, Kang Woo was also angry and immediately knelt down and punched the ground hard to warn Taehan that it wasn't over yet. Kang Woo's eyes suddenly became extremely scary. He said with anger that you should stop coloring, then he added a threat that there was still a lot of punishment for you because you ruined the pot, my kimchi. Hearing the reason was the word kimchi, Taehan, whose face was touching the ground, felt puzzled and immediately shouted out in anger, just because of the kimchi pot, you were so crazy. When Kang Woo heard the words just because, he became even angrier. He immediately grabbed Taehan's hair with his hand. Then he angrily used his hand to hold Taehan's head and raised his face. His fiery eyes looked straight at Taehan and asked clearly, you said it was just because of a pot of kimchi, you. It seemed like Taehan's words really angered Kang Woo enough to make him explode. Faced with the enormous and extremely powerful Kang Woo, Taehan was kneeling with his hair tightly held by Kang Woo. His face was bloody and full of injuries. All he could do was grimace in fear and awkwardly explain what I meant. Once again, Kang Woo got mad and couldn't control his anger and continuously punched Taehan hard. While punching him, he kept shouting loudly just because of this pot of kimchi. The number of words that came out of Kang Woo's mouth seemed to be the number of fists that Han Taehan had to endure. Even when he lay down, his hands were covered in blood. Kang Woo gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly he stopped attacking, removed his hand from Taehan's hair, then coldly said hey. At this time, he leaned close to Taehan's ear to whisper instructions. When I counted 1, you said kimchi is. Then he continued to say, I count you 2, saying you are a heavenly treasure. After reminding him, he got angry and scary and said bark louder for me, can you hear me? After finishing the warning and threat, he immediately counted 1. At this time, Han Taehan seemed to have surrendered and could only listen to Kang Woo's words. After hearing the first count, he gasped quickly, say kimchi is. The sound was so small that Kang Woo angrily pressed Taehan's hand down and shouted orders even louder. After he finished speaking, he patiently counted again by 1. Taehan now seemed extremely angry and helpless, tears streaming down his teeth, clenching his eyes full of hatred, but there was no other way, so I had to shout loudly according to Kang Woo's idea of kimchi. Hearing the sound this time seemed to satisfy him. Kang Woo quickly counted to 2. This time Taehan closed his eyes and endured the scream of heavenly treasure. But that's still not what Kang Woo wanted. As soon as Taehan stopped speaking, his eyes looked angry as if he was about to go crazy and shouted loudly, no, louder for me. Kang Woo became more and more mad and kept shouting loudly, as loud as if someone had provoked him, as loud as when he howled when a girl passed by. Seoa stood right next to it and witnessed everything. She couldn't bear it and had to cover her ears with her hands because the sound they made was too loud. She stood in a corner observing with her eyes suddenly becoming worried when she saw things going in a bad and serious direction. At that time, Kang Woo was still furiously yelling at Taehan to say it louder for me, louder until your lungs explode. Hearing that, Taehan's eyes filled with tears of suffering. He could only use all his strength to scream kimchi loudly, is a heaven-sent treasure that pleases Kang Woo. Oh, but I still can't please Kang Woo. He clenched his teeth again and this time he cursed and cursed, it doesn't satisfy my stomach very much. He seemed crazy at this point, grabbed Taehan's collar so he could look up at him, then he screamed and said it again, raising his voice to the 7th octave for me. Seoa stood silently behind, extremely scared about everything, especially Kang Woo's attitude. Taehan was now puffing his mouth and rolling his cheeks trying to follow the words of the scary man in front of him. He shouted with all his might that kimchi was a heavenly treasure. At this point, tears and snot rolled down Taehan's face, mixed with nosebleeds that kept flowing due to Kang Woo's sudden punches. This time, when Kang Woo finished listening, he seemed satisfied. He continuously laughed loudly and said happily. On the contrary, after using 100% of his strength to scream to satisfy Kang Woo, Taehan completely collapsed. Kang Woo suddenly stood up and turned his back to Han Taehan. Just looking from behind, you could see how strong his body was, his muscular muscles standing and smiling happily at Taehan lying face down on the ground. He was about to leave, but Kang Woo turned back to look at Taehan lying there with scary eyes. He warned him to remember, never underestimate kimchi. Taehan, who was lying motionless on the ground, heard those ridiculous warnings and had to think, what the hell, this guy just escaped from prison. The scene at this time is a room that looks quite wild. Next to the wall is a wooden table cracked in half. Next to the wall is a bag of some kind. Next to it is a box containing a few miscellaneous items that seem old and sundry. There was the sound of someone speaking in the room. The transition to the living room is a gloomy, boring scene. An old woman who seemed sick was lying on a chair with her eyes closed and tired, a hand gently wrapping a bandage on her head. It turned out that little Sioa was taking care of the old woman. Looking at her, one could feel the sadness on her face, her sparkling eyes sitting thoughtfully. The old woman was placed on a long sofa. Sioa with a pile of medical instruments sat in the opposite chair. At this time, she was pensively observing the old woman. It seemed like she was monitoring her health progress. In the kitchen, a pair of hands wearing pink gloves were catching the tip of a pot of water. While catching the water, that person was cursing in his head why he had to meet someone like him. At first glance, there was a figure with a face full of wounds and a nose full of fresh blood. Looking here, we could easily recognize that it was Han Taehan after the previous intense battle with the sublime Kang Woo. Taehan stood at the kitchen table collecting water. He was wearing a white tank top and a blue striped scarf. Behind him was Kang Woo leisurely sitting with his feet on the table. Taehan stood and was constantly frustrated, thinking that Hala had beaten him and even had his things stolen. Maybe that's why the outfit he's wearing now looks a bit skimpy. Meanwhile, Kang Woo sat at the table leisurely enjoying tea while scrolling on his phone, looking extremely free and relaxed. In contrast to Kang Woo's relaxation, Tae-Jaeun was angry. His face was swollen because his nose was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with tears as he resignedly stood washing dishes. While washing, he was constantly indignant. He thought angrily in his head of that kimchi stew guy, and his hands kept rubbing the bowl vigorously out of anger. Then he ran the water again to rinse the bowl. From the surface of his shiny water was reflected a bitter face with teeth clenched together, tears constantly falling because of frustration, but there was nothing he could do. I'm even more angry when I think that the reason I became so old was just because of kimchi stew. Thinking of this, Taehan couldn't hold back his anger. He glanced angrily at Kang Woo, who was sitting on his phone, constantly thinking why was he being treated like that? Suddenly, Kang Woo put the cup on the table with a clack, making Taehan, who was glaring angrily, startled and immediately turned his head to wash the dishes. Kang Woo felt Taehan secretly looking at him, so he put the cup down. What do you say? Kang Woo just raised his voice and asked each question, making Taehan startled. He leisurely put his feet on his hand and pressed the phone to ask, angry and sad because he was beaten to a pulp just because of kimchi stew. Hearing this, Taehan was scared, closed his eyes and nose and quickly responded loudly, firmly affirming that it was not there. Suddenly Kang Woo's eyes became taciturn and looked a bit scary, looking towards where Taehan was standing. Then he immediately spoke, causing Taehan, who was washing the dishes, to glance and listen in a state of worry and trembling. Kang Woo then said in a serious tone, "Get dressed, go to bed, eat and live comfortably. You will never know how many blessings your life has been given, so always be grateful." As he spoke, he remembered the difficult times when he had to fight against extremely scary things. He immediately turned to Taehan and added with a serious look, his words seemed to remind him to cherish his life. Understand, right now, he doesn't look as scary as when he was fighting, but looks quite gentle. But those words to Taehan were like teaching him life. Even though in his head he was thinking with a rather challenging attitude that this kid would cause trouble and just wait and see, but what came out of his mouth was understanding, truly think one thing and do another. After answering, he quickly returned to washing the dishes, biting his lip while washing with hatred but also somewhat gloating, thinking that after I report you to Andras, your life will definitely be over. Before he could calm down and think, Kang Woo shouted loudly. The scream made Taehan, who was holding the glove, startled in fear, and he quickly responded. Kang Woo sat with his hands on the back of the chair and said as if ordering him to finish washing the dishes and then come over here. Kang Woo, who was sitting leisurely, suddenly stood up, put his hand on the table and said strongly, "I've been thinking about it forever, but it seems like you have no value to live at all." Hearing this, Han Taehan's face turned pale and his body trembled, then Kang Woo continued with a serious look, "You know that, right? You just need to behave well to live well." He added the last sentence, "The world is not so gentle." Taehan stood quietly next to the kitchen listening to those words. After hearing those words, his face suddenly turned restless and worried, his face pale and scared. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Woo suddenly approached where Taehan was standing and strongly grabbed his collar, saying don't worry. At this time, he grabbed Taehan's collar and then used extremely scary eyes. His mouth bared a sinister smile and said I won't kill you. Hearing this, Taehan was facing Kang Woo and felt extremely scared. He's sweating before those actions. Then Kang Woo continued to use scary eyes that seemed to turn red, baring his teeth looking terrible and adding, but maybe death would be better. Hearing those words, Taehan became stiff. He was lost. His body was covered in sweat because he was so scared. His hands and feet trembled as he uttered a few letters. What is this? Kang Woo suddenly turned into a giant horse-faced monster with 3 eyes, hands with black nail polish, and a mouth with sinister teeth. Taehan suddenly became small and felt scared by the fear power of the demon Orabas. He became small in front of the giant demon. Suddenly he was in the demon's hand. It seemed like his body was about to be crushed by Kang Woo. He was scared, trembling and continuously screaming for mercy. No network, don't. The giant demon suddenly moved, causing him to scream in shock. Don't come closer, don't. The demon now clenched his hands and gradually lowered his face to his hands. Sitting in the palm of his hand, he panicked and backed away, covering his face with his hands to hide when faced with the extremely scary red eyes of the demon King Orabas. Seemingly cornered, Taehan didn't know what to do other than tremble in fear and continuously scream loudly no, truly helpless before the powerful force of the demon Orabas. Taehan at that time had tears in his eyes and no longer dared to do anything but scream for his life. Suddenly, all we see is Taehan lying on the ground with his hands on his back, screaming loudly, while Kang Woo stands in front of him with his hands in his pockets, calmly looking at the scared Taehan. As expected, the demon Orabas engraved a fear on Taehan that could not be erased. Taehan was gritting his teeth in resignation. His eyes were scared but also full of hatred as he looked up at Kang Woo standing proudly in front of him, with a calm attitude. He only told him one sentence not to say anything about what happened. Kang Woo's eyes were still red and he looked down at where Taehan was lying. He used his hand to indicate action. His sharp, commanding eyes were now gone. After saying that, he sat down on the chair and laughed happily. Haha, poor bastard. Taehan in his disheveled appearance immediately stood up and quickly left this place. He was even so scared that he wet his pants. His body was still shaking. He walked gingerly while sighing and saying no, don't. At this time, there were 3 people in the house with 3 different states. Kang Woo comfortably sat cross-legged and dialed the phone. Taehan sadly opened the door and walked out. Seoa stood behind and witnessed everything, making her think of something. After observing everything that had just happened, Seoa looked confused. Her cheeks were pink as if she was shy. She looked towards Kang Woo and thought that this time too, Kang Woo saved her again. Kang Woo was currently sitting in the kitchen, resting his hands on his face and sighing. He continued to scroll through his phone with a slightly bored expression, as if he had some concerns or difficulties that needed to be resolved. Indeed, Kang Woo is constantly thinking about this right now, which is really bothering me. I'm really just a poor kid. He looked extremely attentive, constantly scrolling through information on his phone, resting his chin in thought. Then he came up with the idea that money, I need money. From the sofa, Seoa could only silently look towards Kang Woo. She looked at him with bright, passionate eyes, her face suddenly red and embarrassed. Meanwhile, Kang Woo was attentively scrolling through his phone and suddenly found some information that made him gasp in surprise. The screen displayed the search results for the magic stone that Kang Woo was looking for. He read the research information about the magic stone with 100% attention. Later, he suddenly stopped reading, turned around to where Seoa was sitting, and quickly asked Seoa if perhaps she had a magic stone. Could I take a look? Hearing Kang Woo calling her and making a request made Seoa extremely shy. Her face turned red. At the unexpected words, she was embarrassed and shyly said yes. She quickly searched for the magic stone in her bag. With a happy face she said yes, please wait a moment. The stone was quickly found. She picked up the stone and gently placed it in Kang Woo's hand. She gave it to him and said, this is an E-grade magic stone obtained from hunting goblins. Kang Woo held the stone in his hand, looked at it for a while, then thought the article said the more black the color, the higher the rank would be. At this moment, Kang Woo held the stone in his hand and closed his eyes to feel the magic power, but in his mind he realized that he could not feel any magic power. Standing in front of Kang Woo's movements, although Seoa felt confused, she still happily smiled and observed. After a while, Kang Woo opened his eyes and looked at the stone and thoughtfully speculated that it certainly contained power but it was not magic. While thinking about it, he remembered that he had felt a little bit of magic power before. so he thought the magic power was inside the magic stone. Thinking of this, he continued to string together all the events and then made his judgment. Holding the stone in his hand, he looked intently and realized something mysterious. He speculated that the power contained within was another type of energy called magic. Indeed, after thinking for a long time, he realized that the stone in his hand did not contain magic power but magic. Then he continued to observe the stone closely, resting his chin in his hand and concentrating on studying. He kept asking questions in his mind about where the magic power came from. It seemed like everything was too macro and complicated for him. He gave up. He told himself, whatever. After thinking about it, he quickly turned around and gave the stone back to Sioa. He happily placed the stone on Sioa's hand while politely saying something like, "It looks very beautiful, thank you, Ms. Sioa." Sioa didn't think much and happily received the stone back and gently replied yes. After looking at the magic stone, the only thought in Kang Woo's mind was money. He thought that now he had to sell this thing to earn money. If he wanted to do that, thinking about this, he suddenly hesitated. He remembered that when he was on his way here, he saw guards wearing helmets and holding guns constantly patrolling. At this time, he turned to ask Sioa, "Did Ms. Sioa have any fake awakening management office nearby?" Hearing that, Sioa, holding the stone in her hand, quickly replied that there wasn't one recently, but the nearest office was next to Seoul Station. Then she happily suggested to Kang Woo that I was also planning to go there. "Would you like to go with me?" After hearing this, Kang Woo stood up in bewilderment and turned to ask if she was going there too. She sighed when thinking of the sick old woman lying on the chair. She choked up and said, "Yes, to be honest, my family's situation is not very good." Then she said that while looking at the magic stone in her hand with sparkling eyes, "I took the risk to enter the gate. I only realized the danger in my recklessness when you appeared, Mr. Kang Woo." Saying this, she suddenly turned to look at Kang Woo with a gentle smile and shyly said so once again. "Thank you." After listening, he scratched his head and smiled shyly and politely said it was nothing. At this moment, he smiled kindly, put his hand behind his head and awkwardly explained that "I just wanted to help someone like you." Sioa stood next to her, holding her fists with her eyes filled with determination, saying, "That's why I will seriously learn all the basic exercises. My goal is to become a stage 2 awakener." Standing looking at the girl in front of him, the thought occurred to him that after having to look at the demons for 10,000 times, he finally found an angel. Thinking about it, he immediately smiled happily and encouraged her that she would definitely do well. Although he supported her determination, he was thinking that he still had no intention of helping her. As for Sioa, after receiving Kang Woo's encouragement, she shyly shook her hand and happily replied, "Hee thank you." Right after that, Kang Woo quickly made a suggestion, "So let's go now." Sioa happily quickly replied, "Yes, I'll be out soon, I'm almost done preparing." At that time, Kang Woo was waiting for Sioa to prepare, thinking that if he went with someone as weak as her, his hunting efficiency would decrease. He stood with his lips pursed in contemplation, thinking his words were a bit heartless, but they were true. He told himself that he had to try to limit his losses. His priority was to regain his strength. In contrast to Kang Woo, who was worriedly planning, Sioa was extremely excited and happily preparing each outfit to leave. Kang Woo couldn't stop thinking. He stood with his hands in his pockets and absent-mindedly stood by the door frame, thinking, "Because this is the earth that I have returned to after 10,000 years, I need to become stronger if I want to survive." Kang Woo looked into the distance with wistful eyes, remembering the time when he had to live in hell. This time he came back, so it seemed like he really wanted to survive. While Kang Woo was pensive by the door, Sioa suddenly spoke up and asked Kang Woo, "Do you have your ID card yet?" The question that came out of Sioa's mouth made Kang Woo stand there startled, not knowing how to answer. "Can we go to headquarters first?" At this time, Mr. Kang Woo was holding his citizen ID card in his hand, looking intently with a thoughtful expression. He and Sunny were standing on the subway together going to the fake awakening office. The train also started to depart to leave the station. Kang Woo held his citizen identification card in his hand and thought thoughtfully that this was a reissued identification card. He remembered when he went to the card reissuance procedure, standing in front of the customer consultation counter, he suddenly awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "Are we done?" The polite employee quickly replied, "Yes, I'm done, do you need anything else?" At this moment, he awkwardly smiled and said, "No thank you." Actually, in his mind, he was still worried and thinking that he thought they had put him on the list of missing people, so being reissued his citizenship card surprised him. Returning to the present while standing on the train, Kang Woo kept looking at his card with many confused thoughts. He thought with a sad face that no one really knew he was missing. He couldn't stop thinking about how he disappeared without anyone knowing. Kang Yu held his ID in his hand and thought absently that even though it had been 5 years, he could see the sadness on his face. He sadly thought about the past when he was always alone, doing everything alone, making Kang Yu feel a bit sad. Then he remembered when he encountered the terrifying demon Orabas. He had to fight that demon himself for a while. He once bit the demon until it bled. While I was immersed in thoughts about the past and why no one knew I had been missing for the past 5 years, suddenly a voice called out for Kang Yu. Immediately he glanced at Sun A and she happily said, "Look out the window." She happily informed him that we were almost there. Kang Yu, who was standing and heard that, also looked up, but his face didn't seem very happy. His face looked gloomy as he looked at the scene, still holding his citizenship card. The city scene looked amazing, everything appeared before his eyes as beautiful as a picture, making Sunna constantly admire and shout "Whoa!" On the train, Sunna stood next to Kang Yu, studying and looking at the city with countless high-rise buildings and the bustle of traffic passing on the street. Sunna seemed to be lost in the scene before her eyes. She excitedly said, "Great, I like the scene here very much." At this moment, Kang Yu suddenly stuffed his citizen ID card into his pocket and gently spoke his voice. It was great. What he said was like that, but in fact, with a confusing attitude as if he was harboring some plan in his heart, he secretly thought that yes, it would be different from now on. Sunna stood next to him, happily smiling from ear to ear. The train's wheels kept rolling steadily and then suddenly the brakes clicked. The speaker also announced that they had arrived at the player management office station, and the door on the left would open. At this time, outside the train station, there were quite a few people walking back and forth. Sun A's voice echoed in Mr. Kang Yu's space here. He shyly and confusedly replied yes. The scene changes to the Seoul player management office. Now the two of them are standing in front of the gate and Sunna happily says, "We've arrived." This is the main headquarters of the Seoul player management office. Meanwhile, Kang Yu seemed to be overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. He had to say to himself, "Oh whoa, so big, isn't it bigger than the airport?" While Kang Yu was still overwhelmed with surprise, he opened his eyes and looked up at the entire office. Sunna next to him was reviewing some information, then she happily spoke up, "Ah yes Kang Yu, I have something I want to tell you." After saying that, she suddenly brought out a phone. She gave it to Kang Yu and gently said, "This is my old phone. There is Wi-Fi in the management office, so please use this to talk later." Hearing the words that Sunna just said made Kang Yu constantly touched. He took the phone with bright eyes and kept thanking her. Not only that, deep inside he choked and covered his mouth with emotion and cried out in tears, "Truly an angel." Immediately Sunna quickly turned to tell him that, "Kang Yu, I will go in now and try to register for the lecture for new people." Hearing that, Kang Yu happily replied, "Okay, I'm going to, I'll call you later." I was about to leave but Sunna turned around, smiled and said something to Kang Yu as if making an appointment, that, "I think I'll finish work later but let's have dinner together." Kang Yu, who was next to him, heard that and couldn't hold back his joy. He smiled widely and quickly replied, "Yes, of course." Then he thoughtfully added, "Be careful." At this time, Kang Yu alone entered the inner area of the player management office. He kept admiring its grandeur. He looked up and thought the size of this place was no joke. Where? Based on what I observed and saw at the player management office, he speculated for himself, "I guess it's because the players have become important characters." When he passed by a machine it suddenly made a sound. "Please scan your ID card to verify your identity." Kang Yu quietly passed by and was confused, thinking, "Is this where I got the ticket to wait?" Then Kang Yu turned around and inserted the citizen identification card into the machine, at which point the machine rang with the notification that it was verifying. After a while, the screen showed a photo of his face and some information, then it rang with the announcement of Mr. Kang Yu's name. "Verification completed, your waiting number is 18, please get your waiting ticket." After holding the waiting ticket in his hand, Kang Yu was still bewildered while he was confused, when the machine rang again with instructions to follow the path to the inspection room with your waiting ticket. Kang Yu didn't seem to be concentrating, so he was still holding the ticket in his hand and kept staring at it because he didn't know what to do next. At this time the machine rings again. "Please follow the path to the testing room with your waiting ticket." This time Kang Yu heard the instructions and quickly followed them. He went to the examination room and was sitting on the bench waiting for his number to be called. People there were bustling in and out. At this time, two people came out of the testing room and were chatting with each other. The gray-haired guy shyly asked, "Sorry, what is your stage 1 rating?" The guy standing next to me said yes hesitantly, was D. Then the gray-haired guy looked surprised and exclaimed, "Whoa, Not bad. Then he happily asked if he thought he could get a B or higher in stage 2. The guy next to him, after hearing that question from the gray hair, burst out laughing. Then he answered humbly, haha, I can't compare to a player like Bako Don or criticize Don Do. The gray-haired guy next to him, after hearing that sentence, suddenly became shy and confused, scratching his head and smiling. At this time, Kang Yu was also waiting in front and heard all of their conversation. Kang Yu is constantly typing on the phone keyboard as if he is about to send a text message to someone. Behind him the two men continue to say that those people are on a different level. We don't compare ourselves with the 5 guild masters. Those who achieved S rank at the first stage awakening were. Kang Yu was holding his phone and texting, but at this moment he was also quietly listening to what the two men behind him were saying. They continued to talk to each other. I heard that you can be recruited into one of the 5 major associations if you reaching S rank. Honestly, I don't want to stand out too much in stages 1 and 2, at least being recognized later would be fine. Kang Yu listened attentively and then asked himself a question in his mind about 5 big groups. Hearing this, he thought of 5 names one after another: Kim Da-hun for Mir, Che Dan-du for Red Rose. The next names he thought about were Hanal's Baek Kang Don, Sanali's Dung Wien Du, and the last name was Onori's Che Min Hutch. Thinking about this, Kang Yu seemed to fall into an empty space. He was constantly pondering and speculating about everything. At this moment, he put his chin in his hands and thought. His eyes were filled with worry. He thought that each guild was founded by the top 5 Korean players. Then he worriedly thought that he would meet them eventually after recovering his strength. The stronger it is, the more prominent it is. Then he did something with his phone, and after checking the information, he suddenly realized that there was a high possibility that he had met them before. He had more and more speculations in his mind, pondered for a long time, and then told himself that he had to recover his strength faster than ever. Kang Yu kept checking his information, and then he thought if he got the title of player maybe he would be much stronger than before. Now he kept thinking and coming up with the best plans. While immersed in my thoughts, suddenly a voice called out loudly, "Number 18, can you come in here?" At this moment, he was checking his information and glanced towards the examination room door. Kang Yu realized that 18 was his number and he quickly stood up, left the waiting line and entered the inspection room inside. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, there was a customer service staff enthusiastically giving him instructions. She pointed and gently said politely that his chair was over there. Hearing that, Kang Yu also looked at him and quickly moved to his seat. At this time, he was at his position. He had just pulled out a chair to sit when a staff member asked him if he was okay. Kang Yu, he quickly answered yes as he sat down. Immediately the girl wearing glasses held a sphere in her hand and gently guided him to just place his hand on this sphere. When he added power, it would change color depending on his attribute rating. Then she added that the higher his rating, the darker the color would be. After listening to Kang Yu's disdain for the test, he raised his lips, thinking about small things, and confidently raised his hand towards the ball. He just thought that standing out too much is not good. What should I do if I'm too strong? As expected, he was extremely confident in his strength. Next he touched the ball with his hand and the ball gradually glowed. It's so exciting not knowing how the ball's color will change. After putting your hand in, the ball changes color and flashes a bright light. This light makes Kang Yu close his eyes and sigh, thinking, oh no, it seems like I'm showing off too strongly. He really doesn't know how to be humble at all. That light flashed on the glasses of the sanity check officer. She observed for a long time to give the most accurate results. Immediately the results were there, facing Kang Yu with her hand on the ball with her eyes closed and looking quite arrogant. She quickly informed him Kang Yu, he was an F-level awakened fake. After hearing the results, he stiffened. 1 minute he was arrogant, then the next minute he received a bitter result. After hearing the 2 F words, he was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. The employee continued to say that he could let go. His self-esteem collapsed in an instant, and his confidence in his strength also disappeared. The manager said, I will walk you through the things you need to pay attention to. She said D-level abilities and lower levels. Mr. Kang Yu thought he understood his power was sealed, but it was down to F-level. The glasses-pushing manager continued to say that first, you will receive an E-level player card, and you will be able to enter the gate of the corresponding level. With higher-level gates, you can only enter if accompanied by a guardian. He thought that since this ability was different from normal, he could not evaluate it. Mr. Kang Yu thought to himself that if Pollack heard about this, he would go crazy. He thought of the scene of Pollack getting angry and said, how dare she say that, the Demon King doesn't need protection. He suddenly felt a chill, thinking that the trauma he had endured for 10,000 years had suddenly returned. He asked me what I needed to do to increase my rank. At this time, Sun A is sitting in the exam room. She focused on thinking about the results. The manager said that if he went through the basic course, he would be promoted to level D immediately. The manager continued to say that another method is to use the magic stones he just traded. You can level up with that. Mr. Kang Yu thinks that's a good method. Mr. Kang Yu stood up and replied, I understand. The manager suddenly said, please wait a moment, while I prepare a player card for you. She asked, do you need me to help you register for the basic course? He said it's okay. Hearing that, the manager sighed and thought, oh, he must be so shocked that his level is so low. She thought however that in this state, he would easily lose his life inside the gate. The manager sighed and continued working but still thought that if someone was at level F, it would be better to give up being a player. At this time, the white ball suddenly turned black. She asked why the color. She was about to touch the ball to check. She wondered what was going on. Was it broken? The manager thought just now that person's level must have been F, then the ball turned black and immediately broke into two. She screamed in panic. She looked at the broken sphere in front of her in horror. Manager said, receptionist, please help me change the crystal ball. She thought, nah, that's impossible. Even the color of Baek Kang Yoon, an S-rank person, was just dark gray. There is no way black can exist. Outside the gate there were many people screaming continuously. A group of screamers are looking for a team, a distributor. A group of people shouted, are there any magicians? Over here, the bandits are looking for a team. The scene was as chaotic as a market. Everyone's shouts were mixed together, not recognizing the bandits, looking for fake treatment, only accept level D or higher. Gladiators, are there any gladiators? A person wearing a headband said to the person holding the knife, I'm a thief. The person holding the knife replied, we don't accept thieves. One person shouted that we will accept anyone who doesn't have a team yet. Someone heard that and asked, did you steal it? Immediately after, I heard a voice apologizing. Oh Kang Yu, seeing that, why do you think everyone refuses to steal? He showed his card and said this is my player card. In my heart I thought, however, it has nothing to do with me. After the guard checked the card, he said I have verified that you are an E-rank player, you can pass. Mr. Kang Yu stepped through the gate. On the other side of the gate is a forest of trees. He said it looks like he can get in. Oh Kang Yu scratched his head and said he didn't like anything that required teleportation. Seems strange too. I think I'm still a little afraid that it will be hell. He put his hands on his hips and said he should probably start looking for monsters first. Suddenly someone said this. Oh Kang Yu raised his head to look. In front of him was a man of giant stature. He said, dude, what do you think? This person asked if you were here alone. Mr. Kang Yu answered yes. He asked if you were hunting alone in the gate. He answered yes. He asked him again if he had experienced the second awakening. Behind him there is a man and a woman. The woman called, the Sioux, we're ready. Oh Kang Yu replied, no, I have not yet experienced the second awakening. The Sioux heard that and screamed, oh my god. The Sioux laughed and said it seemed like he didn't attend the basic course. It's much better for an E-class person to hunt in a group than alone. He asked him what he thought about it, if he hadn't joined any teams yet. When Mr. Kang Yu heard that, the corner of his mouth twitched. The Sioux said you could try playing with our team. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman behind him shouted loudly, the Sioux, why did you decide that on your own? The man next to him also got angry and said yes, it's not like he would be of any help. The Sioux said with an angry face, hey guys, you know what situation he's in right now, right? We'll save his life. If you're really that worried, then I won't accept magic stones from you guys anymore. Add him to our group. They mumbled and said, well, as long as he doesn't get in our way. Mr. Kang Yu thinks he seems like a good person. He said thank you for your invitation, but I will hunt alone, without a team. The Sioux shook his hand and smiled enthusiastically, saying now that they were satisfied, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Kang the Sioux. He asked what your name was. Oh Kang Yu replied that my name was Oh Kang Yu. Thank you for doing so, but I have no intention of joining any team. When he heard that, he laughed. The Sioux said to just talk naturally, I may look like this but I'm only 24 years old. Hearing that, he widened his eyes and thought. He showed the player card and said, see, born in 1999, it's me, Kang the Sioux. Oh Kang Yu think he's lying, 24 years old with that face, what the hell has happened in the past 5 years? Mr. Kang Yu said, well, then, I will talk freely. He said the Sioux. Mr. Kang Yu said I was very grateful for your offer, but I came here with a specific plan in mind." The other two heard that and said nothing. The Su scratched his head regretfully and said, "Well, if you are so determined, there is no other way." He said, "However, be careful, this area is inhabited by Gothlin. However, among them, there was a big and strong goblin, it's called Squeeze Heel Lin." The Su it received was a monster of a completely different level than regular goblins, so you must escape from it at all costs. Mr. Kang Yu secretly thought that he was really kind. He smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for your advice." The Su's group said goodbye to Kang Yu. The Su waved goodbye and said, "Take care, Mr. Kang Yu waved his hand, thinking if he was really an F-level new soldier. They gradually walked deeper into the forest. I thought maybe I was with them. Mr. Kang Yu moved his arms and legs thinking, however, it would be better for me to be alone. Mr. Kang Yu also went into the forest and said, "Now, let's go." Mr. Kang Yu thought that there were many traces of Gothlin, they must be around here somewhere. Ah, found it. In front of them suddenly appeared a group of blue-skinned, long-eared goblins. He jumped out and said it was here. Kang Wu excitedly rushed towards the goblins, filled with murderous intent. He punched them into smoke. Continuous attacks were launched. Kang Wu quickly gained the overwhelming position. The goblins died like straw. They screamed in pain. With just one powerful, quick swipe, another goblin quickly returned to pay his respects. The blood of his teammates splattered before their eyes. They were scared and took a defensive position, gradually backing away. Kang Wu was proud. He was tricked. The monsters fell into a critical situation, each with their own swords and hammers in their hands, scared to death. Kang Wu glared with murderous intent. His hands were covered in blood. He said provocative words, "Let's continue." Hearing that, the goblins immediately screamed and rushed forward, as if they wanted to devour him. The blade in Kang Wu's hand was extremely sharp. With just one decisive slash, he instantly broke their bodies into two pieces without having time to move. Immediately after that, one by one the next goblins were also neatly dealt with, their heads separated from their bodies, rolling in the air. Suddenly, a bold goblin rushed forward to attack Kang Wu. He promptly handled it, punching him quickly, causing him to return to his motherland for a moment, going to the altar to watch his ancestors. Faced with that passive situation, 4 more goblins rushed up to attack him, but before he could react, Kang Wu left them without time to suffer. He continued to attack with unparalleled speed, not giving the goblins any time to react. They were beaten into the fields, without resting for a moment. Slashing a knife, Kang Wu finished them off quickly. Even though they tried, carrying swords, they could not reach him. To quickly end the meaningless war, he proactively rushed forward, opened his arms and sharp blade, and slashed the goblins in droves. A bitter and reckless man rushed forward. He held an axe, roared and ran to kill Kang Wu. But unfortunately, before he could take even half a step, his head had long since disappeared. Those brainless goblins, not afraid of strong opponents, only afraid of stupid teammates, looking at the examples of people ahead who were narrowly ahead from before but they don't know fear, just keep rushing forward, longing to touch the hairs of their legs, his. However, no matter how hard they tried, their end was just that, their heads separated from their bodies, blood sprayed in droves. Quick as lightning, Kang Wu once again eliminated a goblin. Just like that, every second that passes, a new monster leaves this world, and then, without getting any better, another idiot was waiting to sneak attack. He thought he would succeed, but no, he failed miserably. Kang Wu turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This goblin could not escape his fate. Their bodies flew everywhere, lying on the ground. With just a few short blows, Kang Wu helped them transform into humans. The remaining goblins were finally afraid. They looked at Kang Wu with pitiful, trembling eyes. He was amused, still. Kang Wu continued, "That much." He directly pointed the knife at them. He glared with murderous intent and smiled sinisterly. "Well then, I'll see you guys off for a bit." Kang Wu clenched his fists and ruthlessly slashed the goblins with decisive blows. Very quickly, just a few minutes later, he handled it neatly. Kang Wu let out a sigh of relief. "I'm tired of wiping away the sweat, puffing, killing a lot." Looking at the pile of goblin corpses lying on the ground, he was depressed. With so many goblins, he was really tired. Suddenly, the notice board appeared. He was a bit surprised. "Huh? I'm interested." Oh, it displays, "You have defeated the level E goblin monster, have gained experience points, have increased 4 levels, Magic stat increased by 1. O Kang Wu, level 8, First Awakening. First Awakening trait, Gluttony, unknown rank, Strength of currently sealed trait, Second Awakening trait, unlocked at level 10, Unknown job, Strength 9, Tenacity 8, Intelligence 8, Dexterity 10. Kang Wu surmised, it seemed that if he leveled up, his magic power would also increase. He grabbed the corpse of a goblin and spoke softly, before his eyes. Behind him at this moment, strange black aura appeared. He lifted his hand from the monster's body and continued, I already know that there is no magic power in the magic stone. One after another, monsters rushed out from Kang Wu's body. They greedily absorbed the power from the goblins' corpses. He closed his eyes and slowly felt it, thinking to himself, I can feel the magic. The corpses of the goblins gradually floated in the air. He hesitated, but the source of the magic power? Not inside the magic stone. I felt it in their whole body. The stone gradually appeared, shining brightly between their bodies. The strength changes depending on the time of death, which means, if I absorb the corpses of monsters that have just died, I can gather magic power little by little. Notice board, magic index increased by 2. Kang Wu was delighted, chuckled, great, I can sell magic stones this way. He frowned, thinking ambitiously, and even obtained magic power. Kang Wu right there completely absorbed the bodies of the goblins. Their bones and magic stones fell to the ground. He was excited, we just need to pick up the magic stones before leaving. He excitedly picked up the stones and carefully put them in his pocket, giggling and saying, if all these stones were sold, how many chickens would he buy? He wondered, thinking back, he only ate meat and left the bones, just like when eating chicken. Suddenly Kang Wu's face turned red. He wanted to drool, but chicken makes people crave it much more. Once we get out of here, I'll probably go to the chicken shop and invite Shola too. He grinned, thinking of an unreal scenario where she gently fed him chicken. Kang Wu, chicken thighs. His mouth was watering happily, working at a lightning speed. Ha 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 ha, Shola, wait for me, I will treat you to marinated chicken, crispy fried chicken and pickled radishes. Suddenly, in the midst of his excitement, a loud sound rang out, causing him to stop. He turned around in surprise, his eyes looking bewildered. Kang Wu was confused, huh? A huge giant monster struggled and rushed forward. He wondered if that was what Tesu was talking about. He wondered, a great demon. The monster growled, his eyes shining with hatred. He aimed straight, rushing towards Kang Wu. Immediately, a source of extremely strong, bright energy began to appear in the giant goblin's hand. Kang Wu was horrified. Was it magic? He widened his eyes and couldn't close his mouth. He rushed over, intending to avenge his brothers. Kang Wu still couldn't believe his eyes. Stupid, he knew how to use magic. The monster rushed forward, intending to fight and take revenge. Kang Wu couldn't believe his eyes. He was so stupid, he knew how to control magic. He quickly took a defensive stance, thinking to himself, magic. Immediately his hands, one hand turned into a knife, the other hand began to perform black magic. Kang Wu frowned, if we talk about destructive power, then my magic power is much more advanced than this guy's magic. Standing in front of the crazy goblin eager to win, he hesitated a bit, but still. Suddenly, he rushed forward, slashed his sharp spear straight down on Kang Wu's body. He immediately rushed out, the rock and soil shattered, dust flying everywhere, creating a fog. The monster quickly turned around and chased the spear in Kang Wu's direction. Unable to avoid it in time, he had to take a defensive stance, holding two swords in front of his chest, struggling to shield and protect his body. Goblin threw Kang Wu away. He was thrown straight away. He jumped up again, carrying his spear to kill Kang Wu. Screaming at the swallow's soul, every slash of his spear was a fatal blow, each stroke causing extremely strong damage, shattering rocks and soil. Kang Wu couldn't avoid it in time, shaking and resisting, blocking his powerful spear. He was nervous. The problem was, the difference in physical strength came from the weight class. Kang Wu gritted his teeth, bitter. Suddenly, he counterattacked, quickly escaping the monster's grip. He didn't have time to react. He quickly rushed forward, pointed the knife straight, stabbing straight at his head. The goblin fought back, using his spear to knock him back. After the impact, Kang Wu's armor showed signs of cracking. He angrily swore, "Damn it!" He jumped away, his face filled with panic. He was knocked back by its spear, because his stats were still low. Kang Wu stood up, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He was determined, he needed to find a bigger weakness. Seeing him, the goblin didn't need to think, he slashed a fatal blow. Luckily, he dodged in time or else he would have gone to the altar to look at the naked chicken early. He struggled, swinging his spear haphazardly, yearning to touch Kang Woo's body. A series of extremely dangerous attacks were delivered, and he quickly dodged them. One attack, then another, he attacked all positions. Kang Woo turned back, lay down, crawled to avoid. Startled, he suddenly approached him at some point. Accumulating magic on the blade of the spear, the goblin wanted to destroy him completely. Quickly realizing the dire situation, he used the momentum to kick the ground and proactively bounced away. Kang Woo's force was so strong that he had to claw at the ground to stop. He surmised that those sturdy arms helped it fight well. He is sure that, as the leader, it will definitely be different. Kang Woo was angry, frowned and rushed forward, carefully implementing the plan with the goblins he had killed. He distracted him, causing him to slash a nearby tree. Kang Woo saw an opportunity to turn the situation around. A skull on the ground, he was secretly happy, however. He picked up that skull, tacitly provoking, in the name of the destroyer of its territory. Kang Woo jumped back, the friction between his feet and the ground created a cloud of smoke, he thought to himself, and killed its minions. It was that simple. He smirked, proudly said loudly, "Just my entertainment prey." Finishing the sentence, Kang Woo threw the skull straight at the goblin's face. He was surprised and froze, unable to react. The skull quickly hit the monster's back. He painfully looked at the coffin of his fallen comrades. Suddenly, he quickly changed his attitude. The taciturn goblin looked at Kang Woo with hatred. He rushed straight towards him. Kang Woo sarcastically said, "This is it." He confidently affirmed that he probably had enough kicks. Kang Woo clenched his fist, forming a punch full of rage, exploding with anger, gathering all his great power. He smiled evilly and rushed forward. Behind him appeared a strange figure. He immediately used the power of the devil's anger, Crocell. Kang Woo was upright, holding the tip of the knife straight. It was not his. He thought to himself, but it was his. Right after that, a powerful, earth-shattering punch attacked straight into the monster's stomach. He paused, drool flowing like a stream, confused. Suddenly, the goblin burst into anger, breathing heavily, eyes flashing with destructive fire. He roared in pain and struggled wildly. Kang Woo enjoyed looking at the results of his attack. Eloquently, "It's done." The monster poured all his magic into his spear, trying to finish him off. With a flash, the spear passed over Kang Woo's head. His agility was equal to the speed of light. He calmly sat down, avoiding the attack. The power from the spear tip was unparalleled, cutting down half of the nearby forest. Trees fell one by one, breaking in half and falling backwards. Kang Woo stood calmly, ignoring the shaking of heaven and earth, conjecturing that this power was actually a kind of enhanced support. The goblin opened his mouth, his eyes glowed, drool fell everywhere, pounced, wanting to devour Kang Woo. He continued to reason, helping to amplify the user's power many times over. He roared loudly, repeatedly delivering blows, shattering the ground. Thun thun thun, the monster seemed to have lost his reason. He continued to attack aimlessly. Even though the earth and rocks were shattered and flying everywhere, smoke and dust were obscured and the whole sky was white, he still refused to stop. The monster kept smashing, but in essence, Kang Woo calmly dodged the attack. Everything happened according to his pre-planning. The price of that power was a curse that turned the target's brain into a decoration. He smiled contemptuously, the simple and haphazard attacks of an irrational monster. Kang Woo's eyes suddenly flashed with intense killing intent. He raised his punch and rushed forward triumphantly, which was the easiest thing. Creating many holes to attack, the monster is hit continuously, fresh blood quickly spurts out. Kang Woo continuously beat him to a pulp, causing the goblin's mouth to distort. Suddenly, his knees were injured. This idiot knelt down uncontrollably. Kang Woo clenched his fists, focusing his strength on the fatal punch. The goblin jumped up, holding a spear to slash Kang Woo. At the same time, he was also preparing to counterattack. The punch from earlier was about to be deployed. A stream of fresh blood spurted out. The goblin's head was seriously injured. From his head, blood splattered. Kang Woo breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the monster also collapsed, his head hitting the ground in pain. Looking at his bloody hands, covered in wounds, he was depressed, complaining, and so helpless. He didn't understand. If I had the power it would be easy, so does that mean I have to start again? Suddenly, A notice board appeared. I was surprised. Huh? Quickly wiped my hands to remove the blood. He clicked on the mailbox. One after another emergency messages appeared. You cleared the monster territory alone. You will receive 150% experience points. Kang Woo was surprised. Oh, the system reports again. You successfully defeated a sea-level monster boss, Hobgoblin. He's a boss. You've increased 3 levels. Oh, you've unlocked the second awakening after reaching level 11. The ability your second special awakening has been unlocked. Hearing the good news continuously, Kang Woo clenched his fists with joy, determined. Okay, second awakening. Right after that, the system appeared again. Vision, special ability awakens for the second time. Insatiable hunger, effect. You will absorb more magic power from the defeated target when using gluttony. Kang Woo smiled and thought to himself, okay, even though it's not a strong skill, from now on I can absorb more magic power, he said. If I use the benefits of being a player, I can should be stronger, right? Looking intently at the monster's body, Kang Woo pondered, well, let's see how strong his special ability is. He touched the neck of the giant goblin's body and performed gluttony. Immediately, a dark monster appeared from him, swallowing his body. Kang Woo felt the flow of power entering his hand. He felt for himself, the aura was darker. Was this the effect of a special ability? He slowly raised his hand, channeled the flow of mana, absorbed the black magic. The notification panel displayed, insatiable hunger has been activated. You will absorb more magic power. Your magic index will increase by 3, total magic power, 19. He was surprised, proudly holding the magic ball in his hand, looking intently at the goblin from just now whose skeleton was lying miserably on the ground. He was amused. Oh, the absorption amount has definitely increased. With this, defeating strong monsters will definitely make me stronger. Kang Woo glanced, perfectly, to see how this increase in magical power affected him. He slowly closed his eyes, his strength. A source of dark magic power appeared around him. Kang Woo was a bit surprised. Huh? I thought I would be at least twice as strong as before. He was excited, 3 times more than he thought. Why did it increase so quickly? Looking at the giant skull alone on the ground, he was worried that the sudden increase in power could be dangerous. Kang Woo gradually withdrew his magic, silently guessing, perhaps. Changing the scene, he appeared in the middle of a dark, endless stream of water with no end, illuminated by a giant blood moon. That place was the Ghost of Myriad Gate, as the name suggests, so mysterious, devilish. Kang Woo touched the dark water, secretly feeling, I know. He closed his eyes tightly, frowning uncomfortably. The seal on the Myriad Gate was weaker. I don't understand, but why? Kang Woo immediately opened the system panel. He thought to himself, besides awakening, there shouldn't be any other special changes. Oh. Suddenly, the information on the board displays, you have unlocked the second awakening. After reaching level 2, unlocked the second awakening. Surprising Kang Woo, not to mention every time I unlocked it once, awakened, the seal on the Myriad Gate is weaker. He smiled happily. Kang Woo's eyes gradually became cold and dangerous, his fangs also began to show. He surmised, if that was true, then if he continued to level up, he would be able to regain his strength, natural version. He slowly stood up. If so, there was more reason to go to the higher level gate. Looking at the big magic stone shimmering on the ground among the pile of bones, he was happy. Kang Woo leisurely picked up the stone without hesitation. Holding the stone in his hand, he was filled with murderous intent, smiling evilly, thinking about a terrible future. His next goal was the third awakening at level 20. The scene changes to a bustling restaurant. Here, everyone happily chats, waiters walk back and forth, busily running orders. On this side, Sola and Kang Woo were face to face. He devoured the plate of chicken on the table. In contrast to him, she had a solemn demeanor, slowly sipping a cup of tea. Kang Woo eats greedily, with a dark face and dark nose, ignoring the world. He eats without knowing anyone. Each femur bone was cleaned by him, with not the slightest shred of meat remaining. Kang Woo raised his beer glass. He took a long drink, gulping in overwhelming happiness. Drinking to the point of spilling all over his mouth, Kang Woo happily put the beer glass down on the table with a thud, wiped his mouth with his hand and shouted loudly, "Kya, that's too much." Sola on the other side smiled. How delicious it was. He smiled widely and replied aggressively, "Yes, very delicious." She looked at him with affectionate eyes and gently said, "Oh ho ho, it's better than the kimchi soup I cooked." Kang Woo fell into an awkward position. His face darkened, wondering which dish to choose. Oh, that. Finally, he made up his mind, nervously affirming, "Even so, I like your kimchi soup better." Sola heard that and burst out laughing helplessly. "I'm just kidding, you're really funny, Kang-woo." Seeing that, he blushed and quickly raised his glass. "Ha ha, is that so?" She kindly picked up the chicken for him. "He ate mine too, Kang-woo." Without hesitation, he ate it and replied directly, "Oh, are you sure?" Kang-woo was happy. "Thank you very much." Suddenly, Sola fell into deep thought. She spoke up, "Kang-woo, if you don't mind," causing him to stop eating, his eyes widening in bewilderment. Sola asked if he had any friends or family. Kang-woo took a sip of beer. He was in silence for a while. He put the beer cup down on the table, making Sola scared. He replied, "I don't have any friends." The fork suddenly fell to the ground. Kang-woo continued, "Family, including home." Sola was anxious. "So where do you sleep? You were sad, your head down." "I actually had nowhere to go." He coldly picked up the fork. Sola suggested, "I wonder if you feel okay. But if you don't mind, would you like to stay at my house?" This statement made Kang-woo a bit startled. He couldn't understand. Kang-woo was surprised. "Huh, are you sure?" Sola gently took the fork from the box. She said, "Yes, for this short amount of time." She looked at him with loving eyes, reassuring Kang-woo, "You don't know how much you helped me, there's no need to worry." He shyly scratched his head. "Oh, wow, then I will agree to your proposal." Kang-woo took the new fork in Sola's hand, happily. "Good luck to both of us, Sola," she replied. "Okay." Sola took the initiative to ask, "I will also have to ask you to take care of me, Kang-woo." She looked at him passionately, thinking, it seems like Kang-woo has a lot to say. Suddenly Kang-woo seemed to remember something. He rummaged in his pocket. "Oh, also, I have something to give you." He pulled out a wad of money, placed it neatly on the table, and confidently said, "This is probably about 3 million won," making Sola confused. "Huh?" She wondered why him. Kang-woo immediately explained, "Think of it as my accommodation fee." Seeing that, she became confused. "Oh, if that's the case then I won't receive it." She looked down sadly and hesitantly said, "You have helped me so much, if I still accept this money." Kang-woo replied, "You've been spending a lot lately, I know you're having a hard time too." Sol faltered. "But," he reassured me, "there's no need to feel pressured, because I still eat from you. If you don't like me calling it accommodation fees, I'll call it shopping money." The pile of money still lay there, placed in front of Sola. She took it. "Oh, really?" Sola's eyes lit up, tears welling up. "Thank you so much, Kang-woo." He blushed and smiled. "Ha ha, no need." She happily said, "So tomorrow I will use better meat to cook kimchi soup, it will be even more delicious than before." Hearing that, Kang-woo fell backwards. "Are you serious?" Thinking eagerly, "I can eat kimchi soup spend every day." Kang-woo cried silently in his heart, "I know, Sola is really an angel, he is full of promise, I will sell magic stones to make money and make her happy." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He said, "Ah Sola, are there any D-class gates nearby?" She thought for a moment and then answered, "If you're looking for a D-class gate, there's one nearby, although I've never been there. I heard it's filled with lizard people." Seeing the opportunity to make money, although his mouth was still chewing, in his mind, he was still full of determination. "Lizard man, we have to get there tomorrow." Looking at the 2 pieces of chicken left on the plate, Kang-woo calculated that he had to defeat stronger monsters and unlock the next awakening faster, along with earning more money. He used a fork to skewer a piece. "But really, is lizard meat delicious?" Kang-woo asked. "Sola, is it possible?" In the middle of the pitch-black sky, a room suddenly lit up. A woman's voice rang out, "This room used to belong to my brother." It turned out that it was Sola. She led Kang-woo into a bright, spacious, clean room. She gently said, "But now you can use it as you like, Kang-woo." Hearing that, he looked around and look around, express your gratitude. "Thank you very much, Sola." He sat down on the bed, smiling brightly. "Thanks to you, I was able to have a comfortable sleep," Sola chirped. "It's okay." Having said that, she walked out, turned off the light. Then, "Good night, Kang-woo." He immediately replied, "Yes, good night, Sola." The door gradually closed. The room was now alone him. Kang-woo stretched and lay down on the bed. He was delighted. Ah! Suddenly, The quiet space seemed to make Kang Wu think. He tossed and turned, lying with his hands on his forehead, thinking, this is a comfort that he has not been able to feel for the past 10,000 years. Kang Wu leaned over, smiled bitterly, his eyes were sad, so quiet, so comfortable. He drifted off to sleep. It was certainly the right decision to return here. Scene change. The next morning, in front of the magic pit, dozens of guards stood guard. The crowd was noisy. I was looking for stage 2 awakened healers. I was looking for people with special abilities, especially higher than sea level. We are running a team ready to quickly and safely accept you during your awakening to stage 3. Lost in a crowded place, Kang Wu thought to himself, for me, has reached level D, so there will be teammates here. He came across an acquaintance. He was kneeling and pleading, please let me join. I will put order and help everyone bandage or something. The group of people rudely refused. These people do not accept. Accepting someone who only knows how to bandage. Before that scene, Kang Wu was depressed. It's him again. At this rate they will have to accept him. I feel so bad. He walked up to the guard, showed his identification, ignored it. Well, it's none of his business. The guard finished checking and announced, okay, we have confirmed that you're a D-rank player. Then, he stepped into the magic circle. Kang Wu stepped into another world. In the end, he came to a very strange place. The trees here grew luxuriantly, all things flourished, but it was dark and scary. Kang Wu stretched, wondering, is this a D-class gate? He wondered about pouring magic power into his legs. Should he secretly move? He used the power of silence. A stream of smoke suddenly emitted around his feet. The scene suddenly changed to black and white. Kang Wu suddenly disappeared before the magic circle. Recalling the conversation just now, Solar revealed that lizard people, they are sensitive to sound, but their eyesight is not good. She reminded him that if he didn't approach quietly, they would immediately pounce on him. Kang Wu carefully sped past the giant lizards. Suddenly, his eyes were red with murderous intent. Well, he found them. Solar also kindly reminded them that they are also afraid of fire, so if there is a fire magician in his team, it will be more effective in the process of hunting those lizard people. He immediately used the power of the devil, Andros, hellfire. The forest was burning with fire like a mighty bird soaring. Kang Wu immediately threw fire at the backs of the lizards while they were still ignorant and unaware of his existence. Suddenly they were startled and screamed miserably. One man was hit in the back by fire, unable to react. He stood still as if frozen. Suddenly, flames erupted, completely engulfing the giant lizard. The fire burned fiercely, burning him. At the same time, the rest of the group were also hanging by a thread. They were not any luckier. Each of them was engulfed in flames, lying in pain and writhing on the ground. From afar, Kang Wu stood calmly. Look at them. I think, you can't extinguish hell's fire the same way as normal fire. The dead lizard opened his mouth and his body knelt before Kang Wu. He was proud. If you don't use magic to suppress the fire, you will never be able to extinguish it, and because it burn your life force, not your physical body. The flames of evil spirits in his body began to go out. Gnawing on their bodies, Kang Wu sarcastically said, you can only leave the corpse for the enemy. Holding their bodies, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he remembered, Han Taehan's gang name was Andros. I think he chose the random name somewhere. I mean, if things don't work, I can destroy everything myself. I constantly absorb spiritual energy from them. Suddenly a strange sound appeared, attracting Kang Wu. He turned his head. It turned out to be the remaining lizards. They hid behind the bushes, growling, looking at him with murderous intent. Each guy's eyes were burning with hatred, just wanting to chop him into 100 pieces. Seeing that, Kang Wu was pleased and smiled provocatively. In just a moment, he had finished killing them. Kang Wu crossed his arms and wondered if he should hunt another group or not. Suddenly, from somewhere came a joking call, "Hey!" He turned his head in confusion, not knowing who it was. A group of people appeared in front of him. They were sarcastic, looking at the equipment. He must be new. But they didn't know, the person in front of them could eliminate them in the blink of an eye. Kang Wu looked at the crowd in frustration. They asked, do they want to join our hunting guild? He disdainfully asked back, what kind of gang? The leader smiled proudly. He confidently pointed at himself and introduced, we are the Andros Guild. The necklace around his neck shined brightly. Kang Wu looked at the crowd without any emotion. He coldly turned away and replied, I'm not interested. He left the forest all at once, leaving them bewildered and not understanding what happened. At this moment, The leader angrily clicked his tongue. What's wrong? He's such an arrogant kid, he looks like he's a newbie but doesn't understand modesty at all. The woman next to him also added shyly, brother, honey, what should we do? If we keep coming back like this, the president will. Hearing that, he was annoyed and said aggressively, well, if things are like that, then just leave half of his life for him and throw the body somewhere. The crowd laughed savagely. They were waiting to destroy Kang Woo. Perverts saw him as an entertainment target. It's been a long time since we were able to relieve the pressure. Looking at his figure gradually moving away, the leader rustled his sword, full of provocative paranoia. Let's give that guy a lesson in life. In the middle of the clear green forest, the fresh air, the dreamy sunlight glimmering through each leaf, a succession of giant lizard monsters were burned alive. They were attacked extremely brutally, each one screaming in pain. Having continuously eliminated dozens of lizard monsters and absorbed so much magic, Kang Woo breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, it seems like I've eaten up the whole neighborhood. Kang Woo continued to release the black demons that devoured the corpses of the lizards. His heart was a bit excited. It was good to be safe, but to level up quickly, it was okay to be a little dangerous. Looking at the magic in his hand, he was a little sidetracked, a little confused. What should I do? Suddenly there was a call, hey, startling him. He quickly retracted his black magic and turned around in bewilderment. Thinking that the stranger turned out to be an acquaintance, Kang Woo was confused. This voice was, that guy continued provocatively, don't remember, this is his senior. He proudly stood with the group of people looking down from above, constantly saying sour words. I kept wondering if the guy who was new to hunting was good, so I came here to check it out. Kang Woo accepted, so, it's the people from before. He frowned. Just looking at him I could tell he was definitely the type of scumbag who bullies the weak. Kang Woo replied contemptuously, you're worrying in vain, as you can see, I'm still fine here, very. He darkly smiled evilly and asked sarcastically, what's wrong? But his clothes were still clean, and there wasn't even a body next to him. Kang Woo was calm, because I wanted to rest a bit. He pretended to be surprised, oh. The other guy asked angrily, but why was his attitude towards his senior so joking? Kang Woo immediately brushed his shoulders and smiled contemptuously, because I found this senior a bit annoying. Hearing that, he was furious, gritted his teeth, oh, my god, this bastard. Kang Woo was interested, looked at him, what, do you want to fight? A brash soldier in the gang saw this and wanted to take action. He was ready with his spear. This guy was the one. Suddenly, the leader stopped him. The other guy was upset, but Hojin, he stopped him and reassured him, don't worry. The leader continued, I've already thought of a way to teach this sneaky bastard. It seemed like what he said couldn't touch Kang Woo's feelings. He looked at the crowd and was bored. He surmised, if this guy showed such ignorance of how high the sky and the earth were, he was probably at the lowest B level. Hojin scholars never stopped talking. He mouthed and said harsh words, you're really a guy, it's unpleasant, but I'll make you regret it right now. Kang Woo laughed, oh, that's really worth looking forward to. He proudly drew his sword and waited to torture him. He arrogantly said, let me see how much you can joke. At the same time, his sword glowed. The crowd was eagerly looking forward to the fight. Each and every one of them had faces filled with satisfaction and hunger. Hojin spoke up, hey! He asked contemptuously, did you know that lizards are very sensitive to noise? Kang Woo looked at them indifferently with an expressionless face. Suddenly, he bowed his head and laughed, wondering what he was trying to do. So cute, that guy is crazy. He smiles foolishly, continuously physically impacting the sword, causing resounding noises. Kang Woo coldly looked at the group of people standing tall and acting like cows in front of him. When a leaf fell from the tree and began to touch the ground, the leader spoke up, coming. Hojin happily ordered, prepare yourself a defensive spell. The subordinate was extremely obedient. Immediately, a layer of defensive barrier was created, completely covering them. The leader frowned and sneered at Kang Woo, oh, what are you planning to do to stop me? Just by sound, I can distinguish hundreds of types. He constantly attacks you. This is probably a bit too much to teach an arrogant guy like you, right? So if you kneel down and beg me, maybe I will think again before hitting you. Disabled. Kang Woo laughed, KK, the other guy thought it was funny, now you're so scared that you can't speak. He looked at them and laughed, ha, I kept wondering what your strength was. Stupid Hojin, what the hell are you talking about? Kang Woo exploded with power, his eyes changed color, He screamed loudly, but didn't he expect that was all? If he wanted to scare someone, he had to at least be like this. His anger burned brightly, radiating murder, gas. Suddenly, he clapped his hands loudly. A powerful sound emitted, echoing throughout the forest, causing the leaves on the trees to fall and scatter. The crowd was shocked. There was not a drop of blood left on their faces. What? Kang Woo continuously kicked the ground so hard, he seemed to lose control. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hojin shouted in fear, "Hey, hey, this crazy guy, stop." Finally, he stopped. At that location, the ground was broken and the rocks sunk down to a meter, dust flying everywhere. The crowd looked at him in horror, afraid to move. Kang Woo looked at them mockingly, "Okay." The leader was sweating profusely, his divinity was broken, he was trembling and stammering, What the hell, this bastard?" The crowd went into a defensive position, they raised their weapons to resist the surroundings. The giant lizards heard the call and rushed forward. They greedily followed the trail. At some point, thousands of giant lizard monsters crawled up, surrounding the protective ring. Hojin cursed out loud, he was really crazy. The woman who created the shield was now pale, she was scared. I had never seen so many lizards appear. The leader panicked, shouted loudly to calm himself down, "Hey, focus quickly, fix the shield again." He was talking wildly, You crazy person, are you planning on dragging us all to death together or something?" Hearing that, Kang Woo sighed, then he suddenly disappeared into nothingness. He opened his mouth, "Hey," Hojin looked at him bewilderedly. Kang Woo bent down and continued, "Weren't you the one who said lizards are very sensitive to noise?" He smirked and continued, "I know that, I know it well." Immediately afterwards, the monsters rushed forward, bearing their fangs and claws straight towards the crowd. The crowd tried their best to resist, they were shocked and turned pale. Hojin's face twisted, "You bastard, are you really crazy? Are you planning on killing everyone to vent your anger?" Kang Woo calmly pretended to deny, "What are you talking about? I have no intention of dying." He secretly exerted the power of yin, confidently asserting that the only ones who have to die here are you guys. Kang Woo smiled complacently, and a large lizard struggled to appear behind him. Immediately after that, a succession of crawling monsters competed to jump down to the crowd of people. The leader was shocked and pale, sound control skills. There was a person controlling the beasts in the tree to rush down. The beast rushed forward, about to touch Seonbae's eyes, when suddenly he shouted, a sound control skill. The monsters began to attack each other. Seonbae began to fear the surroundings. Seonbae glanced over, panicked, shouted, "Hey, pull that fence back up quickly." Seonbae panicked when the beast crashed into a girl. The girl turned her head, looked at Seonbae with pleading eyes, and whispered, "Uck." Seonbae saw the beast lift the girl up, the girl's blood dripping to the ground. Seonbae did not dare to open his mouth, sweat poured down his body from fear. Seonbae's eyes stared blankly, and he immediately covered his mouth tightly. Seonbae suddenly looked over and saw a man's head tilted down covered in blood. A beast was chewing and swallowing a man. Seonbae used his hand to hold the iron rod. Suddenly Seonbae threw down the iron, put his hand on his chest and covered his mouth. Seonbae's tears began to flow out of fear, calling out Hyuk's name. Seonbae raised his hand above to ask for help from the man standing on the tree. "Hyuk, help me." Seonbae whispered small calls for help along with apologies, "Please, I made a mistake, so please." The man above shouted Seon. Another bae sound. Smiling silently, he clasped his hands and wished him good luck. Seonbae cried, his nose ran and shouted loudly, "You bastard." A beast stabbed him in the head, he bled to death. Okongwo above looking down at the beast's eating. Okongwo said, "Fight the devil, with the more cruel devil." Okongwo chuckled, his eyes glowing red and murderous with an even greater murderous aura. Okongwo used the power in his body to make fires start to flare up around the jungle. The fire in Okonkwo's hand flared up, the eyes inside glowed red. Okonkwo waved his hand and the fire began to extinguish. "Puyu, breathe softly." A hand reached out, manifesting the power of darkness to defeat all the monsters. "So, let's get started, glutton." Okongwo glanced over, a notice appeared next to him, his magic power index increased by 1, he could no longer use gluttony on objects protected by the Gaia system. Okongwo frowned remembering that time, thinking about the Gaia system in his head. That sounds so familiar. Oh, from that time. Oh, Kongwo glanced down at the beasts. So now what I'm looking at? The things that are here, it seems like the players are protected by this thing, aka the Gaia system. Oh, Kongwo thought deeply and then asked the question, I want to know if I can digest it. A man's head covered in blood, next to a small piece of mirror. The player's special ability used gluttony. Oh, Kongwo breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter. Magic power began to radiate around Oh Kongwo's body. The amount of magic power he could use was still the most important thing. His magic power index had increased to 30. Oh Kongwo slammed his hand down and the magic power began to spread. Oh, the magic power had increased significantly compared to last time. Oh Kongwo extended his hand, not talking about the amount of magic power. Oh Kongwo raised his hand to the fire, so inside appeared an image of fire with a face like a beast. Oh Kongwo's face started to look arrogant. The quality of the current magic power is what I'm talking about. Oh Kongwo clenched his fist. I just need to level up again. The image of a man with a bloody head looking at the magic stone, looking forward to the third awakening. Oh Kongwo walked forward holding the small magic stone next to the dead man. I've hunted too much today, so the third awakening isn't far away. Oh Kongwo quietly left the forest. I'll continue a little more. 3 days later, in a building. Oh Kongwo is sitting and eating noodles. Oh Kongwo finished the bowl of noodles and then slammed it on the table and sobbed in praise. Kekyuk, today is still as delicious as ever. Sola, Sola, thank you Kongwo, today you also came to the gate to hunt again. Oh Kongwo wipes his mouth with his hand. That's right, I'll probably go back to dinner. Sola took the water bottle out of the thermos. Aren't you forcing yourself too much? You haven't had a break for a few days. Ha ha, I'm fine. Sola picked up the water bottle and poured it into a glass. Oh Kongwo asked Sola when her class would end. I think I'll finish in a few days. Sola continued, obviously starting today, we will hunt trolls to level up. Sola picked up the glass of water and stirred it. I didn't know if we did well, but I also wanted to wake up a second time soon. Oh Kongwo looked at Sola and said, I'm sure you will soon. Thank you. Around Sola's body shined. She smiled and said to Oh Kongwo, one more cup before you go, you must be tired from lack of sleep. Oh thank you, this is an angel. Sola put down the glass, suddenly remembered something. Ah, I forgot, I only remembered thanks to me learning about the gate. Sola asked Oh Kongwo, had he heard the news at the gate? Oh Kongwo answered in surprise, what news? Sola said, there are rumors that the player, Cow, is around there. Sola said Oh Kongwo might be a false rumor, but you should still be careful, Kongwo. Oh Kongwo put his hand on his chin and thought quietly, no, I looked around before going hunting, there were no witnesses, looking at the corpses. The beast surrounded by fire was extremely scary. Oh Kongwo thought again, it seems they were killed by lizard people. If the person in the rumor is me, then I don't have to worry much. The beast is surrounded by magic power, but I can't be sure. Oh Kongwo burning beasts, I should prepare for many situations and level up as quickly as possible. A notice board appears in front of Oh Kongwo, you have reached level 20, when you reach level 20 you will awaken for the third time, the third awakening has activated. Oh Kongwo suddenly, oh, magic, my magic has improved a lot since last time, but this time it's on a completely different level. Oh Kongwo put out his hand to try magic, well, let's see. Strong energy burst out from Oh Kongwo's hand, just like I thought. Oh Kongwo looked up at the source of his power and smiled. Each time he awakened, the seals of the countless demon gates weakened and the magic flowing out through the seals was weakened. Oh Kongwo's eyes glanced down. A magic stone inside the beast's mouth. A magic stone, should I take a look at it? The beast spat out the magic stone. The beast brought the magic stone closer to Oh Kongwo. Kongwo looked down and saw the system display. Stage 3 False Awakening attribute is Mana Craving. Demon attribute level A, means you can convert mana in magic stone into demonic power to absorb. Kongwo looked at the object in front and thought, how can I just look at a magic stone? The magic stone is being placed on something. When it first started, nothing happened. But a moment later the real ghost stone began to melt. Kongwo could feel that this abundant source of magic power was not bad at all, it had the same value of demon power as a monster. With this, he could double the speed of absorbing demonic power, although it was a bit of a disadvantage because he missed out on the money he got from selling magic stones. Well, I've earned quite a bit these past few days, for now, I have no reason to go to the Magic Stone Trading Center, Kongwo thought. Since we still have some time left, Kongwo wants to test this ability a bit more before returning home. Tying the shirt around Kongwo's waist, he thought, I should walk around in the forest a little more. Tilt your neck up to the sky and exhale. Kangwoo sat down. Kongwo's eyes were cold and scary. Activate the power of the sky to fly. When climbing high, Kongwo raised his arms. Now Kongwo noticed that he still hadn't met the lizard boss. Kongwo wanted to absorb a high-quality magic stone, but this dense forest limited his vision, making Kongwo unable to find it anywhere. I got bored with my tongue then sighed, I don't have enough demon power to use the power of observation. Just as he was about to land, Kongwo heard a familiar voice. Isn't that person whose mouth is full of blood and is grinding his teeth? Opposite, there was a person cursing, you bastard with developed limbs, you are really stiff and disgusting. The guy standing next to me added, this is something that suits his stupid mind, but he is actually more stubborn than I thought. Kongwo hid behind a tree and thought, what is going on? This is clearly something unusual. Suddenly, Kongwo saw a guy with a bloody face lying unconscious on the ground. Isn't that the person who was searching for the demon alone? And the person protecting the guy, Da-ee-so, was roaring, why? Why are you guys attacking my team members? The other two guys were angry and told him that screaming sounded too loud. What if he attracted the attention of that violent lizard man? Looking at the back of the tree, Kongwo thought, he knew he had been betrayed. Looks like those bastards are the rumored players who specialize in causing trouble. Just like I thought, that's not the real me. The red-haired guy held a weapon and rushed towards Da-ee-so, saying, shut up and do as we say. He quickly launched a blow, but I'm afraid he used his shield to block it. The blow was too strong and pushed him back. Da's face was angry and sweaty. The other two said to each other, this guy is really tough, is he really a stage 2 awakener, why is he so strong? I'm afraid this time I will roar strongly, I will not lose easily. Da-ee-so raised his shield and pressed it firmly against the ground to show his determination. It's not like you want, I'm afraid so continued. The other guy raised his voice, he must have been awakened with quite high attributes. The other guy continued, but even so, a person who hasn't even passed the 3rd awakening has no chance of beating these guys. I'm afraid my face grimaced and I frowned at them. The other guy made a fierce face and said, let's end this here. As he spoke, he stuck out his tongue and licked the weapon he was holding. The other accomplice reminded him, remember that we are not allowed to kill him. Yes, the other guy answered of course yes. Kongwo, who was hiding behind the bushes, was wondering, they couldn't kill him, what did they mean by that? Kongwo continued to hide behind the corner of the tree and observe them. Kongwo thought again, I just ran here because I was curious. But Kongwo thought about the last time he met Da-ee-so. Should I help him? Kongwo thought bitterly. Before I could think, one of the other two guys spoke up, remember to raise your shield again, this will hurt a bit. Wait a minute, Kongwo's eyes widened in surprise. That is, Kongwo thought. Kongwo jumped out in front of the other two, surprising them. Kongwo was surprised to see that the other guy had demonic power. He thought, how could these guys have that kind of thing? The other guy asked Kongwo, who are you, did you happen to pass by? The accomplice next to him exclaimed, ha, this bastard has bad luck. I'm afraid I felt very surprised at this moment. The other guy said, since you already know our faces, don't dream of being able to leave here safely. I'm afraid so. Asked, Mr. Kongwo. The guy opposite said, there's no reason to capture this guy alive. The accomplice next to him replied, yeah, that's obvious. We're already full to quota with those two. Hee hee, isn't that right? The other guy said and laughed a strange laugh. Okay, with that he took out his weapon. Then for the first time in a long time, he said as he rushed towards Kongwo. I'm afraid I panicked and reminded Kongwo, Mr. Kongwo, to run away. I should also be killed according to my wish, right? The other guy waved his weapon to hit Kongwo. Kongwo calmly gave the other guy a heavy blow. The other teammate's eyes widened in panic at what was happening. Kongwo's blow caused the other man to fall to the ground. His teammate angrily said, what are you doing? It wasn't me, something was strange. Before the other guy could finish his sentence, Kongwo hit him again. Kongwo hit him again in the face. I'm so confused by what's going on. Mr. Kongwo, I'm afraid so shouted. Meanwhile, Kong Wo kept hitting the other guy. When the other accomplice saw this, he immediately picked up his weapon and rushed over, cursing. Kong Wo just wrinkled his eyes in annoyance. That guy is about to rush towards Kong Wo. Then Kong Wo used the power of a destructive black hole to hit him, causing him to fly out and crash into a nearby tree. His face now showed pain that made the whites of his eyes pop out. His whole body fell to the ground. Kong Wo then called back to the name from earlier. His face was disfigured by Kong Wo's previous blows. Kong Wo grabbed his head and asked, "Let me ask you a question." He looked at him with murderous eyes. "Where did you get your demonic power?" When the other guy heard that, he was startled and trembling and asked, "How did you know about this son of a bitch?" Before he finished speaking, Kong Wo pushed his head down and buried his head on the ground. Kong Wo asked that guy, "Where did you get that magic power?" He replied, "You bastard, how did you know?" Before he could finish speaking, Kong Wo took his head and pressed it firmly to the ground. Kong Wo used a commanding tone to the other guy, "I'm the one asking, so obediently answer, I'll ask again." Kong Wo asked him where he got that magic power. The other guy whispered, "I couldn't say." Kong Wo said with a voice that wanted to devour him, "No, you don't want to tell me, right?" Having said that, Kong Wo used the power of terror and turned into a three-eyed horse, terrifying the other man. His body trembled, his face showed horror when facing that scary thing. He suddenly shed tears. He shouted and said, "President." The president. Before he could finish his sentence, his teammate intervened and told him to shut up. His teammates shouted loudly, "Shut up, Seo Taeho!" Screaming wildly, "Are you awake?" Kong Wo coldly called that name, "You." Kong Wo then used his strength to hit him, causing him to fly away. Kong Wo turned back and said to that guy, "Seo Taeho, so, you just said president." Kong Wo asked him what the name of that association was. Seo Taeho tremblingly replied, "Andros is the Andros Association." He knelt down and told Kong Wo, our president, organized a ceremony and gave me this power." Kong Wo asked again, "What ceremony, what ceremony?" Seo Tae trembled and wanted to avoid the question, that. Kong Wo grabbed Taeho's neck and ordered him, "You don't seem to have learned your lesson, tell me." Tae coughed in panic and screamed. Taeho people become nervous, whispering, "Ritualistic, and ritualistic." Then suddenly his mouth started to foam. Skin veins appear. Then his mouth spat out blood. Kong Wo stood there, his face full of horror. They must have installed a device that would kill the target if they talked about the ritual, Kong Wo thought. At this time, Daeso spoke up, "Sorry, are you Kong Wo, are you Oh Kong Wo?" Kong Wo replied, "That's right, I know, Oh Kong Wo I met before, I'm afraid so." Said. At this time Taehan, who was unconscious on the ground, has woken up. "What's going on?" Taehan said. "I'm afraid to ask, I woke up after Taehan." Taehan asked, "So, this is..." Uncle Jisoo quickly replied, "This is the player Oh Kong Wo who saved us." "I'm afraid to tell Kong Wo, but I thought you were at the E-level gate." Kong Wo replied that I was there to do a little errand. Uncle Jisoo held a card saying, "So you're not a new player, yeah, oh so that's why you need to think." "I'm afraid so." Shook Kong Wo's hand and smiled warmly, but Kong Wo just smiled faintly. "Anyway, thank you, if it weren't for you, we would have died because of those stupid crazy people." Daeso smiled and shook Kong Wo's hand. Taehan looked at the two of them shyly, scratching his head, and also thanked Kong Wo. "I'm afraid." Shu smiled and said, "But wow, I didn't expect we would meet like this, and you are also a high-level player, I will definitely repay the favor." Kong Wo smiled faintly, "Okay, thank you. I'm afraid I'll reach into my pocket to find something and keep talking, but those Andros bastards, their reputation isn't that great." Looking at the pictures of those guys dying miserably, Uncle Jisoo said, "But I didn't expect that they also had people using magic power." Uncle Jisoo picked up his phone and dialed, "I have to report this immediately, and warn the Hwarang Army about this." The Hwarang Army. Uncle Jisoo stared at his phone. They were a group of players under government control. If we told them that the Ardras Guild was using players to use magic power, they would investigate immediately. Kong Wo put his hand on his chin. Really?" Kong Wo spoke up, making Jisoo stop calling. "Jisoo, don't report what happened here right now, huh? You're planning to?" Oh Kong Wo crossed his arms and continued, "Ardras group, I will deal with them myself." Uncle Jisoo smiled lightly. Uncle Jisoo said to Kong Wo, making him bewildered, If you are the one who asked me then, I understand. Kongwo said, okay, first of all forget what happened here. Kongwo was stunned when he saw Uncle Tisu kneel down, huh? Uncle Tisu breathed a determined breath, I am Kong Tisu, I will listen to your orders, I will support your journey, make the Ardras group pay for what they have done. Kongwo was stunned after hearing that. What, personally punish their bad deeds? That man is hanging upside down, what are you doing, what is he saying? Uncle Tisu breathed a determined breath, heroism only exists in movies, absolutely not, I like it very much, I like movies too, well. Uncle Tisu slammed his hand on the ground, I am Kong Tisu, I have fallen into prison because of your heroism. Uncle Tisu knelt down like a true guard, I have to repay you, I want to join this journey with you and repay you along the way. Kongwo was stunned, what? Looking at Uncle Tisu's face, Kongwo said, he is just like Balak. The man bowed his head to thank Kongwo, me, I want to thank you too, I know I'm just doing DAC deck right now. The man who was hung upside down from the tree by Kongwo spoke up, but I will definitely find a way to repay him, Mr. Kongwo, do DAC Deka. Kongwo thought to himself, it means, those robbers should shut their mouths and wrap themselves in bandages, those robbers are famous for not being good at dealing damage and blocking attacks, this term was created because they won't let us join other teams, is that what you think it means? The man's tears flowed, this was our fate. The short guy below placed his hand on the other guy's body and said affirmatively, if we want to repay him, then why don't we form a team now, for whose benefit is this? The other guy put his hand to his chest, tears welling up in his eyes. The other guy held his hand tightly and said in a low voice, I was really grateful. The short guy looked over at the other side, but now I can't do anything, I've been defeated and become a big burden to Mr. Tisu. The little guy shouted loudly, I want to become stronger so I can help you too, see you again. The two of them talked and Kongwo was bored, his attitude was truly chivalrous, his courage to be willing to practice more to repay others was truly admirable, these guys have lost their minds. The other guy bowed his head to say goodbye, Kongwo and the other guy waved, so I'm leaving, ah is that so? Kongwo glanced tiredly, it's good that someone knows me something. The fat guy said to Kongwo, take care, the problem now is what should I do with this bastard? Kongwo asked Tisu, Uncle Tisu, yes Mr. Kongwo, what level are you? Tisu gently replied that I was level 12, I had just awakened for the second time not long ago. Kongwo asked again, what level was his initial skill? Tisu just gently replied, my special ability in my first awakening was C level so I leveled it up by hunting. Kongwo raised his hand to hold it in admiration, oh ho, so what is the special ability level in the second awakening? The man put his hands on his hips and said loudly, ha-hoo, the special ability in my second awakening was A level, oh, this bastard has more potential than I thought. Kongwo asked the uncle again, so why don't you join the guild? You can join any guild as you like, I'm quite confused about which guild I should join. TSK but now I don't need to join the guild anymore, Kongwo it's hard to understand. The uncle clenched his fists, his muscles bulging, shouting loudly, I, a real man Kong Tisu. Uncle Tisu pointed at himself and decided to follow Kongwo. Uncle Tisu laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, that's good. Kongwo looked at Uncle Tisu and judged that the player who received a high level for the second awakening would be able to possess stronger abilities in the third and fourth times. Kongwo suddenly thought of Sola, thinking about it, Sola will soon awaken a second time, from now on I will admit you. Uncle Tisu happily shouted, oh, thank you Kongwo. Uncle Tisu took out his phone and said to Kongwo, give me your contact number, if you need help I will come right away. Kongwo picked up two phones and dialed, okay, actually I also have a favor to ask, oh. Uncle Tisu's eyes lit up, just say it, Kongwo, get away, you're making me feel tired. Kongwo gave the phone back to Uncle Tisu, in the next few days, my acquaintance will complete basic training, I want you to form a team with that person and level up together. Uncle Tisu happily pressed the phone, may I know that person's profession? Her profession is a healer, so I'm very happy to join that person. Uncle Tisu's phone has Kongwo's contact number, the damage dealer is quite easy to meet so I will try to create a strong team, good then I will contact you later, now you go to the Andras Guild. Kongwo looked at the other side and thought to herself. The man was hung upside down with his face covered in injuries. He was brought down, slowly opened his eyes, awake. Kook. Oh Kong-wo grabbed Kook's neck. I have something to ask you, you better not lie. Oh Kong-wo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you understand, then nod and see. Oh Kong-wo let go. Good. Oh Kong-wo stood up. Kook went down. Uncle Tisu slowly glanced. What's your name? I'm Kang Chalho. Oh Kong-wo slowly looked down. Good Chalho, not long ago. You said you need to capture the player alive and bring him back, right? Chalho shook his head. I don't remember. Oh Kong-wo kicked him in the face. He was kicked away. Kook. Oh Kong-wo put his hand on Chalho's face full of wounds. What now? Remember. Oh Kong-wo grabbed Chalho's head. He stood up and said loudly, the reason for capturing them alive was because he wanted the people to be sacrificed. Chalho trembled. Sacrificed. Kong-wo's eyes were quiet. Oh Kong-wo blow him away. There are more crazy guys than I thought. Oh Kong-wo put his hand on his chin, remembering that bastard Taehan said the same thing. Oh Kong-wo smiled. Oh Kong-wo covered Chalho's mouth. Kong-wo's eyes and face suddenly turned cruel. Chalho, me. Those eyes are sharp again. I have something to ask of you. Receiving Kang-woo's orders, Kang Chalho, covered in injuries, dragged a giant suitcase into the dark, damp slum. Suddenly a light shined towards him, a strong voice rang out. He stopped. The other guy was muscular and full of armor and approached to question him. He was Kang Chalho. Chalho immediately replied, it was me. With white hair he continued asking, did you and Taeho go hunting for sacrifices together? So why did it take so long for you guys? Before you could even finish asking, he turned to Chalho's bruised, pale, trembling, scared face. He wondered, Go, what's wrong with your face? Weren't you just here? Just a D-level gate to hunt offerings, but where is Taeho? Chalho trembled and replied in an embarrassed voice, Taeho is dead. The white-haired man frowned angrily. What? He then unpleasantly denied, just take this offering and go for him. White-haired asked, Taeho died in a D-class dungeon, you think I believe it? After handing over the heavy suitcase to him, Chalho was confused. Yes, that's what happened. White-haired grumpy, what the hell is that? What do you mean by that? Chalho tightly grasped the handle of the suitcase, his voice serious. Among them, there was a high-level player. He was scared and dodged. That's how it was. Yes, it was thanks to Taeho that I was able to reluctantly defeat that bastard. White-haired opened the suitcase and confirmed. At this moment Kang-woo was stiff in the trunk, covered in blood. Chalho reported, I brought that bastard here as a sacrifice. Hearing that aroused his suspicions. Still breathing. He placed his hand close to Kang-woo's neck, checking his body condition, complimenting him. This condition is not bad. Right after that, White-hair used his hand to check Chalho's pulse. He was suspicious, but he was a bit strange. Chalho denied it. Taeho died, so. My feelings were a bit complicated. At the same time, White-hair was meticulously refastening the suitcase. He said sarcastically, what the hell is complicated? The fewer people the better. He smiled, because you have submitted the sacrifice, we will also receive divine grace, and because Taeho is dead, all the magic power belongs to you. Chalho stared at the suitcase in fear. The white-hair asked, oh my god, does that mean this time, he didn't use even a little bit of that strength? Being told that he was heartbroken, Chalho pursed his lips tightly. Being overwhelmed, he continued to attack. Wow, this bastard Kang Chalho, KKK, did you kill Taeho yourself, perhaps because you wanted to take all the good things? Chalho has a habit of being startled, leaving with an angry face, constantly cursing. Shut up, you take the sacrifice and do whatever you want, I'm leaving. The white-haired guy behind achieved his goal, he laughed happily. Chalho hurriedly ran forward, the other guy was shocked. Huh? Hey, where are you going? The white-haired guy was confused. What was wrong with that bastard? It was really because Taeho died that he was so upset. At this moment, Chalho was running for his life, his face pale, terrified. White-hair opened the door, carefully pulled the suitcase inside, disappointed. It seemed he was more emotional than I thought. The scene changes to a closed room deep underground. The place is crowded with people, all of them wearing strange black robes. Everyone respectfully bows their heads. Suddenly a man in black walks from outside. Come in, dragging a big suitcase with you. He bowed his head respectfully and said, the president. The leader angrily shouted, you are late. He shyly replied, oh yes. He added that the other guys said they were blocked by a high-ranking player, and Seo Teho also died in battle. Hearing that, the leader was upset and even sacrificed. The white-haired guy held up the suitcase. Right here. The leader couldn't wait any longer, quickly urged, "Bring it here quickly, I don't have much time left." He then obediently opened the lock. "Yes sir." At the sight of Whitehair carrying Kang Woo and offering him up on the altar, the crowd below cheered excitedly. The immortality of Great Andros, the prayer of Great Andros, the power of Great Andros. The leader was delighted, thinking to himself, everything went according to plan. The Whitehair now submitted to his solemnity. "Please Supreme Lord." He was proud. It had been almost a year since he had transformed. At this time, the ceremony was about to take place. The crowd was in a commotion. "Please Supreme Lord, please give us your wonderful power." The proud leader, the number of his followers, has been steadily increasing. Just being a player, the chants are getting louder and louder. "Oh great Lord Andros, please give us your strength." Of course they will all yearn for great power. The foolish people will be blinded, constantly praising the power to control the whole world. "O great God of fire." The leader took off the mask to reveal a hideous face, covered in scars. His eyes were even more terrifying, filled with blood streaks. He laughed savagely, "And I could satisfy my hunger, them with magic power," he ordered. "Now let's begin the ceremony." He shouted loudly, "Prepare the magic stone." The people obeyed, praised Great Andros. The evil man stared intently at the pile of magical stones in the chest, full of ambition and lust for this power. He smiled sarcastically, "The more they crave it, the more my body, my heart and this power will become more and more demonized. At this rate, I will become a true devil." The leader asked, "Whose turn was it to receive favors today?" Whitehair bowed respectfully. Originally it was Kang Chulho, but he refused to participate in today's ceremony. That guy was puzzled. "So what?" he said sadly. "It seems like no one will be blessed today." The crowd was extremely confused when they heard that. "What, then?" Suddenly, the leader slammed his stick on the floor, his voice serious, silent. He continued, "If you want to be blessed, bring sacrifices and magic stones here. Those who do not try to work do not deserve to be blessed." They said in unison, "Yes, besides that." The leader gave the order, "But without my guidance, you wouldn't have even had the chance to grant me grace." He smiled evilly, "If so, these ownerless sacrifices would belong to me." He raised his stick high, shouted loudly, starting the ceremony. The crowd immediately knelt down, bowed their heads to the ground. "Yes sir." The magic stones began to shatter, emitting a huge stream of magic. The leader gradually transformed and absorbed them. He proudly looked at the pile of magic stones. "With these magic stones, I will be able to grant favors a few more times." He is happy. "Very good, so I will become stronger and stronger." By absorbing magic power, he stared at the giant crack in the ceiling. The crack spilled out a huge amount of magic. He secretly admired the source of power, pouring out through this crack. The leader was so drunk, his eyes rolled back. Ah, the great power of magic, he really wanted to absorb it right away. Suddenly he stopped, longing to touch Kang Woo's body. He was worried, but absorbing it like that was too dangerous. If absorbed without an intermediary, there would only be one way to die. But the leader looked at Kang Woo, who was trembling in pain and was filled with satisfaction. "If I let these sacrifices absorb magic until they die, and then absorb the blood of those corpses." He smiled foolishly, pouring all the magic into Kang Woo's body. He wanted to be able to absorb pure magic. "Like this, the magic will swallow you up, causing you to die, please." Suddenly, the leader was stunned, suddenly thinking, "Oh, he took it quite well. Is his awakening ability A level or something?" He was ecstatic. The longer they lasted, the more magic they absorbed. He inhaled desire, this feeling, 5 times. No, he suddenly looked at Kang Woo, guessing, 10 times, 15 times. The leader thought to himself, "This bastard, what an unbelievably strong sacrifice. The amount of magic power he is absorbing, the amount of magic power I will absorb is increasing day by day." He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, open your eyes and scream pitifully." The evil guy counted the amount of magic power absorbed by Kang Woo, 17 times, 20 times, 30, 40 times. By the 50th time, he froze. The leader was confused. Why did he keep increasing non-stop? He was stunned and looked at all the magic power being sucked away by our main house, and he shouted loudly, "Wait!" Every wave of intense magic power that was wiggling was sucked out, causing him to scream out loud, "Stop, stop! Seeing that their great Andros suddenly went to pray for someone who was being sacrificed, everyone paused a bit without expecting it, but he continued to shout loudly, "I told you to stop, please, please stop." At this moment, blue veins appeared on his face, and he continued to shout loudly, "Do not." But the magic power was finally drained by him, in front of everyone during the sacrifice ceremony. He sat down on the ground in despair. Everything he had worked so hard to build over the past year seemed like today had gone down the drain. Ah. He angrily scratched his hands on the ground. His trembling hands could prove how angry he was. He still couldn't believe this was true. "No, it's impossible, it's impossible." Suddenly he sat up, startling him. He suddenly said, "Wow, the parameters increased by 20 points in one shot." He was so scared that he couldn't believe that he was still alive and thought to himself, "What?" Then hesitantly said, "How could that be?" Before he could finish his sentence, he lost his words. "Hey, what kind of ritual is this? Can you do it again for me?" His face was now grinning as if he really enjoyed this ritual. Then he smiled very friendly at him and revealed his sharp teeth. He said cheerfully, Just one more time." He got angry and said, No, that's impossible." He shouted loudly, scaring the people in the ceremony, "Or not." He bared his sharp teeth threateningly. Suddenly he came to Kang Wu with amazing speed, using fire magic in his hand to approach him, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Bastard." He didn't say much and easily dodged his attack. That attack rushed towards the ceremonial table and then made a loud bang. A loud explosion sounded far away, scaring everyone around. He smiled faintly, showing interest in his strength. "Oh, that's not bad either." At this time, he continued to use half-attack magic towards him. His face was so angry that his veins popped out. He quickly used his foot to kick the fireball away. A huge explosion caused the fireball to disappear into nothingness. Just like that, each fireball was destroyed by him. When the last ball rushed towards him, the result was no different from the previous times. Suddenly he stopped for a second and looked ahead at where he was standing. "The image of our main character wearing a set of magical armor makes me feel that he is really cool," he exclaimed in surprise. "Magic power," he said with a look of enjoyment. Having magic power recognized is really convenient. He gritted his teeth bitterly. He shouted loudly, "Why are you standing there? Why don't you attack him?" Having said that, the crowd below the ceremony took up arms and rushed towards Kang Wu. The first guy arrived, and as soon as the scene of the fight broke out, the sacrifice area was destroyed. He rushed towards you. That guy rushed towards him. He also prepared himself to fight with a sword. As soon as he approached, one of his sword strokes caused him to lose a hand. He lost an arm and didn't even have time to see his moves. Having finished his work, it was time to clean up the body. He kicked the armless man from below straight into the crowd of people who were rushing towards him one after another. He stepped down and bumped into President Jo Deo-kyun. He also killed the one-armed man by stabbing him in the right arm. That guy was stabbed a few times by him. His eyes and nose turned wide and he screamed in pain. The cold eyes were like a warning to him, "Stay away, you piece of trash." Jo Deo-kyun fell hard to the ground. The crowd screamed loudly when they saw this. "President, if it's President Jo Deo-kyun." Seeing his subordinate being beaten like that, the veiny-faced man smiled as if he had won a harvest, continued to show off his white teeth and spoke, "Look here." He created a fireball in his hand and laughed loudly. "The fire has the ability to destroy the original life itself, the power of hell." He raised his eyes and took a look. Then I turned away and laughed so hard I couldn't help it. He was still so busy explaining that he didn't realize he was laughing in his face. "Although I don't know how you use magic power. But people are far from defeating power." Before he could finish his sentence, he was left speechless by the scene before him. He created a fireball even bigger than him. He stood there and spoke. "Why might that be?" he exclaimed in fear. "What is this?" A huge ball of fire was standing right in front of him. "No, here, it's absurd." He trembled in fear when he saw his giant fireball. His friendly face once again appeared in front of him. He thought to himself, that such a thing exists is truly absurd. It seems impossible to defeat him. His hands trembled as if he wanted to do something. But thinking about it again, he grabbed the hand holding the ball, causing the ball to disappear before his eyes. He quickly knelt down at his feet, surprising him as well as everyone around him. He asked with a serious face, "What are you doing while you're at peace?" He bowed his head and shouted loudly, "This is the identity of the great Andros." It made him so surprised that he was stupid. "Huh, He clasped his hands in front of him and said, I have been patiently waiting for you to come to Earth for so long. He is our king, our god, and the embodiment of salvation. Everyone else in the hall was also stunned. He continued, a famous king who will rule over this entire world. He clasped his hands and smiled, then spoke to his subordinates below. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and bow. Seeing everyone around him kneeling at his feet, he quickly used the power of the sky. A pair of purple wings appeared behind him, helping him fly like a god. He thought to himself, should I act along? His face now looks like he wants to obey you. He also quickly performed a play with him. Kua ha ha ha, you finally realize that this is me. Our main was acting too deep right now. In the end it turned out that his face looked exactly like the face of a screaming, bloodthirsty demon. I am the great Andros you mentioned. He smiled like a good season. He said loudly, King of Fire, Lord of Hell, and King of Demons. He also cooperated very well and immediately put his head on his feet and said, Ah, King of all demons, I would like to meet the great King of Fire. He took the opportunity now and asked to talk to him privately. That's right, tell all your subordinates to go away, I want to talk to you privately. His face showed amusement as he told him to send all his subordinates away. He said proudly, that's right, kick your subordinates out, I have something to discuss with you. At that time, there were only 2 people left inside. He sat on the sacrificial table, holding a drum in one hand and a stick in the other, tilting his head and asking, what's your name? He knelt at his feet and answered in fear, I'm Cho Theo-chan. He continued, okay, Cho Deo-kaun, let me ask you something. He also obediently answered, yes, please ask, Great Demon Andros. He looked at him with indifferent eyes and said, hey, stop it. He didn't dare look at him, he only dared to look away as if avoiding something. He continued, you already know I'm not Andros. At this moment, he looked straight at him but his voice was a bit shy and asked, so who are you? He angrily grabbed his shirt and shouted loudly, shut up. He pressed his face close to him and spoke in a threatening voice, causing him to tremble and retreat backwards. I don't want to hear any questions, you are only allowed to answer what I ask, understand? He fearfully replied yes, yes. He glared at him and asked, these things, how can you do it? He continued asking, how did you learn how to create cracks with magic from magic stones? His body began to tremble because he was scared to death of his strength. He recounted, I learned to create cracks after listening to the sermon. He doubted the name and said, preacher. He continued talking, that's right, one day a man wearing a devil mask approached me, and said that I would be able to achieve eternal life if I followed devilism. He let go of his collar, then he pressed his head hard to the ground. Outside, I could still hear the sound of Mr. Cho hitting his head, it was so loud. He continued, you bastard, how can you agree to a stranger's words when you don't know what they are? Even though it was very painful, Cho Theo-chan still tried to raise her head and explain, that's because, he's too strong. He continued, in just a blink of an eye, he overwhelmed my guild. According to what he had just said, a scene suddenly appeared. A young man wearing a mask personally handled each of Cho Deo-kun's subordinates, and then threatened him with his strength. The guy wearing the devil mask used only one hand to strangle him. He continued, and told us we had to choose between doing what he said and dying. He recounted the scene of himself being tortured by the masked man to the point where tears, snot, and nose flowed down his face and his face turned pale. We have no other choice, we must accept the preacher and follow his orders. Seeing him talk so enthusiastically, he immediately asked him a question, so, where is that masked bastard now? Hearing him ask that, he panicked and shook his head frantically to explain, I really don't know anything, since that day I no longer see him, we receive orders by mail. Before he could finish his sentence, he pointed the stick at his face and pushed his head. He asked, but why do people risk their lives to follow orders like that? He continued to make excuses, that's because he's too strong. He looked at him and sighed, thinking, it's so obvious, it was forced from the beginning. Holding the stick in his hand he thought, but under the sweet temptation of the devil's power, he himself started those rituals long ago. He touched his chin thoughtfully and looked toward the distant sky, continuing to reason in his mind, who could that guy be? He pondered and his expression became unsightly, knowing there was an omen, the demon sect. It seems like it's not a recognized sect yet, but those bastards know how to drive people crazy. He also emphasized that it cannot be taken lightly. He looked at Deo-kun with friendly eyes and gave instructions, that letter contains orders, give it to me. He quickly received the order, yes. He obediently handed the demon mask's order letter to him with both hands. Here, after he gave it to him, he received it back, but after receiving it, he suddenly exclaimed, "What, there's only one?" Chodeo Kyun spoke softly as if wanting to please him. "That's right." He also nodded and said, "Okay, is that so?" Kang-woo slowly peeled off the letter in his hand, not forgetting to mutter, "Let's see." In that letter it was written, "Accept demonic powers and become a demon and recruit as many players as possible." At this moment, his face was no longer as happy as before when he held that letter, but in addition there was an indignation in his heart, his hand holding the paper tightly as if he wanted to tear it into 100 pieces. Holding the letter in his hand, the content inside was written, "Accept demonic powers and become a demon, and recruit as many players as possible. It's all for the goal of turning this world into hell, and letting the great demon god reincarnate on this land." After a moment of silence, he called out to him, "Chodeo-kyun." He quickly asked the next question, "Are you the only one who knows how to preach?" He hesitated for a moment then replied, "I'm not sure, I haven't met anyone else yet." Hearing his answer, he stood up from the sacrificial table and walked towards him. "Is that so?" He kept thinking to himself, "This bastard is not alone, unless they are idiots, there is no way they could carry out this plan and put their trust in Chodeo-kyun alone." He continued to speculate, in particular, this is their plan to increase their force. He walked over and picked up his collar and said, "Hey!" His scary face with blood-red eyes made me cry, "Let alone Mr. Cho." He warned harshly, "These bastards, they dare to turn this place into hell. Your strength is like the face of a three-eyed demon appearing on your body," you warn him. "I will tell you 3 things, listen here. First, let's investigate the demon cult." He grabbed his collar and carried him up to continue speaking. "Second, never do these rituals again. Third, keep what happened between us private." At this time, Chodeo Kyun was so scared that tears flowed down like rain. He shouted, "Shut up!" carefully, tears streaming down his face. He said yes continuously, and he gently shot out a sentence, "Now go away." He quickly rushed forward without daring to turn back, looking at the figure of Deo Kyun running and thinking, even if I stop these acts from happening again, the trouble caused by the Endrin Guild is enough. He looked back at the piece of paper in his hand and thought, this isn't the first time they've used these guys as sacrifices. The scene that appeared in his mind was that every government was chasing him everywhere, at all times. He said, "The government forces are now paying more attention, they will arrest me as soon as they start investigating the actions of the demon cult." He looked towards Chodeo Kyun running, he held the stick in his hand and broke it in two. He thought to himself, but it was worth investigating these guys. I used the power of fear, so I couldn't let any information leak out. As soon as they set their sights, I will retreat. After breaking the stick, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly lamented, "Today was harder than I thought. Time to rest." At this moment, he returned home with a face as radiant as a flower, no longer as scary as he had just been at the mission station. He smiled and called someone's name. Seo shouted, "I'm home." Suddenly, from inside the house, a loud voice called Kang-woo. A girl with a worried face ran up to him, causing him to look up and ask, "Yeah, what's up?" The girl named Seo took the phone to him and asked, "This is the question I have to ask you. You entered the gate a long time ago and still haven't contacted me at all." He quickly opened his phone to see that there were 22 missed calls that she called him. She continued, "Don't even answer the phone anymore. I just know how to say it so I don't feel embarrassed." Oh my god. Kong laughed and scratched his head to tell her not to worry. "I'm sorry, something unexpected happened. I'm okay." At this point, Seo breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I was so worried that something bad would happen to you." He looked at her with gentle eyes and said, "Thank you for worrying about me." He continued, "I will definitely contact you next time." When Seo heard these words, her face turned as red as a tomato. She was already excited but still shy. She said shyly, "I'll wait." She turned to look at him and said, "Since you're home now, I have to go make dinner. Kong, do you want it?" Before he could finish his sentence, his face lit up like he saw gold, and he quickly answered, "Kimchi soup, of course." She happily smiled and said, Okay." She smiled gently and turned to smile and talk to him. "Well, I knew you would want to eat kimchi soup. I'm stewing kimchi with meat." His eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Oh." He cried tears of joy when she heard her say that. He clasped his hands and said, "Every night you cook a delicious meal for me. Thank you very much." She happily answered him, "It's nothing." Seo put on her apron and looked very pretty, so she immediately told him what she did today. "While hunting today, I had my second awakening. It's time for me to repay you, Kang-woo." He asked bewilderedly, "Huh? You woke up a second time?" She confidently told him, he, listen, Kang-woo. She happily jumped up cutely, showing him her achievements. As that B rank, I received the special ability called Blessing of Light with this second awakening. He clapped to celebrate with her. Oh. Seo happily thought to herself, at this rate, if we team up with Tae-soo, we'll be great. A fake healer with a high-level special ability and Dan-kur, if these two combine together, we will definitely be much stronger than other teams. Kang-woo saw Seo-la smiling so brightly and was happy for her, so he also asked her about the guild. Seo-la, has any guild invited you yet? She replied, that's a lot. He continued asking, so which guild are you planning to join? She shyly replied, I actually have no intention of joining any guild. Seo-la returned to the kitchen to look at the kimchi pot and continued, instead, I want to help you, Kang-woo. Seeing her so thoughtful, he thought to himself, she really is an angel. But looking towards her who was tasting the kimchi soup, he spoke softly, it's true that you have awakened with a high-level special ability, Seo-la, but I don't think you should join me. She felt sad when she saw him say that. He continued from behind, to be clear, you won't be able to help me at all right now, Seo-la. Seo-la wanted to say something but hesitated for a while. I got it. Kang-woo looked sad at her. He didn't know what to say, he could only sit and look at her in silence. He took off his coat and hung it on the back seat. He was helpless, shaking his head and thinking, maybe later, but not now. The image of Kang-woo being as strong as dozens of demons combined, he sat silently thinking, I would be much stronger than people of the same level. If I formed a team now, I won't gain much experience or participate in many battles. The scene of Tae-soo and Seo-la, one holding a shield and the other holding a sword, is so cute. He continued to think to himself, to train yourself properly, you need to invite people of the same level. He gently tapped his hand on the table and said softly to her, I know Dan-kur has A-level special abilities, I think you should team up with that Dan-kur now, and level up while gaining combat experience, this is what is important to her. Although she was very sad, she still answered him, okay, he continued, when she gathers enough experience. He continued, we can form a team and try to enter the higher level gate branch. Hearing him say that, she immediately brightened up and turned to look at him. Ah. Seo-la looked at him and smiled brightly, okay, I'll team up with Dan-kur you said, Kang-woo. Kang-woo continued, both of you have high-level abilities, so both of you will be able to level up quickly. She happily said, yes, I want to level up quickly to join you, Kang-woo. At this time, the pot of kimchi soup was steaming, but the two people were still talking happily. He continued, it won't be long now. Until then, I will support you whenever you need it. He chuckled smugly when he heard her thank you. Hoo. Thank you Kang-woo. He thought to himself, that's right, this is investment. He sat and thought for a while, so when will I level up Seo-la and Tae-soo? While he was thinking, she brought kimchi soup to the table and called him, here, the kimchi soup is done. His favorite dish was finally out of the oven, his expectant eyes could see how much he enjoyed eating it. Oh. The kimchi soup spread before his eyes was a giant floating kimchi with meat. This Australian guy's heart is like, kimchi soup. He quickly picked up the spoon and spoke, so, thank you for the meal. She picked up another pot and said, oh, wait, Kang-woo, eat the same thing today. He looked up curiously. Seeing the object inside the pan, his pupils shrank. Here, this is. Each strand of golden noodles is put into the hot pot of kimchi soup, instant noodles. At this moment, the kimchi soup pot was officially released. In his eyes, there was only one thing, the shimmering kimchi pot. He gently approached the plate, mentally threatening the demon-sect guys. He silently cursed, devil teaching. He picked up the plate and cursed, these bastards. Oh my god, why should I pick up some noodles for you? Your face is so tense. Kang-woo continued to curse silently. I don't know who you are, but I will protect this world, along with my noodles, and save this world with my kimchi soup, no matter what happens. The next morning, at the player support center, looking down from above, you can see everyone below like ants following each other. Suddenly someone sounded from the building, the C-rank player card will be sent tomorrow. Inside the building, he stood in front of the reception desk and talked to the receptionist. Today is always bad huh? The receptionist answered, yes. Your Class C card is very meticulously made, so it's difficult to get it early. The receptionist continued, from C rank, magic has been identified and cards must be added, so it cannot be given immediately, when issued a CC class card. After finishing work, he walked out of the building. While walking out he began to lament. Sayula said it would take about a day, but it was still inconvenient. He let out a sigh. Stepping out of the building, he thought to himself, now I realize that since returning to Earth, I haven't had a single day of rest. It's really tiring. I can't do anything to the devils either. The road is getting busier and busier, people are walking and talking, others are going to school. He continued to think, I should take this opportunity to rest. But he hesitated for a moment and then wondered, what should I do during my break? He pulled out his phone and looked at it, lamenting, before I was dragged to hell, I didn't have much money. He walked and dialed the phone, without thinking, if I killed time by going to the Hot Comics Museum to read comics, when I see comics on the web, I'm speechless and don't know what to say. Turn off the phone, he thought, stop doing those things. He raised his eyes to the sky, determined to speak, I would do things differently 10,000 years ago, I worked hard to return to Earth, I have to enjoy it. Suddenly his eyes lit up, he glanced left and right, let's see, his eyes hit the PC store, Entering Nega PC Zone, he couldn't stop his curiosity. Just wander around and explore, he thought to himself, it looks really strange, this is a cyber game, hee, the chair is so comfortable. Suddenly his face was so hungry that she was salivating, he thought, oh, what is this, you can always order food, turns out, it was the internet cafe's ready-to-eat food to serve hungry gamers, he said dreamily, is this heaven? He quickly chose a bowl of noodles with an egg and said, very good, people say eating noodles at net restaurant is the best. When it came to the online game screen, while he was choosing a game to give, his mouth couldn't stop talking, as for games, I have to play the most famous game, looks like there's an event going on. His expression right now must be called gloomy, frowning, touching his chin in contemplation, support, block attacks, have to meet a team of 5 people with different roles, almost exactly like in real life. When it was time to choose a character, he immediately chose that fox wearing an explorer's hat. It seemed like he couldn't say anything so he just kept thinking and pondering, he continued to think, so my role will be, the one who kills the enemy in a flash, and the person who causes chaos in the battle can also destroy the game. Finally he said, very well, I choose you. The system speaks, the game begins, welcome to League of Legends. He was stunned by the game's ostentation, oh, so this is how we play. The game scene appears, he uses a fox character wearing a hat to shoot monsters in the game, oh, I get gold every time I kill a monster. At that time, he was only engrossed in fighting monsters and did not notice that behind him, a man wearing glasses was confused as to why he appeared here. At this moment, his expression was like crying, looking at him thinking, newbie the fox's face was stunned, staring blankly at the guy behind him. Suddenly, his teammate's bulletin board was filled with messages, the account's name was the message screen, it's real replied, what the hell are you doing, why is AD so strange, grandpa, oh my gosh, crazy. Inside the game, it was really chaotic, but he still calmly studied the game and didn't forget to order noodles, he just smiled faintly and thought to himself, I should teach them a lesson. The shop owner brought the noodles to the table and said, my egg and shrimp noodles are ready. The bowl of noodles was brought out, he was still attentively looking at the chat and talking to the waiter, oh yes, leave it there. The waiter also enthusiastically gave him a bowl of noodles without forgetting to wish him a good meal. Yes, please, the character wearing glasses angrily shouted in the chat, why are you suddenly standing still, seriously, why the hell do you keep doing such nonsense, hey you idiot, move. Ignoring what was said in the chat, he sat down to enjoy the delicious noodles that had just been served, hot as he blew and ate, it was so satisfying, he sat and sipped the noodles and didn't forget to praise how delicious they were, the noodles were really fragrant, the chat continuously echoed with curses, you bastard, is that true, this idiot, you made me die unjustly. He sat chilling, sipping noodles, reading the curses of its real account, he thought for a moment and then complimented, kindly, it was delicious, he continued to curse, my team is done, what are you doing Lin Timu, I'll carry you back, please don't offk, please match my rank. Next, he picked up a piece of pickled cabbage and said, what about pickled radish, suddenly he stopped, the chat was still pouring out words, then it stopped, please'n, mom, this Timu son of a bitch is dead, fuck you, you picked my AD picture offk, you bastard, I denounce you. Turns out he stopped, because that pickled tapioca dish was so delicious, wow, so delicious, his face brightened, His cheeks puffed up, and his eyes sparkled even more. "Wow, I didn't expect you to have a cute cheese stick day like this, Kang-woo," he thought to himself. Radishes with instant noodles, what a perfect combo. I sit and enjoy every single thing, such as playing this game, eating noodles, and the indispensable thing that goes with noodles is strawberry sting, right? He continued thinking, next time I will eat more strawberry sting water to quench your thirst, it's heaven. Suddenly the ah sound came from the game, only then did he notice them. In the game, the young man wearing glasses is killed and right after that the screen appears again. "You are dead." He was confused and surprised. "Ah, what's going on? I'm dead." While he was confused and didn't understand what was going on, a loud scream made him startled and almost choked on his water. "Timo, you son of a bitch." He turned his eyes to look at the French direction and let out a curse. The curse was still crisp and cursing. "This bitch suddenly appeared when I was about to reach bronze rank 4, in my heart right now, like, wow, who did what to you, who's teasing you?" He turned to look outside and said, "Hey, who screams like that?" Suddenly the red-haired girl at the next table stood up and asked, "Who are you?" It turned out to be a rough girl who easily got angry. She probably just lost a game so she was still bitter and wanted to throw all that anger at him. "What are you looking at? I'm in a bad mood, look the other way." Then she noticed the game he just played and said in surprise, "Huh, what is this?" She slowly walked closer to him, and he followed her every step, she said, coincidentally. He turned to her to hear her words, not knowing if this was luck or unlucky. At this moment the two of them faced each other. He didn't say anything so she continued, "Wow, you even ate instant egg noodles in the middle of the match, really?" She looked like a gangster, her face dark and threatening him. "While I'm still nice, go away, you son of a bitch." Still not able to figure out the seriousness of this, he calmly asked her back, "What are you talking about, who are you?" "You seem to be mad right now," said the fox. "What?" Unable to stand him anymore, she immediately swung her fist at him, not forgetting to curse, "What do you mean, you fucking game breaker?" But he dodged that attack. She paused, it seemed like she had just seen the first person to escape her punch so she was a little incredulous. "Huh?" He held out his hand and said, "Why are you suddenly attacking me? Stop bullying innocent people, you're lying, you just broke the game and now you don't admit it, why?" Another attack came, he gasped in surprise but was lucky to avoid it. "If not, my face would be swollen by now." She couldn't punch him, so she punched him continuously, but he still gently dodged them all. He looked at her with indifferent eyes, unable to help but think, "This bastard, what's wrong?" Her face now looked like a demon covered in human skin, jumping up and preparing to welcome him that night. A powerful source of spiritual energy shot towards him. He gently turned his chair away. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to him, she continuously threw lightning-fast punches at him. At this moment he jumped out of his chair and stood in front of her. The spiritual energy between the two of them at that time was very strong, covering the entire PC room. She rushed forward to catch him. Lightning-fast hands rushed towards him, and he frowned in discomfort. "It's over, girl, once my husband gets upset, you'll know for sure." She still didn't know the danger was coming and still looked at him with the eyes of a tiger reporting a weasel. She thought she had caught his shirt then immediately gave up her vigilance. It seemed like she was too contemptuous of her enemy. She grabbed it and didn't let go. Her posture was like she was practicing martial arts. Looking up, she saw that she couldn't catch him. Her face darkened as she spoke. "You!" She shouted loudly. "Who are you? Were you sent by the Mir Guild?" Criticizing on Chu asked who you are. "Did the Mia group send you?" "Mr. Kang Yu thinks the Mia Association is one of the top 5 associations. He says I don't know what you are talking about, I don't belong to any association." Criticizing on Chu, he clenched his fist and said, "How dare you lie to me, a person like you doesn't belong to any association." "Mr. Kang Yu asked if I should be in the association, so which association do you belong to?" She pointed at herself and smiled and asked, "What association do I belong to? My guild is one of the top 5 guilds, the most notorious guild, the Pink Guild." Having said this, she immediately stopped and silently cursed. Cho and Chu stood still, thinking he should have kept it a secret. "I'm so excited, please calm down." "Mr. Kang Yu turned to tell the staff to please get me the bill." The employee replied, "Yes sir." Seeing that, she got angry and shouted loudly, "Where are you going? I'm talking to you." He sighed and turned back and said, "Did you find out?" Criticizing on Chu said her disappointed expression made my blood boil. Cheon Chu walked over and said, "You, don't joke anymore, answer honestly." She said I've never heard of A-level players not joining any guilds. Mr. Kang Yu put his business card in front of her and said here. Cheon-chu looked surprised at the card and asked Dick. She asked if you were really a newbie. He put the card back in his pocket and replied yes, so behave a little better, I almost died. What did An-chu think to himself? If I were really a beginner, I would have defeated him. Is that really a D skill? Oh, Kang Yu turned away and said you finished talking, right? I'm leaving. Cheon-chu replied absent-mindedly, huh. She hesitantly said, wait. Criticizing An-chu but his lip thinking about that bastard, could it be him? Mr. Kang Yu walked out of the store. He was thoughtful and said nothing. Oh, Kang Yu clenched his fists, thinking he had lost all his abilities, so now he was so weak, but I still possess the fighting reflexes of many years of personal experience. He thought however. Mr. Kang Yu recalled a recent duel and thought he would not meet someone of the same level so soon. I think the most about that last attack. Oh, Kang Yu thought for a moment, she had left his sight. I think her. Mr. Kang Yu sighed and asked who it was. I wonder. Outside the building, a hand opened the window. Then a shoe appeared and stepped on the windowsill. Then someone jumped from the window. It turns out this is Cheon-chu. Cheon-chu looked at his phone and thought it was okay, there was no one around, and this much white noise should be enough. She looked at the special mark on the phone, then dialed someone. The person on the other end of the line said yes, Cheon-chu, this is the strategic team of the Red Rose, Cheon-chu, please connect me with human resources. Cheon-chu put his hands in his pockets, the other person replied yes. The person wearing glasses on the other end of the line said yes, this is the captain of the Red Rose's human resources team, Pak Han-yu, what's going on? He said the president Cheon-chu, say this to An-chu, Han-yu, I need you to investigate something important. Pak Han-yu asked if she meant someone who worshipped paganism. Cheon-chu clenched his fists and said maybe so, maybe not. She raised her fist and said it looked like he was hiding his identity, looking very suspicious. I've checked the player card he owns. She continued to say his name was Oh Kang Yu, and it said that he was a D player. Pak Han-yu said a player is a D, which means he won't have a mana clearing device, and that makes it much easier to fake than a C. He continued but if he was a D cultist, he would go around and kill players of the same level. Cheon-chu replied no, his level is not at that level, he is so proficient that he can predict my moves. Pak Han-yu said that even if she didn't use all her strength, no cultist had the skills to be able to react to her moves, until now. Cheon-chu thinks so, I have investigated cults very deeply, but no one can match my level. She affirmed that there was absolutely no. But through today's duel, Cheon-chu thought of that bastard. Blame An-chu for thinking those reflexes, maybe he is. Pak Han-yu spoke based on his skill level, maybe he's the manager, or the leader, it means. Pak Han-yu continued to ask if she thought the cult was starting to get serious, criticizing An-chu for punching the wall. She said we cannot ignore that possibility, quickly find more information about him. Pak Han-yu replied yes, it was clear. Cheon-chu looked at his hand and thought it was unclear whether he was part of a cult or not. She opened her palm, there was a button, she thought but, one thing was certain. Oh Kang Yu just noticed that he was missing a button on his shirt, he said, my button was torn off, surely I still cannot completely avoid it. Blame An-chu for thinking that bastard. Oh Kang Yu thinks he is stronger than me. Cheon-chu clenched his fists, thinking what if. She thought if he was really a D. Blame An-chu for thinking that he can fight like that simply because of his talent, then, I won't be able to. Mr. Kang Yu turned around and said he thought he finally had a break, I'll probably have to go to the C-level gate tomorrow as soon as I receive my player card. She thought that as long as he existed, there was no guarantee that she would retain her position as a high-level player. To prepare for the future, I must become stronger. At the video game shop, Cheon-chu leaned on the chair with his hands. Then she punched the table hard and thought, oh Kang Yu. Criticizing An-chu's fierce face, he crushed the keyboard and silently cursed the damn guy, I will definitely find and kill you. At this time, Oh Kang Yu was walking on the street and suddenly felt cold. What was he thinking? Suddenly he felt a shiver. Mr. Kang Yu stood in front of the gate and said Mukdong Gate, Border C. He looked at the card and thought Tro is in here, whatever it is, I have to go hunting quickly. The guard stopped him and said wait, You can only enter if you are a C and in a team of 5 people. Mr. Kang Yu asked bewilderedly, why? The guard explained that Leader Tro had appeared inside the dungeon. Deep players are banned every time the boss appears. Oh, Kang Yu said, I understand. I thought the card appeared right when I took the paper, so lucky. Everyone is talking about it. Today is the last day to appear. What do you want to do? Are you crazy? How can we defeat this bitch? So maybe we'll split into groups today. Mr. Kang Yu looked around and thought that Gate C was really different. He observed that people thought the weapons were much better. Then watched the guards think and control even more tightly. This is the biggest problem. If I want to take over the entire dungeon, I have to go in alone. What should I do? One person excitedly said, okay, let's take the leader's head. We will drink up 1,000,000 won. The others replied yes. Mr. Kang Yu looked at another group of completely different extremes. Someone asked what we should do. The other person honestly replied that I'm not very confident. People say that just looking at it makes them scared. We'll definitely accept it. Let's skip today's hunting contest. Or just go ahead. He looked at everyone talking excitedly and thought about anxiety, recklessness, fear, and anticipation. Mr. Kang Yu smiled and thought, adding a bit of madness would be great. One person said 1,000,000 won is really big, and it's been a while since I reached D status. Oh, Kang Yu summoned the power and smiled, thinking that he didn't need to do what the Hapgotlins did last time, usually humans. He continued to say that to be honest, it was too harsh for us. Oh, Kang Yu tapped his shoulder. He thought he just needed a push, just a little, just a little. Mr. Kang Yu used the power of hysteria to stimulate him, and that's enough to influence them, he thought. Suddenly the other person grinned and asked, why are we like this? The person who had just talked to him asked confusedly what was wrong with him. He said whether we were in middle school or high school, we were beaten by gangsters. He continued and we could only imagine tearing them apart in our heads. It was hell. Then he said but then the gates opened, and I thought my dream had come true. He blurted out, I finally have power, I don't have to crawl like a bug anymore, I thought. Saying this, he suddenly shouted, but what is the meaning of this? Why are we discouraged because of those monsters? His teammates were scared and asked, what's wrong? What's wrong? You're a bit strange today. He continued shouting, you're right, why are we always so scared? We just need to kill them all. Suddenly in the crowd there was a woman who also shouted, yes, I won't forgive the bastards who killed my sister, fuck, I'll kill them all. She said I would destroy them all and get the reward for what I had to endure. He said the same thing. He said we can't just hang around in these low-level dungeons anymore. A person with a scar across his eye saw this and gritted his teeth. This person also shouted, that's right, I'm so tired of living like this, monster or not, I will make those who look down on me kneel before me. Just like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the surrounding space begins to ripple. Everyone was empowered and said loudly, I will kill all these monsters, can't stand it anymore. Damn, what about Tro, destroy them. One person shouted, let's cut off the head. The guards didn't understand what was happening and asked, what's wrong with them, why are you suddenly screaming like that? Everyone rushed to the guard and said, hey, open the gate quickly. Everyone rushed forward screaming to kill him, open the gate. The scene was extremely chaotic. The guard took out his walkie-talkie, confused and asked them what was happening. I had never seen anything like this. The guards are talking through the walkie-talkie at Gate C, there are a large number of players gathered here, request the Internal Affairs Department to determine the situation. At this time, Oh Kang Yu took the opportunity to go through the gate. Outside the gate, the group of players continued to shout to destroy them and cut off the monkey's head. Oh Kang Yu landed safely with his wings. He thought good, very good, what a beautiful scene, when everyone unites together. He smiled and thought of course, he said he would take all the rewards. Oh Kang Yu walked through the gate to the desert. He stomped his feet on the sand and said desert. Oh Kang Yu walked in the wide, flat desert covered with wind-blown sand. You said it wide, too wide. He used his hand to block the sun, thinking it would be quite difficult to find the basket in this large space. Do I need to use the power of the sky? Oh Kang Yu looked at the system board and said now that I see it, I think I can use this. He looked at the parameters on the system board and said let's see, the magic power index is over 50, so it should be fine. Suddenly he jumped over the rocks and wondered if he could, then, should I use it? Mr. Kang Yu slapped his hand on the sand. He used the power of Ace Thought Rod. Using this power, Oh Kang Yu can observe everything from afar. He suddenly saw two monsters walking together. Mr. Kang Yu thinks there is information overload. His eyes are only red without irises. I think too much. There are 3 monsters, I think let's see. Oh, Kang Yu suddenly saw a giant monster, he thought over there. When he looked closer he clearly saw the monster's face. I think it's very good. Mr. Kang Yu, after observing, withdrew his hand. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought, but next to the leader, there were many soldiers. The group of people outside the gate were finally allowed through the gate. They started making noise saying let's wake up for the 4th time. Oh, Kang Yu saw that and thought oh, they are pouring in, very good. One person shouted to go behead the leader. Oh, Kang Yu stood on the cliff watching, thinking he could take advantage of those guys. Then he disappeared from the rock. Oh, Kang Yu jumped quickly over the large rocks thinking he would take advantage of those players to deal with the soldiers, and I will deal with the leader. He thought, but first. Mr. Kang Yu thinks we have to lure them first. He summoned the power thinking so now, let's start the attack. Oh, Kang Yu summoned a spear. Mr. Kang Yu moved his steps. Oh, Kang Yu threw the spear towards the duck. Suddenly, the system announced that Leader Tro of the B dungeon had been defeated. The horse was stabbed through the chest with a spear and died instantly. The system notifies that experience bonus points will be awarded. You are the person with the greatest contribution when destroying the bat. Your experience bonus will be tripled. The system notifies you that you have increased 4 levels. Mr. Kang Yu was completely dumbfounded and still couldn't accept the truth. What are you asking? One shot is already dead. Kang Wu stood on the rock looking down, exclaiming, wow, that's a boss. He looked at the system window and said that. The data window said that. Why is the boss of the rank C gate so weak? Why, when looking at the data, Kang Wu thought to himself, no, it's not weak. The information says it's a boss suitable for rank C gate, it's just that I'm much stronger than I thought. As he thought as he pulled up his sleeve, I intended to hunt as carefully as possible. But with this much power, the monsters under the boss were bewildered and didn't know what to do. Suddenly the blade passed by, catching their attention. Kang Wu stood in front of them, his hands outstretched as if to provoke. His eyes were red, he smiled, revealing his fangs, saying, we should change, the plan is in place. After Kang Wu's words, the monsters frantically rushed towards him. Kang Wu was still standing there, his hands clenched into fists extended to the sides. When the monsters got closer, Kang Wu still didn't make a move, just smiled. Only a little bit of the monster's claws touched his hair, at which point he looked up and shouted, if it's like this, I'll cut you all in half at once. Kang Wu's sword passed through the monsters' bodies like lightning. He had been standing behind the monsters ever since. Kang Wu pulled out the sword from the guard in his hand. The monsters were bewildered, but black smoke was flying from Kang Wu's cut on their body. The cuts suddenly lit up, then were punctured from the inside, causing it to burst. The scene of a whole group of monsters bursting open and blood splattering, Kang Wu just stood there with his arms spread out as if enjoying his achievements. The blood of the monsters shot to where he stood. Kang Wu just calmly glanced back, thinking, an attack that could break the power of the blade in their bodies. With the amount of magic power he had right now, it was impossible, no problem at all. The system announces, you have successfully destroyed a group of rank C trolls, you have increased 2 levels, you have received the rank A Earth Sword skill, the technique that counts as a skill will be more effective. Kang Wu heard, so I wonder, skills, I heard players can get them when using enough characteristic powers. There was still a group of monsters standing in front of Kang Wu. He looked at them. Then said, okay, the monsters groaned in bewilderment. Kang Wu had a creepy look on his face with glowing red eyes. He raised his hand, the nail of his index finger opened, dripping out a purple liquid, so let's test it. Purple liquid dripped onto the ground like water. It began to spread out in circles towards the monsters. The monsters turned purple and groaned. Their feet stepping on the purple circles began to tremble. Then it vibrated even harder. At that time, the monsters began to run away. But Kang Wu's blades did not allow them to run away. The blade in Kang Wu's hand reached out to catch the monsters. The monsters could only run and scream. But in the end, they still couldn't escape Kang Wu. The monsters' limbs were severed in each place. Kang Wu was relieved. It was really more effective. He said to himself, then, it's time to enjoy the results. The monsters' hands seemed to be covered by a huge hand. Their hunting power and magic power had increased by 2. Seeing that, Kang Wu wondered, just 2. He looked at the data sheet, rubbed his chin and thought, Is it because my magic index has reached 50? My magic only increases by 2 when I exchange all my mana stones, so this is what they mean by saying the index will become increasingly difficult to increase. My leveling speed is still pretty good, there are only 4 levels left until my 4th awakening. Thinking about it, I went into the rotating hole with some weird thing like a big mouth, then, go hunt a moment before coming back, then he disappeared. The group of people who were hunting together were gathered together and talking. Hey, where is the boss? I thought I was going big this time. I didn't see it. The people took turns complaining. Are you sure the government didn't miscalculate? Forget about the boss, the soldiers are no longer seen. Some sigh, some scratch their heads. That's right, I've only seen a few trolls running away in a strange way. I didn't even see the boss's body. Yes, there were traces but I couldn't find the body anywhere. Everyone was wondering but no one knew the details of the incident. Everyone has given up. Let's go back. Yeah, that's the best choice. There are still people who want to continue. Just go a little further. Damn it, this can't be right. How could it be wrong? I should go complain or something. But because they couldn't get anyone else, they just gave up. At this time, Kang-woo was hiding behind a rock watching, thinking in awe, what a relief. Even with the power of rage, it still worked. He quietly walked out after them. I should silently join them and take advantage of them to leave here. The people were so busy complaining that they didn't pay attention to Kang-woo. Today is so frustrating. Today is the day. What special day is it? You bastards announced that there is a boss, just prepare. The group of people outside started screaming loudly. Why did you miscalculate the time to be surrounded? If I had known this, I wouldn't have stopped working. How will I make up for it? Kang-woo silently sneaked behind the crowd. Good, just like this. Suddenly there was a shout. Silence. Kang-woo was startled and looked to that side. A team of red shirts stood solemnly there. Everyone started talking. What is that? A Warong team. Everyone is curious about their presence here. Why is the Warong team here? Do they have any urgent business? No matter how angry they are, don't put their lives in danger. Why do so many come? What's going on? What's up? Someone started to complain in frustration. I just want to go home quickly. It's really a waste of time. At the same time there was a shadow of someone coming. A woman wearing a cloak over her shoulders, her white hair tied high attracted everyone's eyes. Hey, look at that. Wasn't that the captain of the 3-star Warong team, Baekwaeun? Huh? That's right, the woman with pink eyes, holding a sturdy sword in her hand, walked in. She tapped her sword on the ground, spoke up, remained silent. We had something to say to the players. The guards all raised their hands to salute her. Baekwaeun said while looking around recently. We received information that players were chaotic at the rank D gate. So we will randomly check for players who are at or above the 3rd stage of awakening. We ask everyone to proactively cooperate. According to Baekwaeun, the soldiers are checking for players who have that feature. The crowd started to stir. The players were chaotic. Well, I've heard the rumors too. Kang-woo in the back bit his lip thinking, a bit worried. Searching for players is chaotic. The voices of people checking are mixed. Wait a minute, show your player card. Baekwaeun stood up straight, both hands on the sword. Staring at the inspection, Kang-woo wondered, they couldn't find him, right? Baekwaeun spoke up reassuringly, don't worry, the testing process won't be complicated. There are a few players on our list but today, we will only do a preliminary investigation and then leave. Kang-woo stood in line at the back thinking, I also did something troublesome today. They weren't talking about me, right? He looked at the line of soldiers searching the players, trying to think of a way to escape. If it was really him, it would be very dangerous to fight them now. There were too many people watching so he couldn't escape. Especially that woman named Baekwaeun. You can see that she is very difficult to deal with. Kang-woo was so engrossed in thinking that he was about to turn into a demon state. If I have a card, I want to retreat silently. How can I escape? Baekwaeun's voice rang out. Please present your player card. Did you lose your card or something? Kang-woo was startled and replied, wait a minute. He took out the card and gave it to her. Here, he thought incredulously, am I too worried? Baekwaeun looked carefully at his card. Kang-woo was secretly happy. It seemed like he hadn't been discovered. However, he was still cautious, but from now on he should be more careful. The Chaos players had already begun to act. Should I get more information from her? After thinking about it, he spoke up, thanking her for checking it herself. Baekwaeun still meticulously checked his card, replied, sat still and sent someone else to be my assistant. feel insecure? Hearing her answer, Kang Woo silently exclaimed, "What a wonderful girl," then he praised out loud, "So admirable." Baek Hwaeun's eyes did not leave his card for a moment. Kang Woo continued to talk. There seemed to be a lot of chaos among players recently. At this moment, Baek Hwaeun glanced over and replied, "Yes, that's why we often randomly check like this." Then she gave the card back to Kang Woo. I confirmed it. He reached out to take it. "Oh yes, thank you for passing." Kang Woo looked down at the card, as if accidentally saying, "Hunting monsters is enough for a living. It's scary that people can kill each other for money," Baek Hwaeun replied, but she still held the card in her hand without letting Kang Woo withdraw it. "Maybe, money is very scary." Seeing that, Kang Woo squinted his eyes and looked at her with coldness. "Exactly what I thought too, but honestly Kang Woo thought differently, lied. They already knew that chaotic players were not aiming for money. The government is also targeting evil cults." Baek Hwaeun turned around and said, "Then goodbye." She turned around and was about to leave when Kang Woo asked, "Can you tell me which chaotic player everyone is targeting? If I see it, I will report it to the organization." Baek Hwaeun smiled politely and replied, "Thank you for your suggestion but leave it to us. Protecting the players is our duty." Kang Woo couldn't ask any more questions, so he laughed and replied, "Ha, okay." She kindly advised him, "It seems like it hasn't been long since he reached rank C. I understand your feeling of wanting to enter higher rank portals, but it will be safer for you to level up little by little at the rank portal D there." Kang Woo historically replied, I understand, thank you." Baek Hwaeun probably had some impression of him. Nowadays it is very difficult to find good people like him. Hope to see more players like him in the future. Kang Woo smiled but his eyes didn't dare look straight anymore. He looked away, mouthed, "Ha, thank you," but in his heart he thought, having more people like me would be very troublesome. He watched Baek Hwaeun leave, thinking in his heart, was it a secret investigation? I learned that the government is also investigating devil worshippers, so let's go home. Then he called Tae-soo. Tae-soo, do you want to meet? Time passes to a few days later. At a cafe, Kang Woo and Shola are sitting with Tae-soo. Tae-soo excitedly raised his hand to say hello. "Are you the healer he often mentioned?" Shola was a bit confused. "Oh yes." She shyly reached out her hand to shake hands with Tae-soo. "It's nice to meet you, I'm Han Sola." Kang Woo standing next to him saw Sola's expression like that and blushed. Kang Tae-soo's face was excited and teasing. "Very beautiful, Kang Woo," he said nonchalantly, "stop looking." Then he sat down on the chair and opened his mouth to speak. "Anyway, Tae-soo, like I said, I want to ask you to take Sola hunting at the D rank gate." Tae-soo did not hesitate and immediately accepted. "Okay," Kang Woo continued, "I usually request the same, a healer with rank B characteristics." Tae-soo asked, "Is her sister-in-law's only treatment only?" Hearing that, Sola shyly exclaimed, "Sister-in-law?" Kang Woo also glanced at her embarrassedly. Tae-soo laughed loudly, "No need to be shy, tell me about your characteristics in detail." Sola was so happy that she was shaking. "Oh yes. My characteristic is called Blessing Light. In addition to healing, I can also use support to increase strength, health, and dexterity." Hearing that, Tae-soo exclaimed, "Oh, so can we treat and support at the same time?" Sola happily said, "Okay, even though I'm not strong, I can still use fighting skills." Tae-soo exclaimed, "Wow, that's great, Kang Woo." Hearing his name mentioned, Kang Woo, who was drinking water, just replied, Tae-soo praised, "A healer who can support and handle enemies is very rare. Even big guilds like Hanul will immediately accept a sister-in-law." Sola heard that happily and said, "Ha, thank you Tae-soo." Kang Woo silently exclaimed, "Wow, to that extent." Sola smiled and said, "But right now I don't want to join any group." Kang Woo's face clearly showed happiness as he looked at Sola. "Sister-in-law, I won't deny it." Tae-soo smiled back at Sola, "Hee, me too." Then he took a glass of water and poured it into his mouth, "Because from now on, I want to leave a mark in player history with my brother Kang Woo." Kang Woo said dejectedly, "That's not beer." Tae-soo slammed the cup on the table calmly. "Kua, hot Americano is the best, isn't it bro?" Kang Woo looked appraising. He thought he was drinking soup or something. Then he asked Tae-soo, "Do you have anyone else in mind to form a full group?" Tae-soo proudly boasted, "Of course, I was very good at finding these two people. I heard that they just awakened for the second time. They are so talented that I always wonder why they haven't joined the guild yet. I'm sure you'll like them. I'm very good at seeing people." Kang Woo heard that, pouted, thinking of the two people who once intended to kill Tae-soo. Good at looking at people, Tae-soo seemed to know what Kang-woo was thinking, justifying, "There are times when I make mistakes but overall it's still good." Then Tae-soo returned to the main topic, "I met them in the beginning when hunting goblins. They are trustworthy people. If it's okay then tomorrow I will introduce them to you before hunting." Kang-woo agreed, "Okay there." Then he turned to Sol-ah and asked, "What do you think, Ems, Sol-ah?" She replied, "Ah, of course it's okay if your friend Kang-woo introduces you." She said embarrassedly, "I have to upgrade so I can go with Kang-woo again." Kang-woo also shyly replied, "Please take it slow, your safety is the most important thing." Tae-soo next to me was like being in a real-life love movie, excitedly exclaiming, "So sweet, so cute, brother." Kang-woo coldly replied, "Stop looking." Immediately returning to the original state, Tae-soo said to Kang-woo, "Let's meet tomorrow in the west of Incheon, I will send you the address later." Kang-woo wondered, "Huh, there is a rank D gate nearby but why do you have to go there?" Tae-soo explained, "Aren't there quite a few accidents at that gate, so this time, I want to change the target to hunting trolls at the Incheon West Gate instead of lizard people." Kang-woo widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Oh, newbie playing rank troll?" Tae-soo replied, "Yes, they are stronger so they will level up a lot, and they will also be easier to hunt because we don't have to keep quiet like in the swamp." Kang-woo complimented, "That's a good idea." He silently complimented, "He's quite smart too." This subordinate is too good. Then he said goodbye, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Tae-soo turned down the empty glass of water, absent-mindedly asked, "Are you going to leave now?" He replied, "Yeah, I have some work to do today." Tae-soo frowned and asked, "What is it?" Kang-woo smiled dangerously and replied, "Leveling up." Kang-woo with blood-red eyes carries plans to level up. His current level is 29, only one step away from his fourth awakening, so let's get started. He used his power to light up the entire sky, attracting the attention of the trolls. The monsters were looking towards the light. Kang-woo had begun to act. First were those 8 guys. Quick as lightning, he swung his sword and slashed through their bodies, making them unable to react in time. Kang-woo used his foot to stop and stand to see his results. This slash from Kang-woo slashed at their place. Each animal had a cross cut on their neck. They only had time to growl a few times to react. Kang-woo stood behind the monsters, thinking about how much more he had to hunt. In the middle of speaking, he discovered something, this smell. Blood, the smell of human blood. I don't know where the corpses were lying piled on top of each other, fresh blood dyed the ground red. Kang-woo quickly followed the scent of blood. He thought to himself, usually, the smell of human blood is normal in hunting grounds. But the smell was this strong, it must have been a massacre of 5 or more people. Kang-woo jumped from one high rock to another. A team of C-rank players was massacred in an instant even without a boss. As he walked, he thought about all the possibilities that could happen. Things like this were mostly caused by chaotic players. After a while, Kang-woo also saw from afar where the smell of blood was coming from. A group of people whose entire bodies were no longer intact lying motionless on the ground. He jumped down and came closer to examine the situation. All of those people died before they could close their eyes. Kang-woo considered that they were all dead. The magic cult would not kill the player because it had to be a living sacrifice. So who is it? Because the smell of blood hasn't spread for long. The culprit is still around. Who did it? A figure appeared, interrupting Kang-woo's train of thought. He widened his eyes in panic. Staring at the sharp jaws of the beast with a dangling bloody arm sticking out, the monster screamed. "It is the evil beast of hell, the dog of hell." It opened its mouth wide and screamed. Its arm just fell off. Kang-woo wondered, why is the dog of hell here? The monster screamed, causing the ground to shake. Kang-woo tried to stay still so as not to be pushed back. He wondered why there were hell dogs here. The dog rushed to attack Kang-woo. He also took a stance to fight it. Kang-woo raised his eyes, complained, and let out a tsk sound. Then he swung his sword and slashed across its body, but the animal was unharmed. Kang-woo gritted his teeth and thought, really strong, what a hell dog. Before he could think of any plan, the monster turned around and opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to suck everything inside. From its mouth spewed a giant fireball that flew towards Kang-woo, causing a terrible earthquake that engulfed an entire desert area in flames. The hell dog growled ferociously and stopped as if waiting to see if its opponent was dead. Soil and rocks flew everywhere into the air. Kang-woo flew up from behind the dusty layer of dirt and rocks as fast as lightning. if he couldn't use his sword. How about this? I put the energy in my hand. Use the power of the black spear to pull out the ultimate weapon you just used the day before to kill the boss. Swinging his hand, he rotated the staff like a pinwheel. The beast also had to look up at the light Kang Wu created in the sky. Fast as lightning, the staff stabbed straight down at the hell dog, causing it to roar in pain without having time to avoid it. After that, he crashed loudly, causing dirt and rocks to fly everywhere. Kang Wu also landed safely. He looked up at the beast, admiring it. Before he could finish his sentence, his face wrinkled in panic. I accidentally made him excited. The hell dog rushed like crazy towards Kang Wu, running and roaring. Kang Wu stomped his feet firmly on the ground to gain momentum. He had to create an opening, he thought, then jumped high into the monster's mouth. Use all your strength to kick your legs. Kicking straight into the monster's mouth made it cower, and Kang Wu also fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Without resting for a second, he immediately stood up, telling himself, right now. The monster didn't fit either. It opened its giant mouth as if it wanted to swallow Kang Wu. He took the momentum. Using your earthquake power, slam your hand hard on the ground, causing it to crack. The ground broke, making the beast unable to stand and screaming. Kang Wu quickly took advantage of the monster's loophole, flying up and putting force into his hand to create a move. Taking out his staff, he used all his strength to aim straight at the monster. Hit the dog straight in the head. He gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes, pressing the staff, making the sound of the beast's skull cracking. The dog's teeth were clenched together, unable to move. The entire giant body could no longer move and fell freely into the hole created by Kang Wu. Another earthquake rang out, rocks flying everywhere. In the end, only a deep crater remained. Suddenly the hell dog flew up, knocking Kang Wu to the ground, with Kang Wu's staff still stuck on its head. The blow caused Kang Wu to use his whole body to break. He angrily gritted his teeth and stared at the beast. Kang Wu slowly stood up to face the beast. It was tough. That's right, attacking at this level is not enough, the hell dog growled and gritted its teeth, looking at Kang Wu with bloodshot eyes of hatred. Kang Wu is no less competitive, looking at it against the enemy, thinking about how to fight. It is still as strong as before. The beast growled, preparing to continue attacking Kang Wu. He realized that and thought to himself, here it is. The beast's body began to crack, inside a bright red color gradually surrounded it. In just a moment it flared up like a fire. It quickly rushed towards Kang Wu, leaving behind a layer of dust and dirt. Like a fiery arrow aimed straight at Kang Wu. Kang Wu was not afraid at all, he smiled contemptuously, it was still just an unreasonable animal. He continued to put force into his hands. Use Baphomet's holy magic power to buff your muscles. Feeling unusual strength. The hell dog braked suddenly, assessing its opponent. Kang Wu's life lit up, his eyes turned white, clenched tightly together. He waved his hand vigorously. Give it a hook kick to send the 100-ton beast flying into the air. The monster struggled in pain in the air. Then he fell to the ground with a thud, so much dust that it was impossible to see ahead. At this moment, Kang Wu continued to breathe a sigh of relief. It was really tough. The hell dog hasn't fallen yet. Kang Wu secretly hoped that if he could use two powers at the same time, it would be good. Luckily, I've defeated these guys many times in hell. He took a stance and concentrated with all his might. My current level is more than enough to defeat it. Now, while Kang Wu was preparing to rush in, the beast raised its head, without any further reaction. Then he collapsed to the ground right in front of Kang Wu. He was surprised. This time, Kang Wu breathed a real sigh of relief. It was really annoying. The system displayed a notification that you have successfully destroyed the rank C crack fragment. He was surprised. Your XP has increased. You have increased 5 levels. Since you have reached level 30, the fourth awakening will take place. The characteristics of the fourth awakening: Magic Power Ruler Rank A. Effect: you can control magic power fluently and many times faster. You can completely erase traces of magic power on other creatures. The system continuously informs after battle this victory is for Kang Wu. Kang Wu looked around at the large rocks. There was also a monster that was killed. He held the datasheet in his hand, thinking in his mind, crack fragments. He glanced down, stood thinking for a long time. He wondered for a moment. Thoughts appeared in his head. Now that I see it, I've never heard of the core of the crack before. Then he got confused, meaning hell is a crack. He still didn't understand what those cracks were. Then he looked at the monster. He was shocked. The monster was being held down by a glowing stick at its head. It was covered in blood and lying on the ground. He panicked. No, wait, how did we get here? Questions began to arise in his mind. He stood there thinking for a long time. He began to imagine random, unreal images, a hellish dog lying in the middle of hell whining with hellish servants. He thought again. Can hell dogs use the weapons of the 7 princes of hell? First of all, what is this crack? Is it really a reference to hell? He raised his hand to rub his chin, looking bewildered. Picking up the data sheet, he continued checking, scratching his head. He decided to stop his thoughts here. Stop thinking about things that have no clue is just a waste of time. Check the remaining notifications first. Suddenly, his eyes lit up at the data table. His red pupils constricted. It was too much. Oh what? He gave a strange smile. On the data panel appear the words, when you reach level 30, the 4th awakening will take place. The characteristics of the 4th awakening, the ruler of magic power rank A. The effects: you can control magic flows more smoothly and faster. You can completely erase traces of magic on other creatures. He suddenly thought that the 4th awakening was also a rank A. The data panel closed. He looked at the monster, smiling sinisterly. His eyes looked at him with contempt and mockery. After the 4th time, there was no need to worry about such troublesome things anymore. Her black hair covered half of her face, so she stopped eating and resting. The monster is still there, bloody and slimy. Then a purple-black shadow of magical power appeared from behind him, devouring the monster on the ground. Blood splattered and he still stood there smiling as if he had achieved a victory. He performed magic, his face darkened by the purple light of the magic, his long black hair flying up. The whites of the eyes are larger, the red pupils are even more aggressive. The smile of an inhuman person appears, containing more or less evil. Dark thoughts began to arise. If I can regain the data from before the Myriad Demon Hall, then I might be even stronger than when I was in hell. He smiled, dark eye bags clearly visible on his face. That purple-black shadow took the form of sharp teeth, devouring the monster. Then he thought again. Leveling up was the best solution. The sky is blue, the weather is fresh, skyscrapers right behind there. He started to return to his workplace, bringing in some heavy objects, passing by the guards, wearing discreet black armor, holding guns as if ready for danger at any time. I breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go home. He returned with a satisfied, happy face. He smiled as he walked from the entrance. Today was really good. Coming home to eat kimchi soup would be great. Then a whooshing sound rang out somewhere. Hey! He stopped, turned to face the direction that called him. Huh? His face was confused, no longer smiling like before. Then a girl with short red hair in the back appeared. The head is covered with a black hat, looking very mysterious. Her white shirt and tight pants still look outstanding even in the corner of the wall. Even people passing by can guess that she is a beautiful girl. She lifted her hat, revealing her cold face, bright blue eyes, looking so sharp. She wears a black string around her neck with a glowing silver flower attached to it. She looked at him and said, "Long time no see." He looked at her, not showing any surprise. It seemed like he was familiar with her. He sighed, his eyes narrowed and looked at her. He put his hands on his hips, looking bored, and told her, "I don't think we're close enough to greet each other. We don't even know each other's names." She slowly walked closer to him and said, "Didn't you already resolve this matter at the internet cafe, Chayonyu?" Then he suddenly remembered something. His eyes almost flashed with surprise. Surely he had heard that name before. Suddenly, old images appeared in his mind. He thought again, isn't that the name of the president of one of the 5 great guilds? He began listing off the names: Mir, Onari, Hanal, Sanari. Then he exclaimed, "Roses are red." Then she smirked, her eyes shining. Like an answer, she said, "That's right, I am the president of the Red Rose," she said confidently and looked at him proudly. He remembered the time he fought with her, thinking to himself, that's why she's so strong. Then his sweat dropped and asked her, "Why is the president looking for me?" He didn't understand her purpose in coming to see him, but he looked very frustrated. Then, under his surprised eyes, she told every detail of his background and past. "I did a little investigation about him. His name is Kang Woo, born in 1995, currently 28 years old, raised at Cheongsong Orphanage, and never adopted. After leaving the orphanage, he lived alone." He stood still, she continued. There had been no trace of him for 5 years, but this year he suddenly registered as a player. She stared at him incredulously. His eyes looked coldly at her, filled with dangerous murderous intent. She asked him back, "Am I right?" He said, "I don't know why you're investigating me, but yes, you're absolutely correct." He was a little defensive with the dangerous girl in front of him. She bent down to look at the phone in her hand. With a mysterious expression, he registered the player on March 16, about 3 weeks ago. Right now, he was in front of her, listening to what she said. He revealed a scary face, no longer the happy look just now, replaced by eyes that looked like they were about to devour her. She continued, "The player support center test assessed his first awakening as rank F, but I guessed wrong." She stopped for a moment. If he was really an F rank, he wouldn't be able to hunt at Roxy Gate after 3 weeks. She was still staring at the phone, saying skeptical words about him. She frowned. After 5 years he suddenly appeared, and now he was hunting at the rank C gate. She hesitated. "At first I thought he bought this identity from somewhere because he was a criminal." But then she continued, making him confused. But everything from his face to his fingerprints matched previous records. He started sweating, not understanding what she said. He asked her, "Fingerprints, how did she get them?" She still looked at the phone seriously and told him, he had to record his fingerprints when registering, right? Thoughts popped into his head. They had a record of the gates he had entered and had his fingerprints. The big guild had more power than he thought. She continued, "I have confirmed that you are not using a fake identity." She put the phone in her hand and hesitantly said, "If that's the case." She stared at him with her eyes, her voice cold, the atmosphere tense. She continued, "He is a player with outstanding talent, perhaps even better than me." She looked at him continuing, "Or even Baek Kang-yeon." He returned to his original state. He calmly looked at her without saying anything. He leaned on his hands and hesitantly said, "Well, thank you for your compliment, but what exactly do you want?" He and she were still in a dark corner. Everyone was cold. Their expressionless faces made the atmosphere even colder. She crossed her arms and lowered her hat, mysteriously intending to tell him something. She suddenly said, "I want to sponsor you as the president of the Red Rose. I want to sponsor talented player, Oh Kang-woo." He looked at her in surprise, still looking cold. He burst out laughing, clutching his stomach and saying he didn't expect it. She held the phone in her hand, confused, and asked him what he thought I was going to say. Now the atmosphere is less tense. He smiled, his face relaxed as he looked at her and said, "I thought she wanted me to join the Red Rose." She also smiled, a sinister smile, bright eyes, and told him, "How could I let someone hiding under the guise of F rank join my guild right away? She is calculating something." She smiled and continued, "Besides, if he wanted to join the guild from the beginning, he wouldn't have hidden his strength." He didn't know what to say, so he closed his eyes and ignored it. He sighed, thinking in his head, "I'm not hiding anything." He asked her next, "So what did she plan to sponsor?" She smiled satisfactorily and replied to him, simply saying, "With financial support, I will help you level up faster." She offered him attractive conditions. He continued asking as if to annoy her, "So what did you get? You wanted me to help you in the last game." She was so angry, she accidentally cursed and then took it back. She screamed, "Hey bastard." Then she tried to suppress her anger, breathe and comfort herself. I'm the president, I just want to make an agreement with you." She scratched her head and said. He laughed again, happily telling her, "I was joking, just joking. It was my first time playing that game, so I didn't know what to do." She looked impatient and spoke angrily. "Every time she thought about not being able to get to silver level because of my brother, she hesitated and spoke half-heartedly." Then he raised his chin and asked her, "So you're at bronze level now? It seems so low." She exploded, her face turning red. She shouted loudly, "No, absolutely not. I am completely capable of winning, but every time I form a team I meet people like you." He continued the story just now. He smiled and looked at her. He raised his hand as if to give her a condition and said, "Well, the main thing is, why do you want to sponsor me so much?" He looked interested. She was frustrated, bent down and sighed, her face covered in sweat. She said impatiently, "Because he would become stronger." She began to analyze for him to understand. He was a newbie who had just registered 2 weeks ago, but he leveled up at such a terrifying speed. He hunted alone at the rank E, D and even C gates. He will become even stronger, much more than now. She probably saw the strength right from within him. He still asked her incredulously, "But what exactly would she give me?" She told him the conditions seriously, her face lowered, as calm as before, and said, "First we will give you a temporary gate pass that will allow you to enter gates rank A and below, without any hindrance." He was interested, his eyes showed a smile, his lips curled up. It was interesting. He rubbed his chin and thought. "She offers you interesting conditions that satisfy you. If you want to form a team, we will match you with members according to the level you request. If you want to sell magic stones through us, we will reduce all taxes, as much as possible for you." He seemed surprised with the incentives she offered, eyes wide, and said, "Tax reduction and support for forming a team, that's great." Then high-quality weapons and armor appeared. She continued, "We can also lend you equipment. Special level weapons and above require a deposit, but lower levels will be accepted. Borrow for free, if necessary. We will provide you with a house and car." The incentives she offers are so attractive that it's hard to refuse. He was thinking, thoughts popped up in his head, kind enough to be suspicious. She seemed to see that his face was not good. She asked him, what was he thinking? She laughed and said, "This is an investment for the future." He looked at her, seemingly still not very confident, but that was still a bit too much. Her eyes glowed, looking at him mysteriously. She said, "We won't give you everything for free. The association will also give you many tasks. When the time comes, please comply." He didn't say anything, standing there looking at her thinking, meaning this association has a lot of missions, probably sponsoring me to support some missions there. He began to ask her more deeply about the mission. Could she tell me more about the mission? She refused him, not now. Perhaps these missions were secret. She did not say, nor did she want to say. He rubbed the back of his neck, thinking to himself, this must be a long story. He added to reassure her, "Okay, I won't be nosy." She pulled down the cap, covering half of her face. He continued thinking, if the task was too difficult, he could still refuse. He was ready for all the answers from her. It seemed like he had planned it in advance. She also agreed, "Okay." He smiled brightly, reaching out his hand to her. "I accept her proposal." From then on, he and she were bound, as if a light shined through. She also achieved her goal. Her eyes were satisfied. She smirked. He's still keeping his hands at it. This isn't just an opportunity to unite with a large association. His hand seemed to emit golden light. She and he finally joined hands. He continued thinking, but it was also an opportunity for me to receive support from that association. She and he shook hands to make friends. Everyone had their own goals. I couldn't miss an opportunity like this. He looked at her and smiled. She happily accepted. He and she shook hands. He smiled and said, "Okay, I accept your offer." He and she now have a bond. He happily accepts her. She looked at him, her eyes determined, making the right choice. She smiled as she spoke, her eyes shining brightly. The happiness and comfort returning spread the atmosphere. He looked at her. She let go of his hand and turned away. He asked her, "So, when do you plan to tell me about the mission?" It seems he is very excited, looking forward to the mission. She smiled, her cap covering half of her face to add mystery. She answered him, "When the time came," mysteriously. She continued, "What can he do at his current level?" He looked at her, not knowing what to say. He told her that she shouldn't look at her face and get an image. She nodded when he said that. She turned to look at him in confusion. "What?" He smiled cunningly, pointed his index finger at himself and told her, "I am much stronger than you think." He started to become mystical. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him in bewilderment, frozen when he said that. She smiled slightly and turned away. In my mind I thought contemptuously, "You arrogant bastard." She said softly, "Okay, there's a bit of contempt in there." She closed her eyes, put her hands in her pockets, and told him that your weakness was not the reason I didn't say anything. He asked her curiously, "Then what was it?" She looked seriously at the glowing phone screen. She said, "We don't have enough evidence." She continued hesitantly, "I couldn't say anything until I was completely sure. I don't know what she's worried about, what she's doubting, but maybe it will take time for her to tell him about the mission." He also asked many questions, raised his hand to rub his chin, thinking, "So I won't force her anymore." Then she held up the phone in front of his face, and he was startled. She said, "Dial my number." He also agreed to her proposal. "Okay." He dialed the phone number and asked her, "Anyway, when can I get the equipment?" She looked at him and replied, "Anytime." The saying also shows comfort and non-restriction. He gave her the phone back and she asked him if she wanted it now. NH was also comfortable. "Okay," thinking in my head, "If I want to get more magic power, I need equipment." She turned and walked away telling him, "Follow me, we will go to the association headquarters." He also followed her, his curiosity still uncontrollable. Where was it? She turned around, looked and said to him, "Seoul Station." In front of her are skyscrapers and spacious roads. Then on that road, everyone marveled at what lay ahead. Murmurs rang out, "Look at that car." They all showed surprise on their faces. Even the little boy was holding his father's hand. His eyes were also shining and said to his father, "Dad, you look so cool, buy it." Then a white supercar appeared, looking sparkling and luxurious in the middle of the road. There are still rumbling sounds around. Is that a Porsche 918 Spider? There is also that model in Korea. Whose is it? Then a voice rang out, the door handle calling to him. Hey! She stepped out of the supercar and told him to come in. He sweated and looked at the car in front of him with surprise. He gently sat down in the car, his eyes rolling around, worriedly asked her, "How much is this?" She still calmly started the car and gently answered him, "Well, I just bought it so I don't remember anymore." I didn't notice him sitting there worriedly. Then she continued calmly and gently, "Probably about 10 million won." Then his eyes lit up, watching her drool, shocked at the car price she just said. Sitting in the car, he couldn't help but think, this is the guy who dresses casually, wears a baseball cap, plays games at an internet store. Is this the reason why people like foreign cars? He looked at her in surprise. Then the wheel rolled away quickly and smoothly. He looked ahead, feeling the car was moving. He couldn't sit still and said, "It's expensive so it runs smoothly, right?" She laughed and told him, "Why, do you want me to buy you one?" The statement was half joking and half serious with him. He stammered to her, "Really?" She smiled while driving, looking ahead, "I said we can give you a car." Then a scream made her stiffen. She was in the chair next to her. He was like a puppy, his eyes sparkling at her. "From now on I will call her sister Yeonju." She frowned, her eyes looked at him with terror. What did he say? She was so nauseous, she was startled when he said that. He was helpless, turned around and closed his eyes to remind her. She was worried about the road, maybe it was too much. He sat with his arms crossed. "Please feel free to give me the car like this," with a satisfied look on his face. The girl sitting next to her was still angry. If he refused the mission or failed, I would immediately confiscate it, as a warning to him. He didn't just tell her, rancor is so petty. She turned around and yelled at him, "Shut up, do you know how many people I have to feed?" Unable to contain the anger inside her. He was happy and calm again, tightening his seatbelt and saying, "Okay, I'll be quiet, please watch the road." Can't hide the joy and satisfaction on his face. Stop in front of a large building with red trim. Sunlight shines on the glass panels, giving off dazzling rays of sunlight. "As you said, this is the association's headquarters." He and she got out of the car. "You're talking to the valet, the keys are in the car." He looked at the building in front of him in amazement as if he had never seen anything so majestic. It was crazy. In my mind, I was thinking, as big as the player support center, a guild this big and powerful. She gently reminded him, "What are you doing? Come in." He stepped inside, not stopping to think in his head. It was truly a wise decision to join hands with the big association. There were already 2 people standing inside to welcome me. A person wearing a white how-dye, half-tied platinum hair, and glasses spoke up, walked up to him and said, "He must be the person the president mentioned." Then the guy wanted to shake hands with him. That person started to introduce himself. "It's nice to meet you. I'm the head of the Human Resources Management Department, Park Hyun-woo." He also introduced himself, "I'm Oh Kang-woo." Then he looked at the person next to him who was glowing blue. Then Hyun-woo also introduced the person next to him. This was the Commander-in-Chief, Moon Young-ho. He looked at that person and was confused. His face seemed a bit serious, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes brooding. To put it bluntly, he looked angrily at him. The thought popped into his head, "Commander-in-Chief, why is he looking at me like that? He is difficult to understand." Hyun-woo looked at him with a smile and said, "Since you're here, the deal must have been agreed upon. Thank you for accepting our offer." He happily shook hands and said, "No matter what the plan is, I can't refuse such a good offer." Hyun-woo also smiled and shook his hand, saying, "Ha ha ha, we're not that bad." Hyun-woo enthusiastically told him, "Then I'll take you to the equipment warehouse." She stood there and said, "I'll take him away. You're busy with a lot of things, Hyun-woo." Hyun-woo bent down to thank her, but the commander was still standing there, with a fierce look on his face, saying, "Then I will follow." He and she looked up, their eyes looking at the commander in confusion. She asked, "Why?" Then he said, "That guy," then pointed at him. Fierce eyes looked at him, making every sound. I wanted to see for myself what kind of person he was. His red eyes looked evil. She agreed, "Well, that's fine, it's okay to get to know each other, you two will see each other often, so follow along, Young-ho." Then the elevator slowly went up to the 14th floor. Arriving at the 15th floor, the elevator began to open, and the 3 people were about to reach the armory. The elevator closed, and he began to follow the 2 of them. She showed him the armory and said, This is our association's warehouse. She entered the password as she spoke, but I have to say first, I can't lend you all the equipment. The bright door opened, his sparkling eyes opened wide, she continued, but you can get items from epic rank and below. She pointed to the blue glowing weapon over there and said, as for the special rank over there, you can borrow it if you pay a deposit. Slowly tore around. He touched the thin, glowing blue glass, his eyes sparkling with excitement. There were no legendary or mythical rank statuses in stock. She replied that if we had it, we would use it and not leave it here. He turned to look at her and asked, yes, so did she have any equipment above legendary rank? She smiled and said, of course I have legendary rank equipment. Then he continued, so how much do I have to pay to borrow something like that? She gently said, 50 million won, a terrible number. He froze. She continued, the price was already discounted. He bent down in despair. I see, in my head, I thought I absolutely couldn't afford it. Then he went on to tell her, so I'll continue looking at some epic rank equipment. Then a ray of blue light flashed down with a sound. He and she returned. He and she looked at the commander in confusion, not understanding what he was doing. Commanding with fury, purple flames flared behind him. He shouted at him in rage, using honorifics right away. He looked up at him with a helpless, uncaring face. He walked close to me and growled, I said, using honorifics when talking to the president. His angry face swelled, he gritted his teeth and looked at him. Then he let out a mocking laugh. Scornful eyes, evil smile said, I don't want to, looked at him contemptuously, laughing. The angry commander, his face full of anger, grabbed his collar and lifted him up, behind is a flickering purple flame. He growled loudly, you. Then he pulled out the sword that glowed blue magic and made a clicking sound. It can be seen that he intended to attack Kang Woo. Unlike the commander, his expression was extremely calm, and he glanced at him with a smirk, making the commander even angrier. A scream rang out, Young-ho, that's Yun-yo's voice. Then she blocked the sword that was pointing towards Kang Woo. At this time, he still looked calm, watching everything continue. She blocked the commander's sword, her face darkly bowed, angrily saying, hey, Moon Young-ho. Then she raised her head. Young-ho was still holding the sword tightly. She blocked the sword with her magic for him, and he still stood still without moving. She said, what are you doing? She was angry, her eyes were fixed on Young-ho, her facial muscles were clearly visible. She furrowed her eyebrows, her fingers trembled with anger. She said, look here, hey! Her purple sparks flared up. She yelled at Young-ho, are you dumb or what? But at this moment, Young-ho's hand held the sword. His whole body trembling and not moving, he turned around and said, well the story is. Young-ho stammered, this idiot dares. She interrupted Young-ho, even if he curses me, that's my business. He turned to look at her. She continued, don't poke your nose into other people's affairs, Moon Young-ho. Then he took back the sword that was about to touch Kang Woo's face. I understand, Captain. She took a deep breath. She turned to look at Kang Woo and said, as for Kang Woo, you shouldn't respond like that. If you tease Young-ho like that, you'll be crippled. He nonchalantly closed his eyes and replied, okay, whatever. He didn't seem to care what she said. She was still scolding him. Young-ho put the sword away. Maybe he wasn't willing. He ignored her, thinking, at least he's loyal, this group probably isn't weak. Then he spoke softly, then Yonyu, shocking both her and Young-ho. Young-ho stopped. She exclaimed, oh my god, what's going on? He looked sinister, shook hands and told her, I don't need that foreign car just now, please lend me a special equipment, believe me, I will pay back both capital and interest quickly. She stiffened and looked at him both incredulously and helplessly. She replied that she couldn't do it now, but after the internal meeting, she could lend it to him. Then a strong punch passed by, both she and he widened their eyes, still not understanding what happened. Young-ho was angry, his teeth were clenched, he growled loudly, sister, did you just call her sister? He was very angry, his face tense and grimacing. Then he looked at Kang Woo, came closer to him, and said with a voice trembling with anger, you, how dare you? Then Young-ho raised the holy sword, intending to hit him directly. At this time, he still calmly looked at Young-ho, not looking like he was afraid to run away. Young-ho shouted, how dare you, then brought the sword down on Kang Woo who was standing calmly there as if waiting for him to strike. Then there was a huge boom. Blue smoke emitted from Kang Woo as Young-ho brought the sword down to cover the whole room. Then Young-ho jumped up, surprised. He looked at Kang Woo bewilderedly, his face turned pale, his eyes widened. wide open as if he didn't believe something. With blue veins still on his face and a few drops of sweat, Kang-woo called out, "Hey!" The smoke began to disperse. Yeonyu appeared standing in front of Kang-woo. At this moment she was really angry. She held Young-ho's sword, her eyes glaring at him without emotion, but her words were mixed with anger. While Kang-woo was still smirking behind him, both satisfied and disdainful, she stared at Young-ho and said, "Moon Young-ho, have you forgotten what I said?" Kang-woo stood there, looking satisfied, smiling at Young-ho as if he were being sarcastic. She continued, "Should I consider this an act of defiance of your orders?" Then Young-ho was sweating, his face was worried, he stammered and said, "But the president, this bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, she tried to strike him down. Young-ho let out a cry. She still couldn't calm down and continued, "It seems like I have to teach you a lesson." Kang-woo looked down at everything that was going on. She continued, "Hey Moon Young-ho, get out now." Then behind her appeared angry purple sparks. She glared, "If you cause trouble again, I will convene a disciplinary meeting." Young-ho sat down, still holding the sword in his hand, and looked up at her. She continued, "Think about your position as combat commander." Young-ho was sweating and stammering, "I'm sorry." She turned back and continued talking to Kang-woo, "Sorry, making him see such an unpleasant scene. I will severely punish him," she said, holding her head and looking tired. Kang-woo replied, "Ah, it's okay." At this time, Young-ho was also picking up the sword to look at it. Then he was once again unwilling, recasting the sword behind his back. Yeonyu asked him, "So what special equipment do you need?" "I will tell you in the meeting," he replied. "I want a set of armor that is comfortable to wear." He continued, "The better it is to have basic functions." Ko put her hand on her chin thinking, "Armor." Then a voice rang out, causing her to stop, "You said you needed armor." Young-ho walked over, bent down and glared at him and said, "So what about this? If you win against me then I will give you this set, special rank and many other good features." He spoke to Kang-woo in a provocative tone. She shook her hands angrily, her hands clenched into fists, and said, "Moon Young-ho." He looked at her startled and couldn't say anything more. Then she radiated angry lightning, her eyes glared, each of her footprints approaching to smash the ground. She growled loudly, "I told her to go away." Young-ho trembled and looked at her. Then an arm reached out to stop her. She stopped to look. Kang-woo said, "Wait." She stopped and looked down at his hand. "Huh?" A sound like she was surprised at what he did. He continued, "Okay, that match." At this time Young-ho was still standing bewildered and scared, sweat pouring down. Then she turned to look at him confused. "What?" He was still proud, smiling at Young-ho. She frowned, thinking, "This guy will definitely do it." Then in her head appeared images of what might happen in the near future. She thought, becoming as strong as she was, or perhaps even stronger. She looked at Young-ho, thinking in her mind, "But Moon Young-ho is currently at level 67, he has surpassed the limit of only needing effort to awaken for the 6th time, and is about to achieve the 7th awakening that hunters always have to do." New head reaching out, Young-ho was still standing there. Then she stopped Kang-woo. No matter how talented this guy was, he was still not ready. Then Kang-woo continued, "Moon Young-ho, I quite like what you mean." Smiling, "She's stopping him right now." Kang-woo don't provoke him. Kang-woo didn't seem to think about what she said. "Believe me, it's okay." Then his eyes turned red and he smiled sinisterly as if he was stalking something. He said, "He wants to give it. Why can't I get it?" Young-ho's angry face suddenly turned into a fake smile, looking at Kang-woo and said, "I like the way you think." In his mind, he thought, he will not be able to disrespect the president again. Then she looked at him, her face confused and worried, glaring at him. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Kang-woo still leisurely did not listen to what she said, his lips still smiling as if he had found a great deal. In Young-ho's head, images of her from a long time ago began to appear. When she was still engulfed in smoke and bombs, she saved him. She was the savior. She with that colored hair, he thought at the time, and the teacher I swore allegiance to. At that time, and even now, he thought, he was still the woman I gave my heart to. She saved Young-ho, and he was grateful and swore loyalty for that. The angry face appeared again when facing Kang-woo, but how dare he? He doesn't allow anyone to disrespect Yeonyu. He looked at Kang-woo and Yeonyu, thinking to himself, this insignificant name, he and she are still arguing with each other. Stop it or you will die. You still ignore it. Special equipment, very good. All three people entered a room with shiny tiles. He looked around and exclaimed, "That's really cool." Young-ho talked as he walked, staring at him like he was about to eat him alive. to see how long he could stay calm. He twisted his body, his voice calm. Yes, yes, look closely. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, her worried face full of sweat, "Hey Kang-woo, do you know this is crazy? She is trying to stop him." He and she stood there still talking, Young-ho on the other side watching. He laughed loudly. "I said it was okay." She pouted and looked at him helplessly. "He would regret it," Jiyoung said. Young-ho rang out, "You started walking at will." He laughed, held up 3 fingers, and said provocatively, "I will give you the first 3 seconds, attack any way you want." Young-ho seemed proud of himself, not considering Kang-woo a worthy opponent, his expression as if victory was certain in his hands. He twisted his wrist, smiling face and said, "Oh my god, did you learn something from a swordplay movie?" At this moment, he is also very confident and calm. He lifted his foot and said in a mocking voice, "Stop pretending to be cool and raise your sword, brother." He and Young-ho were standing in front of each other. Young-ho over there crossed his arms and stood there, his face angry. Kang-woo lowered his eyes. He was no longer smiling. "Huh, didn't you hear what I said?" He was still smiling, his biceps had blue veins bulging out, looking muscular. Young-ho crossed his arms and looked at him as he said, "I have no intention of using all my strength to hit a newbie." Suddenly, Kang-woo bent down, his face darkened, his voice cold. "Ah, is that so?" Purple tornadoes emitted from his feet. Then, at this time, the atmosphere gradually became tense. He took the battle seriously. Blue light emitted, but a flash of lightning made her standing nearby startled and looked towards him, smoke and dust flying everywhere. This is the power of speed. He rushed towards Young-ho, kicked him straight with his foot. Young-ho stood there with wide eyes and looked up. He was like a tornado moving so fast that even she and Young-ho didn't expect it. He kicked up a tornado, and a ray of light appeared from his feet. At this moment, Young-ho flew far away. The loud explosion and the smoke made her unable to believe her eyes. She stood there stunned, watching what had just happened. Young-ho cried out in pain, his face deformed, and he screamed. Jagged rocks scattered everywhere, a look of pain as they received Kang-woo's strong blow. Young-ho sat down, he seemed to have collapsed, holding his stomach. Kang-woo slowly landed, the other side of the wall had caved in, debris flying everywhere. She looked up, her expression stunned as if she couldn't believe what she had just seen. "Huh?" Young-ho threw up. "What the hell?" He held his stomach, looked up, thinking in his head, "It's too dangerous." His face grimaced. "If it wasn't for this armor, I would have been dead." He collapsed, vomiting everywhere. The light on his chest was still there. Young-ho didn't believe it. He reached for the sword behind him. It couldn't be. He is not convinced that what happened is true. Then a giant rock fell. Over there Kang-woo's face darkened. Behind him still purple fire flared up. Young-ho looked at him in disbelief. He had really only been a hunter for 3 weeks. Kang-woo laughed as if the victory belonged to him. A strange look appeared, his bright eyes curved red. "He gave me the first 3 seconds, right?" At this time, Young-ho knelt down, his hand still holding the sword tightly, looking at Kang-woo walking towards him. What trick did he do? Kang-woo stepped closer, opened his arms. "No joke, I'm simply stronger than you." Young-ho stood firmly on the sword and shouted, "Nonsense, how can a guy who has only been a player for 3 months be this strong?" Young-ho bit his lip and bent down. He continued, now seeing how absurd his 3-second concession was. Young-ho is not satisfied, he is losing, he doesn't understand why. Then Kang-woo laughed, covered his mouth with his hand, because he thought I was new so he acted. Kang-woo laughed, including mockery. He laughed loudly and talked loudly, then complained that I was playing tricks when things didn't go his way. It was really funny. He laughed loudly, echoing throughout the room, a contemptuous laugh. Then he stopped smiling, his face turned serious and glared at Young-ho. He muttered, "That's enough, loser." Young-ho's blue veins appeared, his eyebrows furrowed, his teeth clenched, looking at him angrily. "You, horrible bastard." Young-ho turned to look at Yeonyu. She was seriously observing every bit. Damn, he was sweating profusely. In Young-ho's mind, Chai Yeonyu was still watching. I can't be defeated like this. He was unwilling, didn't want Yeonyu to see him fail. He braced himself to lift the sword. Sparks emitted making snapping sounds, strong muscles emerged. Young-ho raised the sword high and aimed straight at Kang-woo. A huge spark of fire flashed from the sword. Young-ho shouted loudly, destroying the heavenly sword, as if he was pouring all his strength into it. But Kang-woo laughed again, loudly, which made Young-ho who looked at him not knowing what was going on. He covered his mouth and smiled, His face was sinister, his eyes were shining. "Hey, that name sounds really funny." His eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. Kangwoo quipped, "Destroying the heavenly sword, what the hell?" He really thought that was cool. Young-ho really couldn't listen to what he said anymore. He was so angry that he wanted to kill him on the spot. He held a giant sword, slashed a long line with yellow sparks and shouted loudly, "Please shut up." Young-ho's face darkened and turned pale. He probably couldn't last much longer. Kangwoo skillfully dodged Young-ho's sword, surrounded by dust and smoke. Perhaps he was not Kangwoo's opponent. Young-ho jumped up, used his sword to slash down at Kangwoo, his angry face glaring white. He gently dodged Young-ho's attack, thinking in his head, he is indeed the chief combat commander of one of the 5 major guilds, he is not weak. Kangwoo now had a serious and cold expression on his face. Young-ho flashed past, still angry. Kangwoo still gently thought, but I didn't need to face him directly. Then dangerous red and black rays emitted from his hand. "Let's begin. This is the power of darkness." Young-ho held the sword and rushed forward, shouting loudly. Stone chips scattered from under his feet. "Go die." Kangwoo was still standing there, from where he was emitting black and red rays, looking hideous. Then that thing began to exert power. Loud and deafening explosions rang out. Yeonyu was worried outside, sweating profusely, eyes glaring at the match. She shouted loudly, "Hey, Moon Young-ho." She stared at Kangwoo, stopped, and at this moment he was still thinking, what a fool. He felt that Young-ho couldn't win anyway. He smiled triumphantly. He had lost his reason, and even threw Young-ho a stupid, mocking sentence that made him mad. Young-ho still advanced, but Kangwoo seemed to suddenly disappear. Young-ho slashed his sword down, but Kangwoo had already dodged. At this point Yeonyu probably couldn't stand it anymore and entered the match. He was bewildered and couldn't see Kangwoo. Where was he? His expression lost composure, his pupils seemed to pop out, wanting to find Kangwoo. Right now Young-ho is extremely impatient, he doesn't care about anything around him anymore, he is trying to win against Kangwoo. Then a hand appeared from behind and grabbed Young-ho's shoulder, making him jump and stop. Kangwoo appeared from behind at some point, he was still laughing. He lost. Stupid. Young-ho turned back, his eyes white. He touched Young-ho's shoulder and spoke, "The power of water waves." Then something emitting blue appeared and covered him. Even Young-ho threw his sword somewhere, the sword flew out while he was still holding it tightly in his hand. Kangwoo's strength was too great. Young-ho flew straight into the wall and past Yeonyu's face, making a loud explosion. Young-ho's face was in pain, the crack in the wall was concave, the stones were scattered, and the smoke was cloudy. At this point, Young-ho was completely defeated, he fell down and lay motionless. She watched but couldn't say anything. She turned back and glanced at Kangwoo full of worry and doubt. She was thinking about something complicated. From the beginning, she thought Young-ho would win. He spoke up, making her frown. "Didn't I already say that?" As if he knew he would win against Young-ho from before. He smiled, brushed the dust off his clothes, looked at her and said, "I am much stronger than you think." He is still intact as if nothing had happened. The match was over, the staff began to clean up the rubble caused by the two people. Her voice rang out, apologizing for today. It seemed like she felt guilty, both guilty and embarrassed. Young-ho was now seriously injured. The staff began applying simple first aid. She continued, "Young-ho will be kicked out of the association immediately. I will definitely educate the members so that today's incident will not happen again." She and he went out. She looked sad. She pulled down her hat and looked down. "I have no words to defend, I'm sorry." Different from her, he happily jumped up and down because he got the trophy. "Oh, it's okay, I got this too." That is the armor that Yango wore and now it belongs to Kangwoo. Gargoyle armor, special rank, physical defense plus 200, magic defense plus 80, allowing you to use the petrification skill to help double physical defense index within 10 seconds. You can only use this skill once in 24 hours. The special armor that has so many uses is a reward for Kangwoo. He held the armor in his hand, his eyes could not hide the joy, thinking in his head, this is indeed special equipment, special skills are also good. Then he glanced at her who was sadly looking down, but, that guy was indeed a bit excessive for daring to bet on equipment like this, He thought of Young-ho's body covered in scars, he even disobeyed the president's orders, it was thanks to him that he had the equipment. He thought to himself, it's true that love makes people blind, then he told her, this time I will let it go. He turned around to look at her and continued, but if it happens again, I have to reconsider our partnership. Taking her hand to pull down her hat, Her eyes lit up, her expression serious. "I promise you, from today, all members of the Red Rose will respect you." Then he raised the armor and said to her, "Then I will trust the president. Also, I don't think this equipment will fit me. Do you have any way to solve this problem?" She turned back to answer him, "I'll put it on that platform. I'll deliver it to you when it's adjusted." He gently placed the woolen armor on the shelf and thanked her. "Then thanks you, I'm busy now." You agree with him, okay? As he walked, he waved his hand to the gate to greet her. "See you later," she told him. "Yeah, remember to send me your measurements." Okay, so that was the end of it. He had gone home and now she was alone. She watched the door slowly close. She breathed heavily, sat on the table and looked in the direction he had gone to see if he was human. She looked at the armor incredulously. Young-ho was not a wiki rank guy. How could a player who had just awakened 3 weeks ago defeat him? There were countless thoughts in her mind right now. She bent down and thought, if this continues, a world ranker will appear in Korea. World ranker, the 8 strongest players not just in one country but all players. There are currently no world rankers in Korea, but it is said that Korea's current number 1 player, Baek Kang-yeon, has potential, but he cannot become a world ranker. She was in the middle of thinking in her head, but if it was Kang-woo, then suddenly someone walked in. Would the President Kang-woo have left? She replied, "Just left, and the gargoyle armor will belong to him." "Is the equipment repair person busy?" Hyun-woo told her. "Well, they are free now. I heard about the situation with Mr. Young-ho." She looking at him, he continued, "Yes, we will hold a disciplinary meeting and send him away, making an announcement for everyone to gather tomorrow." Hyun-woo's eyes were closed, a little sad, and he didn't say anything, bowing his head slightly. She continued, "Don't make that face. Young-ho did wrong. We have to make sure something like this doesn't happen again." He bowed sadly. "Yes, I understand." He continued, "I have to tell you something." She looked up at him. What was it? His next words made her eyes widen in embarrassment. The government announced that they had successfully planted a spy in the demon cult. He stood there and continued, "If everything goes well, we will soon capture them." She took her hand out of her pocket and said urgently, "Continue." She took off her hat, scratched her hair, her tired eyes pondered. "Tell me more details." Oh Kang-yu whispered, "Let's see." At the same time he raised his hand to press the data table, immediately displayed Oh Kang-yu level 34, Awakening Stage 4, First Awakening Characteristics, Hunting Power, Rank Not Yet Available, Second Awakening Characteristics, Unlimited Hunger and Thirst Rank C, Third Awakening Characteristics, Demons Absorbing Mana Rank C, Fourth Awakening Characteristics, Mana Ruler, Rank A. Awakening Characteristics. The 5th province is unlocked at level 40, No Natural Job Talents, Strength 33, Dexterity 21, Organization 20, Magic Power 0, Magical Power. Natural Job Talents 53, Intelligence 11, Wisdom 13. Mr. Kang-yu pondered, so other stats also increased along with Magic Power. Magic Power was the most important. But that doesn't mean Strength, Dexterity and Organization won't help, he thought to himself. He can reduce the amount of magic consumed by enhancing his body with stats. Intelligence and Wisdom stats are useless to me because I don't use Magic Power. Well, they don't really make me smarter. Oh Kang-yu stretched out his hand, sighed and whispered, "It's a pity that I didn't add points to the stats I wanted. I heard that the bonus stats increase after leveling up based on the skills I use after the second awakening. But my Magic Power increases slowly, other stats increase randomly." Oh Kang-yu raised his hand to look, wondering why. Because his Magic Power was too high. He remembered, thinking to himself, my Magic Power is much higher than other stats, I can do things other players can't do. Mr. Kang-yu put his chin in his hands and thought, also, the higher the stat, the harder it is to increase the points. In general, after level 30, you won't be able to increase your magic stat anymore because it's already too high. Oh Kang-yu closed his eyes and looked up to the sky and whispered, "But it's okay. I've already exceeded my target after defeating the Hell Dog, although it's a bit unfortunate. If I keep going in this direction, the 5th awakening will come, no problem." He opened his eyes and said, "Let's go see Ems, Seo and Tisu." At Incheon's East Gate, Kang Tisu shouted, "Kang-yu, here, this side." Kang-yu, Seo stepped forward, he covered his face with his hands and reproached him. "Ah, so embarrassed." Taesu smiled and asked, "Have you finished your work?" Oh Kang-yu immediately replied, "Done." Taesu happily said, "Fortunately, these are the players I wanted to introduce to you." His words made Kang-yu look Oh Kang-yu thought to himself, oh my god. Tae-soo reached out to the player and said, this handsome boy is Kim Shyun and this girl's name is Choryun B. Kim Shyun bowed his head and said, hello. Someone secretly complimented him, he's so handsome. Unbai angrily retorted, who are you calling a little girl? Tae-soo smiled and said, Kiki, if not a little girl then what is it? Unbai immediately replied, you look more like a 40-year-old man, mister. Kang-yu scratched his head and said, oh hello. Tae-soo was petrified and asked again, what, you're 40? Unbai said happily, you're the person Tae-soo always talks about, right? I've heard a lot about you. Unbai continued, just talk to me comfortably, Kang-yu said helplessly, oh yeah, so first, the words were cut off by a loud scream, ah, you're a healer, aren't you? You're so pretty. Seo said in surprise, hey, thank you. Unbai happily held out her phone and said, let's take a photo together, I'll go show it to my friends later. Seo replied, oh yeah okay. Kang-yu looked sweaty, wondering, is she another version of Tae-soo? A voice rang out, nice to meet you. Kang-yu turned to look, it was Shin-hoon. He came forward and held out his hand and said, I've heard a lot about you, my name is Kim Shyun. Shyun reached for the sword and said, I was level 12 not long ago, I awakened an A-rank trait, I am a warrior type. Then he looked towards Unbai and continued, Unbai is a witch with rank B characteristics, I'm sorry, she's a bit hyperactive. Oh Kang-yu smiled and said, haha, it's okay, he thought to himself, his tone was very polite, he quickly told me what I wanted to hear the most. The two shook hands to greet each other. Oh Kang-yu whispered, and above all, the special awakening ability of rank A, isn't this guy exactly like the main character of the comic? Tae-soo asked, what do you think, are they trustworthy? Oh Kang-yu sighed and said, well, I think, maybe. They don't have the greed like Andra's bastards, Oh Kang-yu said, probably so. Tae-soo smiled and said, he, I told you I look at people very well. Kang-yu sighed in boredom and said, who was the one who almost died because of being betrayed? Tae-soo immediately turned away and said, that. Tae-soo said, it was because God had planned for me to meet you, it was fate. Tae-soo stiffened when being looked at with contempt by Kang-yu's eyes. He quickly pointed at Shihun and Unbai. Seo asked, how do you think the team is, does it look good? Kang-yu put his hand on his chin and said, not bad. A tanker, a long-range and a close-range damage dealer, and a healer who knows how to use buffs and heals, this is the optimal 4-person team. Not only that, I have 2 people who have awakened A-rank characteristics. The others are also B-rank, if you say this team is used to carry people and not hunt, I believe it. Kang-yu thought to himself, great, this is enough, he spoke up and said, today I will accompany everyone. Tae-soo wondered, are you going to? Kang-yu calmly replied, yes, I will go to tell everyone what is lacking and how to fix it. Tae-soo happily shouted, ooh, it's all thanks to you, thank you. Unbai stood next to her and covered her ears and said, shut up, Kang-yu said helplessly, it's too noisy. Mister, Kang-yu continued, so let's go to the gate right away, if the situation is not dangerous, I will just stand behind and observe, don't be negligent, there is an answer, ha-hoo-hoo, I understand. Mister, Kang-yu silently said, I don't want to carry them right now, that will only make them stagnant, I have to observe more, but they are worth investing in. The monsters rushed forward, they opened their mouths and screamed loudly, causing drool to flow out. They were holding their weapons and approaching. More and more of their accomplices came. Raise your weapon high and rush towards the target. But they were quickly pushed out by Tae-soo. They all fell backwards. Tae-soo happily laughed and said, ha 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 ha, what's up, that one? The monsters were covered in injuries, struggling to sit up. A loud scream rang out, lightning immediately struck the monsters. Unbai turned around and shouted, Mr. Tae-soo. The monsters chased Unbai, she said loudly that there were 5 monsters behind her. Tae-soo replied, I see. Seeing that the monsters were about to approach, Tae-soo quickly stomped his foot on the ground, and the spiritual energy emitted strongly. There was a beam of light shining on the monsters, screams rang out, over here. Unbai ran behind Tae-soo's large shield was the source of the light, shining straight at the monsters, causing them to cover their eyes with their hands. Tae-soo said, okay, go up. At this time, Seo raised her hand to perform magic and shouted light energy. The golden light shined on Tae-soo's muscular arms. Soon, Many long veins appeared on that arm. Taesu happily smiled and said, "Oh, thank you, sister-in-law." Seo stretched her hand and stretched the bowstring, aiming straight at the target. Then he immediately released the arrow, and the arrow quickly rushed straight through the monster's head. Taesu rushed up and used his shield to block the monsters. Taesu's face also had a few veins appearing. He laughed and shouted loudly. Immediately, the monsters were thrown away by Taesu. Every child had bleeding eyes, they covered their faces in pain. Shayun swung his sword and slashed them one by one. His speed was so fast that they had no time to react. When Shayun stopped, the monsters fell one after another, blood splashing. Shayun turned his head when he heard the screams. Taesu walked past the pile of corpses and smiled, saying, "Shayun is really strong. Have you learned swordsmanship before?" Shayun scratched his head and replied, "Yes, just practice because you like it." Taesu said in surprise, "Whoa, but your level isn't just practicing because you like it, haha." Taesu looked up and asked, "What do you think, Kang Yu? Everyone is strong." Kang Yu looked and pondered. Everyone looked worried. Taesu asked, "What's wrong?" Kang Yu jumped down and said, "First, I will say something you need to fix." He glared and whispered, "No." Everyone looked at Kang Yu wonderingly. Kang Yu thought to himself, a lot of puzzles, not just a few things. Mr. Kang Yu remembered the match just now and said that the problem was that he used his strength to solve everything. He was wasting too much strength. A tanker should not have such shortcomings. The image of Taesu smiling triumphantly appeared. Oh, Kang Yu continued, "From the beginning he rushed into the trolls. What if the boss came out later?" Mr. Kang Yu reminded, "You are a tanker, you just need to endure the attack and avoid them." After hearing the comments, Taesu said with a confused face, "I understand." Next, Oh Kang Yu spoke, and Seoe, she was startled and replied, "Ah yes, Kang Yu." Mr. Kang Yu praised, "She did a great job buffing Taesu and made good judgment when increasing the tanker's power." "There must be criticism," Oh Kang Yu said, "but deciding to use light arrows to protect yourself later is not good. The enemy always pays attention to the healer. If the healer attacks, the tanker will not be able to distract him." Strange direction. Those comments made Seo sad. She lowered her eyes and said, "Ah, I'm sorry." Kang Yu comforted Seoe when he saw her in tears. "We just need to slowly correct it," he said, then looked at Unbai, said, "What about Unbai?" Unbai immediately replied, "Yes." Kang Yu continued, "He seemed to want to deal with the monsters that had died in battle, and used a powerful spell with great firepower." Kang Yu remembered Unbai while participating in the battle and said, "Just now you were startled because 5 of them appeared while you were attacking the 3 that fell, right?" Unbai quickly answered, "That's right." Kang Yu commented, "You can easily defeat them with just a simple lightning magic, so save your strength. The main dealer will always be Si-hun. I will be the sub-dealer." "I'm sorry to hear that. Raise your hands high and speak loudly and clearly." "The last person," Kang Yu said, "and Si-hun." Si-hun immediately answered, "Yes." He walked over and put his hand on Si-hun's shoulder and said, "You didn't miss anything, you did your duty." Si-hun replied in surprise, "Thank you." Kang Yu glanced and whispered, "He's really good, even though he doesn't have 10,000 years of experience like me, he's a genius." Everyone gathered around Si-hun. Taesu gave 2 thumbs up and smiled, "Wow, Si-hun is really good." Unbai chimed in, "You're cooler than I thought." The compliments made Si-hun just laugh, ha ha. Kang Yu thought, "What a rough gem, I wonder how much stronger he will become." Kang Yu asked, "Let's continue inside." Everyone happily replied, "Oh yes, we will do better this time." Kang Yu replied, "Yes, try to fix the points I just said." Taesu uses his shield to block monster attacks. Unbai uses lightning magic, Seoa uses magic behind her to support. Unbai's lightning system quickly affected the monster, it convulsed and screamed loudly. The battle was brutal, everyone was trying to complete their mission well. Kang Yu stood outside and observed, surprised and whispered, "Oh, everyone is doing very well." The shield crashed heavily onto the ground, and Taesu gasped loudly after the battle. Kang Yu propped his feet up and sat on a tree branch thinking, if this keeps up, maybe they will be able to get to Gate C within a month. Taesu looked up and asked, "What do you think, brother, have we made progress yet?" Kang Yu smiled and said, "It's not bad." Taesu reprimanded, "You won't kill anyone with a compliment." Taesu continued, "But thanks to you, I have improved significantly." Wait, what is that? These words made Kang Yu look in the direction of the noise. Tae-soo asked confusedly, "It didn't seem like it was a troll." Kang Yu rolled his eyes and whispered, "It was." From the forest, a large wolf rushed forward with shrill screams. Tae-soo's group stood stunned. The wolf opened its mouth wide, sharp fangs appeared, its pupils turned red. Rushing forward, Kang Yu whispered, "Ghost wolf." Tae-soo looked stupidly, then put the shield in front of him again. The wolf opened its mouth and rushed forward, preparing to bite the prey. Tae-soo and everyone raised their weapons, ready to fight. Kang Yu stood on the tree, raised his hand to make the weapon appear, whispered in a dazed voice, "Another magical beast." Suddenly a black line flashed across. Kang Yu wondered in surprise, Si-hun rushed out and slashed the wolf from below, causing the wolf to scream. From that slash, its blood splashed everywhere. Tae-soo shouted loudly in worry. His brother, Si-hu, immediately told him to step back. After cutting the wolf, Si-hun flipped around and landed gently. Si-hun used magic on his sword. Then he rushed forward, slashed another line at the wolf's body, and it screamed, shocking the whole area. Si-hun gritted his teeth, holding his sword in his hand to focus on attacking the monster. Suddenly Si-hun's eyes widened and he turned his head. The wolf roared loudly, sending Si-hun flying. Si-hun fell to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, the wolf rushed forward. Si-hun raised his sword to shield himself, cursed angrily, and looked confused. At this moment, Kang Yu rushed forward, his eyes white, and threw a punch. One punch caused the earth to shake and the wolf also fell backwards. Si-hun looked in surprise at Kang Yu standing in front of him. The wolf trembled. Kang Yu's hands were covered in blood. The system announced that you had defeated a D-level rift fragment. You had increased 1 level. Kang Yu approached and asked, "Can you stand up?" Si-hun smiled and replied, "Haha, okay, thank you Kang Yu." Everyone ran to ask loudly, "Are you okay?" Seo worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Eunbai asked if you were okay. Tae-soo said admiringly, "Haha, you're so strong Kang Yu, you blew it away in just one blow." Si-hun struggled to put his hands on the ground. Tae-soo came forward to support Si-hun and said, "You are also very strong Si-hun, your sword is shining." Si-hun smiled and replied, "Haha, really, I only came here for the second time." While you two talked, Seo silently used magic to treat Si-hun. Kang Yu stood and watched, whispering, he could still fight monsters, even if he awakened to level A the second time, this was still unusually strong. Tae-soo lifted Si-hun's whole body up, making him hesitate before speaking. Can you put me down?" Kang Yu said to himself, "This is more than talent, I understand how that bastard Moon Young-ho feels." Tae-soo put Si-hun down, smiled shyly and said, "Haha, I'm not very calm." Right now Kang Yu came forward, put Si-hun's arm around Si-hun's shoulder and said, "Let me hold you." Si-hun saw that and said, "Thank you." Kang Yu's hand touched Si-hun's shoulder, and immediately there were streams of air emitted. Kang Yu's eyes are red, omniscient. System notification: you can hide your magic power when utilizing the power of a rank A magic power ruler. Si-hun's datasheet appeared. Kang Yu whispered in surprise, "Oh, I just wanted to check to see if he had any hidden powers, but I could also see his skills in the data window, is it okay?" Kang Yu smiled and thought to himself, "Okay, let's see." Suddenly Kang Yu widened his eyes, confused and wondered, What the hell is this?" SSS level, Martial Saint, a hero born to protect the world. Tae-soo said with concern, "If you feel uncomfortable, just say so, let me help you." Si-hun gratefully smiled and said, "I'm fine." Kang Yu looked at Si-hun and wondered, what is this guy? Kang Yu asked silently, is he really the main character? The system panel appeared. Oh Kang-woo thought God of War, guardian of the Star World. Oh Kang-woo pondered that this was the reason why his swordsmanship was so outstanding. He glanced at Kim Si-hu and exclaimed that this guy was truly the main character. Kim Si-hu nudged his hand and smiled, saying, "I'm really okay right now, thank you." Oh Kang-woo replied, yes, in my heart, I thought that in the future, he could become a threat to me, but I can't miss such a gem." Oh Kang-woo remembered Chai Yun-yo and thought he could build a good relationship with him, by giving your full support like Chai Yun-yo did for me. But right after that he thought again, just like how I'm willing to throw away things I don't like, one day, he too can point his sword at me, I can't put all my trust in this relationship. Oh Kang-woo speculated, well, right now it seems like Kim Si-hu is not the one who did those things, he even sacrificed himself to save Tae from the werewolf. Four people stood talking to each other. Sola asked Sihu if he wanted to be massaged with electric waves. Kim Sihu reluctantly replied, I think I can handle it. Tae heard that and said, oh, I also want to try. Oh Kang-woo analyzed that if you think in a positive way, like Tae said, he has a chivalrous spirit that is very commendable, but it can also be said that he looks too easy to deceive. Oh Kang-woo smiled mysteriously, thinking God knows, how will things turn out? He covered his mouth and smiled, thinking if that was the case. At this time, Sola called Kang-woo. Sola worriedly approached him and asked what was wrong. Where were he injured? Oh Kang-woo heard that and asked, me, I'm okay, I wasn't injured anywhere, I'm just thinking, being next to Tai, being massaged with electric waves. He was extremely happy and said it felt really good. Oh Kang-woo continued to explain why this monster appeared at the D-level gate. Hearing that, Sola agreed and replied that I also thought so. Before now, I've never seen or heard anything about this monster. If Kang-woo wasn't here, a disaster would definitely have happened. When I heard that, I laughed and said haha, Sihu also did very well. How is he now? Sola replied, he's getting better. On the other side, three people were talking happily. Sola said if he avoids doing excessive movements, he will recover quickly. Sola and Oh Kang-woo walked towards the three people. Oh Kang-woo asked if you were okay. Sihu, Kim Sihu replied, yes, thanks to Ems, Sola, I feel much better. Oh Kang-woo smiled and said how lucky he was. Kim Sihu said that if it weren't for you, I would have been injured more seriously. Kim Sihu's eyes sparkled like a puppy and said again, thank you, I've heard what Tae said, but you're really strong. Hearing that, Tae patted his chest with great enthusiasm and said of course, in my entire life, I have never seen a player as strong as big brother Kang-woo. Not only that, he also has an extremely chivalrous spirit. Kim Sihu fans said he really found a good big brother. Tae, Oh Kang-woo saw the two of them tossing around and said haha, you're great too, Sihu. In my heart, I thought I said too much. Hearing that, Tae agreed to say it correctly. I've never seen a player like Sihu among the players who awakened for the second time. Kim Sihu laughed and said haha, I'm so blown away. Tae asked again why don't you join the big guilds, Sihu, I think you are capable of joining any guild. Tae said it seemed like the Mir Guild was recruiting new members, are you not interested? Hearing that, Kim Sihu paused a bit. Tae kept talking and said that he heard that Mir's vice president was trying his best to recruit talent. At this point, Kim Sihu interrupted and said I had no intention of joining any guild, but it's not just Mir. Hearing that, Tae replied I understand. Tae asked him what problem he had with the Mir Guild. Hearing that, Kim Sihu suddenly tightened his grip on the sword at his waist and said it wasn't worth mentioning it. Suddenly Tae bent down and said sincerely, it seemed like there was a not-so-easy story behind it. I'm sorry for bringing up such unnecessary things. Kim Sihu was surprised by Tae's actions. He said it was okay. Kim Sihu smiled wryly and said it was just a little complicated. I'm the one who should apologize for being so sensitive. Kim Sihu says so let's continue. Oh Kang-woo made an X sign with his hand and said today's hunt ends here. Come back tomorrow. Sihu has to rest too. Kim Sihu heard that and replied that it was okay, I can easily handle troll-level monsters. Oh Kang-woo patted Kim Sihu's shoulder and said there was no need to overdo it, let's meet again tomorrow and go hunting. Kim Sihu replied yes, I understand. Tae excitedly asked big brother, are you coming with us tomorrow too? Oh Kang-woo said no, tomorrow everyone should go hunting by themselves. Hearing that, Tae made a pitiful expression like a puppy. He continued, I can't take care of everyone forever. If you still remember what I taught today, you will definitely improve in a short time. Tae replied I understand, boss. Then he raised one hand in determination and said this man, Kang Tae-soo, would try his best to advance in rank and be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with big brother. Oh Kang-woo didn't look back and waved to say I'm counting on you. Back in the city, Oh Kang-woo calls Ems, Sola. Sola replied yes, Mr. Kang-woo. He said I thought you had to go home alone. Suddenly I had something to do. Sola asked is it urgent? Oh Kang-woo looked at the missed call on his phone and replied yes, I have an emergency call, I think I have to go. When Sola heard that, she said I understood, so how's dinner? He said she should eat first, maybe I'll be back late. Sola heard that and replied with a sad face. She forced a smile and said okay, take care, see you later, no matter how late it is, I will reheat your food. Hearing that, he happily replied, I will definitely return safely. In my heart, I thought that she really is an angel. The two waved to each other. Oh Kang-woo told himself that he really wanted to have dinner with Sola like always, but probably not. He watched her leaving figure, thinking okay, so now. At this moment, his face changed 360 degrees into a different person. He smiled devilishly, thinking he had started. Kim Si-hoo looked at his phone. He was standing at the bus stop. Kim Si-hoo told the guild, Mirror Guild, at this time, someone called Si-hoo. Kim Si-hoo saw that it was Oh Kang-woo and replied Kang-woo. Oh Kang-woo said I have something to tell you. Kim Si-hoo heard that and replied okay, what is going on? You said this is quite important. He continued, so let's go somewhere more private. There was a sound announcing the arrival of bus number 700, Kim Si-hoo replied yes. At this time the bus passed by. Two people, one in front and one behind, walked. Oh Kang-woo walked in front and led the way, while Kim Si-hoo followed and looked around curiously. Kim Si-hoo asked Kang-woo, what do you want to talk about? As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Si-hoo was immediately defeated by Oh Kang-woo. Kim Si-hoo fell to the ground. Kim Si-hoo was bewildered, not understanding what was going on and why he was there. Before he could finish his sentence, Oh Kang-woo hit him hard in the chest with his foot. He said I just wanted a little reassurance. Oh Kang-woo just hit Kim Si-hoo and said that in the future, Si-hoo will become very strong, outstandingly strong compared to other players. That's why I want to build a good relationship with someone like you. He faced Kim Si-hoo and continued, or in other words, I want to be your true teammate. Kim Si-hoo asked why he said these words, while doing some crazy actions. Oh Kang-woo used the strength in his hand to punch Kim Si-hoo in the chest, making him scream miserably. He said this is a guarantee of that. Oh Kang-woo grabbed Kim Si-hoo's heart and used his dependent power to make Kim Si-hoo's face bloodless, his eyes wide open, trembling and screaming, stopping. He said don't worry, you will forget everything that happened here. Kim Si-hoo's pounding heart suddenly appeared with more eyes. He said that once he wakes up, he will continue to live normally, hunt monsters like today, and become stronger. Oh Kang-woo continued saying he could too, form a team with Tae and Sola, and become a stronger team than anyone else. He withdrew his hand and said you will also be able to use part of my power because now you have become my familiar spirit. This is very beneficial for your development. Kim Si-hoo's eyes disintegrated. Oh Kang-woo said he didn't need to worry about anything. He smiled scarily and said we would become very close teammates. Kim Si-hoo saw this and widened his eyes in horror. He instinctively backed away. At this moment, he suddenly raised his hand to his chest. Kim Si-hoo asked why he was here. I'm definitely waiting for the bus. He picked up his phone and looked at the time. He was startled and asked if it was 8 p.m. Kim Si-hoo tried to remember, telling himself he was waiting for the car, about an hour ago. He thought something happened after that. When he tried to remember more, his head suddenly hurt like hell. Kim Si-hoo touched his head and thought he didn't remember anything. I must have passed out. He thought that no matter how great the impact was, he didn't expect to faint like that. Kim Si-hoo bit his lips helplessly, thinking he was really weak. He tried to stand up, thinking that he was too weak right now, still a long way away. I must become. Kim Si-hoo put his hands on the wall and thought harder than he was now. He clenched his teeth, thinking that his sword could reach the necks of those bastards. Oh Kang-woo stood from above looking down at Kim Si-hoo who was struggling to walk. He said it worked. The soul enslavement notification system has been completed. Kim Si-hoo has been recognized as your subordinate. Do you want to order anything? Oh Kang-woo said later. In my mind, I thought I had insurance. The soul notification system has been bound. Oh Kang-woo smiled strangely, thinking that now he just needs Kim Si-hoo to get stronger. Kim Si-hoo held his phone to check the time. Oh Kang-woo thinks he doesn't want to give him any orders yet. Kim Si-hoo suddenly saw a bus coming. Oh Kang-woo thought he made him a subordinate just because he wanted insurance. There was no need to go any further. The bus stopped and Kim Si-hoo hurried over. Oh Kang-woo stood high and looked down, thinking that after his abilities were enhanced, Si-hoo's strength would become equivalent to Bollock's. Oh Kang-woo remembered the evil army and thought Kim Si-hoo's existence was very important to him, because his magic power was still partially sealed. He thought it was because he still had to fight against a legion of mystical demons. He looked at Kim Si-hoo thinking he wasn't sure when they would appear at the gate again. Now then, Si-hoo. Oh Kang-woo smiled creepily thinking I will help you as much as I can, so please practice hard and get stronger. Oh Kang-woo saw an incoming call on his phone. What do you say, Cho Dio-kyun? He picked up the phone and asked, yes, what is it? Chodeo-kun said I called because I wanted to tell you some information. Hearing that, you asked about the evil army. Chodeo-kun said, I'm not sure, it's true that I see traces of magic power. Chodeo-kun continued, but it didn't seem like it was intentional. Oh Kang-woo heard that and asked if it wasn't made by humans. Chodeo-kun replied yes, it seemed to be created by a monster, not a fish. When Oh Kang-woo heard that, he thought he was a devil. He asked where he found it. Chodeo-kun landed at a rank B gate near Ulyongbu. Oh Kang-woo said okay, in my mind, I thought that after the hell dog and the werewolf, there would be another one. Oh Kang-woo looked at the small system board and thought it was called a gap fragment. Hell dogs appear at rank C gate, weaker werewolves appear at rank D gate, so, rank B gate this time. Oh Kang-woo smiled and stuck out his tongue thinking that a monster stronger than hell dogs might appear. It has helped me level up so much. The system table displays detailed parameters. Oh Kang-woo said maybe, I will awaken for the 5th time sooner than I thought. At the subway station, there was an announcement that the train would soon arrive at Ulyongbu station, exit is on the right. The loudspeaker announces that the door is open. Oh Kang-woo followed the crowd out of the submarine. He looked around uncomfortably and thought to himself, oh my god, I have to buy a new car soon. After finishing this job, I'll probably have to ask Yunyo to buy me a car. Oh Kang-woo looked at his phone while walking down the stairs. I think let's see, the monsters must appear at the rank B gate. Below there are two people talking to each other. The person coming down asked, what's going on? Why did you come back? The person walking up frowned and said they said there was something strange in there so they wouldn't let me in. Oh Kang-woo heard that and looked up. He continued saying yeah, mutant monster or something. He added that because of that, no matter how big the team is, they cannot enter. At this time, behind the gate, which was strictly guarded by many people holding weapons, a giant black hole appeared in the air. Many people who were stopped outside were upset and said, you can go in there. Damned, I came here from far away. Do you know how far I have to go? Anyway, when you die, the government won't compensate you. One person angrily asked why no one was allowed in. Everyone was stuck here. The watchman replied that an unnamed monster had mutated so the gate was being temporarily closed. Hearing that, the other person said it was not a boss. At this time the speaker announces a monster in the portal has mutated. We cannot identify this monster yet, but 10 players lost their lives. The loudspeaker announces that for the safety of the players, we will limit the gate until we have information. I repeat, a monster. Everyone heard this and said there were 10 people in a B rank gate. So many people died. 10 people is a lot. The number of casualties cannot be that high, no matter what Jura gate rank B. Oh Kang-woo stood in the crowd thinking mutant monsters. He crossed his arms and thought it would be called that, but it was clearly something else. The devil must be causing trouble in the dungeon. Oh Kang-woo thinks they even prohibit players from entering. I don't know what it is this time. Some reporters asked if he could explain further. People are very worried. A watchman said that as we said, we don't know the details yet. The reporter asked again, but closing the dungeon would have confirmed something. The watchman replied yes, we only knew that it looked like a lion. We have never faced it before so we still need time to analyze. Oh Kang-woo heard that and immediately thought it was Boer. Boer, one of the strongest predators in Hell number 2. It looks like a lion, has 5 legs, and has special abilities different from other magical beasts. Special ability to devour, regardless of its size, as long as it eats 5 preys a day, it will be full and will no longer attack first. Oh Kang-woo covered his mouth and felt disgusted, thinking that the Boers going to the first hell to find food was a nightmare. Thinking about those times makes me nauseous. I think anyway, if there were 10 victims, then the Boer must have appeared 2 days ago. Oh Kang-woo looked at his phone and smiled, thinking, this time it's easy, I just need to throw 5 monsters at it and kill it when it's full. Oh Kang-woo thinks he'll just do it, then immediately called Chai Yunyo. He asked Yunyo. Chai Yunyo asked that guy. Oh Kang-woo, what? At this time, Chai Yunyo is lifting weights. Oh Kang-woo said I want to ask you something. Chai Yunyo asked what happened. He replied that I wanted to enter a rank B gate, but the government was restricting it. Chai Yunyo asked if he was in Ulyongbu. Oh Kang-woo replied yes, you can do it, right, I'm very close to some high-ranking people. At this moment, there was a strange noise on the other side of the phone. Chai Yunyo asked him if he had to enter the gate. Oh Kang-woo smiled and replied yes. Chai Yunyo put down the weights. What Oh Kang-woo said is very important. Chai Yunyo heard that and said well, it will cost you a lot. He said don't worry, I will pay you in full. Cha Yun-yo said yes, of course, I hope you don't die at the hands of a mutant monster. Oh Kang-woo heard that and laughed and asked if I could die so easily, would you sponsor me to this extent? Cha Yun-yo has a smooth tongue, tell the guard to answer the phone. Oh Kang-woo approached the guard. The guard saw this and told you, the player has no rights. He gave the phone to the guard, smiling and saying it was Cha Yun-yo from the Red Rose Society. The guard opened his eyes wide and asked why. Oh Kang-woo recalls Cha Yun-yo from the Red Rose Society, she has something to tell you. The guard quickly answered the phone and replied yes, I got it. People around also heard it so they were excited to say who was it. Cha Yun-yo, he said. Cha Yun-yo, does the Red Rose have someone like that? They haven't hired anyone recently. After the guard answered the phone, he sighed. He gave the phone to Oh Kang-woo and said, Oh Kang-woo, you are allowed inside. He is considered the investigator of the monster incident. He said again that if he defeats it, he must provide information. Do you agree? Oh Kang-woo took the phone and replied, of course, I will begin an investigation immediately, and do my best to reassure the people. When the reporters saw this, they rushed to take pictures. He said, take pictures quickly. Everyone was buzzing about the hot news. Who is that? He comes from Red Roses, huh? At this moment, someone shouted loudly, wait. Oh Kang-woo heard that and turned his head to look. A group of people approached. The person who spoke had a muscular body and smiled and said that because Red Roses are allowed to investigate, we can also go in. People were talking about Kang Sung-soo from the Mirror Group, the new soldier who became famous recently. I've only been a player for 3 months and I've already entered the rank B portal. Oh Kang-woo looked at Kang Sung-soo and thought to himself, is this guy with a ponytail famous? Kang Sung-soo asked if he was the one sponsoring the Red Rose. He continued talking about gargoyle armor, just looking at those special equipment you can tell. Kang Sung-soo asked, but don't you have teammates? Red Roses can only sponsor so much. Oh Kang-woo smiled happily and said, haha, I prefer to hunt monsters alone so I don't accept teammates. Kang Sung-soo disdainfully said that he had recently been at the C rank gate. You probably think this gate is as easy as that. When the group heard that, they also laughed. He smiled contemptuously at Oh Kang-woo and said that guys like you usually die very quickly. Kang Sung-soo became more and more arrogant, saying that he probably wanted to take a step up to the sky by capturing the mutant monster, but since when did a player who had just awakened for the 4th time dare to poke his nose into other people's business? He saw Oh Kang-woo being silent and not saying anything, so he provocatively asked why he didn't say anything, or had his tongue been taken away by the cat. Kang Sung-soo continues speaking, or is it you? Are you scared? As soon as he finished speaking, he burst out laughing. Kang Sung-soo put his arm around Oh Kang-woo's shoulders and then reached out to Mir's group and asked, what about you? You're the investigator, why don't you join my team in entering the gate? If so, you won't immediately fall dead when you enter, but, my team has all the positions. He said now that he saw it, you look like a thug, why don't you bandage your wound or something? Speaking of this, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh Kang-woo suddenly laughed and said okay. He happily smiled and said he was so worried about me that I didn't know how to react. I'm still afraid of going alone. Oh Kang-woo asked now, let's go in together, silently count 1 in your heart. Everyone is talking about this guy, it's so strange, doesn't he know shame? Really disappointed, Oh Kang-woo continued counting 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh Kang-woo counted 6 to Kim Sung-soo, he thought he needed 5 people to feed Booer, looks like there's 1 left over, if you ask, shall we go? On the other side of the phone came a voice asking if that bastard Oh Kang-woo sponsored by the Red Rose was there. Right, the guy who was directly selected by Cha Yun-yo. I heard it was at rank B gate. Kang Sung-soo stood behind the wall looking towards the crowd and answered correctly, it's here, Vice President Kim Young-hoon. Kim Young-hoon said he had to take this opportunity to humiliate that guy in front of everyone. Even though they currently have the upper hand, you mustn't forget that the Mirror Guild is a level higher in the rankings than the Red Rose Guild. Back in the present, Kang Sung-soo thinks things should always be like that. He frowned and asked, what, do you want to go in together? Oh Kang-woo smiled and replied yes. At this time, reporters were filming 2 people. Kang Sung-soo thought he should have humiliated him in front of the reporters, but if he acts so gentle like this, I'll turn into a bad guy. He thought that continuing to provoke would make the association's image worse, so he waited inside the gate. Kang Sung-soo turned his head to look at Mir's group and said okay, let's go in. Mir's group was quite surprised but also replied, okay, everyone can't believe it right now, Red Rose and Mir are working together, wow, that's great news. Kang Sung-soo looked at Oh Kang-woo's back uncomfortably, thinking to himself, this despicable bastard. The reporters say okay, the headline will be that two rival teams decide to team up to defeat a mutated monster. Just keep going like this. Kang Sung-soo thought he couldn't understand why the Red Rose sponsored a guy like this. He chuckled and thought, never mind, I don't need to continue provoking this vile guy anymore. But Kang Sung-soo would never have imagined that Oh Kang-woo in front was smiling extremely devilishly. Mira's group said to end this, it's only temporary, there won't be a next time. Mira and Oh Kang-woo's group entered Gate B. Oh Kang-woo said, now, let's combine forces to defeat the monster. Kang Sung-soo spat and asked, don't you know how humiliating you are? Oh Kang-woo innocently asked why. Kang Sung-soo asked, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? The cloaked woman disdainfully said to ignore it. Kang Sung-soo said he thought he was something special, he was handpicked by Chai Yun-yo, but he was probably just a loser. Watch out for Chai Yun-yo too. That one guy is right, Chai Yun-yo is out of date. Has she been able to do anything lately? What about our Vice President Kim Young-hoon of Mir? Another guy chimed in and said he was right, he comes from a rich background and is handsome and talented. Another guy with long hair laughed and said he was really from a family. The president is also a ranker. Our Mir Association was founded by a father and son pair. Kang Sung-soo laughed loudly and asked, what about Red Roses? There are only trash people like him. Oh Kang-woo followed behind to think of the Mir group. He crossed his arms and thought about the Mir group. Mir Society, president and also president of Mir Electronics Group, Kim Jae-yoon. Awakened with his son 5 years ago in a gate accident, with funding from Mir Electronics, he quickly leveled up and established the Mir Association. Oh Kang-woo thinks big associations make a lot of profit. In the front, Mir's group was still laughing and having fun. In the back, Oh Kang-woo thought, but because before forming the association, there was already a corporation, so these guys must be very rich, swimming in money all the time, because it turned out like this. Oh Kang-woo rubbed his chin and thought about whether he should let these two groups fight each other and then sit on the fisherman's seat to benefit. He put his hand on his heart, thinking, no, I have received enough already. Chai Yun-yo is still useful. Oh Kang-woo crossed his arms and shook his head, thinking it wasn't time yet. Only stupid people kill the goose that lays the future golden eggs. He pursed his lips and smiled as he looked at Kang Sung-soo, thinking that also, the Red Rose Society still has a useful place, so if I have to kill someone. Kang Sung-soo shouted and said, where did that mutant monster disappear to? Oh Kang-woo smiled and asked, who knows, why don't we patrol around this area first? Kang Sung-soo turned his head to look at him in annoyance and asked, do you think I don't know? I've been walking around all this time and haven't seen anything. That's really stupid. When Oh Kang-woo heard that, he just laughed. Kang Sung-soo said, the Red Rose has really collapsed. Oh my god, what about Chai Yun-yo? Mira Group said, I think Red Rose will disband soon. Of course, we will not accept anyone from Red Roses. Oh Kang-woo thinks he should take it slow and just go look for it. Oh Kang-woo thinks, it's right behind that wall, and because it still moves. He speculated that it was still not full. Oh Kang-woo smiled and thought how lucky he was. Let's get started, shall we? In his palm a ball of power appeared. This was the power of enchantment. A stream of incense flew out from Oh Kang-woo's palm and then spread to Mir's group. They asked what the smell was. That's right, it smells really good. Huh? Why is there this smell in the middle of the maze? Hey, be quiet. Oh Kang-woo thinks right, the booer will smell this from afar. At this time someone said something was coming, not the sound of regular monster footsteps. Everyone in Mir's group immediately took a fighting stance. They said, prepare to fight, it's probably a mutated monster. Kang Sung-soo turned his head to look at Oh Kang-woo and said, please stand still in the corner, don't brag that you caught it with us. Oh Kang-woo suddenly said, you predicted death really well. Hearing that, Kang Sung-soo opened his eyes wide and asked what he said. Oh Kang-woo said, Sung-soo, do you remember what you said? At this moment, Oh Kang-woo's face was no longer as gentle as before, but smiled in a strange way. He continued to say that guys like you usually die early. Kang Sung-soo widened his eyes and asked what the hell was that. As soon as he finished speaking, the wall was broken. Kang Sung-soo immediately turned his head to look ahead. The giant boar was piercing through the body of a Mir group member. Its giant head bared its sharp teeth in front of the other person. That person could only tremble in pain and do nothing. Oh Kang-woo smiled and thought, for the first time, he lost one. Kang Sung-soo shouted loudly, concentrate. Kang Sung-soo pointed at the boar and said, get into position and attack, hurry up. The boar bit Mir's group to death and then swallowed it whole. The arrow pierced its direction, but its silhouette was nowhere to be seen. The boer was as fast as lightning and moved continuously, not even its shadow could be seen. The thick smoke made Kang Sung-soo cough and choke. He cursed, "Damn it, everyone keep your formation." As soon as he finished speaking, someone was grabbed by it. It then pierced through this person's body. The boer devours its prey deliciously. There was blood all around its mouth. Oh Kang-woo squatted on the high platform and watched, thinking now, too lost. Kang Sung-soo angrily yelled, "Damn," preparing to fire. Kang Sung-soo pointed towards the boer and shouted to attack. The two guys standing, one on the left and one on the right, rushed forward. But it was immediately pierced through. Kang Sung-soo widened his eyes in horror, thinking it was impossible. He stood in front of the boer in disbelief, thinking he had fought with all his might, but it still doesn't have any scratches. At this time, only Kang Sung-soo and one woman were left alive. The woman sat down on the ground and was so scared that she didn't dare move. She looked at boer with tears in her eyes and said, trembling, "Help me." She said, "Please, help." Kang Sung-soo said loudly, "What are you doing? Calm down and maintain your formation." Oh Kang-woo laughed and counted 3, then 4. Kang Sung-soo gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fuck, it's like this." He bent down and gathered his strength. "Then jump up." Kang Sung-soo jumped down on boer's head, thinking of the final blow. He shouted, "Break, break." As soon as he finished speaking, boer's blow caused him to fall head first to the ground. Kang Sung-soo spit blood from his mouth and lay motionless in pain. Suddenly boer's claws stabbed right in front of him. Kang Sung-soo's eyes widened in fear, tears streaming down his face. Oh Kang-woo smiled. The boer devoured the remaining woman in Mir's group. Oh Kang-woo counted 5, "It's over." The boer nibbles on food. Kang Sung-soo had no strength left, so he could only watch it eat his teammates. At this moment, an arm that belonged to an unknown person fell from boer's mouth and landed in front of him. "Oh Kang-woo told you it would definitely fill you up." Oh Kang-woo is walking on the back of the boer. Kang Sung-soo couldn't believe it and asked, What? Oh Kang-woo stepped on said boer's thick fur 5 times a day. Kang Sung-soo didn't understand and asked Tess, "How?" Oh Kang-woo explains that if he eats 5 prey, boer will reach a state of fullness, and when that happens, it won't move unless it's attacked first. Kang Sung-soo trembled and said, "No, it couldn't be." Oh Kang-woo thinks the next step is simple. "I need to hit it really hard to get enough." Then he summoned the power of darkness with one hand and the power of hell with the other. Oh Kang-woo thought to kill it in one shot, then the 2 hands clasped together. Kang Sung-soo looked at him. Oh Kang-woo thought before that he needed to concentrate more to use multiple powers at the same time. But now it's no longer necessary, he thought. He gathered strength. Oh Kang-woo summoned a trident. The system notifies you that you have received the rank 5 trident skill. Blood vessels appear on his neck and face. The system notifies you that you will gain more accuracy when using memorized skills. Oh Kang-woo used his trident to stab boer hard in the chest, making it scream. It struggled and screamed in pain. Kang Sung-soo was also thrown away by it. The system notifies you that you have successfully defeated the boer rank B monster. You have increased 6 levels. Oh Kang-woo stepped out in the smoke and breathed a sigh of relief. The system notifies you that you have reached level 40, your 5th awakening has been unlocked. Leveling up causes your stats to reach the limit. Your magic stat has increased by 7, your magic stat has reached 60 and a condition of demon deferral has been met. When Oh Kang-woo heard that, did he ask? Oh Kang-woo wiped his sweat and wondered. It sounded like something out of a martial arts novel. The system panel displays information. I wonder why this explanation panel isn't a bit more friendly. It doesn't give me any useful information about this extremely weird delay. Oh Kang-woo thought with his chin in his hand, but I felt like it would give me a mysterious source of power. He thought extremely devilishly, Demon Lord, this is the first time I've heard about this power even though I've been in hell for 10,000 years. I think I was right about my hypothesis before. Oh Kang-woo thought as he walked that if he continued to increase his stats as a player, he could become stronger than when he was a demon king in the 9 hells. He smiled and thought he could even surpass his strength at that time to an unimaginable limit. I thought I had given up the habit of being greedy, but it seems like I still haven't gotten rid of the habits from when I was a demon king. Oh Kang-woo looked at the defeated boer in front of him and thought he should absorb this boer first. He thought that as an investigator of mutated monsters, he should keep the body, but there was no way he was going to throw away this huge amount of magical power right before his eyes. After absorbing boer's magic power, The system notifies that your magic power has increased by 4. Oh Kang-woo smiled and thought that the dark monster would definitely give him more magical power. It increased to 4 after I reached 60. At this moment, Kang Sung-soo suddenly said just now, Oh Kang-woo heard that and turned his head to look. He saw Kang Sung-soo and smiled and said there's another guy. Oh Kang-woo walked up to Kang Sung-soo, he said based on your wild behavior, I thought you were the first to die, but you really are a talented person in your guild, aren't you? Kang Sung-soo still remained in the upside down position, scared and said no, don't come here. Oh Kang-woo asked why you behave like that towards your teammates. Kang Sung-soo could only open one eye and asked are you planning to kill me? Oh Kang-woo sat down, looked at Kang Sung-soo and smiled and asked, what are you mumbling about? I would never kill my comrades again. Understand, you still have another role to play, so of course I can't let you die here. Kang Sung-soo asked one role. He smiled happily and said now, stop shaking, I need to ask you a few questions. Oh Kang-woo asked who the hell told you to anger me outside that gate? He remembered the moment he was ridiculed and thought that even a pathetic person would not act so maliciously in the first place. Besides, how come they already know who I am, even though I don't think any information was leaked? I think someone is definitely pulling the strings on these bastards. He saw Kang Sung-soo silent and said oh, don't you mean to say it? Right after that, Oh Kang-woo kicked Kang Sung-soo in the head. Kang Sung-soo was kicked through the wall. Oh Kang-woo pulled his head up and said I will ask you again, who is that? At this time, Kang Sung-soo was afraid and said Kim Young-hoon. He remembered the mirror group mentioning this name before. He asked Kim Young-hoon, why, in my mind, I thought it was the person I talked to last time. Kang Sung-soo says sir, Mr. Young-hoon invited Cha Yun-yo out. He continued and was flatly refused. From there, a hatred for the Red Rose Society was born. Oh Kang-woo asked him trying to anger me because of that nonsense reason. Kang Sung-soo continued and furthermore, he said they needed to change the image of the Mir Guild, directing all attention to their guild. They wanted to carry out their ideal of being superior to the Red Rose Guild, so. You continue to ask, I'm still wondering what this bastard is like to make enemies with me, but he will bear the consequences. Do you have a picture of him? Kang Sung-soo quickly took out his phone with a broken screen and said, here it is, here's the photo. Oh Kang-woo looked at his phone and smiled and said wow, it's just like you said, he's handsome, huh? He suddenly saw Kim Si-hoo in the picture and thought Kim Si-hoo, they look a bit similar. No, maybe it's because they're both handsome. Oh Kang-woo put down the phone and said anyway, you're telling me that I got caught up in a revenge plot and was taken advantage of by that guy, is that true? Kang Sung-soo trembled and said I'm sorry, I'm just following orders and I can't disobey orders. I asked, but I see that you are happy and comfortable following orders. When Kang Sung-soo heard that, he was scared and said because, he continued saying it's okay, that is already a thing of the past. Oh Kang-woo said and if you keep your role well, I have nothing to complain about. Kang Sung-soo smiled and said I will do everything you say. He smiled happily and said haha, don't worry, there's nothing difficult at all, actually, it might be good for you. Outside the gate, the reporters saw the two people leaving and were buzzing, saying the gate is opening, hey, who's coming out? Some people, those are Kang Sung-soo and Oh Kang-woo, they are alive. Everyone saw Oh Kang-woo helping Kang Sung-soo and asked where the rest of the team was. Can't everyone get over it? Can they defeat the monster in that dungeon? Everyone, what happened? Something happened in the gate. Suddenly Oh Kang-woo worriedly shouted for help, please someone call an ambulance, Mr. Sung-soo, Mr. Sung-soo. At this time, everyone noticed Kang Sung-soo's face. Some said oh my god, why is his face all bruised? The reporters quickly took pictures of Kang Sung-soo's face. Kang Sung-soo groaned and said save me. Someone asked what happened to him. He replied he was fighting the monster in there, when he was attacked. The reporter asked again what about the remaining members. Oh Kang-woo said yes with a sad face, Mr. Sung-soo and I were the only survivors. He said the others did not survive. The reporter sadly said that this rookie had survived against the monster. Even if the Red Rose Society and the Mir Society had cooperated, they couldn't do anything. How could something like this happen? We should let the Warong group know as soon as possible and let them send someone over. Speaking of which, Oh Kang-woo said no, unnecessary. Oh Kang-woo touched Kang Sung-soo's face and said that although there were many sacrifices, the monsters inside were destroyed. The reporter asked if you destroyed it, Mr. Kang Woo. He replied no, it wasn't me, the hero who saved my life and destroyed the monsters, and it was Mr. Kang Sung-soo. The flash from the camera shined on Kang Sung-soo's swollen and bruised face. The reporter asked if he could tell more about that situation. Kang Woo replied yes, of course. He said the moment we entered a place similar to a dungeon, we felt the monster's intense aura that seemed to suffocate our chests. The reporter asked what that meant. Kang Woo said yes, that monster appeared right at the entrance. He said we all knew the situation as soon as we saw it, that it was too dangerous, an opponent that should not have appeared in a rank B gate. Kang Woo recounted that we planned to run away, but because Mr. Sung-soo said that the monster might harm civilians when it escaped, so we decided to fight. The reporter said that's why it happened, that monster was too strong. He continued that it was identical to the government's description, it has the head of a lion and its strength is too terrible, because its attack was extremely cruel. The members of Mr. Sung-soo's team were killed instantly. The reporter couldn't believe it and asked immediately. Kang Woo said as the situation became more and more tense, Mr. Sung-soo told me to run away and, then he confronted that monster alone. He said I could have run away, but I stayed there because I was so scared. Kang Woo continued, saying it was a fierce and courageous battle, and when the one-for-one battle ended, Mr. Sung-soo defeated the monster. He emotionally said that even after he defeated that monster, he continued to mutter the names of the fallen members until he lost consciousness. Even now, Kang Sun-soo mumbled, "Gee, help." Someone asked Mr. Sung-soo, "Are you awake yet?" Kang Woo put his hand on his mouth and said, "Please don't say anything until the ambulance comes, please save your strength." The reporter asked again, "But, Mr. Sung-soo is treating you a bit negatively, isn't he, Mr. Kang Woo?" The reporter asked him if he had anything to say. He said, that. Kang Woo said it was because he was very worried about me, because he knew my level was still weak when he had to explore this B rank gate. He simply wanted me to be on high alert. The reporter said, I understand what you are saying." Kang Woo tearfully said, "I didn't know he cared so much about me, sir. You said he was my benefactor, and is the true hero of this era." Then all the newspapers reported that Kang Sung-soo, the hero who defeated the terrible monster in the dungeon, appeared. An emotional battle, the reason he fought the monster to the end. Kang Sung-soo, the new recruit of the Mirror Association, was in a coma, receiving support from the people of 30 million won. That hero did not wake up, due to a brain hemorrhage. He will be in a vegetative state. People will always remember him as a hero. On a phone, a message board appeared. Cha Jio-yo was holding a cup of tea in her hand, looking straight at her. Cha Jio-yo thought in her head, like she was raising a time bomb, then suddenly she pulled herself up and looked up. A blonde girl spoke up, "Her new soldier looks so cute." Jio Yun-yo picked up the cup of tea, took a sip and said, "Her new soldier looks so cute, where did you find him?" Jio-yo's father looked at Jio Yun-yo and said, "Why don't you leave? How long are you going to sit here?" Jio Yun-yo is angry at the flames surrounding her. "Who are you calling old lady? Old lady, is you correct?" Cha Jio-yo picked up the cup of tea and shook it, and that mutated monster was probably caused by witchcraft. Jio Yun-yo stirred the tea. "It was only a matter of time before people outside the 5 guilds knew about us. Those bastards have been very active lately." The red teacup, symbolized as a devil. If people knew that there was a fake church that sacrificed humans, just when people thought that the period of peace had come after the establishment of the 5 great guilds. Jio Yun-yo took the spoon out of the teacup and continued, "Maybe the world will become chaotic." Jio Yun-yo brought the cup of tea to his mouth to drink, thinking thoughtfully and saying something he didn't know. Cha Jio-yo's eyes turned blue, his face was fierce. What did he think about this situation, wearing a red rose? Outside the door, Kang Woo walked in and spoke up, "There are guests, hello." Jio Yun-yo waved goodbye. "So you are the new soldier personally selected by Jio-yo?" Kang Woo scratched his head. "Yes, nice to meet you. Who are you?" Yun-yo replied, "I'm just Jio-yo's friend." Jio Yun-yo stood up, "Because there were guests, so I should probably go." Kang Woo waved shyly, Ma'am, just keep talking, I'll be back later." Kang Woo looked at Jio Yun-yo and said, "It's okay, I'm done, that's all." Jio Yun-yo looked at Kang Woo with sharp eyes, "I already said I was Jio-yo's friend, isn't that a bit too much?" Kang Woo suddenly stopped responding. Jio Yun-yo opened the door and walked out, "So I'm leaving." Jio Yun-yo turned her head hesitantly, letting out a Jio-yo sound. Kang Woo asked Cha Jio-yo, "Who is that?" "Just an acquaintance of mine, Cha Jio put the card on the table. "Here, take it." Okongwo saw the card and immediately asked, "What is this?" Cha Jio said it was the S-level pass card he requested. Okongwo picked it up and told Jio to say, "Oh, faster than I thought. Is this the power of red roses?" Cha Jio pulled the hat down to cover her face. "Don't flatter, I said this is just in case, but don't go hunting there." Okongwo looked at Cha Jio with incomprehensible eyes. Okongwo spoke up, "To be honest, I heard a few things the two of them said outside." Cha Jio poured tea and said, "Okongwo, I also predicted that." Cha Jio put the teacup down on the saucer and said, "Sooner or later, I have to tell you that." Okongwo picked up the cup of tea and blew. "You mentioned the demon sect, right? The fake sect behind the appearance of the mutated monster?" Cha Jio replied firmly, "Yes, they are psychotic people who use living people as sacrifices in some ritual. Recently they have suddenly become very active." A demonic face in Cha Jio's words appeared. Cha Jio said, "It is unknown how long they have existed or how large the scale is." The image of three men using some kind of light to shine on everyone. Cha Jio continued, "So our association is cooperating with the government to hunt them down?" Okongwo asked Cha Jio, "Is it different from other associations?" "Why, I heard that the big guilds and the other 5 guilds also know about us." "That's true, but we are the only party cooperating with the government." Okongwo said, "Huh? Why did you do that? Was it to increase the association's reputation?" Cha Jio held the spoon and stirred the teacup. "We don't do anything for free." Cha Jio continued to say, "We will receive a large sum of money from the government to drive out the demon cultists, but that is not the only reason." Cha Jio threw the spoon down on the table. "Many members who went to investigate those evil cults were sacrificed." Murderous intent surrounded Cha Jio. She declared, "Now, I will never forgive them." Okongwo's sweat dropped when he heard Cha Jio's announcement. "I don't know how many members were sacrificed, but it seems like the number of casualties was quite significant." Cha Jio clutched the hat on her head, burning with killing intent. So this was a rancor. Just by looking at her I could feel her killing intent. It was really strong. Cha Jio laughed softly, to the point where I wanted to fight her right away. Okongwo put down the tea, "But the most important thing right now is, so what you're about to ask me is?" "Yes." Cha Jio put his hands down. "I want to ask you to help my friend control them. When we tracked down the demon cultists, I still wasn't sure of anything, but they were too strong for a spear. On the other hand, we are seeing seriously strong players." Cha Jio's sharp eyes looked at Okong. "If you don't want to, I won't force you. I want you to decide right now." Okongwo looked at Cha Jio with her arms crossed. "Do you accept this mission?" Okongwo thought for a moment. Then Okong picked up the card. "Don't worry." Okongwo picked up the flashing card. "I at least have to be loyal to the person who has helped me this much." Cha Jio stared at Okongwo. Cha Jio shyly pulled down the hat. "Yes." Okongwo listened to Cha Jio's words of thanks to his brother, gritted her teeth with a proud face. She was lucky. "Why didn't I participate? Every time I intervened in their plot, I gained more magic power. Then from now on I hope you will cooperate with us in finding us. You will probably be called in an emergency." "Okay, I will say it again, don't go hunting in the S-Class gate." "I know." A blue car drove up. On the bus is Okongwo. Having a car is really convenient, locating Huizhou Station in Suwon. Okongwo looked down below. 5th Awakening feature, Demonic Beast Master, Rank S, Effect. You can summon demonic beasts from another dimension. The more magical power you use when summoning, the stronger the beast. The summon monster takes control of the summoner. You can only summon a monster once within 3 months. Because of the limit of once every 3 months, you must summon the strongest monster, maybe right now. The monsters in space, Okongwo said. "If my hypothesis is correct, then the gates act as a bridge between Earth and another dimension. The higher the level of the gate, the monsters can pass through, the more powerful. The magical beasts in hell called space rifts act like that." Okongwo said, "If so, this summoning skill also works the same way. The power of the monster you summon will match the level of the gate. 1 foot down, you've reached the set point, so you've obviously used this new skill. Over there is the S-Rank gate, the entrance to the Suwon S-Rank gate of the Hwarang national player team, the first team's guard post." Okongwo stared at the card being scanned. The card was confirmed. Player Okongwo was allowed to enter Gate S. "This is Team 1, let's go back to our station." "Let's go back," Okongwo thought to himself. The security is really tough. If it weren't for that rose, I wouldn't dare go in." Noises rang out. "Open the gate, open the gate." The gate gradually opened, Oh Kong-woo thought, then let's go in. "It's so beautiful inside, Oh Kong-woo. There's this beach, it's so big, if there weren't S-class monsters, this place would be fine for a vacation." Oh Kong-woo put his hands behind his back and looked up. "Let's see, this place is good." Oh Kong-kway sat down on the ground and looked up thinking, summoning a magical beast, if it was a three-headed dog then it would be good to know, its body alone would surpass a devil in the third level of hell. Oh Kong-woo closes his eyes and uses his power, "No matter what monster it is, I can give orders to compensate for their stupidity, let's start." The flow of power inside Oh Kong-woo's body flew out, activating the fifth awakening characteristic, Monster Master, rank S. Oh Kong-woo started to grimace, it seemed like the power flow was too strong. The sky started to turn purple. "Create a rift to summon, there is a blue rift in the sky." His eyes were red and sweat began to flow. Oh Kong-woo jump up, cast a move, "You have successfully created a summoning rift." Purple veins appeared on Oh Kong-woo's face, a larger crack was created by the magic power from tens of thousands of magic cores, SSS rank, Oh Kong-woo weakly said, "Green." Oh Kong-woo thought to himself, "The gates I've seen are usually blue, connecting to the outside world, cannot be blocked due to errors from the Gaia system. A space gate connecting to the Urner continent has been opened." "Open, huh? Where the hell is Urner continent?" Oh Kong-kway closed his eyes and waited, silently praying, hoping that nothing would go wrong, hoping that he wouldn't return to hell, summoning magical beasts. Oh Kong-woo opened his eyes and breathed, "Phew, luckily that didn't happen, the summoned monster was." Oh Kong-woo look up, "This is it, you have successfully summoned the monster." A dragon swooped down from above, the daughter of the demon dragon Kargas, the spawning dragon Akina, rank S, has become your summoned monster. Oh Kong-woo was startled and asked, "Dragon?" Oh Kong-woo has red eyes, staring straight ahead, "Dragon huh?" But the injured dragon lies down, its current state seems not to be very normal. Oh Kong-woo's eyes are red. White witches flew down along with ferocious beasts. Yunmo with yellow hair and cool outfit jumped down. Oh Kong-woo looked stunned. Oh Kong-woo bewildered, "What language is that?" Ray took a look at Arnon, "What crazy things are these people doing?" "The witch and the beasts are capturing a dragon. I know since the gates open there are no such costumes in Korea, but they look like they just came out of a fantasy world somewhere so, I have to try to figure out what they're saying first. It seems like there's a power that allows me to communicate with people who don't speak the same language as me." Oh Kong-woo shouted, "Everyone quickly step back." The girl next to Ray cried out, "Calm down, Ray." The dragon began to bleed profusely. The girl next to Raynoy said, "It no longer has the ability to harm people." "Phew, yeah, that's a relief. Who are you people?" Rayno turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" "My name is Rayno von Arnon, third prince of the Arnon Empire." Oh Kong-woo's eyes darkened, half doubting, "The Arnon Empire?" Oh Kong-woo looked back and forth thinking in his head, "I had never heard of Eleanor's territory or the Arnon Empire, now I have a clearer view." Oh Kong-woo suddenly looked at the long ear and thought to himself as a spirit. Oh Kong-woo looked down, and there was the dwarf. Oh Kong-woo suddenly had a thought, are they really from another world? It seemed the dragon was starting to open his eyes, his body was covered in scars. Oh Kong-woo thought to himself, "I'm so miserable I don't know what's going on." Oh Kong-woo used his own power to infuse the dragon, but he couldn't let the devil he summoned here die so easily. Oh Kong-woo used his hand to hit the dragon's body hard to transmit power. Oh Kong-woo uses the power of resurrection, the dragon begins to heal his wound again. Rayno angrily shouted, "Wait, what do you think you are doing?" Rayno was startled when he heard the sentence, "So you are my master." The dragon thanked Oh Kong-woo, "Thank you for treating me." Oh Kong-woo gently placed his hand on the dragon, "It's okay." The dragon replied shyly, "I'm sorry, for appearing in front of you with this appearance." Oh Kong-woo said, "Perhaps, it was talking to me through my subconscious, it definitely recognized me as the owner of the dragon. It's okay, but the injury it received." Rayno held the sword and pointed it at Oh Kong-woo's neck and shouted, "You bastard." Rayno glared and said loudly, "Are you the owner of this evil dragon?" Oh Kong-woo glanced at those people with a deep red light, "Let me ask you a few questions first, why are you guys trying to kill it?" Ray's eyes widened and she shouted loudly, "He seriously asked that because he didn't know, it was a brutal evil dragon." appearing an image of a desolate place. It caused miserable drought and plague. Because of this demon dragon and its magic, countless residents of the empire lost their lives. The dragon did not admit it to Kongwo. "It was not my doing, I told him about it," Kongwo told Reino. "Yes, she said she did not do those things." Kongwo continues to tell Reino, "Moreover, if she has the power to influence nature to cause a drought, then her existence is already close to God. If so, then no one could defeat her. She also couldn't be injured and gasped for life like this." Reino angrily shouted, "No, that was definitely done by this evil dragon." Oh damn, there was no explanation for that situation, he didn't listen at all. The name Reino shouted to fight with the dragon, to save the suffering residents of the empire. That dragon must definitely die, I hate bastards like this. Kongwo uses his energy, is that so, people who only care about their own justice. Kongwo used his power to attack Reino, and aimed tightly without listening to those who opposed them. Kongwo's power caused everyone to fall into hell. What you said may be true. Reino begins to attack. The soldiers behind also attacked. Perhaps this evil dragon was the beginning of the drought and plague that devastated the Arnon Empire. Reino's eyes were crimson red, black energy radiated around Kongwo's body, but so what, no matter what Echidna did, she is mine now. The dragon suddenly shed tears when he heard Kongwo's words, "I have no intention of abandoning the trusted person I summoned." Reino whispered, "You cruel devil." Oh, Kongwo chuckled, "I'm really a devil, boy." Reino shouted loudly, "I knew right away, you are truly a wretched demon." Reino shouted, "I Reino von Arnon will defeat you at all costs, we will help you, ha. Well done Reino, you have defeated a dragon, there is no reason why you cannot defeat a dragon, pure demon, so cool, if I help you, I'll get a lot of dark beer from you in the future, kid." Oh, Kongwo and the dragon looked dumbfounded, they were really ridiculous. Did that whole group get something today? Master, you have to be careful. Reino attacks with a slash, taking it. Kongwo turned around to create strength, and they rushed forward. Oh, Kongwo blocked the swords. That's not an attack I can just block, luckily I have equipment, I should deal with them quickly. Oh, Kongwo came running. Start using energy. All the soldiers flew up. Oh, Kongwo unleashes his power on them. Explosive power, adaptive skills. The heat wave poured out, the source of power causing the others to shield themselves. Kongwo unleashes his power across the sky. The short man jumped up, light flashed, the iron wall. A source of power hit Reino. Reino turned around to look, huh? Reino uses the sword to shield the source of power, puns. Kongwo jumped up and threw the sword. Sweat began to flow down, Reino gritted her teeth to resist, eek. The witch and the other soldiers were all beaten up. Kongwo jumped up to block Reino's sword. The sound of footsteps faded away. Reino rushed forward, a gust of wind. Reino held his sword and rushed back and forth. What move was this? The first Aaron sword move, Storm Sweep. Kongwo's magical power rushed out, the power of an iron wall. Reino rushed forward, Kongwo dodged. Kongwo leaned down and breathed softly, thinking to himself, why does he have to shout the name of my move while fighting, even though I find it quite funny about it, right now, Reino. Reino rushed forward and a yellow light appeared. Reino held the sword and kept slashing down. The sword flashed past once more. The swords kept flying back and forth. Kongwo launched a move to block the swords. The swords continuously rushed towards Kongwo. Kongwo thought to himself, this kid is really strong, if I don't wake up the fifth time I will almost be in danger. Reino laughed, panting, you see, you devil. Kongwo clenched his hand and a blade appeared, but the boy was too honest, I slashed. Kongwo started rushing with Reino. A Kongwo move passed by. Reino's face was pale. Kongwo used a move on Reino's stomach, what is that, you just said, I'm cutting, do you think I can't kick you by saying I'm cutting? Oh, Kongwo's face is evil, stupid. Reino called Reino, exhausted and trembling, said, everyone, run quickly. He said we can't win, he's too strong, Mr. Kang Yu smirked and thought, 36 escape plans is really the best strategy, the war ended the moment your leg was injured. Reino shouted no, we can't do that, how could we leave you behind and run away? Reino said I'm fine, so at least save yourself first, everyone, the Onan Empire has to rely on you to take care of it from now on. Oh Kang Yu kicked him and said that the Onan Empire had to rely on everyone to take care of him from now on, so just run away while I was making heroic sacrifices. The group of Onan people called Reno. Reno hugged her leg in pain and cursed curses. He said let's finish it. For Kang Yu, fighting is always like this, he searches and kills. To live, there is no empathy. Kind, often angry. In hell, emotions are, well, a luxury. Reno lies under Oh Kang Yu's knife. Reyna quickly rushed over and said wait. She begged and said, please. Reyna said I beg you, please kill me instead of Reno. She said that if he had any fate, the empire would definitely collapse. Our brave hero, Reno said Reyna. Reyna shed tears and spoke of the hope of countless people of the Onan Empire, and the person I love the most. Reno calls Reyna. She said I'm sorry for expressing my feelings to you in this form, Prince Reno, but I think if I don't say it now, I won't have any other chance. Reyna put her hand on her chest and said I will give you this life, I will do everything you ask, so please, please spare Reno's life. Reno heartbrokenly shouted at Reyna, no, Reyna. Oh Kang Yu said aha, no. She widened her eyes and asked why. I said you've been talking nonsense all this time, if this guy dies, something will collapse and hope will be lost. Mr. Kang Yu looked down from above and asked, what does that have to do with me? I don't care about that. I ask you, who started this battle first? If the current situation is unfavorable for me, will you leave me a way to live? No, if you raise your weapons to kill, you must also be mentally prepared to die at any time in battle. Oh Kang Yu was disgusted and said to quickly throw away all the nonsense emotions of those movies shown on TV, you kids. Reyna stammered and said that. Reno scolded the disgusting thing. He asked if it was disgusting, thinking in his heart, wouldn't a group of people rushing up to beat a lone person be more disgusting? Oh Kang Yu raised his fist, thinking that false moves were the basic foundation of fighting. I said let's just get it over with quickly. Oh Kang Yu said I will kill you with the least pain in one blow. The system notifies that entities other than the summoned monster have been detected. The system notifies that all external entities have been deleted by the Gaia system. Suddenly, the Onan group became more obscure. Oh Kang Yu gritted his teeth and quickly threw his fist thinking damn it, I won't let you go. He looked at the equipment on Reno's body and thought that this equipment that looked precious was my reward. Oh Kang Yu thinks they come from another world, so even if I kill them, nothing will happen. I can't let an opportunity like this slip away. The system notifies the Gaia system that the external entity has been successfully removed. Mr. Kang Yu punched the grass and cursed indignantly. He wondered if the world was quiet again, how could it be so meaningless? Oh Kang Yu suddenly remembered and quickly turned around and thought, wait, don't say anything. He looked down and saw the dragon. Luckily he thought luckily the summoned dragon was still behind. Mr. Kang Yu jumped down and wondered what the Gaia system was it something with a protective feature to prevent intrusion from the outside? He speculated that when he first arrived on Earth, he saw a few messages mentioning the Gaia system. It seemed like the system could not operate on its own. Oh Kang Yu, do you think the recent appearance of hell monsters has something to do with this? I noticed they started appearing 2 or 3 weeks ago. Suddenly he widened his eyes and sweated, thinking, wait a minute, if it was during that period of time. Oh Kang Yu, I think it's not my fault. He sat down and scratched his head, thinking that even if he thought about it, it wouldn't do anything. Damn it, I just want to escape from hell to eat kimchi stew. What should I do? Is there any way to correct the mistake? Suddenly the dragon called out to its master. He asked the others to leave. Oh Kang Yu asked, The dragon said thank you sir. Mr. Kang Yu sighed and said it was nothing. He reached out to heal the dragon. He thought that was right. Just thinking about it, I can't know the answer, so thinking about it doesn't help at all. He said just lie here a little longer, let me heal you first. It said thank you, master, you said I'm your master, so of course I have to treat you. I think we need to organize the new information first. Oh Kang Yu asked, but you're too big, can you control your body size? The dragon replied yes, I can do that, please wait for me. He said yes, thank you, I still have one thing I want to ask. What is the continent of Ono? The continent of Ono, according to Ochitna, is a place in another world. The largest country there is the Onan Empire. The people know how to use swords and magic. It's an overwhelming world. Spirits, monsters and dragons. Driver Kang Yu thinks so all monsters that aren't demons also come from the Ono continent. That's reasonable. Chitna has shrunk down like a stuffed animal and looks extremely adorable, asking the owner, "Where are we going?" "I return home, we will return to our residence, I think because it's not my house." Oh Chitna asked what is the place of residence. "Ah, are we returning to the owner's nest?" Oh Kangyu blushed and happily thought it didn't sound too bad, just saying, "You can call it a nest." Oh Chitna said, "Master, thank you." Oh Chitna rubbed her head on his thigh and said it was because she invited me back to the master's nest. It's been a long time since I had someone share my drive with me. "If I ask you, you must have been lonely for a long time." Oh Chitna replied, "Yes." She said, "I used to live with my father, but then one day, he left me and disappeared." He asked him why he disappeared. Oh Chitna answered, "Yes. After that," she said, "I spent most of my time alone in the den and reading books." "Alone, Mr. Kangyu said, "It must be very lonely." She replied, "Yes, I was very lonely." Oh Chitna said, "But then someone suddenly walked in while I was there." Mr. Kangyu asked if it was Reno. Oh Chitna trembled and said to me, "I really didn't do anything, I did not cause the drought or the pandemic." She said, "I kept saying that I didn't do it, but no one believed me." Oh Kangyu thought about this trembling. Oh Chitna turned around with tears in her eyes and asked the owner, "Do you believe me?" He looked at Oh Chitna and thought about her eyes. Mr. Kangyu thinks I am extremely familiar with that look, because I used to be like that too. He recalls thinking, "As far as I can remember, I remember growing up in an orphanage." Mr. Kangyu recalled that the desire to see his parents was something extremely luxurious. "I just want to be loved." He thought I wanted to be taken care of, and wanted someone to recognize my existence. Oh Kangyu smiled and thought I'd tell them to throw away all the nonsense emotions that appear in dramas shown on TV, "But I'm no different," I said, "even though everyone in the world scolded you." He patted Oh Chitna's head and said, "At least, I will still believe you." Oh Kangyu wiped Oh Chitna's tears. He looked at Oh Chitna. Then he smiled and looked at the driveway. Oh Chitna said, "Kangyu, oh Kangyu, your name, I will remember it." Suna hugged Oh Chitna and shouted excitedly, "So cute." Oh Chitna struggled and said, "Kangyu, save me." Suna asked if her name was Oh Chitna, why was she so cute? Oh Kangyu, who had already eaten 3 bowls of kimchi soup, said that I didn't expect her to accept it so quickly. After all, she was still a monster. Suna asked me how could I not accept such a cute summoned monster like this. She pressed her face to Oh Chitna and said she was so cute. Cuteness was the truth. Oh Kangyu chewed and thought that her strength also decreased with her body size. She was captured. Oh Chitna escaped from Suna's hug and quickly pulled his hand and said, "Kangyu, this person is so scary." Mr. Kangyu asked how the team members are doing these days. "Is level training still going well?" Suna replied, "Okay, our level is increasing very quickly, so I think we will complete the 3rd awakening and enter the sea level gate soon." She said it was all thanks to Kangyu. He put a tablespoon of kimchi in his mouth and asked why. Suna said, "You helped create good members for me, and your teachings also helped a lot, Mr. Kangyu. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to dream of a life in the first place, like this already." She smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Kangyu." Oh Kangyu rubbed the head of Oh Chitna, who was sleeping warmly, thinking that this was the feeling of being loved by someone. "This feels real," he said. "I was the one who needed to thank him." Mr. Kangyu thinks it's not bad. Suna asked Kangyu if I could take Oh Chitna to bed. He said, "Yes, she's natural." In my heart, I thought I was so jealous. Early in the morning, Kangyu woke up dreamily in a familiar bed. He absent-mindedly looked at the surroundings. "I'm sleepy, why do I feel more tired today?" Kangyu wandered downstairs and casually scratched his head, saying good morning. Sola was cooking and asked bewilderedly, "Are you up yet?" She was surprised. He woke up later than usual. He nodded, I feel terribly tired after the coma." Sola was cleaning the rice pot and looking at him worriedly. "Are you okay?" Kangyu stretched, "It's okay, I'll be fine, don't worry." Echidna was eating greedily and stopped to ask, "Kangyu, did Master sleep well?" He mumbled, "Well, it's okay." The girl continued, "Sola, this dish is so delicious." Suddenly, Kangyu was a little confused, as if he realized something was wrong. Sola now gently said, "Oh my god, you must like cereal, do you want more?" Echidna happily said, "Yes." Then Kangyu realized the problem. He shouted in shock, "Echidna!" He asked in surprise, "Echidna, what is this appearance?" The 2 girls were confused when they heard that. Sola opened her mouth, "Huh? Can't she transform?" He was startled, "Echidna, can you transform? The girl replied, I don't know anymore. Remembering last night, sleeping next to Sol-Ah, I felt a strange change, Echidna whispered, for the first time I felt different while sleeping. She was confused. When she woke up it was like this. Kang Woo's voice was low, is that so? He thought to himself, did it feel something strange while sleeping? It must have something to do with the fact that I felt extremely tired this morning. Kang Woo felt guilty, hoping it could return to its original form, dragon, hopefully its power won't be sealed away like mine. Kang Woo was depressed, if it couldn't turn back, it would be in trouble. Looking at Echidna, who was filling her cheeks with food, he asked, Echidna, can you turn back to your original form? Immediately, Echidna exploded with fierce power, she screamed loudly, hey-ah, all the surrounding problems were swept away by the wind. Kang Woo tensed, that's it. As time went on, the destructive power emitted by the girl became greater and greater, there was no other way, so he had to order Echidna to stop, the nearby window could not stand the pressure and shattered. Just a few minutes later, the room had become devastated, the three people looked at each other intently. Kang Woo was sweating profusely and asked, you mean whether you are in human or dragon form, you can change? She sobbed, yes, I'm sorry Kang Woo. Sol-Ah saw that and gently comforted her, ha, it's okay, you don't know anything. She caressed the girl's head and advised her, but next time don't transform at home again. Echidna teared up, yes, Kang Woo commented, phew, yes, you should get used to human life, Echidna. The girl nodded, okay. He surmised that maybe when it accepted me as its owner, it was influenced by me, now I see, it speaks human language very fluently. In front of Kang Woo's eyes, two girls were happily chatting. Echidna pleaded, I'll bring the ice so you can fix the nest. Sol-Ah smiled, no need. Looking closely at Echidna in human form, he silently calculated that in this form, I could take him to many places, which would be good. Suddenly, Sol-Ah happily spoke up, I already called someone to come fix it, let's go buy clothes. Kang Woo wondered, clothes? She nodded, yes, for Echidna. When she saw me mentioned, she was dumbfounded, naughty. The two adults started discussing. Sol-Ah was sad, my childhood clothes were old and didn't fit very well. Kang Woo understood, where do you want to go? Sol-Ah was excited, there's a big shopping mall nearby here, I was going there. The little girl didn't understand anything, so she just sat there in a daze. Sol-Ah's eyes sparkled with anticipation, do you want to go with her? Kang Woo, the girl next to her, is equally excited, her eyes are bright, her eyes are wide open, her mouth is wide open. Oh, are we going out? Let's go Kang Woo, let's go together. I'm in an awkward situation, well, it's probably a bit difficult. Hearing that, she softened her voice and requested, are you going hunting today too? You should take a day off. Echidna also interrupted, Kang Woo, won't you go? He shyly scratched his head and explained, haha, I don't hunt. Kang Woo looked at them confused, he was speechless, Today I had to go to this place. The scene changed to a deserted high-rise building, there were sounds of people talking, so, he opened a space portal to a continent called Eleanor. Then summoned a dragon as a subordinate. Kang Woo was happily looking at his phone, smilingly replied, yes, the other person was sipping a cup of tea and kept asking, and those bastards came from Eleanor's place, lost because of the Gaia system, he said calmly, yes. Kian-ju on the other side asked boredly, and your subordinate has turned into a human, so you want us to give him an ID? Kang Woo proudly snapped his fingers, oh wow, you're surprisingly quick-witted. Kian-ju was upset, what do you mean? While looking at the message Sol-Ah sent with a picture of Echidna, Kang Woo asked, do you know anything about the Gaia system? She coldly replied, no, that's the first time I heard about it. Kian-ju complained, I can't believe you summoned a dragon to be your subordinate, what exactly is your identity? Kang Woo sighed, smiled bitterly, he was silent for a moment. He replied, isn't it a bit late to ask now? Kian-ju sighed helplessly, I really don't know who I've been helping for so long. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Woo's eyes immediately lit up, so, you can do it, right? Kian-ju has no choice, okay, just send me the photo. He heard that, smiled, thank you, I also want to ask for one more thing. Kian-ju was angry, what else? That's a lot of requests, he beamed, I need an S rank. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, apologizing. Kian-ju replied, yes, come in. Seemingly recognizing someone familiar, Kang Woo wondered, this voice. He was surprised, Baekhyun, She walked in, majestic in her military uniform as always. She took the initiative to speak. "Cha Yunju, I have something to discuss with you." Suddenly, seeing him, Baek Hwaeun felt a bit embarrassed. "Ah, do you have a guest? Sorry for interrupting." Kyunju stood up. "It's okay, we've finished talking." Now, Kangwoo confused about what to do next. He was surprised why Warong's commander came here. Baek Hwaeun breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, is this the new person you're sponsoring? Kangwoo felt a little guilty. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Kyunju was angry. Yes, he doesn't belong to our group but recently cooperated. Seeing that, Baek Hwaeun quickly shook Kangwoo's hand and introduced, "Nice to meet you, I'm Baek Hwaeun, team leader, father of the Warong army." He was confused. "I am Kangwoo," silently blaming, "having red roses to back me is really troublesome." Baek Hwaeun suddenly remembered, "Oh Kangwoo, you are the person I met in front of the C-rank gate last time." Kyunju was stunned. "Huh? You two have met before? Oh Kangwoo, are you a soldier there or something?" Baek Hwaeun immediately objected. "What are you saying? He is an extremely polite and correct person." "There." Kyunju pouted full of contempt. "Polite, dignified." Kangwoo was overwhelmed, proudly laughing. "She praised too much. How could I accept such praise from the commander?" She covered her face in boredom, really nauseous. Anyway, what were you going to say?" Kangwoo immediately explained to the attentive eyes of the two girls, "Can I receive an S-rank entrance card?" After finishing speaking, he smiled happily at her. The two of them panicked. "What?" Kyunju sat down helplessly and asked, "Why, this time you want to hunt at the S-rank gate?" Kangwoo replied proudly, "Going alone is a bit dangerous, but if I bring along subordinates are easy." Her voice suddenly became serious. The conversation gradually became tense. He also knew what appeared at the rank S1 gate, right? Kangwoo was confident, of course. He recited the names of the monsters one by one: wyverns, mountain giants, giant ogres, and... Suddenly, Kyunju stopped him, seriously reading the last name, the El Cuero. No matter how strong those monsters were, this one was 1,000 times more terrible. She glared, nervously instructed, "Even if you go hunting there, don't go near the lake, do you understand?" Kangwoo laughed when he heard that. "I know, don't worry." Before their conversation, Baek Hwaeun turned pale. "Wait, rank S gate, what are you two talking about?" She was worried. A few weeks ago he was hunting at rank C gate. Kyunju then explained, that." She sighed awkwardly. "Well, this guy is an exception, she just believes in his abilities." Baek Hwaeun was surprised. "Oh ho," seeing that he was being praised like that, Kangwoo covered his mouth and chuckled. Baek Hwaeun looked at him worriedly. When he was at the C-rank gate, he hid his identity. Even so, even national rankers wanted to avoid the S-rank gate. She exclaimed in admiration, "I don't know clearly but it seems like she has a powerful hand in her hand." Kyunju immediately objected, "I don't know if I hold him in my hand or he holds me in his hand too." Right now, Kangwoo's nose has expanded to a meter. Without wasting any more time, he took the initiative to say goodbye. "Then I'm leaving. Everything I asked for can be done, right?" Kyunju nodded. "Yes, maybe from tomorrow you can go hunting in S-rank gate." She frowned and reminded her to be careful. Even if it was him, it was still a very dangerous place. Kangwoo reassured, "Okay, I will remember." Having said that, he left. Baek Hwaeun worriedly looked at his back. At this moment, while sipping a cup of tea, Kyunju opened her mouth and got straight to the main issue. "So why did you come here?" She continued asking, "Have she found the clues of the demon cultists?" Baek Hwaeun looked serious and fell into deep thought. She frowned. "It wasn't like that." Kyunju sighed boredly. "So what?" she continued, "but I was looking forward to this." Kyunju was confused by her answer, expecting. Baek Hwaeun admitted, "Yes." Next, she and Chunyu had a very intense conversation. She had heard about our members infiltrating the demonic cult. Kyunju replied, "Yes, I'm surprised you guys were able to do it." Baek Hwaeun said, "Next, the agent informed me that he could give me a video containing evidence at the contact point." Kyunju was surprised. "What's the video? Can't I send it?" Baek Hwaeun worriedly narrated, "The situation was quite tense, we hadn't had much contact in the past few days." Kyunju proactively ended the story, asking, "Okay, where is that contact point?" Baek Hwaeun said seriously, "Tomorrow, in Suwon, Huizhou Station." Kyunju guessed, Huizhou Station. She thought to herself, "Wait, if so?" Near the S-level gate, Kangwoo wanted to go star hunting. changing the scene to a place with clear blue sky, bright sunlight illuminating the entire mountainous area. Echidna was excited, jumping up to show off her new outfit. "Tada, how does it look, Kang-woo, does it suit me?" He smiled and gently asked, "Yes, it looks great. Did you buy it at the convenience store with Sola yesterday?" The little girl eagerly spun around. "Yeah," Sola next to her smiled happily. Echidna said brightly, "Thank you, Sola, Kang-woo likes it very much." Sola slowly replied, "Echidna is very cute, so whatever she wears will suit her." Kang-woo started to put on his shoes and sat to the side to remind him, "So let's go hunting." Echidna quickly joined the squad. She prepared things quickly. Seeing that, Sola said farewell instructions. "Okay, Kang-woo, remember to be careful." Standing behind, watching the two of them converse, Kang-woo ordered, "You must not transform, remember." Echidna spoke frankly, clearly. Sola felt a little heartbroken. She felt guilty, wishing she could too, but would her rank be high enough? Suddenly Kang-woo spoke up, breaking her train of thought. He called, "Sola." She was startled. "Oh yes," Kang-woo asked, "you also went hunting today, right?" Sola panicked. "Yes, I'm about to go." Kang-woo opened the invitation. "I will go with you one day, I want to try hunting with you." Echidna was suddenly next to me. She asked, "Wow, can Echidna go with me, right now?" Sola stunned, she could no longer believe her ears. She pondered for a few seconds. At the same time, Kang-woo kept teasing her. "Huh, I agree," Echidna pleaded. "Don't, Kang-woo, you're so stingy." Suddenly, she smiled happily. "Yes, I'm looking forward to it." Looking at the shy Sola, Kang-woo smiled and thought, "Pretty sure Sola already has enough fighting experience, I need her to develop more." Kang-woo stood up and left, saying goodbye. Then, "See you later." Echidna also excitedly waved. "Bye, Sola." Scene changes to Suwon's rank gate. Kang-woo is giving her all the instructions. "You must remember the following 3 things. First, don't go near that lake, it's full of dangerous monsters. Is that clear, miss?" The child agreed. "Yes," he continued. "Second, after I buy time, you cannot rush out directly but must support me." Echidna nodded repeatedly. "Yes master." "And thirdly, I remind her. And finally, no matter what happens, don't change back to your original form. I don't need to attract any more attention, understand?" Echidna said loudly. "Yes, Kang-woo." Having said that, he placed his hands on the ground, preparing to cast magic. "Okay, then." Very quickly, his magic network spread everywhere, every corner of the forest. He searched. "Let's see, they are only around here." And then, I found the first monster. "Saw you, the giant ogre, the monster with such big feet, just looking at it made me scared." Kang-woo seriously ordered, "Okay, don't be too aggressive from the beginning, just take it slow." He started using the seduction technique, and in just a moment, a seductive scent appeared that made Echidna fall in love. "What a fragrant smell." He corrected her. "Echidna, ready to go?" She pouted, "Yes." Standing high up, he took a stance to prepare to cast. The devil Baphomet and Echidna next to him were equally tense, her eyes glaring. Kang-woo uses the power of thousands of miles, a large source of energy radiates to blow away everything. Immediately, he rushed down from above, his eyes glowing red, exploding with murderous intent. Kang-woo rushed straight towards the monster waiting to attack, raising a powerful punch. The collision that occurred between 2 powerful fists created an earth-shattering encounter. A beam of light flashed. Kang-woo and the giant monster were evenly matched, standing still without moving. At this time, one of Kang-woo's eyes was filled with blood. He had exerted all his strength. He gritted his teeth. "I guess it must be about S rank, right?" Kang-woo's hands were shaking. He was in a dangerous situation, hanging by a thread. Even though he had used his power for thousands of miles, it still didn't do anything. But suddenly, Kang-woo's punch had a strange change. He exerted all his power, confidently affirming, "Of course he can handle this." Boom! A huge explosion occurred. The earth and rocks scattered, and dust flew. Kang-woo suddenly deployed his black power, causing the monster to freeze and not have time to react. With one shot, he rushed forward, piercing the giant ogre's neck. The monster clenched its teeth in pain. Suddenly, it turned the situation around, punched Kang-woo, knocking him away. He didn't have time to react. It seemed like this was the end of his life, but fortunately, in time, Echidna deployed her dark wind. A terrifying source of power headed straight towards the monster. causing it to suffer repeated injuries, causing blood to flow in streams. Kangwoo escaped. He was proud. Great, Echidna. Immediately, he used the power of lightning, rushing straight down on the monster. That attack caused huge damage, lightning covering the ogre's entire body. It screamed in pain, a miserable, resounding sound. Just a few seconds later, the giant ogre was roasted, smoke was flying, he was defeated when he was no longer intact. The system board announced, "You have defeated the S-rank giant ogre. Your XP is increasing, you have advanced one level." Consecutive promotion notifications appear. Looking at the monster collapsing before his eyes, he wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Kangwoo used his foot to shake the monster, thinking, "They said they only hunt with guilds or players over level 65, the XP increase is equivalent to the difficulty, because if you kill one monster, you level up." Echidna quickly ran towards him from afar, looking at him with a smile. "Kangwoo, Kangwoo, am I good?" he praised. "Yes, you did well, the ogre can only move moderately, thanks to you." There. The girl enjoyed showing off. "Hee, I was also very surprised, I thought that thanks to the master's summoning, I was stronger." Kangwoo, I was surprised. "Really?" Kangwoo thought to himself, "She is strong to this extent even though it is not in its original form." Kangwoo guessed for sure, "Maybe when she returns to her original form, we will have a good hunt." Echidna blushed, "Something smells really good." Suddenly, there was a shrill sound coming from somewhere. "Go out." Kangwoo looked up in panic. At this time, in the sky there was a herd of monsters, to Kangwoo's surprise, a flock of wyverns. He tensed. Well, I guess they were attracted by the battle just now. He quickly picked her up, warned her, hugged her tightly. "Echidna, you're obedient, okay? I'm worried, there are too many of them. For now, it's time to retreat." He kicked the ground hard, using the momentum to fly up. Kangwoo silently calculated that the super speed power is a skill that moves on the surface, so it will be easy for them to catch him. Then, in a moment, he carried Echidna and soared forward. Kangwoo used his sky wings to soar into the air before the monsters chased him. Their speed was so fast that they immediately chased Kangwoo's feet. He turned around in shock, they were so fast. Suddenly he decelerated, causing Echidna's dress to tear partly. Not paying attention to that, Kangwoo thought to himself, but if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be a problem. In contrast to Kangwoo right now, Echidna seemed to fall. In despair, she froze. Her anger had reached its peak. She rolled her eyes. "Ah!" The little girl trembled in pain. "My skirt," making Kangwoo bewildered. She called bitterly, "Kangwoo!" He was shocked. "Echidna." The girl was extremely angry at this time, her eyes had turned into a dragon. She shouted loudly, "Kangwoo! Kangwoo complimented me on my beautiful dress." Echidna was emotional to the extreme. Continuously the monsters were attacked and repelled. Echidna had completely transformed into a dragon. She angrily raised her fangs and claws towards them. The monsters panicked, not understanding what was happening. While they were still dazed, Echidna gave them a painful death. The girl brutally slaughtered them, the monsters she devoured and devoured. Kangwoo seemed frozen, he was helpless and didn't know what to do next. In just a few seconds, another monster was defeated by her. The system continuously announces that your confidant has just defeated an S-rank wyvern. Your confidant has just defeated an S-rank wyvern. Kangwoo was speechless. "Huh? This is like Echidna who had to live and die because of Reynolds and his group." He laughed. "Ha ha, the system displays again. Your trusted friend has just defeated a wyvern in rank S." Looking at Echidna before his eyes, he no longer believed in her lovely appearance. It was much stronger than he thought. He turned pale, wondering, could it be that girl? Interrupting his thoughts, the system rang again with a notification. A trusted friend had just defeated an S-rank wyvern. Before Echidna's majesty, he was really scared. He doubted whether she was even stronger than him. Ochitna gradually regained consciousness. "Mister, Kangyu asked if you were awake yet." Ochitna said, Kangyu. She asked where this was. Kangyu holding Ochitna replied that we are still inside the gate. "Are you okay?" Chitna leaned on him tiredly and replied, "Yes, but I didn't have any strength left." "You said I understand." Kangyu said, "Chitna, it seems like you used too much strength. You lost consciousness as soon as you transformed back." Chitna replied like that. She tearfully said, "My clothes." Kangyu heard that and reassured her that it was okay, "Don't worry about it, I can buy more." He said, "There are many clothes that suit you." Oh Chitna looked at him and said, "But these are the clothes you gave me." At this moment, Oh Kangyu suddenly looked at her with eyes like a god of death and said, "Oh Chitna, from now on you are not allowed to transform without permission." He said, "I don't like people who go crazy because they can't control their anger." Oh Chitna quickly said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." She begged me not to do that again, not to leave me. Oh Kangyu hugged her and asked, "What are you talking about? Why did you leave me? This is the first time we fought each other, don't do that again." Oh Chitna replied sobbingly. He said, "Very well, now let's go back and buy clothes," thinking in my heart that I've overdone it. Oh Chitna replied, "Yes." Mr. Kangyu checked the system and thought, "But I still have to say it clearly, getting mad in the middle of a match is still a very serious matter. Anyway, the results are still very good." He thought he did think it would be stronger when it transformed back to its original form, but he didn't expect it could defeat so many Goivans alone. Oh Kangyu looked at his hand and sighed, thinking it was because his magic power had been used up, just like I thought. He thinks Oh Chitna can transform into a human, and can even become stronger than the original, because it accepted his magic power after becoming a summoned beast. Oh Kangyu speculates that Oh Chitna can deploy greater power than before by using his magic power. He thought that if his magic power increased, the amount of magic power it could use would probably also increase, although it seems like the burden on its body will also increase. Suddenly a sound came out. Oh Kangyu thought about this sound. At this time, two giant monsters came running. He thought they were giant hot, 2 stars. Oh Kangyu let go of Oh Chitna, who fell asleep and leaned against the tree trunk. He thought that fighting them without Oh Chitna would end here. He smiled and thought, should I warm up a bit? Oh Kangyu prepares to fight 2 oats. Suddenly 2 strangers appeared and attacked them. A dark-skinned man with silver hair wore a floral shirt, a white man with black hair wore a cloak. Mr. Kangyu stood dumbfounded, looking at the killing scene in front of him. "Are you wondering?" A moment later 2 strangers approached Oh Kangyu. The man in the floral shirt said, "Hello, it's really dangerous." "Ah, is it your prey?" He looked warily at the 2 people in front of him. The cloaked man said, "His prey, can't you see how tired he is?" Oh Kangyu thought, even though he didn't know who they were. The person in the cloak blowing gum said it was clear we had just helped him. The man in the floral shirt laughed and said, "Haha, ah, is that so? I think the president of the Hanuli Association specializes in fraud." Chae Min-huk, president of the Hanwha Association, ranked first in Korea, Bok Kang-yoon. Oh Kangyu thought, what a coincidence, I actually met 2 presidents at the same time. I still want to attract a little attention, Bek Kang-yoon said with a bright smile. He said it looked like there was no one else around. Apparently he was new here after the rank limit was removed. Bek Kang-yoon put his arm around Oh Kang-yu's shoulder and smiled and said, "That's good. Hey, meeting each other is fate. Let me take you to the gate. Are you surprised?" He looked at Oh Chitna leaning against the tree trunk behind him and smiled and said he looked like he was very tired. Mr. Kangyu replied, "No, I'm fine, the 2 of us can protect ourselves." He said, "You 2 must be very busy, just go." "What did Bek Kang-yoon ask? Are you sure you'll be okay?" Chae Min-huk looked at the 2 with his hands on his hips and said, "Ha, this guy is really annoying." Bek Kang-yoon said, "This is an S-class gate." He advised and said, "You also brought a child. Listen to me, I'm not a bad person." Mr. Kangyu could only laugh. He said, "You 2 have already helped me once, I don't want to bother you anymore." Mr. Kangyu scratched his head and smiled, saying he really didn't need to worry. Bek Kang-yoon said, "If you say that, then that's it." He just smiled and replied, "Haha, yes." Mr. Kangyu said, "Thank you for understanding." Oh Chitna heard someone calling her name and woke up. Oh Kangyu picked her up and said, "We were going out." "You wake up, I said I would go buy clothes, let's go or we'll be late." He looked at his phone and thought a lot happened today. Oh Chitna and the 2 Konko, he said, "Let's see." Mr. Kangyu looked at the map on his phone and said, "The shortest way to the shopping center is this way." He looked at the small road in front of him and thought it looked a bit strange. Oh Kangyu hugged Oh Chitna and walked in, thinking it was probably near the S-level gate so there weren't many people. "Oh Chitna, call Kangyu, are you asking?" She raised her head from his chest and pointed to the small road, saying, "I smell blood from there." Oh Chitna continued talking about human blood. "I disguised myself and infiltrated the demon religion. From what I saw inside, they were much crazier and crueler than I thought. A man sits in the toilet, I filmed shocking footage, and avoided the enemy's eyes and ears. In his hand was a chip, Because a jamming device was installed to prevent information from leaking out, I couldn't send that footage. After I sent a message to headquarters to request a meeting, the eyes and ears around me tightened up a lot as if they were always waiting for me to act. A shadow appeared above his head. And then they caught me. He looked up and saw someone staring at him. His whole body was covered in blood. He ran away like crazy. He cursed silently under his breath. He panted, thinking he had reached his limit. In his palm is a chip. He thought, no, I can't die here, I have to pass this chip on at any cost. He ran away without shoes. He thought he had to give it to Captain Baek Kang-yeon at all costs. Suddenly he fell to his knees. He collapsed, panting, silently swearing, damn it, me, my body. His hand was on the wall. He thought he wouldn't listen to me anymore. Then his hand slid down, forming a blood stain, and he thought to stop. He thought painfully that just one more step, even if it was just one step, he had to get closer to the gate, where the Hoa Lang team was. Oh Chit-na and Oh Kang-yu appeared before him. She said, Kang-yu, here it is. He breathed heavily as he looked at the two people in front of him. Suddenly he grabbed Oh Kang-yu's hand. Did you suddenly ask? He said, here, please. Mr. Kang-yu looked down at the object he gave him. He asked what this was. He said, give it. Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted. Mr. Kang-yu wondered about the data chip. He bent down and called out, what is this? Oh Kang-yu trying to call, bro. He didn't receive a response, so he asked what the chip was. Mr. Kang-yu held the chip in his hand and thought about what this memory card was. He bent down to the fainted man and thought, let's see. Mr. Kang-yu placed his hand on his face, using the power of omniscience. I saw his information displayed on the system board. Do you think he's awakened for the 6th time? This guy is quite skilled. Mr. Kang-yu stood up and looked at him, thinking because only players who are level 60 or higher and have gone through the 7th awakening are allowed to enter the San gate, so he definitely did not come out from the gate. He inserted the chip into the phone card tray and thought the only evidence he had was this memory card. Let's take a look. Mr. Kang-yu saw a video appear on his phone and thought it was a video, that's all. Suddenly his eyes widened as he looked at the video. Oh Kang-yu couldn't believe it. This is it. He trembled, thinking this is. Mr. Kang-yu looked at the 18+ scene in the video and blushed deeply, thinking it was a porn movie. He cursed silently. Why did he give this to me with such determination? He didn't seem like that type of person. Mr. Kang-yu pondered and wondered if he had missed something. Thinking that, he watched more attentively, then his face turned redder. He trembled and thought to himself, it felt really good, the first time I watched a porn movie, after 10,000 years. Oh Chit-na asked Kang-yu, what are you watching? Oh Kang-yu was startled and awkwardly replied, this is. Mr. Kang-yu replied confusedly, I was looking at some important evidence. In my heart, I thought to myself, calm down. Suddenly there was a strange noise. He immediately looked over. Suddenly, several masked men rushed forward. They ran on the wall as if walking on the ground. Then they landed in a horizontal line towards Oh Kang-yu. He didn't understand what was going on and thought to himself, who are these bastards? A guy with a 6-pointed star symbol on his forehead said, bastard, so you saw it. He continued talking about the video on the memory card. Because you saw that video, Mr. Kang-yu blushed and asked guiltily, what, do you think they know? He stuck the sword in the ground and said, we can't let you live. Oh Kang-yu stood still and asked, what are you talking about? He secretly thought, since when was watching porn movies such a serious crime? He said, you still dare to pretend you don't know anything after watching it? What a shameless bastard. Or is it because you don't know the value of the video? Oh Kang-yu sweated, thinking what these weirdos were babbling about. Mr. Kang-yu put his phone in his pocket and thought he didn't know what the hell this situation was, but he could be sure that they were planning to steal this video. He was angry, thinking, how dare you guys take away the first pig movie I've seen in 10,000 years. Mr. Kang-yu silently decided that no matter what, I will protect this video. He was filled with murderous intent and said, sorry, but I can't give you this. The masked man said, you finally revealed your true nature, so there's nothing more to say. He ordered him killed. Then they all rushed forward. Mr. Kang-yu used his power to punch a guy. Then he used lightning-fast speed to strike. The leader orders, everyone, release your power, one guy said, but sir, if we do that. The leader said that at this rate, everyone will die. I don't know where this son of a bitch came from. He continued, but he was a monster. Oh Kang-yu suddenly felt a strange aura appear. He stopped to think about this aura. Oh Chit-na in the back asked Kang-yu, what is that? Mr. Kang-yu speculated that it was demonic force. As I thought, these guys were people of the Ghost Association. They are transforming themselves into demons. He gritted his teeth and thought that if this continued, torture would be meaningless. Oh Chit-na said to Kang-yu, they are very dangerous. She said I would help too. Oh Kang-yu stopped her and said not to worry, Oh Chit-na, if we talk about expertise in dealing with these bastards. Oh Kang-yu clenched his fist and said, I am the best. He was not at all afraid to confront many people alone. A sharp fang rushed forward to attack him. Oh Kang-yu punched him faster thinking they were just simple guys. He growled like a wild animal. But they still possessed the healing ability of demons, he thought, so, I'll at least hit them with this force. He was quickly punched away. After that, Oh Kang-yu continuously used deadly moves that no one could block. Every time this guy is defeated, another guy will follow and attack him. But no one can hurt him. They couldn't even touch a corner of Oh Kang-yu's shirt. With just one punch, Oh Kang-yu can knock out his opponent. When the leader saw this scene, he was extremely frightened. They could only scream helplessly. At this moment, Oh Kang-yu was like a devil coming to demand his life, causing them to run away in fear. He smiled and said it was a bit late to run now. The scene was extremely chaotic. The leader screamed in pain. Only then did Mr. Kang-yu stop. He calmly walked away from the place where there was a large pool of blood and countless corpses were lying at his feet. Mr. Kang-yu opened his phone to see what the hell this thing was about. I think no matter how you look at it, it's just a porn movie. Why are the ghosts targeting it? He blushed, his nose bulged and flattened, thinking about this, isn't it scary? Someone shouted, is this place? Another person replied, yes, the signal came from here. Mr. Kang-yu heard a very familiar voice and sweated thinking about Cheon-chu. At this time, Cheon-chu also saw it and asked Oh Kang-yu. Cheon-chu came down from above and asked what the heck, what are you doing here? He asked awkwardly, did you see that? You asked? He laughed and quickly said no, it's nothing, ha, ha. Hoon stood down from above and looked at him and asked Kang-yu. Oh Kang-yu asked, what are you doing here, Cheon-chu? He asked why everyone suddenly gathered here, criticizing On-chu. He replied, it's just work. Hoon jumped down and asked Mr. Kang-yu, did you accidentally pass by a memory card containing the video? Mr. Kang-yu took out the chip and asked what she meant by this. When Cheon-chu saw that, he said, that's right, that's it. She held out her hand and said, give it to me, the video on that memory card is extremely important to us. Hearing that, he shrank back and asked, what is this thing? Cheon-chu seriously replied, yes, I need to use it now. When he heard that, he blushed and thought about using it now. For what purpose? Cheon-chu approached Oh Kang-yu and said, how many times do I have to tell you, give me that. Mr. Kang-yu finally had to give up and hand over the chip to her. He awkwardly said, here, criticizing On-chu. He took out the chip and asked what it was. He blushed and thought that I bet Cheon-chu didn't really want porn, there must be a lot of interesting things in there. She said it was because things had turned out like this. Cheon-chu put the chip in the phone card tray and said, oh Kang-yu, watch it with me, this is something you have to know sooner or later. When he heard that, he immediately froze. Oh Kang-yu turned his head away thinking that no matter what the secret was, it was still, well, criticizing On-chu. Asked Hoon, what's the condition of the other agent? The agent who initially gave the chip to Oh Kang-yu died without closing his eyes. Hoon said he was dead. Hoon swiped his eyelids down and said, Kang-yu. She asked if he could tell me what happened here. Mr. Kang-yu scratched his head and said, I agree, not sure what happened. A moment later Hoon asked, and as soon as he received the memory card, these guys rushed to attack him. He replied, yes, other than that, I don't know anything else to explain. Hoon heard that and said, I guess your presence is just a coincidence. She said, anyway, Kang-yu, since you happen to be working with us, we should watch the video together and, At this time, Hoon turned to see that Cheon-chu's expression suddenly became strange. On-chu used his hat to cover his face turned red, he embarrassedly held up his phone screen and shouted loudly, what the hell, hey, Oh Kang-yu. She trembled and scolded him, you son of a bitch, you swapped it, right? Oh Kang-yu knew that Cheon-chu would definitely say that, So he shyly turned away and said I was innocent, it was the original. Hoan calmly watched the video and came to the conclusion that this video was fake. Criticizing on Chu's surprise, he asked a fake question. Hoan replied yes, bring it back to headquarters and decode it to see its true content. Criticizing on Chu shouted no, but why did they have to use porn to disguise themselves? Hoang shrugged and explained that it was too reasonable. Even the headquarters advised us to use adult movies as an outside cover. After hearing that, Chu gave up asking, so what other advice do you have? Grapefruit responds to both Animal World movies, but using Avicennia is the best. Kang Yu, when he heard that, he held his chin and thought it was reasonable, so the original video must have something to do with the Demon Society. They were supposed to pass the video to each other here, but in the end everything broke out. Only then did Cheon-Chu remember and angrily turned around and asked, hey, you saw it, right, but why didn't you warn anything, Mr. Kang Yu was confused and said it was because she said she needed it urgently. What's the use of criticizing on Chu for scolding you, this damn guy? Criticizing on Chu, he was about to attack Kang Yu, but Ochitna stopped him and said to stop being so rude to Kang Yu. Only when Ochitna criticized Ochitna did he notice who this kid was. Kang Yu patted Ochitna's head and said that I had already told you about my trust. Ochitna's bulging cheeks look extremely adorable, criticizing on Chu asking if this girl is a close friend. Criticizing on Chu pouted and asked, he just looked like a normal kid, didn't he like this style better, or you told me wrongly last time? In Cheon-Chu's imagination, Kang Yu's confidant must be a huge, extremely scary monster. Kang Yu sighed and asked what kind of person she thought I was. Hoan said I just finished talking to headquarters, since the other agent is dead, we must check the video content as soon as possible, let's go straight to the headquarters at Suwon Station immediately. There we will be able to decode the video, she continued, this time at the headquarters of the Hoa Lang Army, a shout to all units, serious. Hoan took the lead into the headquarters, she asked team leader Bok Chun-sop if all the night scene delivery staff were okay. Bok Chun-sop bowed his head and replied yes, Commander, number 30, absent 0, accident 0, finished. She said it clearly, so now I have something to announce, Special Agent Kang Don-hun died while on duty. In order for the death of our comrades not to be in vain, we must all devote as much effort as possible to complete this mission. Hoan said Captain Bok Chun-sop, I will contact the families of the soldiers who died, please ensure full compensation for their losses, family members of people who have contributed to the country cannot afford to be disadvantaged. Bok Chun-sop replied clearly, Kang Yu, I think she was born to be a soldier. She said we got the encoded chip with the fake video, so start decoding the video immediately and get ready to report in the investigation room. Bok Chun-sop replied clearly, Commander. Hoan asked if I could talk to General Trang Nyanche right now. Bok Chun-sop replied that General Trang Hanche is currently on an overseas trip to Japan to investigate an SS-level gate, so he cannot be contacted now. She heard that and said I understand. Bei Hoan's superior and the person with the highest power in the Hoa Lang 1 team, Trang Nyanche, he is so powerful that other than Kang Yun, no one in the country dares to confront him. Hoan sighed and thought if the general was here, maybe we could have saved him. She said she understood, then we will go straight to the investigation room, quickly decode that video. She continued to say that today we will not take roll call at night anymore. Dissolution, everyone spoke seriously. After decoding the video, a conversation between two people appeared on the big screen. A man wearing a robe said the leader, Your Excellency, Reverend Father. The so-called cardinal wears a mask, with a 6-pointed star on his forehead, he said. The other person replied that the preparations for the summoning were almost ready. The cardinal asked how much longer, the other guy replied 4 weeks, no, if we speed up the process it will be completed in just 3 weeks. Teacher Hong said 3 weeks, faster than I thought. Have you received sponsorship this time? He replied yes, because we are a large guild, most of the items they give us are B rank or higher. He smiled and said that soon, our wishes will come true, if everything goes well this time, maybe the guild will give us a bigger reward. When the cardinal heard that, he immediately scolded him to shut up. The cardinal asked, are you already dreaming about success? He said this was just the beginning, yet you were already starting to bask in the feeling of accomplishment. The guy knelt down in fear and said, stupid subordinate. The cardinal stepped on that guy's head and told him to remember, from now until we reach our goal, we still have a long way to go. With a mindset like that, you won't be able to do anything. He quickly said his subordinates will correct it immediately. The Cardinal continued to speak until all the preparations for the summoning were completed, then he had to keep his mouth shut. There's nothing worse than fantasizing yourself. He replied yes, the Cardinal said, and also. The Cardinal suddenly turned to look at the camera and said it looked like there was a mouse right here. Hoan said the video ended there. Oh Kangyu crossed his arms and thought that Mask was the bastard who recruited people into the Ghost Society. Cardinal, judging by the scale, there probably isn't just one person. They also mentioned the summoning ritual and another large guild. From there, he speculated, 3 possibilities could be deduced. Mr. Kangyu thought first, if the person wearing the star-engraved mask was called the Cardinal, then there must be someone else who held even more power than him. His second analysis was that they were preparing to summon something from the earth. Mr. Kangyu thought, and third, there was a large group behind them supporting them. You said now, I guess we have no choice but to investigate the big guilds. Hoan heard that and asked why. He replied that since the spy had been captured, they would do everything they could to hide the summoning plan. Mr. Kangyu continued to say that we no longer have intelligence sources, so it will definitely be extremely difficult to get any more information related to the main guild. You said you can intervene. The only thing left is to investigate which association is supporting them, of course, except for the Red Rose Association, which is joining hands with the government to track down the ghost group's whereabouts. Hoan said, oh ho, Kangyu, you are an expert in this field, is it so by chance, you think so quickly? When Mr. Kangyu heard that, he immediately became complacent. Qianshu said no, he's normally like that, the mind is quick but still clear and cunning. Criticizing Chu asked how to find that association now. Even the government wants to investigate the guilds but still has to struggle. Hoan said that if it touches large associations, it is a difficult problem. If force is used to force an investigation order, it will create unnecessary friction. Mr. Kangyu said there is a way. Qianshu asked what to do. Mr. Kangyu replied that it was okay to set a trap for them. Mr. Kangyu asked the demonic bastards who target the tribute as high-class prey, right? She replied, yes, that's why we lost so many new recruits. You're dead. I accidentally touched on a topic I shouldn't have talked about. Qianshu waved his hand and said no, it's okay, go on. Mr. Kangyu said that the main prey of this strategy is the new recruits. To say it again, their target is low-level players with high-level superpowers. Hoan said that recently there have been many self-made incidents at low-level gates, and the number of missing people has increased alarmingly. You're right, so we can spread the rumor. He smiled and said that, in a low-level portal, there was an extremely talented player. According to what I heard, that person must be at least S. You can lie like that. Mr. Kangyu continues to plot, or I heard that the Rose Society is targeting them. Fish must be terrible, just keep lying like that, because they are afraid of losing their delicious prey to others. They will have to act immediately. Hoan said a good idea, but they have already been tricked by intelligence once. Surely they would act so rashly and recklessly. That damn Cardinal seems very cautious. He crossed his arms and said they would definitely have to take action. Qianshu asked how he knew. Mr. Kangyu smiled and said because they are ghosts, they are wolves who cannot control their thirst for power. I think the closer they get to the demon threshold, the more they will hunt for power. Once you have injected demonic power into your body, how can you refuse this temptation? Mr. Kangyu continued, even if they were careful, it would not be possible to erase all traces. Hoang said well, even though there was a patrol team, there was no sign that the number of self-made incidents would decrease. Qianshu can ask, then just try it. Who will we use as bait? A low-level player who possesses high-level superpowers, is already famous, or is already a member of a large guild. You keep talking, besides, don't even dream of using someone from my guild. It's selfish of Qianshu to say that, but I have no intention of using people from my guild unless I have to directly participate in combat. Mr. Kangyu smiled and said that, I understand, you have to conserve your fighting power, right? He said as for the bait, I know someone. He continued, perfect for this role. At this time, in a room there was a woman lying on the ground. The person kneeling next to him is Kim Si-hun. Kim Si-hun kneels next to a lying woman. He held her thin hand. He just sat there silently. Up in the attic, Kangyu was lying watching him through binoculars. He said, oh my god, in my heart I thought Si-hun, that idiot. With tears in his eyes, he thought to himself that he takes care of his sick mother every night, he should be the main character. Mr. Kangyu looked at the YouTube on his phone and thought, no matter what, The reaction was better than I thought. He looked at the pile of secretly taken photos of Kim Si-hun on his phone and thought to himself that a week after the decoy plan, the rumor spread faster than he thought. Some people are talking below, have you heard about Kim Si-hun? Who is that? He's a famous rookie, is that so? But I bet there's no way to compete with Big Hee-yoon. Why am I discussing it with you, Mr. Kang Yu thinks it's not like a rocket, but it still increases slowly. I think there's only one person on my side who can spread information like this. In another place, there was a hand diligently typing on the keyboard. He said yes, I can create a little movement, just like this, so if anyone in your group knows about Kim Si-hun, please pretend not to know anything. Red Rose, head of the Human Resources Management Team, Pak Han-yu, Mr. Kang Yu thought it must be the name I saw before. He deduced that Bae Ho-an was a straightforward person, so there was no way she would do that, and Cheon-chu probably just gave orders. Oh, Kang Yu looked through binoculars and saw Kim Si-hun walking out of the gate and thought, oh, he's moved. I think so, I should start going. At this time, many people had gathered at Muktung, Si-ran gate. Kim Si-hun said, I'm here. Kang the Soo smiled and said, oh, you're here, brother Si-hun. Choi On-bai says hello, Mr. Si-hun. Sun-a also said hello. Kim Si-hun saw that Sun-a's face was not looking good and asked Sun-a with concern, what's bothering you, are you okay? Kang the Soo told me about it. Everyone around is still busy recruiting members, do you want to form a group? I already have other plans. Kang the Soo said his brother Kang Yu is usually very busy, but he hasn't been home for a week. Kim Si-hun asked, can't you guys contact him? Sun-a remembered the messages between the two and sadly replied that it wasn't that we couldn't contact him, we texted and called every day, but he seemed to have disappeared. Kim Si-hun said it doesn't look like anything happened inside the gate. Kang the Soo also said yes. Sun-a continued, even when he asked, he kept avoiding it. Choi On-bai smiled and comforted me, don't be sad anymore, sister. Sun-a said he must have had a reason why he didn't go home, he should have come home sooner, right, maybe. She continued, perhaps he was bored with her dishes. Choi On-bai heard that and suddenly asked what? Sun-a was bored and asked if that was why he didn't want to go home, or if it was because he liked a girl. Choi On-bai patted her back and said it was impossible, there was no way he could have another girl when he had a beautiful one like her. Well, sometimes it's the opposite. Sun-a heard that and asked back. Choi On-bai smiled evilly and said that Kang Yu was still young, sometimes living under the same roof with a beautiful person like you is too exciting. Kim Si-hun smashed the sword against Choi On-bai's head and quickly interrupted and said stop, Sun-a, don't listen to Grace. He continued, I'm sure Mr. Kang Yu has his own reasons. First of all, unlike us, he is a high-level player. Sun-a said yes, you are right. Choi On-bai took off his hat and asked if he had a tumor on his head. Kang the Soo looked and said no. Kim Si-hun said I understand you are feeling upset, Sun-a, but what we can do is, continue to do our best to become stronger. I said that way we can stand shoulder to shoulder with Kang Yu as quickly as possible. Hearing that, Sun-a quickly made up his mind. She said okay, let's go. Kang the Soo said let's go hunting, then the four of them entered the gate together. At this moment, someone behind him took off his mask and said he was going to gate C. Someone said I smelled dried chili. It turns out that this masked person is Kang Yu in disguise. I think it's hard to think that everyone has already reached level 20 and completed their third awakening. In my opinion, that is not enough, but nonetheless it is a remarkable rate of progress. Kang Yu thought, but it's been a week. He remembered Sun-a's sad face and thought it might be because of work, but seeing her miserable was really sad. Kang Yu thought, and it's not just Sun-a, I'm the only person Ochitna can rely on, so she must be even more miserable. At this time, at Sun-a's house, her mother was coaxing Ochitna to eat some fruit. Ochitna lay face down on the pillow and cried, Kang Yu, where are you? He scratched his head thinking he couldn't eat, drink, or sleep properly. He said he also wanted this to be over. At this time inside the gate, Kang the Soo's group was facing a giant goblin. Kang the Soo used his shield to dodge the goblin's attack. I asked you, are you stupidly strong? Then Kang the Soo raised his shield and asked, what about this? He used his shield to attack the goblin. Kang the Soo said Si-hun, now. Kim Si-hun uses the water dragon sword technique. Behind him, Sun-a supported him and strengthened him. Then he used the flying dragon's formula to take over Goblin's body. Goblin was slashed until it spurted blood. It shouted angrily. It turned around and wanted to attack Kim Si-hun. He summoned Lightning Spear to attack it back. Goblin was electrocuted and his mouth exhaled smoke. They finally succeeded in defeating the goblin. Kim Si-hun sheathed his sword and sighed in relief. Kang the Su said, we have defeated it. Choi Yeon-bai said, Mr. the Su, don't say that. Kang the Su laughed and said, haha, it's definitely dead, we also have experience points. Choi Grai approached and said that even if we only hunt one, we cannot relax. Sunna said as expected, Monster C is quite strong. Kang the Su said we don't have any problems with 5 lizard people, but I think just 3 of them are dangerous enough. To think that Kang you hunted alone in a place like this. Kim Si-hun scratched his head and smiled and said, haha, less than a month left, it's impressive that we've leveled up enough to hunt a troop. Kang the Su smiled and said it was all thanks to Si-hun, I felt it before we formed a team, but to think that you were this talented. Kim Si-hun scratched his head and said it was really embarrassing. Choi Yeon-bai also said the same thing, just like that, he's like the male protagonist of a Manhwa story. Kim Si-hun shyly smiled and said, haha, On-bai's magic is also very good, we should gather the mana stones and start moving. Kang the Su said, I didn't expect I would forget that, let's finish it quickly and go. Kim Si-hun told me that he could sell the blood condensed in Tro's heart as raw material for pharmaceuticals at a high price. Choi Yeon-bai shouted and said we have Sun A so we can sell it. I laughed when I heard that, haha. Not far away, Kang Yu was using binoculars to follow them. He smiled thinking they were stronger than before, as expected, all thanks to my teachings. It was a smooth gameplay without any unnecessary movements. Mr. Kang Yu thinks now each of them understands their role and moves accordingly. Kang the Su tanks and controls the crowd. Kim Si-hun deals main damage and creates layers. Sunna causes additional damage and protection. He thought Sunna could also create layers so she would still be useful when they didn't need treatment. Kang Yu thinks now, I don't think I need to help them anymore. Kang the Su smiled and said, Si-hun, it seems like you've been quite famous lately. Kim Si-hun asked, is that right? Choi Yeon-bai happily said we are rich now. Mr. Kang Yu looked at them and thought that aside from this, it was time for them to take action. I'm thinking it's been a week, are you guys going to just stand still? Mr. Kang Yu calculated that maybe they were really just being cautious. Don't they plan to do anything when delicious new recruits are right in front of their eyes? He looked at them through binoculars thinking he had spent years in hell, so he knew very well that there was no better food than that. Mr. Kang Yu put down his binoculars and thought, if the rumors have been spreading for a week, there's no way they haven't heard them yet. I'll have to look carefully. He uses his invisible power to observe everything from afar. He thought that no matter how hard he thought about it, there was no way those guys could ignore this. Mr. Kang Yu saw a few goblins walking away. He thought if it had been a week, surely that would be long enough for them to check. They will definitely come, they can come at any time. But suddenly he saw smoke rising from afar. Then a few people rushed forward and slashed the goblins to death. I think I found it. 2 players, they're so high level that they can take down a troop in a single hit, and they don't even take mana stones. Mr. Kang Yu looked in the direction they were running and thought they were running in Kim Si-hun's direction. He thought finally. Mr. Kang Yu laughed madly, thinking they had taken the bait. Goblin collapsed. Kim Si-hun said everyone did well. Kang the Su said brother Si-hun, no matter how many times I have seen it, I still find it hard to believe. You even defeated it without Grace's support. Kim Si-hun scratched his head shyly and said haha, well, I'm just lucky this time, I was able to do it thanks to everyone's good support. Choi Yeon-bai asked Si-hun, if this keeps up, will I become useless? Just hit gently. Hearing that, Kim Si-hun could only laugh shyly. Suddenly his eyes widened. Behind the rock a Troy stepped out. Kim Si-hun quickly said Sun A, there is a Tro behind you, everyone, get into battle formation. When Sunna heard that, he immediately turned back. Kim Si-hun told On-bai, please distract it so Sunna can move back. Choi On-bai replied yes sir. At this moment, Tro was suddenly cut off. Sun A's group still doesn't understand what's going on. Someone said I was wondering who it was. Kim Si-hun frowned and said he was. The other person said it was a coincidence. Kim Si-hun said Kim Yong-hun. Kim Yong-hun's entire body was covered in the blood of Tro. Behind him was a tall bodyguard. He smirked and said Kim Si-hun, I didn't expect to see you here. Kang the Su asked if he was someone he knew. Isn't he the vice president of the Mia Guild? When Choi On-bai saw that you didn't say anything, she asked you, Si-hun, In Kim Si-hun's mind right now there is only the name Kim Yong-hun. Vice President of the MIA Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in the country, and the son of Kim Do-yoon, owner of MIA Electronics Corporation, Kim Yong-hun. In short, he was born with the brightest golden spoon in the Republic of Korea. As a player, Kim Yong-hun's talent is quite mediocre, unlike his father, one of Korea's top players. However, by using his father's power and inheritance, he surpasses the others. Kim Si-hun asked why he was here. Kim Yong-hun laughed and walked over to ask what you think, because I want to go hunting. He fiercely asked, oh, so why don't you go your own way and get out of here? Kang the-soo and Suna looked at each other and then shook their heads. Kim Yong-hun smiled and asked, haha, hey, aren't you a bit rude to your brother? Kim Si-hun angrily shouted, who are you to say you are my brother? Kim Yong-hun smirked and replied, well, we can't consider us two normal brothers, because you have dirty blood running through you. Kim Si-hun pulled out his sword. What do you say, you son of a bitch? Kim Yong-hun didn't pay attention and asked, what, I was going to hit me, so why don't you give it a try? Kim Si-hun gritted his teeth and said TSK. Kim Yong-hun suddenly said, that's right, there's been a rumor about you lately. He asked about the rumors. He continued, I heard you have extremely special abilities, estimated to be at least the S boundary. Kim Yong-hun said, wow, it's hard to think that you would appear now. I didn't think you would awaken into such a cunning player, Si-hun. Kim Si-hun holding the sword trembled and asked what he meant. Kim Yong-hun's face twisted and said, I just happened to need a sacrifice like you. He looked around and said that looking back now, the other sacrifices looked pretty good. Kim Si-hun asked about the sacrifice. Kang the-soo cursed and asked, damn it, is he a chaos player? Sister-in-law, quickly get behind me. Kim Yong-hun suddenly said, of course that girl will not be used as a sacrifice. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips and said, because I can think of many other uses. Kim Si-hun angrily grabbed a sword and rushed in front of Kim Yong-hun to scold the trash. But Kim Yong-hun only needed to use one force to push him and he was quickly thrown out. Kang the-soo said his brother Si-hun, Choyeon-bai also called Si-hun. Kim Si-hun gritted his teeth thinking, what was that just now? Even though we may be on different levels, how could he counterattack at such a small distance? Kim Yong-hun stopped the bodyguard who was about to rush in and say this. He stood still. He opened his absolute defense state and said, that bastard. Kim Yong-hun rushed up and said, it was mine. He laughed like crazy and said, when you rushed towards me, you were very confident. Kim Yong-hun slashed at Kim Si-hun and asked, if you're holding your tail now. He said, try attacking me again. Kim Yong-hun slashed at Kim Si-hun again, but he blocked it. Kim Si-hun then swung his sword towards Kim Yong-hun. But Kim Yong-hun reacted promptly. He kicked him hard. Kim Si-hun was kicked away towards a large rock. He painfully thought he understood. Kim Si-hun looked at Kim Yong-hun's sword and thought that sword technique was not performed by Kim Yong-hun himself. Kim Yong-hun spoke stupidly. Kim Si-hun speculates the sword he holds is moving him. Kim Yong-hun wiped the dust off his body and asked in disgust, how dare you attack me when you have that dirty blood? It is a special system formed thanks to all the techniques and resources of MIA Electronics. This system depends on a sensor that detects an opponent's movements, and moves the user's body to protect himself. Kim Yong-hun clenched his fist and said, that you son of a bitch, if he was a pest, he would act like a pest. He rushed towards Kim Si-hun and continued crawling on the ground. Kim Yong-hun slashed towards Kim Si-hun, but at this moment Kang the-soo suddenly appeared and used his shield to block his attack. He asked, this muscle pig. Kang the-soo used all his strength to defend and said to you, I don't know what your relationship is with your brother Si-hun. He put his feet on the ground and said, but as long as I, Kang the-soo, am alive, don't you dare do anything to my brother Si-hun. Kang the-soo used force to push Kim Yong-hun forward. Kang the-soo gritted her teeth and tried to defend. He suddenly thought, what is it? I don't feel any reaction. Behind the large shield, Kim Yong-hun hung his sword over his shoulder and stood leisurely in the protective sphere asking, what are you doing? He wore absolute defense body armor and spoke contemptuously of stupidity, how dare you confront me with that trashy equipment? Kim Yong-hun unleashes demonic power. Then Kang the-soo and the shield immediately flew up. Then fell backwards. Kim Yong-hun smiled and said, even if you don't intervene, I will settle the matter with you after taking care of my little brother. He looked ahead. At this time, Kim Si-hun stood up and gathered his strength. He said, hidden dragon swordsmanship. He continued speaking Thursday, then he immediately disappeared on the spot. Behind Kim Si-hun, A large dragon appeared with its mouth open. He held a sword and jumped towards Kim Yong-hun. When Kim Yong-hun saw that, he cursed and cursed. Move number 5. Kim Si-hun used his wind dragon power to attack him. He gathered the strength to scream. Kim Yong-hun blocked his attack. When he saw that his sword couldn't stop his attack, he couldn't believe it and asked what. Then Kim Yong-hun was thrown away. Kim Si-hun finally attacked him. He was breathing heavily. Kim Yong-hun said, that's it. He deployed protective armor. There wasn't a single scratch on his body, telling you when did you become like that. Kim Yong-hun kicked Kang the Soo, who was still unconscious, saying he was a man of low birth. Kim Si-hun called the Soo. There's no way for you to lose easily, he continued. Kim Si-hun angrily scolded the bastard. Kim Yong-hun thinks that in studies, sports, and ability as a player, he is all inferior to Kim Si-hun. Kim Yong-hun said but. He pointed his sword at Kim Si-hun and said so what? Kim Yong-hun used the completed template to say if only money and power were needed to control people. He said your abilities are weak. Kim Si-hun said it was. Behind Kim Yong-hun, a large dragon appeared. He used the 5th super consciousness hidden dragon sword technique, and the wind dragon appeared. Kim Yong-hun jumped up and said to see how much you can hold. Kim Yong-hun laughed like crazy and said he would die under his own blow. He rushed to attack Kim Si-hun. Kim Si-hun used his sword to try his best to block this blow. In the end, he was thrown 10 meters away. Everyone worriedly called Si-hun, Mr. Si-hun. Kim Yong-hun said smugly, so this is your limit, Sana said to quickly treat him, then she used her healing ability to treat Kim Si-hun. Choi Yeon-bai stood in front of the two people. Kim Yong-hun continued, this is the difference between you and me. Choi Yeon-bai summons lightning to attack him, but because he had the protective orb, he didn't care at all. Kim Yong-hun laughed loudly and said Kim Si-hun, no matter how hard you try like crazy. He said you won't be able to get over it, ha 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 ha. Sana called Si-hun, the current situation cannot prolong the treatment, I just gave you first aid. She said I would go support Grace, he would definitely wake up quickly. Kim Si-hun sat motionless, thinking he could still breathe, but my body no longer has the strength. I thought that just by coming here, I was determined to take revenge on those who abandoned my mother and me. At this time, Sun-ae and Choi Yeon-bai are fighting Kim Yong-hun. He thought it was impossible to even take revenge. Kang the Soo is still lying unconscious. Kim Si-hun thought he couldn't even protect the people he loved. He bit his lip and thought it was all because he was weak, because he had no strength. Suddenly there was a powerful voice in his head, must have strength. Mr. Kang Yu was not far away observing with binoculars. He thought that guy was the one he mentioned as holy water or something. Mr. Kang Yu smiled and said that finally there was liberation in the chilly field. I think the group related to the demon religion is the Mia group. He remembered the last time he saw Kim Yong-hun's picture on his phone and thought Kim Si-hun was the son of a tycoon. He thought it was just someone who looked like him, but he didn't expect it to be him. Mr. Kang Yu mobilized his hands and feet to say that he had all the necessary contacts for the plan. Take action slowly. Suddenly someone shouted yes. Oh, Kang Yu wondered, the other person said he needed strength. Kim Si-hun speaks of strength to defeat enemies. Sana turned around and said Si-hun. Choi Yeon-bai called Si-hun. Kim Si-hun gritted his teeth and said. He summoned power and said he needed power to protect the people he loved. The system announces that Kim Si-hun, the ghost messenger, has received the power of the atheist emperor. Oh Kang Yu, do you think this is awakening in a dangerous situation, really awakening? The Bowl notification system is not yet complete, so it only receives a portion of its power. Learn the highest level of hidden dragon swordsmanship, learn the first stage of complete bone dissection, Shadik Ma. Kim Si-hun learned it, gain new moves, learn Cloud Dragon sword technique and Cloud Dragon bow. Oh Kang Yu thinks right, just see yourself as the main character. Kim Si-hun rushed to attack Kim Yong-hun. He shouted loudly Kim Yong-hun. What the hell is Kim Yong-hun saying? He looked at the blade right next to him in fear. Kim Yong-hun thought it was completely unstoppable. He said no, laughing, then used the 5th move hidden dragon sword technique. Kim Si-hun used the wind dragon to appear, then called the Cloud Dragon sword technique, the 3rd move. He called the Cloud Dragon chaos dance to attack. Kim Yong-hun thought it was impossible. How could it be possible? He thinks both strength and speed. Kim Yong-hun thinks everyone is stronger than him. Kim Si-hun slashed his shoulder. Kim Yong-hun looked at the sword on his shoulder in disbelief, thinking how could he be pushed back by him. He stepped back and thought, first I have to keep my distance. Kim Yong-hun deployed his protective armor. Looking at the blade in front of him, he thought it was too late. At this moment, the bodyguard suddenly rushed forward and used a shield to block Kim Si-hun's attack. Then he gave one push. Kim Si-hun was quickly thrown away. Kim Yong-hun's sweat dropped and scolded Chan Min-do, why did he just appear now? The system notifies you that you have been seriously injured due to an attack. If you do not quickly ventilate, your internal injuries will become more and more serious, Kim Si-hun panted, thinking that just with the force of the wind when swinging his sword, it had reached that point. Kim Si-hun thinks he doesn't know Kim Yong-hun, but this man. Chan Min-do came forward and said, admit it, you can't fight against the vice president. He said if you followed obediently, you would only lose an arm. Chan Min-do said you can't defeat the vice president, obediently follow us. He said if so, I will only take one arm. Kim Si-hun shouted don't talk nonsense. Chan Min-do used the tip of his stick to press Kim Si-hun down. He said take it, the sword in his hand fell out. Kim Si-hun said damn it, I think this body. He thought he couldn't stand it anymore. Chan Min-do said the right of the weak is to endure pain. Kim Si-hun gritted his teeth and thought damn it, to the point where he had to deny it. He remembered when he was a child, when he and his mother stood outside the door of a wealthy family's house. Si-hun's mother said Si-hun, sorry, I call you, mother. She hugged him and said she was sorry for letting you appear in this world. Kim Si-hun thinks you don't need to apologize, because I can handle it, I really want to say thank you for giving birth to me. He shed tears thinking that in the end, he still failed, it was ridiculous, he says everyone, I'm sorry. Kim Si-hun thinks because of me, everyone has to get involved, Sun-ae is treating Kang the Su-said Si-hun. He continued, I can't protect everyone, in my heart I thought I couldn't protect it to the end. Kim Si-hun looked at the blade about to stab his arm and thought, I am. He closed his eyes and let go, thinking he was really sorry, everyone. Suddenly someone said it was very good. Kim Si-hun opened his eyes when he heard this voice. At this moment, Oh Kang-yu was using one hand to hold the giant spear. Kim Si-hun was surprised and said Kang-yu, Oh Kang-yu asked if the right of the weak is to endure pain. You're right, I think so too. He then easily knocked the giant bodyguard away. Mr. Kang-yu said I will let you know what those rights are. Kim Si-hun asked Kang-yu why are you here, he scratched his head and replied yes. In my heart, I thought I had been waiting and watching all this time to catch you like those demon cultists, I couldn't say that, on the surface, I said I would explain later. Oh Kang-yu, call on Bai and Sun-ae, I'll take Si-hun there for your treatment, Sun-ae replied yes. Sun-ae and Choi-on-bai helped Kim Si-hun away. Chan Min-do stood up and asked if you were the Hoa Lang team. He asked in return, if it's the Hoa Lang team, why am I alone? Oh Kang-yu rubbed his neck impatiently and said that's it then, alas there's no need to get to know each other, stop being so messy and go ahead. Chan Min-do said angrily. He rushed forward and said the arrogant name. Oh Kang-yu said you said it. He used his bare hand to hold the spear and smiled, saying that the right of the weak is to endure pain. Mr. Kang-yu said I will guarantee that right for you, with all my might. Chan Min-do looked at his extremely annoying smile and thought about who this guy was. Kim Yong-hun stood hiding behind a rock and said Chan Min-do, demonic weapon, use demonic weapon. He continued to say what are you doing, do you want to die, this is an order. Kim Yong-hun shouted, quickly use the magic weapon, sacrifice your life for the Mia group. Chan Min-do put his hand on his chest and responded to the order. A stream of demonic energy radiated from his chest. Mr. Kang-yu looked at this scene and said oh. Suddenly, Chan Min-do transformed into a demon, with two horns growing on his head and sharp fangs emerging. Chan Min-do grew wings from his back, his whole body transformed into a giant demon. Kim Yong-hun laughed and said great, Chan Min-do, then we will win. His face twisted and shouted kill him, finish that arrogant guy. Kim Yong-hun said you bastard, let's see how good you are, the ultimate winner will be me, forever. Oh Kang-yu, what are you saying with the power of steel, you are the most evil person I have ever met. He used the power of heaven to punch Chan Min-do. Chan Min-do spat blood from his mouth. Kim Yong-hun watched this scene with his ash-like face and couldn't believe what he was thinking. Chan Min-do collapsed, Kim Yong-hun thought it couldn't be, he was a dick. He thought otherwise, how could he easily defeat Chan Min-do using magic weapons? Kim Yong-hun saw Oh Kang-yu coming and quickly ran away, thinking he had to run. He had to be quick. He held the ball thinking of contacting his father. The communication ball is used to transmit information in the gate when there is no signal. Suddenly, Oh Kang-yu appeared in a trance behind Kim Yong-hun and asked where he was going. He threw him down. Kim Yong-hun said you. He continued to say who it was. As soon as he finished speaking, a foot stepped on his head. Mr. Kang-yu asked if you had to be afraid to speak. Did the demon sect teach you like that? I said the thing you were holding. You want to contact Kim Chae-yoon. Kim Yong-hun fearfully replied that's it. Mr. Kang-yu smiled and said it was okay, just keep in touch. At this time, in a room, there was a man sitting in a chair when he saw the ball light up. He touched the ball and said what was wrong. Someone said hello, is it your guardian Kim Yong-hun? He asked who you are. The other person continued, it's nothing more than the fact that I'm holding your son hostage. Kim Yong-hun called Dad, this bastard. Mr. Kang-yu asked if his son was still in his rebellious age, why didn't he listen, and did the family raise him properly? He used his detention power to chain Kim Yong-hun. Kim Chae-yoon said stop, you said it seems like you're worried about your son. Kim Yong-hun's face was beaten until it was bruised, no longer seeing his original handsome appearance. Mr. Kang-yu said his son's current condition is not very good. Kim Chae-yoon asked what you want. He said if he wanted to save his son, he should enter the level C gate at Muktung, of course go alone. Then he laughed and asked if I told him to go alone, would he listen? Mr. Kang-yu said I know people like you well, don't think about this or that but prepare carefully. Kim Chae-yoon asked are you awake, you said your worries were boring me, so you're coming alone. Kim Chae-yoon pressed hard on the table causing it to crack. He asked what would be the consequences if the government-affiliated army did this. You do this to me, Kim Chae-yoon. When Mr. Kang-yu heard that, he said I was not in the government army. He asked if you were the only one. Mr. Kang-yu replied that I am still single. Kim Chae-yoon angrily stood up and said you bastard, do you know who I am and dare to do this to me? Oh Kang-yu smiled and asked ha 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 ha, I should know. He asked if I needed to know. I thought I didn't need to know. Then he asked again if he knew me, if not. He grabbed Kim Yong-hun's head and said he had to be beaten. Mr. Kang-yu held Kim Yong-hun's head. He then hit his head on the sphere, causing it to crack. Kim Chae-yoon said enough. Mr. Kang-yu spoke in Kim Yong-hun's ear for 20 minutes, just 20 minutes, if he doesn't appear, then the next part is up to your imagination. Kim Chae-yoon said I don't know who you are, and what you want. He said if you did this to blackmail, don't regret it. Kim Chae-yoon got angry and said I will definitely find you, if I find you, I will tear you into 100 pieces. Mr. Kang-yu hit Kim Yong-hun's head on the ground and said good luck. He said fine, Kim Chae-yoon and that was it. Kim Yong-hun begged, said help, save me. He cried and said please, if you need money, as long as I ask my father, I will have it for you. Kim Yong-hun said please. Oh Kang-yu kicked him and said money is fine, but what we need is not it. Kim Yong-hun trembled and said, what do you need? Mr. Kang-yu smiled and said kimchi soup, and world peace. Kim Yong-hun shouted loudly, stop talking nonsense, whatever you want, I can find it. You hold your chin and say that but you don't believe it. I mustered up all my courage to say it. Kim Yong-hun said what do you want again? As soon as he finished speaking, Oh Kang-yu placed his hand on his face. He was too scared to speak, so I kept my mouth shut. Mr. Kang-yu said I must prepare to meet your father. Kim Yong-hun asked to meet my father. In his heart he thought okay, I don't know what he was thinking but as long as he could meet his father. He smiled and said how lucky he was. Mr. Kang-yu said that Kim Chae-yoon loves his child. You said it was so simple to take advantage of the person he loved. Choi On-bai and Suna helped Kim Si-hun out of the gate. In front, Oh Kang-yu pulled Kim Yong-hun with one hand and helped Kang the-soo with the other. Kang the-soo said thank you, I can go now. If you hear that, you can answer. Kang the-soo held Kim Si-hun and said I will take him away. Suna worriedly said he wouldn't recover for long, if it was too much. Kang the-soo replied that I could do it. Mr. Kang-yu said everyone should go back like I said. Suddenly someone called, Mr. Kang-yu. Cheon-chu and Ho-an walked over, critiquing On-chu. He put his hands on his hips and asked me if I tried to contact you but where did you disappear to? I dragged Ho-ang and the army here. It was useless. Mr. Kang-yu smiled and said I had something to prepare, so that's it. Kang the Su's eyes were wide open and her mouth was whispering, "Isn't that the president of the Red Rose Group Cheon-chu and the captain of the Hoa Lang 3 team?" Suna asked Kang Yu softly, "Are you close to those two people, mister?" Kang Yu shrugged and replied, "Let's just say it was a bit of bad fate." Criticizing On-chu gritted his teeth and said, "That's what I should say." Cheon-chu walked over and looked at Sun A and asked who this person was. "Oh, not Si-hun." Suna replied that I was Han Sun A. Cheon-chu evaluated her from top to bottom. Then she crossed her arms and frowned. Cheon-chu asked what her relationship was with Kang Yu. Suna cautiously asked Thames Cheon-chu what relationship she had with Kang Yu. Why did she talk so closely and intimately with Kang Yu? "I wasn't that close yet, mister." Kang Yu stood between the two women talking and getting to know each other later. "That's not important right now." "Mister," Kang Yu said, "Suna should first take the three of you home. The Su you haven't recovered yet, so don't work too hard." Kang the Su replied that I knew. Suna also said yes to Kang Yu. Choi On-bai and Suna helped Kim Si-hun again. Kang the Su scratched her head and said it was so embarrassing. Choi On-bai said he told the injured person not to do anything too hard. At this time, Ho-on spoke up and asked where the prey was, "The person you're dragging along the ground." Kang Yu pulled the chain and said yes, still alive. "Some people are talking about whether it's Kim Yong-hun. Crazy." Critiquing On-chu looked at his bruised face and said that at first he did not realize that now it was indeed Kim Yong-hun. This Kim Yong-hun could be taken as a hostage. Ho-on said Kim Chin-hun certainly won't leave it alone. "Mister," Kang Yu said, "I wouldn't leave him alone." Cho On-chu sighed and said that it would eventually become a full-scale war. If Mia's group was involved with a demonic sect, something would happen anyway. She continued, "Not expecting that day to be now." Ho-on said, "Kang Yu, sorry but we couldn't muster that much strength. If a full-scale war begins, it may be difficult." She asked that it would be childish to ask when it would start, but aren't our actions being rushed? Kang Yu heard that and replied that she didn't need to worry. He said there is no easier battle than facing a lunatic enemy and acting alone. When Ho-on heard that, he asked if he meant that Kim Chae-yun had lost his mind and acted alone. "Mister," Kang Yu said, "a father's love for his child is boundless." Cheon-chu asked, "As far as I know, Kim Yong-hun doesn't know, but Kim Chae-yun is different. Even if his son was taken hostage, would he still lose his mind so easily?" Kang Yu smiled and said He said, "Just wait and see and you'll know." A convoy of vehicles arrived. Kang Yu's group all turned to look. A person got out of the car and said it was indeed your doing. That person said, critiquing Chu, "By Ho-on." He said, "It's so stupid, how do you have no strength, you guys take my son hostage." Kim Chae-yun asked who just talked to me. Someone said, "Hey, here." "Mister," Kang Yu stepped forward, waved happily and said, "Oh, this is a real person." Kim Chae-yun gritted his teeth and scolded a brazen guy. He said, "It's lucky you didn't run away." "Mister," Kang Yu threw Kim Yong-hun at him to say thank you. The two bodyguards quickly received Kim Yong-hun and called young master. "Are you okay, young master?" "What did Kim Chae-yun ask?" Ho-on asked him what he was going to do. Cheon-chu shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you handing over hostages like that?" "Mister," Kang Yu said, "he was just injured, nothing else." Nothing was attached. Kim Chae-yun asked what your purpose is. "Mister," Kang Yu smiled and said, "It's just that I see you're so worried. Let's say hello." Blame On-chu for shouting, "Oh Kang Yu." He asked why he didn't say hello. Weren't he looking for his son? Kim Chae-yun called Yong-hun. He worriedly shook Kim Yong-hun and called Yong-hun, "Wake up." Kim Chae-yun asked Yong-hun, "Are you okay?" He continued, "Say something." Kim Yong-hun regained consciousness, looked at the person in front of him and asked who he was. Kim Chae-yun couldn't believe what he was asking. Kim Yong-hun asked him again who he was. He squeezed Kim Yong-hun's shoulder and said, "It's me, I'm your father." Kim Yong-hun screamed in pain. Kim Yong-hun was scared and told him who he was. The bodyguard held him back and said, "Young master, calm down." Kim Yong-hun asked him who he was, where this was, what was going on. The bodyguard called the young master. Kim Yong-hun cried and shouted, "Get out, save me." Kim Chae-yun saw Kang Yu behind him smiling very proudly. Kim Chae-yun got angry and shouted, "You bastard, what have you done?" Around him emitted a great force that created a storm like wind. Cheon-chu told everyone to step back, "Don't get involved, my prey." Kim Chae-yun angrily yelled at you, "What are you doing to my children? What have you done?" The bodyguard quickly said to the president, "Please calm down." He rushed away like an arrow. Cheon-chu was in a defensive position, ready to fight at any time. In contrast to her, Oh Kang-yu next to him was still extremely leisurely and carefree, as if everything had nothing to do with him, his hands still leisurely in his pockets. Criticizing on Chu threw his fist. Then she also rushed away. Kim Chae-hun used the ability to awaken level 9 powerful energy. Criticizing on Chu's use of legendary weapons, bloodthirsty chains. Two people confront each other one-on-one. Both rushed forward, predicting a fierce battle. Criticizing on Chu's use of chains as weapons to fight. Kim Chae-yun rushed forward and shouted to get out of the way. The two attacked, creating a huge commotion. He grabbed her leash. Cheon-chu turned back cautiously. She wrapped the chain around him. The chain locked Kim Chae-yun tightly. He looked at the chains on his body and angrily said, "This damn thing." Kim Chae-yun used his fist to smash the chain. He yelled, "This stupid fucking thing." Kim Chae-yun escaped from the chain screaming in despair. The power radiating from him caused Cheon-chu to be thrown away. The pile of dirt and rocks also crumbled and flew away with her. Kim Chae-yun threw his fists and screamed to get out of the way. Suddenly Ho-on rushed forward. She called the whirlwind. Ho-on shot out a stream of power to attack him. At this time, Kim Chae-yun's shirt was torn and not a single piece remained. "There were many wounds on his body," he told you. Kim Chae-yun said, "You bastards." Behind him, Oh Kang-yu crossed his arms and smirked. Seeing that, he started to get angry again. Kim Chae-yun burst out with strength and said, "I said." He hit the ground hard and shouted to get out of the way. His action seemed to trigger an aftershock that caused the ground to crack. Kim Chae-yun screamed like a beast. He rushed forward again. Kim Chae-hun approached Cheon-chu and said to stay away. He shouted, "Get out of here, get out of the way for me." Criticizing on Chu, he threw his fist and said that he was spearing. She called Chain, then Chain shot from her palm towards him. Kim Chae-yun is like a whirlwind that nothing can stop. He knocked Cheon-chu away. What the hell was on Chu thinking? I couldn't believe he could pierce right through the middle like that. She shot the chain again, thinking, however. Cheon-chu used chains to tie him up. Even though she held him with countless chains, he still rushed away. Cheon-chu tried to hold on to the chain, thinking that no matter how strong Kim Chae-yun was, he was just a brat like him. "I will continue to pour damage." She thought he wouldn't be able to just ignore the damage he had caused up until now. Kim Chae-yun gritted his teeth and said, "That cheap trick." Hoang thought, if we could cause just one critical damage. He used his strength to try to escape the control of the chain. Cheon-chu was suddenly pulled away. In the end, Kim Chae-yun still escaped from the chains. He was breathing heavily. Kim Chae-yun looked at Oh Kang-yu and said, "You bastard." Even though facing him, Oh Kang-yu still maintained his provocative smile. He saw that and shouted at you, "Your family." Kim Chae-yun rushed forward and said, "You're a damn scoundrel, you." He pumped his fist and screamed at the bastard. Suddenly he stopped. Hoan pierced his sword through his body. She struggled to breathe. The bodyguards shouted, Sir, what the hell?" Kim Yong-hun shouted, "Let me go." The bodyguard said, "Young master, please calm down." Kim Yong-hun said, "Let me go." "Damn it." Hoan sharply pulled out her sword. Kim Chae-yun stomped on the ground. He trembled and gasped. Even though he had suffered a fatal wound, he still tried to move forward. Hoan and Cheon-chu stood looking at him. Kim Chae-yun walked with difficulty step by step towards Oh Kang-yu. He clenched his fists. But when he came in front of him, he punched him as gently as punching a bag of cotton, not causing any damage. Then he slid down. Kim Chae-yun fell to his knees. Oh Kang-yu grabbed his head and pulled him up, laughing, and said, "Haha, seriously, what happened?" He said, "You thought you would kill me, and now?" "Mr. Kang-yu smiled and asked if you know who I am." Critiquing on Chu asked him why he didn't explain himself now. Mr. Kang-yu doesn't understand what she is saying. Criticizing on Chu continued, "It was about Kim Yong-hun." She asked him what he did with that guy. He replied, "That's it, I just changed a little bit of his memory." Cheon-chu asked his memory, "Do you have this kind of ability?" Oh Kang-yu smugly said, "I have many talents, you know, don't you realize, I'm very useful." She said, "Stop it, this is not a matter of talent, who are you really?" he said, critiquing Chu. Mr. Kang-yu put his hand on her shoulder and said she didn't have to know everything, and you don't have to understand everything. He said she just needs to prove that she will support me wholeheartedly, and of course I will also help her. Okangyu was like a devil seducing her and saying to root out the bastards and ghosts who had taken everything precious from her. When Cheon-chu heard that, he clenched his fists. "Isn't that," he asked, "more than enough?" Mr. Kangyu raised his hand and said, "Let's continue our cooperation." Criticizing on Chu, he should not have raised this tiger cub. She smiled and shook hands with him and said okay. In her heart she thought she guessed it was too late to regret it now. Cheon-chu said let's continue our cooperation. In another place, Kim Chae-hun is currently tied up with many belts with words like a talisman. Ho-on said we had a few questions. She asked when he started dealing with the demon society. In front of him was Cheon-chu sitting and Okangyu standing with his arms crossed leaning against the wall. Ho-on leaned on the table and asked who the person wearing the crimson mask was. Kim Chae-yun just smiled and said nothing. Ho-on hit the table hard. She said, "Kim Chae-yun, answer me." Ho-on said he is no longer the CEO of Mia Electronics Group, or the chairman of the Mia Association, now he's just a criminal who cooperated with that crazy cult. At this point, Kim Chae-yun asked, "Do you think I will tell you everything?" He said it doesn't matter how much power the Hoa Lang Group has, you are still just dogs of the government, you're all loyal bitches, doing everything they say. Kim Chae-hun asked Bae Ho-on, "Do you know how many members of the council have interacted with me? I am the boss, the one who can crush you with one hand." He said how dare a bitch show her teeth towards her boss. Suddenly Cheon-chu shot out the chain. She used a chain to tie him up and said so I can ask him, "Answer me, flowers of grace call for grace." Kim Chae-yun had a spiked chain tightening on his body, causing him pain. Criticizing on Chu rushed forward and kicked him hard, telling him to answer me quickly, this bastard. Ho-on quickly held her back and said stop, On Chu, we can't let Kim Chae-yun die. Kim Chae-yun smiled and said that in the end you will lose, you can't even understand how big they are. He said and what they are planning, you cannot even imagine. Cheon-chu angrily gritted his teeth and said to him. At this moment, Okangyu suddenly said that the two of you had done very well, you guys step back. He said now, let's chat a little. Kim Chae-yun shouted at you. He said you coming here won't change anything, do you think I will tell you everything, Mr. Kangyu answered correctly, you will have to tell me everything. Kim Chae-yun said nonsense, he said I would bring him back. He stopped and asked what. Mr. Kangyu smiled and said his son, Kim Yong-hun, I will bring him back, intact as he was. You should continue talking, tell me everything. Mr. Kangyu said that he knew about the Ghost Association. Suddenly Kim Chae-yun chuckled. Then he bent down and smiled tremblingly. Kim Chae-yun burst out laughing like crazy. He smiled and said you. Kim Chae-yun widened his eyes and shouted, you'll go to hell. He said no matter what, Mr. Kangyu suddenly scratched his head thinking that I had actually returned from hell. Kim Chae-yun said I met that man, about 8 months ago. Ho-on asked if he was talking about the person wearing the red mask, he replied yes. Cheon-chu asked and he didn't know who that person was. Kim Chae-yun answered correctly. Mr. Kangyu said, keep talking, I think that means even Kim Chae-yun doesn't know anything about that masked person. He said he made me an offer, if I provide sacrifices for their rituals, he will turn me into a devil. Cheon-chu asked wait, and then he agreed to that, how could he agree the first time he met him? Kim Chae-yun said she only said that because she didn't know anything about demons, she asked what he meant. He said demons are immortal, as long as their necks are intact and their heads don't explode, they can live forever, without aging. Ho-on asked for eternal life, and he believed in it. Kim Chae-yun answered yes, she asked again why. He said because they have been around for thousands of years. When Ho-on and Cheon-chu heard that, they both asked something. Kim Chae-yun said they have existed for thousands of years, no, it takes much longer than that. He continued, they are still expanding their power while hiding all over the world, of course, they only became active again in recent years. Okangyu heard that and put his chin in his hand and thought, so the Ghost Society has appeared thousands of years ago. At first I thought it was just a society founded on a disaster day, but it seems they have taken deeper roots, already. He thought it would be more difficult than he thought to root them out. Cheon-chu asked if he kidnapped someone to be a sacrifice for eternal life. Kim Chae-yun answered yes. She frowned and said that he was really crazy, why did he want to live forever, did he want to do something crazy? He laughed and said you really don't know anything. Kim Chae-yun said a demon's physical body retains the mind and magnifies desires. Cheon-chu asked what happened. He said you will never hate life, you will be able to retain your youth and live forever. Kim Chae-yun asked if that wasn't the best. She asks how is this possible, stop this nonsense. He said it's actually possible, would we bet everything on something uncertain? Cheon-chu thinks that Kim Chae-hyun is so sure, then I can guess how the ghost group is expanding its force. Oh Kang-yu thought nonsense, living with burning enthusiasm and unquenchable desire is not good at all. He remembered the time he was in hell and thought it was terribly painful, more than anything in the world. Oh Kang-yu thinks this bastard doesn't even know anything about demons. Kim Chae-yun said so I provided everything according to their requests, and there were several members of the society who accepted evil energy in their rituals. Grace asked for evil energy, it was like, mana, he said it was the power of hell, similar to mana, but also different. Cheon-chu asked him if he had evil energy. Kim Chae-yun replied no, I still haven't been accepted. She heard that and asked why, didn't he join the forces of the demon society so he could have it? He recounted that according to the person wearing the blood-colored mask, they needed to prepare more to turn me into a devil. That person said if he chose to accept the evil energy, he would probably not be able to control his desires, and can become a mindless monster. Cheon-chu asked why there were people in his association who accepted it. Kim Chae-yun said it could give them strength instantly. Isn't it too useful for disposable pawns? When On-chu heard that, he scolded the trash. Hoang asked, about the summoning thing, what are they really trying to summon? He replied a demon. When Mr. Kang-yu heard that, he stopped. Hoang and Chaeyoung asked a demon in unison. Kim Chae-yun is right, they are planning to summon a demon. Hoang asked the demons how they plan to summon them, and where. He said I don't know, but according to them, the wall separating the dimensions, which prevents them from being able to summon demons, is gradually weakening. Cheon-chu asked what the wall separating dimensions is. What are you talking about now? Kim Chae-yun said well, about a month ago, I heard that they were able to summon a demon because the wall separating the dimensions was weakening. Cheon-chu heard that and asked a month ago. Oh Kang-yu you sweaty think, this is all my fault. Mr. Kang-yu thinks it's because of me that the association started working like that, because I destroyed the Gaia system. He sweat dropped and wondered as he returned to Earth. Oh Kang-yu think it won't automatically restore, damn it. Cheon-chu asked if that multidimensional wall was still in such a weakened state. Kim Chae-yun replied that they said it was getting weaker day by day. Do you think at this rate, all the demons and monsters will join hands and rush to Earth, including the people from Eolono? Inside, Oh Kang-yu was tearing his hair and screaming, he was about to go crazy, but on the outside he calmly said he understood. I think worrying about this problem now won't solve anything. If you're just calculating, just focus on the Ghost Association first and then move on. He asked where the Demon Guild's national headquarters was, and if we could find the masked bastard there. Kim Chae-yun said that the location we know currently has no basis at all, they could be somewhere completely separate right now. When Kang-yu heard that, did he ask somewhere else? He replied yes, they should probably have finished preparing for the summoning ritual by now. Have you finished asking On-chu? Wait, didn't you say you still needed more sacrifices? Isn't that why you wanted to capture Kim Si-hun for the summoning ceremony? Kim Chae-yun said I don't know anything about that. She frowned tightly and asked, Kim Chae-yun, what you said up until now doesn't make any sense. Your guild is the one that offered the sacrifices, so why don't you know anything about whether there are enough sacrifices or not? Yes. He replied that we are judged based on our abilities. Oh Kang-yu damn swearing, Cheon-chu asked what that meant. He propped his chin and said there wasn't just one. Mr. Kang-yu said that the Mia Guild is not the only one, it has roots related to the Ghost Guild. In a large red hall, the masked leader said Kim Chae-yun had been captured. I thought he was somewhat useful. He looked at the image of Kim Chae-yun in the speaking sphere, but he was defeated so easily. A man wearing a cloak said yes, but since we have already received enough sacrifices from other guilds, I do not believe that the plan will be delayed at all. Cardinal leader. The cardinal asked himself, but I still couldn't understand, why is Kim Chae-yun directly involved in this? He looked at the image of Oh Kang-yu holding Kim Chae-yun's head in the sphere and thought it was because of that bastard, that scoundrel bastard came from. The cardinal asked if I remembered correctly, his name was Oh Kang-yu. He thinks we need to confirm everything. He asked the military support from the association how the situation was. One guy replied yes sir, backup has arrived. The cardinal leisurely put his feet up on the table and asked what about the item I received. The other guy replied that it was a block of demon stone containing compressed demonic power. It has enough energy to amplify your power, Cardinal, and from there I will be able to complete the plan. The Cardinal held his chin and said, well done. So what about instructions from the association? The other guy replied that he didn't have any specific instructions. He asked no. Why? The Cardinal thought, I guess they wanted me to take care of the rest myself. He said, we have to hurry. The Cardinal said the plan will be implemented as planned. Start with a checkered waist. The cloaked men responded in unison, yes sir. Cheon-Shu disappointedly said, we were back to Mo. Now I have to investigate other associations from the beginning again. Ho-On comforted and said, cheer up, On-Chu, it's not like we can't find any clues. Cheating On-Chu said, I was too tired. Ho-On said, Kang Yu, the government will give you an extra reward, Mr. Kang Yu suddenly pointed at him and asked why. She smiled and said, because we found the Mia Guild's connection, along with subduing Kim Chae-yun very easily. It's all thanks to you. He grinned and asked, haha, I hope it won't be something useless like a medal or trophy or something. Ho-On replied that I am not that old-fashioned type of person. I will contact you privately to discuss your reward. Ho-On said, you can expect something big, Mr. Kang Yu thought that if Big Hoa Grace flattered him like that, I'm looking forward to it so much. In the apartment building, someone shouted Kang Yu. Sunna said, welcome home, Kang Yu. Oh, Chitna called Kang Yu with tears in her eyes. Poor Chitna asked Kang Yu, sir, where have you been all this time? Mr. Kang Yu closed the door and said, sorry, I have some business to take care of. Oh, Chitna approached and asked Kang Yu, I didn't do anything wrong, right? With tears in her eyes, she asked him if he was going to leave me, right? I would behave better if I did anything wrong, so don't leave me alone. Mr. Kang Yu said, that's not the case, it's not your fault, Oh Chitna. He hugged Oh Chitna and said, there is no way I will leave you, so don't worry. Oh, Chitna called Kang Yu with tears in her eyes. Kang Yu thinks he really feels guilty, even though this is not something that is within his control. She's just a child who's just overcome her loneliness, yet I can't take care of her for a whole week by myself. Sunna asked Kang Yu, have you finished handling everything? Oh Chitna burst into tears. Mr. Kang Yu hugged the girl and said, yes, Sunna, I'm sorry I couldn't give you a more reasonable explanation. Sunna said, it's okay, I know better than anyone that you really care about us, Kang Yu. She says, I am sure you will tell me everything later, Mr. Kang Yu spoke emotionally to Sunna. Sunna asked, it's late, have you eaten anything yet? I'm sure you haven't eaten anything yet, so I made gay kimchi jjigae for you. When I heard that, my eyes lit up. Kimchi jjigae. Oh, Kang Yu happily said, no, is kimchi jjigae, okay, I'll eat some kimchi jjigae, hoo. That's what I was thinking, I thought I knew right away. Sunna was truly an angel coming to earth. Morning at the hospital. Kim Si-hun lying on the hospital bed asked, did you guys hear about the rumors related to me, and secretly observed me because you thought I belonged to a demon society? Mr. Kang Yu replied, yes, as soon as I heard about the rumor, I knew immediately that it was about you, Si-hun. Kim Si-hun wondered where those false rumors came from. He laughed and said that the player world is not very large, because there are talented people in our team, speaking out is inevitable. Kim Si-hun replied, I understand, Mr. Kang Yu is right, but in my heart I thought, well, the rumors aren't necessarily wrong, even if I don't spread the news will spread anyway. Sunna suddenly asked, but he couldn't tell us in advance, he suddenly asked huh? She lowered her head and said, I know you have a lot of secrets, Mr. Kang Yu, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've kept a secret from us, and I know it's also to protect us. Sunna said, but the more you do that, the more I feel like our relationship is becoming more and more distant. I have a feeling that I won't be able to reach out and touch you anymore, so. Mr. Kang Yu said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Sunna confusedly said, no, it's okay, I'm not the one you should apologize to, I'm sure you have your reasons too, I just missed my words. He said no, she had the right to say that. Mr. Kang Yu continued to say that it was because I was the one who made a member of my family worry like that. Sunna blushed and said family. He said I couldn't guarantee that such things wouldn't happen again in the future, but I would try my best not to make you worry anymore. Sunna said, so, Mr. Kang Yu asked why. If you suddenly say that, please talk more politely with me. Sunna stammered and said, yes, why not? I thought you said you would try harder as a family member. You talked less respectfully with Cheon-Shu, So please stop being so picky with me, oh Kang Yu. When you hear that, do you think that's what she's been thinking all along? He awkwardly said, okay, then, right now, next to Kang the Su and Choi On-bai, wearing 3D glasses, chewing blistered popcorn. Kang the Su said, oh well, I think I've had enough rom stoop for the whole year. Choi On-bai excitedly said that this was worthy of winning the OTCA award. Mr. Kang Yu called Sun-A. Sun-A trembled and brought his hand close to his hand and said yes, Mr. Kang Yu. He blushed and asked V, so why don't you talk more politely with me, Sun-A? She shyly replied that I feel more comfortable talking like this. Suddenly, Oh Chit-na, who was eating an orange, spoke up to Kang Yu. The little girl jumped in between the two people, held up the orange and said peel it for me. Oh Kang Yu said oh, okay. You said it was already peeled. Oh Chit-na pouted and said so, then separate the white part of the colon. Kim Si-hun spoke up to think about it, Kang Yu. Kim Si-hun said sorry for disrupting the happy atmosphere, but I have something to ask him. Oh Kang Yu smiled and said, it's okay, just ask. Kim Si-hun clenched his fist and asked what happened to Kim Yong-hun and Kim Chae-yoon. He smiled and asked, what about them? They will sit in prison for the rest of their lives. Mr. Kang Yu said he didn't need to worry that they would be released, what they did was unforgivable, no matter how much money they bribed. He went on to say that their headquarters, Mia Electronics, was in disarray because of this. Mr. Kang Yu said even though this was just an accident, I also heard about your situation. Kim Chae-yoon played a trick to make sure he would end up in debt. When Kim Si-hun heard that, he stopped. He said you will be properly compensated regarding that matter, and since your mother seems to be sick, she will be transferred to a more advanced facility with our help. Kim Si-hun's tears dropped onto the blanket. He said thank you. Kim Si-hun said a lot, thank you very much. Kang the Su and Choi On-bai also shed tears of emotion. Kim Si-hun wiped away his tears and said Kang Yu, you really are. He shed tears of gratitude and said savior, it's mine. Kim Si-hun said it was the luckiest moment of my life, when I met you, Kang Yu. He gratefully said that like the Su, I will consider you as a sworn brother, and treat you as my brother, oh Kang Yu. When he heard that, he sweated and thought, don't say such things, you make me feel so guilty. Kim Si-hun lay on the hospital bed with sparkling eyes looking at Oh Kang Yu. He reluctantly said well, if you said that, I think I would talk to you more comfortably. Kim Si-hun happily said thank you, brother. Kim Si-hun said I can finally, seriously tell you this. He honestly said there were some things I had hidden from everyone. Kim Si-hun said just like the rumors, I am a player who obtained a special ability when he first awakened. That special ability is called Martial God Descendant, and it is SSS rank. He said even though I couldn't use its full power yet, because I was still at a low level, it said that I would soon be able to use the power of the Martial God Chanahan. Choi Grai's eyes and mouth said oh my god, a special SSS level ability, no one has ever achieved such an ability in the first awakening. Kang the Su said I knew it, I knew you couldn't be a normal person, Si-hun. Kang the Su asked in admiration how he was able to awaken into a descendant of the martial god. Oh Kang Yu thought he was planning to tell, I'm not sure about the details of Kim Si-hun, but the message I received when I awakened as a player seems to be different from everyone else. Kim Si-hun said due to the problem of the Gaia system, I was chosen to become the guardian, that's what it said. When Mr. Kang Yu heard that, he froze. Kang the Su asked Gaia system what that was. Kim Si-hun replied I'm not sure. Oh Kang Yu thought that even a guy like Cheon-chu didn't know anything about the Gaia system, yet Kim Si-hun just mentioned it. I think moreover, he was also chosen to become a guardian to support the system. He asked Si-hun, what day did he awaken as a player? Kim Si-hun said that is. Kim Si-hun said May 22nd, Suna suddenly remembered and asked, isn't that the day you and I first met, Kang Yu? Mr. Kang Yu answered yes, he thought the day he returned, Kim Si-hun awakened as a player. Then I'm sure, he woke up because he caused a problem with the Gaia system, if only the Guardian appeared to resolve this situation. He speculates that Kim Si-hun is the key to restoring the Gaia star system. Choi On-bai says that so you're a world hero or something like that, Si-hun. Kang the Su said that's amazing. Kim Si-hun shyly said everyone makes me shy. Mr. Kang Yu held his chin and thought he used to think he was the main character, but now he's even more important than he thought. Choi On-bai happily asked if we now have a member of our team who is a hero. Hearing that, Kim Si-hun just laughed. Oh Kang Yu smiled and thought that's a good thing, I've turned him into a subordinate. I said okay, why don't you rest first, until you fully recover, Kang the Su asked you, brother, he replied yes. Mr. Kang Yu stood up and said I will leave now. Suddenly a hand grabbed the corner of his shirt. Kim Si-hun asked him, are you really going? Oh Kang Yu asked. Oh, Chit Na also asked if you were going. Kang Yu, he replied yes, I don't want to bother you because you need to rest, what the hell are you thinking in your mind? Oh Kang Yu looked at Kim Si-hun's bare face and got goosebumps thinking why are you looking at me like that? Kim Si-hun smiled and said I'm fine, so just stay a little longer. Suddenly his eyes widened. Mr. Kang Yu thought could it be, it was said that subordinates and confidants would automatically be attracted to their masters. Oh Chit Na asked Kang Yu, can I go with you? Suna said Kang Yu said he would be busy for a while. His sweat dropped looking at Kim Si-hun thinking, but is it the same for you? Mr. Kang Yu quickly said, I will leave the group's matters to you, contact me if you need anything. Then he immediately jumped from the hospital window. I think no, I need to get out of here quickly, Kim Si-hun nervously shouted wait, Hyung. In the woods, two monsters screamed. Oh Chit Na gathers strength. Then she called the dark whale wind. When monsters are attacked, they roar. Mr. Kang Yu used the power of the Iron Palace. He transformed into a giant iron talisman. Then Oh Kang Yu used the power of frost. The system notifies you that you have received the S-level loose shoulder skill. He used the iron to slash the monsters. Blood splattered everywhere. The system notifies you that you have received experience. The system notifies you that your level has increased by 1, you have reached level 50, the 6th awakening has been unlocked, a new special ability has been unlocked. Mr. Kang Yu breathed out and said it was not easy. He looked at the system board happily thinking he had finally reached level 50, let's see what the new special ability is. Now when you reach the ultimate demon level, your special abilities will be completely unlocked. Mr. Kang Yu sat down in disappointment and thought it was a question mark. I don't even know what the conditions for postponing extreme demons are, so how can I open it? Oh Chit Na worriedly asked Kang Yu if he was okay, were he tired? He forced a smile and said haha, I'm fine, in my heart, I really want to make people bitter, this thing. Suddenly the orb in his hand glowed. Mr. Kang Yu held up the ball and asked hello, the other side of the sphere said Kang Yu, it's Sun A, are you busy now? I replied okay, how are you preparing to move house? Suna said we're almost done, so you just need to go home, Kang Yu. Okay, Kang Yu asked, what about your mother? She replied that mom said there were still some things to clean up, so I should go first, my mother will take a taxi later, he said okay. Mr. Kang Yu said yes, I will get there soon. Suna stood in the large house and asked Kang Yu, are you sure we can live here? Oh Chit Na exclaimed and said this nest is too big. Mr. Kang Yu smiled and said of course, after all, we are still family, and I don't want to live alone in such a big place. Suna hesitated and said, but this is where you bought it, so how can my mother and I live thanks to you? He said I didn't spend money to buy it, the Red Rose Society bought it for me. Suna frowned and asked Red Rose, do you mean Cheonju? Mr. Kang Yu replied yes, that's right. On the surface, Suna said no, I understand, but inside he was extremely depressed. Suna looked at the seascape and thought, Cheonju, she could afford to buy a luxury apartment for Kang Yu in the heart of the city so easily. It was so frustrating, she thought painfully, but I couldn't deny this level difference, her house is also right next door. Oh Chit Na asked Kang Yu, what will we do tomorrow? Mr. Kang Yu asked about tomorrow, well, there are no plans yet. She shyly asked that, if you're not busy then, you can. Oh Kang Yu patted Oh Chit Na's head and asked last time you wanted to go out together, so why don't we go tomorrow? Chit Na heard that and happily said yay, I like it very much. He asked where we should go. Oh Chit Na replied, anywhere is fine, as long as I can go with you, Kang Yu. Suna thought, how is it possible, both Cheonju and Oh Chit Na, she said loudly, I want to go too. At the mall, Suna said to Kang Yu, look here. She asked the little girl, isn't she so cute? Oh Chit Na dressed as a lion roared. Oh Kang Yu laughed and said haha, you're right. Suna held the phone and said let's take a picture. Oh Chit Na happily replied okay. He looked at the two people thinking they said they went shopping together last time. He smiled and thought he was glad they were so close. Sana asked if she wanted to try this too. Oh, Chitna replied yes. Oh, Chitna changed into a set of jeans overalls. Sana immediately gave it a like. She gave Oh Chitna cake to eat. Oh Kangyu thought he was worried because Oh Chitna was quite shy of strangers. Sana bought a large teddy bear for Oh Chitna. He thinks and depends only on himself. Oh Kangyu thought, but if Sun A is by my side, I'm sure she will adapt soon. Afterwards, Oh Kangyu sweated as he thought so. In his hands were all shopping bags. He looked at a big one and a small one happily walking hand in hand, wondering how many clothes the two of them were planning to buy today. Mr. Kangyu looked up with a shopping bag around his neck and said this place. He asked if I can eat everything. Can I eat everything I want here? Sana replied, yes. She wondered if Kangyu had never been to the food court before. She said this wasn't really a special place, but he could still eat a variety of foods. Oh Kangyu drooled thinking, so this is the food court I've heard about. Oh my god, I can't believe a place like this exists. He screamed in his heart, thinking yes, I had completely forgotten the reason I returned to Earth, to be able to have fun, and eat all the delicious food. He said I wanted to order everything from number 1 to number 168 on the menu, and 10 more bowls of kimchi soup from every counter. Sana said Kangyu, we have to go to the counter to order, please calm down. On the table were all kinds of food. Oh Kangyu asked, can we start eating now? Sana smiled and said enjoy the meal. He scooped up a tablespoon of kimchi and said of course we'll start with this dish. Mr. Kangyu sipped the soup and thought, its taste is definitely not as good as Sun's kimchi soup. He took a piece of pizza and thought, but because it was a bit lacking in quality. Mr. Kangyu put the pizza into the pot of kimchi soup and thought he should make up for it with quantity. Sana saw that and stood still and asked Kangyu. He chewed and thought, oh, this tastes better than I thought. Mr. Kangyu wondered if he should try eating a bunch of things at once. Oh Chitna saw that and asked Sun, is that the way for us to eat them? Hearing that, she reluctantly covered Oh Chitna's eyes. Sana said no, don't learn such things, Oh Chitna. Oh Kangyu wiped his mouth and thought great, that's right. Suddenly someone clapped and said yes, that's it. He said you should mix it all together while eating soup. Mr. Kangyu looked at Mr. Kanyun and thought about this person. Kanyun took off his glasses and smiled and said hello, brother. He said he hadn't seen me for a long time. Mr. Kangyu asked, what is Hanyu's president doing here? Kanyun said don't talk so formally to me. He said I came to tell you good news, brother, so please talk more comfortably with me. He asked for good news. Kanyun laughed and asked, from what I heard, are you a new recruit to the Red Rose Society? Mr. Kangyu replied, well, I haven't fully joined them, but we are working together. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that, it was easy to say. Bae Kanyun said brother, join my guild. He continued saying 5 million won, and we will also give you a house and a car. I will give you everything, more than what you have now. Uncle Kanyun said I will also give you an executive position. Mr. Kangyu held the can of Coke and smiled and said I had big expectations, but they were still too small. Kanyun looked at him in surprise. He said ha. Then he laughed and said you're really funny, brother, they're not enough to please you. Kanyun asked what conditions could satisfy you, brother. Mr. Kangyu asked who knows, currently, I have no intention of working under anyone, no matter what the conditions are. He asked what about this? Kanyun said if you join my guild, I can give you a legendary item of equipment for free. Legendary equipment, extremely rare equipment that cannot even be bought with money, unlike the equipment used by regular players. It was crafted from the corpses of normal monsters and magic stones. Legendary equipment is crafted from materials collected from monsters at gates of S rank or higher. A special feature is that it becomes a part of the owner once the equipment is worn, and cannot be used by anyone else once the link is formed. And there is also a high possibility that the equipment will be rejected by the owner because the connection conditions are not suitable, even if they worked very hard to get it. Oh Kangyu crossed his arms and thought that above all, legendary equipment is known to maximize all of our stats. That's a really sweet offer. Kanyun smiled and said haha, you seem to be interested in it. He said I didn't deny it. Oh Kangyu thought, but if it can't enhance my magic power, then it's meaningless, he said but I still refused. Kanyun stood up and smiled and said hee, I also expected that, alright. He placed a business card on the table saying here was my contact information, if you change your mind, Please call me. Kang Yun continued speaking, and he poured the bowl of beans into the pot of kimchi soup and said if you're going to mix it all up, you need to add this too. This is called the real flavor. Oh Chitna pointed to Bae Kang Yun and said that person also said that they had to mix them. Suna covered Oh Chitna's eyes and said no, you shouldn't do that. Kang Yun said as he walked away see you next time. Oh Chitna asked Suna, can I try? Suna definitely said no. Oh Kang Yu picked up a tablespoon of kimchi and said, Kang Yun, criticizing On Chu asked him why he ignored such a good offer. Mr. Kang Yu replied that now I don't want to work under anyone. Say goodbye to On Chu, you really are a strange guy. He laughed and said even if I didn't join the Hanyu group. Oh Kang Yu said, I can also get it, fairly and equally from the contribution, which I get when I try to protect other players, right? I want to say something, but I think I should keep my mouth shut. He asked anyway, did she notice any dirty things from Bae Kang Yun? Cheon-chu pressed the elevator and replied that I had met him a few times, because both he and I are guild masters of large guilds. Mr. Kang Yu asked him what kind of person he was. She breathed out and said as if he felt it too, he is truly a person who cannot see through. It was clear when he walked into the elevator and said that there aren't any rumors about him, critiquing On Chu for talking about rumors. She pressed the elevator and said to think, Bae Kang Yun was criticized once. Cheon-chu said it was probably in the assessment of the world's economy. She continued, there is a lot of discussion about our country having a world opportunity for the first time, but he lost to another player and was eliminated, truly tragic. Oh Kang Yu heard that and asked who the other guy was. Cheon-chu replied that that person was the owner of a mythical weapon called the Eye of the Brown Su, that Japanese guy's name was Fujimoto Ryoma, because he lost to a Japanese guy, public opinion was not on his side. Mr. Kang Yu asked if that was all a rumor. She said all I know is that, he said I hope I don't have to suffer backlash just because I rejected him. Criticizing On Chu laughed and said he was not that type of person, if there was a problem, that idiot would just laugh it off. Oh Kang Yu held his chin and thought she was right. Ho-on said everyone is here. Cheon-chu waved to Ho-on. Ho-on smiled and said we are waiting for you, Kang Yu, please come in here. Ho-on said while we were investigating Mia's guild, we accidentally found an item that had not yet formed a bond. I recognized it as soon as I saw it. Critiquing On Chu said you must have suffered quite a lot. Ho-on laughed and said haha, don't mention that again, higher level people are also completely unsuitable for it. Ho-on asked how it was. Kang Yu, the system notifies equipment information, equipment name, Black Pearl Code, class, legend, before linking, basic functions, physical defense plus 660, magic defense, plus 480, base stats, plus 5, special function, you can use Rakan's Rage, which doubles your stats for 1 minute, once Rakan's Rage is used, you can use it again after 2 hours, information, this is a coat made from the congealed blood of Rakan's heart. Inside the large vase there is a coat floating. Criticizing On Chu, the effects are not all good. Ho-on crossed her arms and said it really seemed like that. Cheon-chu said its stat enhancing effect is extremely good if looking at the inherent stat plus 5 and special effects, however, almost no player has inherent stats. Suddenly her eyes widened. Cheon-chu asked Oh Kang Yu, are you okay? Oh Kang Yu laughed like crazy thinking what an amazing piece of equipment. Criticizing On Chu asked if he was a player with inherent stats, I mean, considering his growth rate, it's probably not too strange. She continued, if he didn't have inherent stats, it would be a different story, because this is the highest level of all the legendary equipment. Oh Kang Yu smiled and said yes, I love it. Raise your hand above your head to say thank you for this wonderful item. Hoang, I will continue to devote myself to the work of eradicating demonic sex. Hoang smiled and said you really have inherent stats, Kang Yu. I'm also very happy that this equipment has found a worthy owner. From now on, please take care of us. Oh Kang Yu touched his cloak and said so. Now. He asked if I just needed to put it on. Cheon-chu replied yes, wearing it was like wearing Gakeo armor. As soon as Kang Yu put on his cloak, the system notified you that you had just collected a legendary piece of equipment. The ceremony of marking the Black Pearl robe begins. A stream of fire red power appeared around his body. The Black Pearl robe notification system confirmed that Oh Kang Yu was the owner. Mr. Kang Yu raised his hand. The notification system is scanning the owner's stats to optimize the effects of the Black Pearl. Inherent demonic power index, confirmed. A stream of power spread like a tree root into his hand. The system notifies the Demon Power Index +5. The system notifies that the ownership marking ritual has been completed. Umbrella Kang Yu is like being surrounded by fire. Criticizing on Chu crossed his arms and asked how the legendary equipment felt. He trembled and said I can. Mr. Kang Yu was interested and asked if he could get 10 more. She asked him what he thought. Father, Hoan laughed and said ha ha ha, you can only equip 5 items regardless of level. Hoan continued, if you take any more, their effects will be nullified. At times like this, he looks like a rookie. You ask that, thinking in your heart that means 5 items or less is still fine, right? Mr. Kang Yu smiled happily like a child. When asked by Aunt Chu, he must have liked it very much. He replied of course, love is always one thing. She asked then, do you want to test it and see how strong it is? Mr. Kang Yu suddenly turned his head and asked. Cheon Chu raised his fist and said oh Kang Yu, let's fight. The 3 of them entered the large practice room. Cheon Chu asked Hoan if it was okay to destroy the practice room a little. Hoan replied no problem, it was originally built for that purpose. When building, people have anticipated all situations like this, so unless there is a special impact, it won't do anything. She replied okay, thinking in her heart, oh Kang Yu, I don't know how much stronger he has gotten now. Cheon Chu thinks the problem is not just in his development. If only that were the case, then how could we defeat Moon Nong Ho? Anyway, the index between the two is still too far apart. She speculates that Oh Kang Yu has something very special, more than level and stats. I have to take this opportunity to find that special point. Mr. Kang Yu thinks criticizing on Chu. He moved his arms and legs, thinking it would be fine. I just wanted to test the power of this newly purchased outfit, and she was the ideal subject. Mr. Kang Yu thought I also wanted to see how much this team could invest in me. Hoan said so. Now, both of them got into preparation position. She said the match, start. Oh Kang Yu jumped towards Cheon Chu. She quickly dodged his attack. Then she threw her fist back. He also immediately dodged it. Mr. Kang Yu used his hand to catch her kicking her leg. Cheon Chu threw his fist at his face again. He raised his hand to block her punch. Mr. Kang Yu thinks the amount of damage does not exceed the necessary level. Perhaps she wanted to open with close combat first. He smiled and thought, this makes me a bit angry. Mr. Kang Yu quickly approached her. He threw his fist but she dodged it. Oh Kang Yu took her hat and asked if she was taking me too lightly. He pulled his hat down to cover her face, saying wearing a hat would only block her view. Cheon Chu punched a hole in his hat and shot out a spike chain. Oh Kang Yu smiled and thought that On Chu had really worked hard. He asked if he wanted to kill each other or something. She said it's because you're not a normal player. He dodged her spike chains. Her spike chain was like a net sweeping across the training room. Oh Kang Yu sat down and dodged her attack. The barbed chain crashed down, causing the place to break. He grew wings to escape. Mr. Kang Yu clenched his fists. Then he rushed forward. Notification system activates special ability, Raken's Rage, Demon Power Index +5. Cheon Chu turned around. She held the spike chain in both hands and smashed the fighting room. Oh Kang Yu used his wings to fly away. Hoan quickly shouted on Chu, if any more will happen. He flew through the gap in the spike chain. Oh Kang Yu uses separation energy. He deployed the wings of the sky. Cheon Chu shot out the chain again. Barbed chains flew to cover him. Oh Kang Yu uses explosive power. A huge explosion appeared right in front of Cheon Chu. She tried not to be thrown away. Oh Kang Yu flew out. He uses supersonic powers. A loud sound shook the entire training room. Hoan and Cheon Chu both covered their ears with their hands. Oh Kang Yu think right now. Cheon Chu turned around. She uses heavenly power. Oh Kang Yu's eyes lit up. He used destructive power. Criticizing on Chu, he thought he couldn't avoid it anymore. She thought she had to switch to defense. Cheon Chu's eyes widened. Oh Kang Yu came and said he would destroy the sky. Hoan looked at the surrounding space in shock. He raised his fist towards Cheon Chu. She sat down, panting and laughing. Critiquing on Chu said Oh Kang Yu, you damn monster. Curse on Chu scolding you monster. The system announced that the time for Raken's Wrath had ended. The system notifies you that you will be able to use this skill again after 2 hours. Oh Kang Yu thinks this is amazing. I think now I understand why people are so obsessed with owning legendary level items. I can't believe I was able to defeat Cheon-chu in just a moment like this. Cheon-chu laughed and said, haha, it's unbelievable. She said he was a monster, Mr. Kang Yu raised his hand and said it was all thanks to the legendary level equipment. Cheon-chu grabbed his hand and said, hey, I also have legendary level equipment. She asked him if he was really human. Mr. Kang Yu pulled her up and smiled and said, of course, besides, aren't you glad that I'm not your enemy? Criticizing on Chu said, even so, I still cannot give my trust to you, Ho-on said. Two people. Cheon-chu and Oh Kang Yu both turned to look at Ho-on. Ho-on angrily shouted, do you two know how expensive this gym is? Millions of dollars of taxpayer money were poured into building this thing. Mr. Kang Yu said apologetically, Ho-on roared in disbelief that the two of you would destroy it like this. Both of you don't know how to control yourself, just stop it, Cheon-chu and Oh Kang Yu said in unison. I'm sorry. Ho-on the phone called to say that using the gym would be prohibited for the time being. How much does it cost to renovate? The other party replied, yes, I understand. Critiquing on Chu asked why he used wide area skills for that. Oh Kang Yu said, sweating, because I see you're strong, this is partly your fault. He put his chin in his hands and thought about how he would pay for the gym repair fee now. Cho and Chu regretted saying, why did we practice here, even if it was a bit troublesome, we should have gone out to a certain dungeon gate. Mr. Kang Yu calculated that if he had to pay the repair fee, he could sell magic stones from the giant hut, but that would be a bit time-consuming. He asked, now that he thought about it, she said that defeating high-level monsters would drop legendary-level equipment materials or other rare items, right? Cheon-chu didn't understand why he was asking but still replied, yes. Oh Kang Yu said, do you want to go catch one too, waist-curled beard? Ho-on asked Yoko Beard, are you talking about the gate of the S-class dungeon? He replied yes. Cheon-chu said this. She asked him if he knew what kind of monster it was. Right, Yoko Beard, a fish that lives in the lake at the S-level gate of Suwon. No player has ever caught this monster. The biggest problem is in the living position of Yoko-kan. Because it lives in a water environment, melee attacks are almost impossible to reach it. It also has extremely high resistance to magic and often lives underwater, so even long-range attacks are extremely difficult. That's why people think defeating this monster is impossible. Mr. Kang Yu smiled and said, I know, hunting it is also a bit of a potato. Criticizing on Chu, he crossed his arms and said it wasn't just potatoes. Not only that, we cannot be sure that defeating it will drop legendary items. You said if we're lucky, we'll drop legendary items. Furthermore, this is not just a matter of money. When she heard that, she asked why. Mr. Kang Yu said that my 6th stage of awakening, hunting it could also be the key to solving my level restriction problem. When players level up, everyone will face two huge obstacles, absolute effort at level 59, and absolute talent at level 89. The most common way for a player to overcome these limits is to defeat strong cards that surpass their own limits. Criticizing on Chu, he thought, well, I've been stagnant in my absolute talent for a while. Instead of killing giant oats day after day, perhaps trying this would be more effective. She suddenly remembered and thought, wait, so a level 89 player lost to a level 58 player, what the fuck? Cheon-chu scratched his head and sighed and said, okay, I will help you. So, what's your plan? Oh Kang Yu smiled and said that's good. She said, I'll say it again, even if it were you, it would be impossible to hunt it with just the two of us. Mr. Kang Yu looked at Ho-ong and said, well, I also have a plan. He said we would need an extremely talented melee player for this plan. Ho-on said that if so, I would also participate. Criticizing on Chu in surprise said Ho-on. Ho-on said I was the one who trusted two people to use this gym, so this was partly my fault. Criticizing on Chu's eyes sparkled and said Ho-on, as expected, she is different from some trash who destroys this place and then blames others. Mr. Kang Yu asked who are you referring to? Ho-on asked, but she couldn't ask, what kind of plan was there that required a close combat profession to hunt Yoko Beard? Mr. Kang Yu crossed his arms mysteriously and said, well, she will know soon. Cheon-chu asked, so our team has 3 people? Mr. Kang Yu replied no, 4 people. Oh Chit-na will also come along, she said, that kid. He said, resting his chin and, if possible, I also want our team to have another person with a close combat profession. I think Sehun's level is still too low for this. Hoa Grace called Mr. Kang Yu, he replied yes. She said if you need to find someone with experience in close combat, I also know someone. At the S-level gate. A monster screamed in pain. Oh Kang, you killed the yacht. The system notifies you that you have successfully defeated an S-rank normal monster, the giant yacht. You have increased one level, you have reached level 59. Your promotion progress notification system has been limited, any experience gained from now on will be stored. Once the restriction is removed, all experience earned will be increased at the same time. Oh Kang Yu, what you're saying is that I really have to overcome this promotion restriction. I think I heard that there are talented players who don't have promotion restrictions like this, so I was hoping for that. Cheonchu said, Oh Kang Yu, are you already tired? We haven't even gone hunting for the turtle yet. Oh Kang Yu said, everyone is here, it's just that I haven't reached the leveling limit yet. Mr. Kang Yu said I haven't used too much strength yet so you don't need to worry, this person is, Cheonchu asked, really? Hoon introduces this player as a skilled player in close combat that I mentioned before. The blonde smiled and said hello, I'm the captain of Hoa Lang Team Number 2, Guhan Mo. Oh Kang Yu shook hands with Guhan Mo thinking the captain of the Hoa Lang team, so I think he must be at least as strong as Bei Hoan. His fighting style seems to be using dual swords. If he's strong enough, things probably won't be so bad. He said I was Oh Kang Yu, nice to meet you. Guhan Mo said yes, nice to meet you. Guhan Mo looked at the otter on the ground and smiled and said that Kang Yu was the rookie who planned today's hunt. Right, it's unbelievable that he hunted the giant. He looked down at Oh Kang Yu's feet and asked why there was a child in such a dangerous place. Oh Kang Yu replied, this child is my summon monster. Guhan Mo couldn't believe it and asked, is a child a summon monster? Hoon crossed her arms and said I'll tell you more about Kang Yu later. She said that right now, he just needs to know that he's in trouble with Cheonchu. Guhan Mo was surprised and asked if she was equal to Miss Cheonchu. Gunyan Mo felt like he was struck by lightning and thought how could someone who only became a player 2 months ago be comparable to Ms. Cheonchu? She is one of the highest level players in Korea, this country, Captain. She never talked about him at all. Hoon asked if there was anything else. Mr. Kang Yu. Mr. Kang Yu smiled and replied, it's okay. He said the captain of the Hoa Lang 2 team, if it weren't for her, recruiting such a talented person would be extremely difficult. Hoon laughed and said haha, I'm glad you're happy, Mr. Kang Yu. Guhan Mo approached and asked Mr. Kang Yu, I have something to ask you. He replied yes. Guhan Mo whispered and asked if he could tell me what his relationship was with team leader Bei Hoan. Mr. Kang Yu said we don't have any special relationship. Hoan said team leader Guhan Mo, I understand that you still have many questions about Mr. Kang Yu, but we don't have much time. Guhan Mo turned his head and replied, yes, I understand. Oh Kang Yu thinks so he has feelings for her. Cheonchu said yes, let's put this funny couple aside and get ready to get into position, waistlines will appear soon. Mr. Kang Yu said we don't need to move anywhere, we are already where we need to be. She asked why, aren't we in the territory of the stone giant? Criticizing on Chu said they were not aggressive monsters, there was no way he could use them to attract the attention of the bearded Iokwe. Mr. Kang Yu crossed his arms and smiled, that's the core of my whole plan. Okay, I'll keep this short. A pile of chains was thrown down. Guhan Mo said I had already prepared the chain. Mr. Kang Yu raised his foot and said okay, I understand, I think then, should I start now? Mr. Kang Yu thought the hunt for El Kabird was the first in the world. He stepped heavily into the water. The bearded Eo began to swim towards it. Oh Kang Yu stopped. At this time the water surface began to shake. I think it's coming. The bearded Eo appeared along the water flow. El Kara moves through the water. Oh Kang Wu shouted loudly, it's here. Everyone get ready to go. The water surface rose high in front of Oh Kang Wu. The giant El Kara jumped out of the water. It looked at Oh Kang Wu and screamed. A giant whirlpool suddenly appeared under its tail. Its wings grow sharp red spikes. It then shot these sharp spikes towards Oh Kang Wu's group. Oh Kang Wu saw that and turned to look at Echidna and said it was a poison dart attack. Echidna replied here. Echidna instantly created a large shield, called Magic Shield. Because of using a large amount of magic, Echidna was a bit unbearable. Oh Kang Wu saw that and said Echidna, just try to hold on a little longer. He called Ms. Hyunmo, Mr. Huayan, the two people answered in unison. Two people, one left and one right, stood close to Oh Kang Wu, a pair of red wings grew from his back, called the wings of the sky. "Oh Kangwoo, let's talk, keep it safe." Then he lifted the two people out of the water and used his wings to fly up. Oh Kangwoo dropped the two people down. Hua Yun screamed in panic. The three people landed on El Caro's body and then stabbed it with the knife. Hua Yun said it was ridiculously slippery. Hyunmo reached out to Oh Kangwoo and said, "Mr. Kangwoo." Hearing that, he gave her the chain and said, "This is the chain I brought extra." Oh Kangwoo told Hyunmo, "Go to the right, and Miss Hua Yun go to the left. We need to get this done before it can go underwater again." El Caro screamed. Three people used a chain to hang on its body. It screamed in pain. Hyunmo asked, "What the hell?" Oh Kangwoo quickly deduced that he was thinking about running away. "I told everyone to hold on tight." El Caro struggled continuously. Then it jumped out of the water. Sky wings sprouted from Oh Kangwoo's back. He said this wretched thing was planning to return to the deep waters. "I'll try to block it and see." I continued, "So remember to tie the remaining chain to it." Hyunmo replied, "Yes." El Caro flying in the sky. Oh Kangwoo fell into the water. He uses destructive power. His eyes flashed, using heavenly power. El Caro looked at the whirlpool below. Oh Kangwoo appeared in the whirlpool and broke the sky. El Caro screamed. Oh Kangwoo thought, well, my attack was weakened by using it underwater. He thought it was unbelievable that he could just launch it into the sky with that attack. I needed to be more seriously injured than luck would have it. Oh Kangwoo suddenly saw the El Caro's weakness. He thought it was it. El Caro screamed in pain. Oh Kangwoo looked at the static electricity surrounding him. Seeing this, Hua Yun was startled and said it was electrostatic shock. Hyunmo replied no. El Caro's attack, she continued, "Fire flower." Echidna shouted loudly to Master Kangwoo. Hyunmo turned back to look at Hua Yun and asked if the chains were all in place. Hua Yun replied. Hyunmo heard that and said, "Then let's get out of here." Hua Yun asked, "What about Kangwoo?" Hyunmo said, "He is stronger than us, we need to go or we'll get in his way." Hyunmo shouted and jumped away, then the two of them jumped down together. Hyunmo looked towards El Caro thinking he had entered its mouth. At this time, Kangwoo was inside El Caro, standing in the protective sphere. Oh Kangwoo looked at the ball and smiled and said he guessed this was Ed China's. I think she must have known that her owner was in danger. Oh Kangwoo thought he couldn't believe she was able to hold the magic shield for so long. He clasped his hands together and thought thanks to it. Outside, suddenly a crack appeared on El Caro's body. After that, Oh Kangwoo rushed out and thought he felt empowered. El Caro screamed in pain. Oh Kangwoo sat on El Caro's body, then pulled out the chain that was stuck on its body and wrapped it around his body. He looked into the distance and called Chai Yunyo. At this time, Chai Yunyo was standing on a nearby cliff. Oh Kangwoo shouted, "Everyone is ready, Toad." Chai Yunyo held the red hemp rope and shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing, you loser?" Her face filled with excitement said, "Hurry up and step aside, you bastards." Chadiandu grinned triumphantly. Large stones from the cliff were crashing to the ground along with the rocks filling the sky with dust. Chadiandu extremely excitedly swung the red chain with his right hand towards the stone man. Kangwoo shouted an order, "Hurry up." Chadiandu whipped the chain into the stone man's hand, making a loud sound to control them. At this time, the stone man also stirred violently, pulling the chains tightly around his body. The sea monster yanked its body along with its powerful moving chains, wanting to throw itself into the sea. The sea monster dragged Kangwoo along with the chains while struggling on the sea trying to escape. Kangwoo gritted his teeth and was still applying magic to cling tightly to the monster's body with his hands shaking with effort. Kangwoo thought that he had used both the power of heaven and the power of steel, and was still under this pressure. No matter what the cost, I must not let the chain slip. Kangwoo looked back at the chain-covered stone man, clenching his teeth and thinking just a little longer. The sea monster jumped out of the sea and struggled violently, emitting shrill sounds. The stone men were also using all their strength to hold those chains tightly. While Kangwoo was struggling to hold onto the monster, it slipped into the sea and pulled Kangwoo down with it. Kangwoo was not willing to think that it was not weak at all. The sea monster was still very energetic, struggling to escape the chains like a fish in a net trying to escape. The sea monster casts magic from the openings that resemble fish gills. Fire aimed straight at the echidna shield and continuously attack. The stone man was also trying his best to hold onto the chains on his body, making a special cry. Kangwoo clenched his teeth unwillingly and wondered if he had underestimated it. It was stronger than he thought. At this rate, the stone core would break first. Kangvu continued to think that he needed to think of a way to weaken it. Echidna was trying his best, using all his magic to maintain the defense layer that was being fiercely attacked by monsters. Kangvu was also extremely angry and gritted his teeth. Kangvu shouted loudly for Chediondu, who was standing on the stone core, to use her chain. Chediondu screamed, "Are you crazy? You'll get hurt." Kangvu shouted back quickly, criticizing Diondu not willing to grit his teeth and perform magic. Chediondu activate the magic on the arm. Exploding Chediondu's skills, the special ability Blood Chain, blood red magic power from both hands was flowing into the red chains, and at the same time was absorbing energy from other places. Kangvu also activates the special ability skill Animal Head Armor and Ruthless Skill, to overcome Chediondu's red chain. Kangvu's face had turned pale and was filled with pain, gritting his teeth and thinking as expected, it would be very difficult to hold the legendary page. But, that's not a problem, Kangvu thought confidently. The bright red magic rays didn't wait to aim directly at the monster under the sea. Kangvu looked forward to thinking if he could weaken the monster. The red chains and magic pierced the monster's body, making it scream in pain. The monster stopped, making Kangvu happily think of success. The stone men also took this opportunity to use their strength to pull the monster up. The stone core that was given more energy by Chediondu also tried to pull the life even harder. "I'm also running out of strength, so I have to scream. Give me a little more strength." This rock, Kangvu thought to himself, the only intrinsic characteristic of a stone man is his thick skin. Kangvu continued to think that it was almost invulnerable thanks to this passive. When he looked at the stone man trying to pull that monster, Kangvu continued to think that he had never bothered to hunt at the S-level gate. "But I don't think it's useful in this situation," Kangvu continued to think. The sea monster no longer had the strength to struggle and was pulled away by the stone man. But unexpectedly, the monster became active again. The sea monster jumped up and struggled. The chains around Kangvu's body broke and fell down. Kangvu thought it had worked. "Oh Chitna," shouted Kangvu. "Kangvu, are you okay?" At the same time, he quickly ran and looked up at where Kangvu stood. Kangvu seemed to realize something. Kangvu shouted, "Oh Chitna, it's very dangerous." The sea monster realized and launched a killing blow aimed at Ochitna. The little girl Ochitna still hadn't had time to react to the danger and looked up. Suddenly Dio appeared, raised his sword and slashed the monster's attack in half, causing the monster's blood to splash in all directions. The monster screamed loudly, pulled back his hand and stared at the people in front of him. Hoedion quickly hugged Ochitna and jumped back. Hoedion was afraid and hugged tightly. Ochitna said, "I thought I was going to die, damn fish." Betquadion breathed a sigh of caution. Kangvu jumped away from the gathering monster and everyone said, "Let's end it." Ochitna happily, with tears in her eyes, happily said, "Kangvu, you're still safe." Hoedion didn't know how to tell her that you're the one in danger. Kangvu replied, "Yes, Ochitna, now use magic." "Which magic will you use to deal with stone people?" Kangvu continued to say that they were tired, so they couldn't resist. Ochitna immediately replied, "Yes." Chediondu was still trying hard to whip the stone people, shouting, "Move, move." The tired stone people collapsed to the ground. Kangvu called loudly, "Chediondu, stop playing with him, come here." Chediondu angrily replied, I was just attracting his attention like you said." Kangvu replied and ordered Hoedion and Betquadion to finish it while it was on the water immediately. Suddenly Dion grabbed his sword and rushed up to say, "Okay, I'll go first." Hoedion also replied, saying it was very different from being underwater and needed to hurry. Both of them rushed towards the monster, holding their weapons firmly in their hands, swinging them up and aiming straight ahead. The two streams of power combined together to create a powerful earthquake that slashed straight at the monster, making it scream. The wound spurted blood everywhere, the monster roared in pain. Both of them continued to deliver fatal blows to the monster's body. Both Hoedion and Betquadion jumped up and swung their weapons to slash at the monster's eyes. Each straight cut causing fatal damage caused by both of them made the monster helplessly scream. Chediondu also quickly appeared behind his hands, clutching many bright red chains, demanding his life to launch chain and spear skills. Slashing straight into the monster's eyes, blood splattered in all directions, causing the monster to let out a scream of pain. It used all its strength to attack. Chediondu quickly retreated and dodged. All four people gathered in a defensive area. Hoedion emotionally said that his scream was very annoying. Kangvu seemed to find something interesting, smiled coldly and became more enthusiastic. thinking to himself that even on the shore, the battle still wouldn't be any easier. It's true that the boss is different. Then Kang Vu activated the skill 10,000 magic cores, a terrifying blood moon appeared, and the sky turned black as if swallowing everything. Kang Vu's eyes were bright red and thirsty for blood. 3 wooden coffins appeared covered with blood-red magic, Kang Vu said silently. Now, with this skill, Kang Vu thought to himself, and the 3 coffins behind him were all equally gloomy, preparing to attack. Kang Vu clasped his hands together and picked up a bit of dark water that contained the color of blood with a bit of a scary purple sheen and continued thinking that he thought, just this much. That was enough. Kang Vu clenched his hands into 2 fists. Activating the powerful skill of Hellfire, a pitch-black trident surrounded by bright red magic appeared. Kang Vu seemed to have more energy, gritted his teeth and activated the powerful magic of the black spear, shouting the trident. Kang Vu turned pale with his eyes burning with fire, his whole face wrinkled and his veins oozed with magic, thinking a little more, I need a little more force. 2 system sounds rang out, the sea monster's rage had been used, the magic index had increased to 5, Kang Vu laughed loudly and held the trident tightly with both hands. Launching the fission power skill, the trident under Kang Vu's control rotated extremely fast. Kang Vu seemed to turn into another person with a scary smile on his face and jumped up high. The foot landed on the monster very heavily. Kang Vu was full of energy with magic marks on his grinning face, his hand swinging his trident and stabbing it down. The Gay Blog skill activated, the system sound rang out, he had received the Gay Blog skill, level S. Kang Vu launched the Gay Blog skill, holding the trident containing destructive power and stabbing it straight towards the monster. When you realize something, you're afraid to turn around. Kang Vu shouted loudly at everyone to get away. Hodion and Baekwaedion suddenly turned their heads when they realized the unusual magic. A huge stream of power covered the trident and Kang Vu rushed in like a storm. The monster is right in front of your eyes and cannot escape. All the power billowing like a tornado was now concentrated on the trident. Kang Vu used all his strength to launch the trident straight towards the monster. The monster could not react in time to the great power approaching. A strong collision took place, the trident came into contact with the monster, creating a terrible aftershock that caused the monster to stagger and scream miserably. The monster's long, desperate scream with its destructive power was deafening. The enormous power penetrated the defensive armor and went deep inside the monster. Kang Vu was trying to hold himself together before the terrible aftershock that the trident created. All 3 people, Chaedion, Hodion and Baekwaedion, were also shocked by the terrible power that wanted to blow everything away, but tried to hold themselves back to avoid being thrown away. The screams became louder and louder, intermittent as if they were running out of breath, making all 3 people startled and thought about this. Is that really what a stage 6 false awakening can do? Chaedion was overwhelmed with the scene before his eyes, speechless. Kang Vu was standing in front of the bright red hellfire that swallowed the monster, inside, struggling desperately. The monster has now breathed its last breath and struggles in despair with the power to burn everything. The system sound rings, you have successfully used 3 powers at the same time, you have satisfied the second condition to reach the extremely demonic delay state. Kang Vu's hand is still shaking after the aftershock. Kang Vu thought to himself that this was the second condition of postponing the devil. He seemed to let out all his strength and gasped as he watched his hand tremble. Kang Vu continued to think that when he was still ruling hell, this was nothing, but now that it was this difficult, Kang Vu clenched his fists. Kang Vu was determined to think that he still had a long way to go. Furthermore, Kang Vu's eyes seemed to contain hatred. Kang Vu opened his mouth to express his thoughts that he needed more strength. Baekwaedion shouted for Kang Vu. Diandu also quickly asked, what was the attack just now? Hodion also continued that I had heard that he was very strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. Baekwaedion couldn't believe it, said could he really do this? Chaedion also asked if he could use that attack, then why not do it from the beginning? The 3 approached Kang Vu excitedly. Kang Vu weakly tilted his head and replied that this was the first time I tried using it. Kang Vu's sweat dropped and said more boredly, see my hands are shaking, this is not an easy technique to use. Chaedion excitedly asked so what if we fight right now? Then I'll definitely win, right? Kang Vu lamented and replied that the fighting spirit had seeped into her blood or something. Chit-Na happily boasted and said Kang Vu, I defeated those giants. Chit-Na happily jumped into Kang Vu's arms and asked if we had finished hunting yet. Kang Vu didn't know how to answer. Yes, good job Chit-Na. Chaedion standing next to him also remained silent, sweat Kang Vu paused for a moment and thought, wait, now that I think about it, I still haven't seen it. The monster opened its eyes and struggled behind Kang Vu. Kang Vu still didn't notice and rubbed his head. Oh Chit Na thought the message confirmed that we had finished off El Caro. Kang Vu asked everyone to get ready to fight. It's not over yet. Bet Quadion was surprised and took the sword and asked what. Hoadion also suddenly asked what he meant. Chadion was also stunned. I looked up and asked something. Is the war not over yet? Kang Vu turned his head to look at the monster, pushing Oh Chi Na aside in anticipation. Oh Chi Na asked Kang Vu in confusion. Kang Vu replied yes. Kang Vu continued to send a message confirming that we had successfully hunted Eokwak, which had not yet appeared. Hoadion opened the message and shouted in shock. Bation also opened a message saying that I only noticed now that you said it. Kang Vu concentrated and thought to himself, it's impossible. The first time I created trouble in hell, I easily slaughtered the demons from the 7th level of hell. How could a monster come from the wings, gate, which does not belong to the demon race, can? The monster covered in cracks opened its eyes and struggled. It shouted and activated the ability to project powerful demonic power from its eyes, causing all 5 people to be on guard and consider. Kang Vu thought incredulously that this was demonic force. What the hell did Chadion scream? The transformed monster covered in demonic power seemed to explode with power, sprouting a lump of red flesh. The tentacles pierced the skin and penetrated out. The monster screamed in pain. Hundreds of blood-destroying red tentacles appeared. The monster kept screaming. The monster suddenly turned around and ran away quickly. Hoadion was surprised and wondered what was going on. I thought I had to fight for the second round, but it just ran away. I didn't understand why he threw out his chain. Fear chain quickly wrapped around a monster tentacle and tightened. Chadion shouted I caught her. Before she could finish speaking, she was also dragged by the monster and fled. The rest of the people shouted her name, surprised by this situation. Kang Vu shouted and said Chadion, afraid of being chained. Thanks to Kang Vu to remind Chadion, he realized what needed to be done. One hand still tightly wrapped around the monster, not letting it escape. With her other hand, she quickly released 3 chains towards her teammates. All 3 people, Kang Vu, Hoadion, and Bet Quadion, also quickly grabbed the chain. All 3 people grabbed the chain and pulled both Chadion and the monster back. The monster's strength was still extremely strong as it struggled to escape, making all 3 of Kang Vu, Hoadion and Bet Quadion grit their teeth and use all their strength to hold on. Kang Vu is thinking about finding a solution to the current situation. Kang Vu angrily thought, damn it, I used all 3 powers, and the Kraken's rage effect ended, so I don't have much demon power left. Are we going to lose like this? What kind of attack should I unleash? Kang Vu gritted his teeth and considered, still holding the chain tightly. Oh Chitna's voice suddenly shouted for me to worry, Mr. Kang Vu. A white monster with purple horns appeared and growled. It jumped up high, wanting to put pressure on the monster that was trying to escape. All 4 people stopped in shock. The Deondu was sweating and scared and said it was a monster. Kang Vu immediately replied with a slightly hesitant attitude, no, it was Oh Chitna. Oh Chitna with monster form quickly attacks. Use one hand to hit the monster's head hard, causing it to collide hard with the ground and stop. The monster wanted to counterattack Oh Chitna and raised his hand to prepare to attack. Oh Chitna was one step faster and hit the monster hard, so they all stayed there. Oh Chitna continued to attack the monster and it screamed in pain. Suddenly there was nothing left to do. The 4 of them didn't know how to look at the scene of the monster being beaten to pieces. They looked at the monster being beaten continuously and screamed miserably without daring to say anything. The screams still echoed, even though all 4 people were silent. Some were scared and sweating, and Kang Vu had nothing more to say. Oh Chitna bravely stomped on the monster and held its head high in victory. The kidney monster had been beaten to pieces and was only shivering. Oh Chitna, in the form of a super cute monster excited about his achievements and showing off to Kang Vu, said, Mr. Kang Vu, did I do well? Kang Vu also hesitated a bit and replied, very good. At this time, the system sound has sounded. You have successfully defeated the SL Quera level monster. You are the person with the highest contribution. With the monster's shapeless state of decay, the system sound continues. In addition, you have received additional rewards for delivering the finishing blow. Your experience is increasing sharply. Due to the level limit, all the experience gained will be stored. Oh Chitna had returned to her human form and excitedly ran to Kang Vu and said, Kang Vu. Kang Vu didn't dare to say anything more, thinking that he was probably really dead now, even though his level limit had not been unlocked yet. He rubbed his head Ochitna and praised good work. Ochitna, Chaedyeondu sweatily spoke to the girl. I think I know the reason why she was able to become close to Kangvu. Hoedion and Baekwaedion were also silent, sweating. Ochitna happily laughed loudly. Chaedyeondu asked in confusion as he looked at some of the monster's bleeding tentacles and said, "What are the tentacles that appear at the end? Is that a unique characteristic of the Elguero species?" Dion uncertainly grabbed his chin and replied, "I'm not sure. In every monster hunting trip I always share and collect information fairly, but this is the first time I've encountered something like this." Kangvu slapped the tentacle and said, "I don't think that's a characteristic." Kangvu used his foot to move and step on the tentacle and continued, "I have seen something similar before." Chaedyeondu hesitated to ask something similar, "But why did you climb on top of it?" Kangvu explains that just when we thought he was dead, this bastard started smashing around, and that's similar to the behavior of demons when they become monsters. Chaedyeondu didn't expect to ask again, so what he meant was that this was caused by demonic forces. Kangvu stood on top of the monster and replied that if we check, we will know. Kangvu thought to himself, "Let's go see, it's probably somewhere around here." Kangvu walked on tentacles to search. Ochitna also flew nearby. She also hated the blood layer on the outside of the tentacle, it was so disgusting. Hoedion also looked down at the sticky, bloody soles of her feet. After that, Dion didn't say anything and walked away. Kangvu tore open a large hole in the tentacle and looked inside. Hoedion and Chaedyeondu were both so disgusted that they wanted to vomit. Kangvu thought to himself that several tentacles began to grow from the position. So there must be something, Kangvu thought, raising his hand to search inside the tentacle. Having touched something, Kangvu stopped slightly. Having found it, Kangvu spoke up, causing the rest of the people to focus and look. Chaedyeondu curiously asked, "What's in there?" Kangvu pulled out a strangely shaped red stone from his hand. Chaedyeondu said it wasn't a gem. All 5 people were focusing on the gem in the incomprehensible Kangvu's hand. Hoedion wondered what to ask. It didn't look much like a mana stone. Baekwaedion was also curious and asked if this thing was the cause of Elguero's strange actions. Kangvu also looked at the gem in his hand, not knowing, and replied, "Who knows, I'm not sure." He thought to himself that he is sure this is the reason. This gem contains a very high concentration of demonic power. Kangvu looked carefully at the gem and thought, "It seems like this is another version of demonic power, in the form of a gem, but it is not the same as magic stone, which is formed naturally. On the surface of this looks like a high-class artifact." He secretly thought he was sure someone had tried to create this. A demon with a red mask suddenly appeared in Kangvu's head. Kangvu said, "Now I understand." Chaedyeondu turned his head to look at Kangvu and asked him what he understood. Ochitna also curiously raised his head. Kangvu answered, "Even though I wasn't sure." Kangvu continued, "But there was a high possibility that this was the action of a ghost association." Chaedyeondu panicked and asked why the ghost association was. Kangvu judged that looking at this gem, it looked more like an artificial item and a magic stone. The location of this thing was within the reach of my hand, not deep inside the monster's body, object. Kangvu continued, meaning that someone had placed this thing inside Elguero, and thanks to the demonic power contained in this gem, it had gone out of control. The organization that can create this thing, the highest possibility can only be a ghost group. Kangvu stated his own speculation, making everyone think of a ghost group with a mask of 2 bright red horns and a 6-star symbol, wing. Suddenly Dion agreed and concentrated on thinking and said it was very possible. "In this case, I think they are the most likely masterminds." Kangvu arrogantly said, "Well, that's just my hypothesis, okay." Ochitna is extremely proud to praise Kangvu, "You are so smart." Recently, I contacted the commander and said, "Commander Kohunmo, can I ask you to start investigating the Ghost Association from Po Cave?" The other side replied, "Yes, of course." Kangvu was extremely excited and thought it was really interesting. He didn't expect that those bastards and ghosts could create a stone containing pure demonic power like this. If an item like this fell into his hands, Kangvu licked his lips hungrily. Chaedyeondu quickly took out the camera from his pocket and said, "Let me take a picture of that treasure. I will send our group to investigate it." Kangvu silently used his skills again. "I can't let the power of lightning slip away," I thought to myself. The lightning from Kangvu's power transmitted into the monster, causing it to move suddenly. Everyone staggered and panicked, not understanding what was going on. Kangvu smiled crookedly and activated his magic to hide the Vienne gem. Chaedyeondu couldn't stand and shouted, "What is this? Is this thing not dead yet, star?" Hoedion shouted in panic. Ochitna calmly defend. Bat Quadion calmly analyzed the situation and said no, I think it's just the phenomenon of the corpse's joints and muscles stiffening. Chadiandu also calmed down and said sure, the status window also said it was dead. Hoedion sighed and said, I'm afraid I want to pee my pants. Chadiandu remembered what to do and said this Kangvu, give me the gem. But the gem has already disappeared from Kangvu's hand. Damdu shouted angrily, where did the gem go? Kangvu also turned to stone in panic, his hands trembling and replied to me, I don't know, it suddenly disappeared like smoke. On the outside, Kangvu was scared, sweating and coughing softly, saying, what the hell just happened? But on the inside, he smiled contentedly and thought he would check to see how much he had absorbed. Tu asked if he thought that the demonic power would disappear once touched by human hands. Chadiandu sighed boredly and said it was a real headache. The system notification appears that you have absorbed the demon crystal with the power of gluttony. Your demon power index has increased by 3 points. Kangvu couldn't help but cover his mouth with joy, excitedly thinking 3, it didn't happen, increased slightly even though in the past 3 days I have killed more than 100 ogres. Oh Chitna turned around and asked Kangvu, are we going now? Kangvu was contemplating and thinking to himself, did he just say it was a crystal demon? Oh, I'm confused and called Kangvu again. Kangvu was still deep in thought. Even though his hand covered part of that lustful face, Kangvu's expression was still extremely cheerful, licking his lips, smiling, eyes breathing heavily, thinking that there was still more to come. Scene change, at Hoa Ram Corps headquarters, the black car is being protected by 2 men, inside is Kangvu's group of people. Oh, have a good night's sleep, here's the remaining money after repairs. Suddenly, Dion put the money on the table and continued, even after selling the corpses and magic stones, there was only about 10 billion won left. This was also the first time they caught El Guero, so they paid quite a lot. Kang Vu took the money and smiled happily. Chadiandu asked again, are you going to divide us 5 billion each? Thank you. Recently, Dion sent Hoedion to the helicopter before giving him the money. As for the matter of that gem, we will investigate to see if there are any similar situations at other gates. From the 2nd Army Corps, Po Hang will take care of it. Chadiandu asked, so what if the gems disappear again when I find them? Suddenly Diandu replied that we would need to capture that monster alive, or make sure not to let anyone get their hands on the stone. Chadiandu also agreed. Kangvu sat next to him, a bit shyly holding it. Chin thought maybe because of him they had to work harder. Then Dion continued talking, and there's good news. Chadiandu and Kangvu suddenly said good news. Recently Dion said we realized that part of El Guero's body could be used as material to make legendary equipment. They said they could make a sword from refining the bone's tail. Chadiandu was surprised and very looking forward to hearing this news. B. Quadion added, and they have already provided me with estimates. Bat Quadion added that it would be an item that enhances strength or dexterity. Both Kangvu and Chadiandu were bored for the second time because Kangvu's main stat is strength and main stat the religion of Diandu is mana. Refining it does not help. Isn't it better if you use it, Quadion? Bet Quadion laughed and replied that unfortunately, the awakening conditions are quite complicated. It seems that only players who possess the content-only gas can use it. Did you suddenly ask about your internal energy, like in martial arts? Bet Quadion replied yes, it is a rare stat among warrior players, mostly found in China, and in fact not a single case was found in Korea. So disappointing means, it has no value, it would be better to sell it to China. Kangvu interjected and said I will take it. You did not understand why you came back to ask him, Kangvu. Kangvu replied yes, if he was a person using air connection. Then there's a player I know, Kangvu definitely said. Scene change, Han Seo asks if there is a passage like this in Gate B. Choi Bianbai curiously asks even if it is a labyrinth dungeon. I thought all the passages had been explored, right? Kang Tae-so and Kim Si-hun went ahead and led the way. Kang Tae-so was a little uneasy and asked, we are going in the direction you are leading, Si-hun, but do you feel anything? Kim Si-hun replied a little shyly, I just felt uneasy about something. Suddenly something made Kim Si-hun freeze. Kim Si-hun readied himself, holding the sword at his waist and told everyone to prepare to fight. Kang Tae-so didn't have time to react and wondered. Han Seo and Choi Bianbai also took a defensive stance. Inside the tunnel, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. A minotaur that had been beaten up was running out as if it was running away from something in panic. Kang Tae-so said, a minotaur? Isn't it just a monster, just be level. Suddenly, from behind, a huge, bloodthirsty monster punched the minotaur in front of the head. The Minotaur in front of him was covered in injuries and fell to the ground, screaming miserably. All four Kim Si-hun, Han Seo-ae, Choi Bian-bai and Kang Tae were stunned by the bloody scene before their eyes. The Minotaur behind him went crazy, emitting magical power and roaring loudly, standing over the body of the Minotaur that had been beaten to death. Kim Si-hun and Kang Tae-so raised their vigilance and took a stance ready to fight. Kim Si-hun shouted Tae-so, Kang Tae-so received the order to launch his weapon and rushed forward to defend. The Minotaur monster threw an extremely powerful punch at Kang Tae-so's shield, making a deafening sound. Kang Tae-so tried to defend and screamed "damn it." Kim Si-hun also quickly moved from his position. Kim Si-hun caught him from behind and worriedly said that it was very dangerous for him to attack like that. Kang Tae-so was knocked back and knelt down to support himself in pain and replied, "Thank you. What the hell kind of power is that?" Kim Si-hun, looking at the crazy growling Minotaur monster, said it was different from normal Minotaurs. We had to accept the support spell first and then carefully approach it. Kim Si-hun turned around and instructed Tae-so, after Seo buffed him, try to create an opportunity. Kang Tae-so replied and raised his shield to defend against the mad Minotaur monster. Kim Si-hun quickly said "En-bai, try to distract it so Tae-so can receive the buff." Choi En-bai replied yes, okay. She quickly activated the magic from the stick in her hand. The round stone on the tip of the stick creates powerful lightning bolts. Choi Bian-bai started lightning magic to strike at the monster, causing the monster's entire body to be covered in electric shocks. Kim Si-hun also took the opportunity to prepare an attack. But suddenly, Choi Bian-bai's attack was quickly disabled by the monster, causing both Choi Bian-bai and Kim Si-hun to panic. Kim Si-hun used himself as bait to distract the screaming monster here. The provoked monster became even more agitated and looked towards Kim Si-hun. From the opposite side, Han Seo silently activated magic to help increase the ability of Kang Tae's shield so that the monster was lured to look the other way. Kang Tae-so was buffed with more strength, held his shield tightly and rushed forward, shouting loudly. The monster reacted in time and waved its hand towards Kang Tae-so, creating a strong earthquake that made Kang Tae-so scream in pain. Han Seo is still buffing the power of the fear shield, calling Tae-so. Kang Tae-so gritted his teeth and endured the monster's attack, smiling happily and feeling great. Sister-in-law. The angrier Minotaur monster raised its other hand to attack Kang Tae-so. It was at this moment that Kim Si-hun appeared behind the monster with a long sword in his hand and rushed forward. Kim Si-hun unleashed his skill on the sword. The skill Van Long Yen Destroy launched like an arrow that grazed the monster's head. Kim Si-hun went through the monster to Kang Tae-so. Kim Si-hun successfully landed, his right hand raised horizontally, the sword in his hand. The monster knelt down and hit the ground hard, its severed head echoed far away. Kang Tae-so panted and gave a proud thumbs up to Kim Si-hun, trying his best to say, "I know you can do it, you have never disappointed me." Han Seo worriedly asked Tae-so, "Are you okay?" Choi En-bai's eyes sparkled excitedly as he looked at Kim Si-hun and said, "Bro, just now you were like the main character in a manhwa story, you really are the protector of the world." Kim Si-hun gasped and smiled and replied, "Yes, no matter what, I ask everyone for help." Kang Tae-so was treated by Han Seo, still holding his shield, sitting on the ground resting, saying, "Anyway, what's wrong with this Minotaur? I think it's much more ferocious than other kin. The instructions don't mention anything about this." Kim Si-hun also looked at the monster's body in confusion. Choi Bian was afraid to say it right. Its veins were bulging all over its body. "It made my skin crawl, I hate it." Choi En-bai's words made Kim Si-hun dumbfounded when he realized something unusual. Kim Si-hun discovered a bright red thing inside the body of that mysterious monster. At Ho-Ran Team Headquarters, Baekwaedion said, "Welcome to Mr. Kang-vu, the equipment is ready." Kang-vu took the long sword wrapped in a black sheath. Equipment information appeared: waist, rank, legend before awakening, awakening conditions, inherent stats, user, content air, basic function, light attribute, attack plus 700, strength plus 2, agility plus 2, special function, allows user to walk on water. Information, is a sword created from the tailbone of the waist, possesses extremely strong cutting power, and can integrate the light attribute in the same attack. Recently Dion asked how it was. "Did you like it?" Kang-vu pulled out his sword to look at it and said, "It was too good. Now that I have the chance, I'll probably try it out." "But is it possible to create legendary equipment this quickly?" Kang-vu asked curiously. He added that it had only been 2 weeks since we destroyed the turtle. Recently Dion replied that the hardest part is getting the ingredients. "We have already done it, the rest is simple, not to mention that these ingredients are still hot and brand new." 2 weeks is a long time, how dare Deondu, too trusting to say if you're overdoing it, it's a waste of time to refine it. Recently, Dion confidently said who cares, only the two of them protected the people but the result was already defeating the Hoa Ran team. Now, if we still wait and don't want to help, it's too shameful, Betque Deondu laughed industrially and said, criticizing Deondu's shy smile, that's too much praise. Kangvu put the sword back in its sheath and laughed, thinking to himself that I just want to absorb all the demon power. Suddenly Dion continued, there's one more thing I wanted to tell you Kangvu. Kangvu replied, yes, just say it. Recently, Dion got a little upset and said he didn't think he should stop using honorifics with me now. Kangvu suddenly asked why. Suddenly Dion continued to speak, he was very comfortable talking to Deondu, so it was very strange for me to only use honorifics with him. Deondu was also confused and reminded me, why didn't he in the first place, after using honorifics with me? Betque Dion added that we are now equal teammates, standing on the same front line. Kangvu shyly scratched his head and said, that's right. So from now on I'll try to talk more comfortably, but you're the one who spoke rudely to me first. Why did you say that with a cold smile? Dion happily said yes. Kangvu wondered, so what about the research, how was the last stone? Betque Dion shook his head helplessly and said that the whole team had worked hard but there was still no real report. Crap, Deondu also sighed and said my association was the same. Deondu added that we had doubled the hunting but still couldn't find anything useful. Kangvu held his chin thoughtfully and replied, strange, could it be that ghosts are planted in ghosts? Maybe it's just your waste, maybe my guess is wrong. At this time at the headquarters of the ghost group, the cardinal leader suddenly asked why. The cardinal leader did not believe that he had been defeated. What the hell? The guy below fearfully replied, we are still trying to investigate, but when we come to see the extent of the demon's corrosion crystal, all that remains are the traces of a bloody war. The cardinal leader angrily shook his body and grabbed the table causing it to crack and asked what about the crystal ghosts? The demon guild below fearfully replied, we are trying to recover, but there is no proof, any evidence. There was a loud noise, the sound of shattering. The cardinal furiously punched the table and broke it, the funders below trembled. The cardinal leader standing behind the broken table coldly asked what about the other demons? The demon guild below knelt down and replied that most of them were fine. The cardinal leader said I don't believe they have grasped my plan. I understand. The ghost group below bowed his head and clenched his hands into fists thinking damn, hasn't that monster been in 5 years? I've been defeated every time and yet I have to choose the right moment, what a fucking situation this is. The cardinal leader then asked how the plan was progressing, and the ghost group below replied that due to that incident, it had been significantly delayed. The cardinal was silent for a moment and said, what if I try another method? Another ghost group below trembled and said, dear cardinal, if you persist in doing things like this, there will be consequences. The ghost group below was also scared and said the risk was too great. The cardinal leader calmly sat down in his chair and said I didn't say we had to do it right now, I just wanted to check a few things. One of the ghosts below said that if we use that method, we could promote the project immediately, but it was still too dangerous. The ghost next to us agreed and said that's right. A ghost group below added that if we really use that method, then surely the global RAND company will not sit idly by. When he said that, the cardinal thought of the back of a girl, holding the sharp weapon in his hand. He trembled slightly. The cardinal leader was so embarrassed that he became angry and said, what's wrong with RAND company global? The ghosts below panicked and asked what. The red-clothed sect leader got mad and emitted a terrifying magical aura, clenching his hands into fists and saying that it was only because he was afraid of the global RAND company, that you guys hesitated. The cardinal became even more angry, emitting fiery demonic power, growling and saying that you thought I would be afraid too, and have to hide in the safe zone. The demons below were radiated by demonic power, pressed and groaned in pain. The feeling of heavy pressure coming down made them unable to breathe, causing them to sweat and scream in pain. The red-clothed sect leader clenched his fist, its veins rippling, emitting strong demonic power. Suddenly he calmed down and let go, the demonic force no longer emitted and dissipated into the air. The red-clothed leader asked if there were any remaining pieces of ghost crystal. The demons below responded in unison. The cardinal leader gave the order to plant the remaining monsters as soon as possible, if the plan was delayed again. Your heads are not intact on your necks, the ghosts below answered in unison. At this time, the cardinal leader asked curiously, who defeated Iochuro? The ghost group below replied Deondu of the Red Rose Association. The cardinal took the mask and whispered, Deondu ah, she's meddled in our affairs again, just like she did with Kim Kam-hun in the past." The cardinal, furious, roared with murderous intent and ordered that since he had the guts to do something, he had to have the guts to bear the consequences, so prepare for the night. The demon guild below was afraid to ask again, "Are you planning to eliminate Chadiandu?" The demon guild next to him was also scared to ask, but Chadiandu is very strong, just using darkness alone would be difficult to defeat her. The cardinal objected and said no, the object of use was not Chadiandu. The name of the ghost group below is difficult to understand. The cardinal said there was a new soldier who was very favored by her, named O Kang-vu. "We would take that guy hostage." Under the mask the cardinal grinned. The cardinal angrily cursed the bastard, changing the scene to Kang-vu happily driving the car. UID on the boundary gate B, from inside the gate Si-hun's team appeared. Kang Tae-so happily laughed and said that today is also a good harvest, thanks to you Si-hun. Kim Si-hun happily replied that it was thanks to everyone's efforts. Choi Byan-bai excitedly laughed and made a fortune. Kang Tae-so said more about which day to go next, then a voice rang out and caught their attention. Kang-vu raised his hand and said hey. Kim Si-hun suddenly said Kang-vu. Kang-vu happily waved and said long time no see. Kang Tae-so excitedly laughed and chatted, "How long have we not seen each other, Mr. Kang-vu?" Kim Si-hun also happily said Mr. Kang-vu. Byan-bai smiled happily and said hello Mr. Kang-vu. Kang-vu asked and said yes, "Is everyone's hunting situation okay? They're all B-level now." Kim Si-hun asked why he suddenly came here without warning. Kang-vu took down the sword and brought it over to say he had a surprise gift for everyone. Kim Si-hun laughed and said to everyone if it's good to give Seoa. Kang Tae-so laughed loudly and said that's great. Han Seoa looked a little expectantly. Kang-vu replied here, "Take this Si-hun." Kim Si-hun suddenly said aye. Han Seoa was furious. Choi Byan-bai worriedly stopped him and said sister. Kang-vu replied yes, this is a very old sword. It is a legendary equipment that can only be used by people with inherent internal energy. Hearing this news, the remaining three people gasped in horror and said in unison what a legend. Kang Tae-so closed his eyes and clenched his hands sadly saying he was so jealous Si-hun. Kang-vu smiled happily. Kim Si-hun trembled holding his sword and said hey. Kim Si-hun was afraid to refuse. "I'm still not good enough to be of any help to you, so I can't accept such a precious gift from you." Kang-vu said clearly whether or not it can be up to me to decide. Kang-vu continued to say that in the future he will surpass thousands of other players, and soon he will be able to compete with all the other players. At that point, "It's okay to prove yourself to me," Kim Si-hun told him with tears in his eyes. Kim Si-hun happily clutched the sword and bowed to Kang-vu, saying thank you very much. Everyone happily shared the joy with Si-hun. Kang Tae-so laughed loudly and said it was just like a scene in a martial arts movie. Quiet, it's so great to talk about. Han Seo also laughed happily together. Kim Si-hun is so shy to say it's so embarrassing. "You treat me so well, Kang-vu." Kang-vu is a bit hesitant. Kim Si-hun was even more shy to speak, but I used to feel quite uncomfortable when I first met you. Kang-vu also silently thought to himself because I am the protector of the world and you are the bastard who destroyed the Thorn system. Ah, why? Kim Si-hun shyly continued to speak but that feeling had all disappeared. It sounded like our souls were connected. Kang-vu was scared and panicked inside. On the outside he turned away, avoiding that sentence. I laughed and thought that because I had turned you into my subordinate, nothing more, so it was not wrong to say connection. Kim Si-hun raised his hand to say brother. Kang-vu was surprised and didn't have time to react. Kim Si-hun was in love. His sparkling eyes grabbed Kang-vu's hand and said he loves you, Kim Si-hun. From now on he will only listen to you, and meet all your expectations. Han Seo behind him was jealous, angrily looking at him with bullet-shaped eyes. Choi Bai intervened and said sister. Kang-vu, sweating in cold fear, replied you Si-hun. Kang-vu was scared and secretly said don't look at me like that, this guy is really crazy. Kang-vu's sweat dropped and smiled politely saying can you let go of my hand now. Kim Si-hun remembered and reached out, said in his pocket, I have something for you. Kim Si-hun continued to say that the monster we defeated earlier was very strange, so I tried to examine its body, and found something like this. Kim Si-hun held out his hand with a red gem inside. Kang-vu did not expect it to appear so suddenly. Kim Si-hun happily blushed and said it might not be a gift, but maybe he would know something about it. The gem sparkled in Si-hun's hand. Kang-vu quickly grabbed Si-hun's hand tightly. His eyes were extremely happy and joyful, his hands holding Si-hun's hand tightly, thinking to himself, Si-hun, Give me your hand, let's be together forever. Kang Yu smiled innocently, revealing 2 sharp teeth that looked like a cat. He held that bright red light in his hand and asked, "Where did you get this?" Kim Shi-hun was the one who answered on behalf of everyone. His face seemed quite uneasy. "Well, in detail, at that time we were hunting in a gate as usual, but that time I had a premonition." "Very strange," Kang Yu asked curiously. "The hunch was very strange." Shi-hun continued to recount the feeling at that time. "At that time I suddenly felt cold all over my body. Do you remember when I said I felt resistance for an unknown reason when I first met you? The feeling when I first met you, he was also like that." Kang Yu was quite surprised, opened his cool eyes and asked again, "Just like the first time he met me?" Remembering that dark, ugly monster, Shi-hun replied, "Yes, when I followed that strange feeling, I found a giant minotaur. Its skin was dark and looked even stronger and fiercer than anyone else, the other minotaurs." Grasping the situation, Kang Yu asked again, "And when he defeated it, the thing disappeared?" Shi-hun replied yes. Kang Yu was also thinking about a possibility that could happen. It was probably created by demonic force. "That means this kid can sense demonic force?" Brother hesitantly asked. Shi-hun, "When he saw Echidna in the hospital, did you feel that strange premonition?" He rubbed his chin and remembered the moment when he saw the little girl last time. He said, "Oh, that time, you didn't feel anything." Kang Yu said that, then turned the stone over and rubbed his chin to consider. He thought, so he can't sense the demonic power, but then how could that monster be similar to me? If it once swallowed by demonic forces, it will become a demon. Suddenly a possibility popped into his head. He thought, it's crack. This kid reacts to me, a person who specializes in breaking crack cores, and the monsters that became fragments after being cracked were the work of demonic forces." Kang Yu looked at Shi-hun innocently. "Understand, the reason is because this kid is the protector of the world, so he will protect the system from being broken. And there is an instinctive feeling of resistance to everything that has a cracking nature. If so," Kang Yu suddenly put his hand on Shi-hun's shoulder and called Shi-hun's name, which made him quite surprised. He asked again. Looking at his sinister face, and that wavy laugh could make a child cry right away, even though in his mind, this kid could find the demon crystal that the Ghost Association had hidden. But Kang Yu, in other words, "Why don't we work together?" In a corner of the car, Choi and B, Kang Tae-soo and several others in the group were sitting and dozing. Then Shi-hun held the sword again, his eyes thoughtfully looking out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. The loudspeaker inside the car rang and he didn't pay much attention. The next stop was. Meanwhile, Kang Yu was walking with Han Sola. She asked him first, "Meaning from tomorrow you will enter the gate with Shi-hun?" He looked at her and answered, "Yes, sorry, but from tomorrow I have to go hunting with Tae-soo and Yunbi. Don't try too hard." He continued walking up the stairs, because her level had increased quite a bit, so just the 3 of them would be fine, but remember to still be careful, not knowing that Han Sol was already there. When did she stop? She didn't respond to him. Han Sola lowered her face, pursed her lips as if she had something difficult to say and walked slowly behind him. She called him, "Kang Yu." He turned around to look at her and asked, She said, "Tomorrow when he enters the gate." Han Sola looked at him, her hand gently placed on her chest nervously as if waiting for approval. She asked if I and the rest of my teammates could go with her. Kang Yu was surprised by that sudden question and stood motionless. He silently listened as she continued, "With Kang Yu next to us it would be much easier to level up, and what if we couldn't help him at all?" He turned away to look ahead and answered, "Starting tomorrow." As Kang Yu said, he continued up the stairs. "We will reach the rank A gates. The monsters there will be much stronger than the minotaurs you encountered today." Kang Yu coldly asked Han Sola in return, "Are you confident that you won't become useless when standing in front of monsters like that?" Han Sola timidly grasped the stick in her hand and replied, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said what I just said." Seeing that she seemed to understand, he continued, "I also plan to go investigate the Ghost Association. So at any time, we can become their target. Being in large groups will only make protecting each other more difficult." Seeing that you don't need to be so straightforward, Han Sola sadly looked down. Suddenly she was surprised by his hand blocking her face. Kang Yu's eyes were as sharp as daggers, and he continued to speak, just like now. The 2 of them were being blocked by a group of 5 men wearing red devil masks, holding scythes in their hands like the Grim Reaper seeking their lives. They were blocking around Kang Yu's car. Looking at them, we could see that they wanted to cause trouble with the 2 of them. Kang Yu was still blocking his hand in front of Han Sola to protect her. He smiled faintly and asked the demons, "You must be from the Demon Guild, right?" Han Solo also raised his wand to prepare to fight. A masked man replied, "We are not ordered to answer you, just listen to us, and you will receive a painless death." Kang Yu was quite amused by these guys' stupid arrogant words. He smiled sinisterly. Then he glared at his bloodshot eyes, his mouth no longer smiling but threatened, "Why don't you stop babbling and get out of my car?" A few demons started to attack. They held scythes with chains attached and rotated like super sharp propellers and rushed towards Kang Yu. One guy shouted loudly, "You are really as arrogant as he said. If you have a boss named Yeonju's father, you can do whatever you want." Another guy says, "Kang Yu, you're just a drop of sewer water in a vast ocean." These guys rushed over while pretending to shout, "We will teach you a suitable lesson." Kang Yu was still quite calm, determined to extend his arms to protect Han Solo. Kang Yu shouted back at them, "Talking nonsense." Then immediately he disappeared. All the scythes of the Demon Guild were thrown at the position he was standing at, but they all missed. On his back appeared long wings made of beautiful purple magic power. Of course he didn't forget to carry Han Solo with her. After finding a fairly safe place, he let her float a small distance above the ground and ordered her to run as far away from here as possible. Han Solo was shy when being carried princess style, her face turning red, able to say a few words. Yes," Kang Yu said very confidently, "I'll take care of the dog, you idiot, and come back later." Han Solo still had no choice but to agree. But suddenly she remembered to say something. Her face was still red, her eyes were spinning. She tried to speak clearly, "Well, I want to help too." Han Solo clenched her hands on the wand. She shouted, "Blessing light," immediately radiating brilliant halos around. At this moment, the system's voice rang out that only he could hear, "You just received the blessing light. Strength 3, Accuracy 3, Inherent Stats, Demon Power 2 increased." Kang Yu suddenly faced with this rich source of magic power, he looked at his hand and silently exclaimed, "Wow, she buffed even his inherent stats, that's amazing." Before he fought, Han Solo was afraid, "She cares and cheers you on, don't let yourself get hurt." Feeling that it was the right time, he smiled slightly, rolled up his sleeves and replied to her, "Yeah, I can't get hurt, Solo, don't worry." After a while, the group of ghosts chased them to where the two of them were standing. They shouted, "Do you think you can escape so easily? We will chop you into porridge to feed the pigs, then everyone will escape." Series of large chains with sickles arrive. Kang Yu didn't pay much attention, he calmly injected magic power into his arms to create two extremely sharp small blades, then gently flew into the sky, passing through their formation. Kang Yu smiled, revealing his bloodthirsty fangs. He coldly said, "Who told me to escape?" At that moment a sickle came flying straight and was about to stab Kang Yu's face. But how could he let them be as he wanted? He gently dodged and let the chain fly into the air. That demon group pulled back the chain again. The sickle was now no different from a murderous tooth. At any age, it's difficult for him. He knows this guy's intentions well. His face doesn't change color. Magic power radiates from his back like purple bat wings. He flexibly moves to one direction and punches the demon man, causing him to quickly dodge away. Notice there is a surprising spot on the ground. Kang Yu flew from one side to the other in the blink of an eye, causing the besiegers' chains to miss, but they also reacted quite quickly, immediately throwing chains towards him on this side, while avoiding the chain flying chaotically at him. He seriously thought, with so many chains but not tangled together, they still circled around without stopping for a second. He silently praised the demons, "These guys are definitely not novices." One guy suddenly shouted, "It's over," while he and the others threw the chains at the Kang Yu faction. He smirked, moving his blue magic power between his palms. Even though he complimented these guys, it was still nothing compared to Yeonju's father. Kang Yu slammed his palms together and created a shockwave. The amount of power radiated from it was terrifying. After that shockwave, almost all the chains with scythes attached were broken. The people of the Ghost Army immediately flew away. These guys were all surprised by him. Looking at the broken chains, they asked each other how it was possible. There was something wrong with the information the leader gave. Another guy said, education had underestimated this guy. There was also someone who knew the way back. He quickly ran and said, "We must report to the leader immediately." But Kang Yu was not spared. His voice echoed, "You thought you could go if you wanted to." And then an ice barrier spread out over a large area. This is thousands of years of ice. The ice blocks so raise up and freeze them. The demons can do nothing but stand still and endure the battle. Kang Yu, like a demon, slowly walks forward. "Do you think I will let you run?" A guy innocently screamed, "Oh shit." Kang Yu took the time to clean up. The demon minions let out strange cries, while Sola stood by the wall and carefully observed everything. She even heard Kang's sad voice, "I pity them and advise them, this time don't turn into monsters again." When it was the last guy's turn to prepare the salad, Kang Yu smiled quite excitedly. He asked, "Now why don't we talk about our childhood a bit?" The masked guy trembled in fear and only let out a cry, but couldn't say anything. Still smiling, Kang Yu approached and took off his mask. Behind the mask was a very scared face. He also said softly, "Let's breathe some warm air first." He suddenly became cold and threatening as he spoke. The demon servant's eyes widened at the image appearing right in front of him. It was an ugly demonic face with bloodshot and slimy eyes. Around it emitted a terrifying energy and horrifying screams. That thing spoke, "Who sent you to do this? It's that damn Cardinal." Suddenly the ghost henchman had strange behavior. He was trembling and opened his mouth. Saliva was flowing out. He was breathing heavily as if he was about to die. But it immediately turned into a terrifying smile. His fangs gradually revealed, and he laughed and made a kek sound. Looking at that ugly, trembling and creepy smile, he thought to himself, "Is he resisting?" He started making sounds that surprised Kang Yu. "Devil, devil." The henchman of the noble guild turned to look at him with blood-filled, black eyes. He stuck out his tongue and said, "Long live the ghost guild." His tongue also had a small magic circle along with a small spot of light like a firework, burning. That spot of light touched the magic circle on the tongue and immediately exploded. Sola shouted and quickly crouched down to hide behind the wall. She suddenly felt scared and screamed loudly, Kang Yu." Around the battlefield, smoke rose up. The demon minion had his entire upper body blown away. In the center of the explosion, Kang Yu was using a magic shield to strongly resist, so it seemed that he was not harmed. Sola shouted loudly to call him, "Kang Yu, are you okay?" Because the defense is quite strong, even Kang Yu's clothes are not dirty. He thought maybe he intended to just hide and hide forever. Without showing his face, he used serious eyes and said, "Then we have to coax the worm in the hole to leave." On the other hand, in a dark cave with a few torchlight flickering, there were two people talking to each other. One was kneeling down and saying, "They failed. We have confirmed that everyone sent were all dead." A masked man who was probably the owner was sitting leisurely on a large chair in the middle of the room. He asked again, "Did Yeonju's father do it?" The subordinate, who still obeyed Tung, knelt down and answered, although he was not certain. If he could kill all those people on our side, there was a high possibility that only Yeonju's father would be the only one. The guy sitting on the chair thought thoughtfully. He just hummed. He thought, "Father Yeonju was this strong, I didn't think I would lose so miserably at this point." He calmly touched his mask and said, "We lost a group of elite soldiers." He continued to ask, "So how many crack fragments have you collected?" The subordinate replied, "About 30%. He gently touched the red mask and ordered, "Okay, then disperse." The subordinate immediately replied clearly and left. As the big main door gradually closed, he also thought to himself, "Right, there's no need to rush." The door closed tightly and it was quiet as he took off his red demon mask, sighing, "Those bastards can easily sniff out demon crystals that quickly." Finally, he revealed his true face. Behind the mask was a very young man, with silver hair, dark skin and a very triumphant smile. He thought very proudly, the god of time was on his side. "I am, yes, it is none other than Baek Kanyun, president of the Hanul Association." The smile gradually deepened when he had to say that everything was still going smoothly as planned. On Kang Yu's side at this time, dust and smoke were flying. The surrounding rocks and soil had been flattened. Solar ran from afar and called out his name, "Kang Yu," loudly. He waved his hand to dispel the dust in front of him, but in his mind he was thinking, so he was planning to hide in there and not show up. Kang Yu suppressed his anger and bit his lip. His expression also became gloomy. "Then I will force you to crawl out here." Sola worriedly ran from afar, trying to ask questions as she ran. "Kang Yu, are you okay?" The explosion. Seeing that he had not chipped a single piece of meat and was calmly calling him and saying, "Sola, wait a minute," she also immediately stopped. The phone rang for a while, then the other end picked up. He smiled and said, "Yes, Shihun," even though he was thinking, "I also feel guilty but I have to know for sure." Sola heard him say to Shihun, "Do you remember about collecting demon crystals that I talked about before? We have to try a little harder." The other side said something and this side he replied, "Yes, 6 p.m. at the gate." Before hanging up, he promised to see you later. Sola heard that and immediately held the stick tightly in his hand as if deciding on something. Kang Yu now turned to ask her if she saw Sola. Sola gently put down the wand. He slowly explained, "We don't know what the people from the demon cult will do next time. I have no other choice but to keep my distance from you while we are outside." Kang Yu was talking when she was interrupted by Sola. She smiled slightly and whispered, "You, so thoughtful, just like before, you paid attention to my feelings." Sola didn't hesitate to say, "I want to become someone like you, someone who can repay all the things you've done for me. Of course, if I want to do that, I have to be strong first." Kang Yu didn't have time to react to the words she said to him. The wind gently blew past, blowing a few strands of hair on his forehead. Sola closed her eyes and smiled from the bottom of her heart. "Just wait and see, next time we meet again you will be surprised with my new strength." Even though he wanted to act cold, Kang Yu was still embarrassed by her wonderful beauty. He secretly thought that Sola was truly an angel. Not wanting her to see his happy and shy appearance, he turned around and walked away first, but his gait was extremely awkward. Kang Yu cleared his throat, "Cough, I understand, then let's go home." Sola just pointed home towards the car and say, "The car is on this side." About 10 days later, in the center of a city, there was a large teleportation gate. Kang Yu holds in here 3 pieces of sparkling crystal devil. He is satisfied, everything is going very smoothly. Having happily hugged each other's shoulders, Shihan shyly asked, "Is this guy just coming here today?" Kang Yu clasped his hand and happily replied, "Yes, you did well." Shihan looked at him like a puppy looking at its owner. "I was able to help." Kang Yu saw Shihan's somewhat strange eyes. His face turned black. This kid's eyes were sneezing, because he heard I should just ignore it. To thank him for his help, he asked, "So do you want a ride? You should probably go home now." Shihan replied, "No need, I'm going to the hospital to visit my mother." Kang Yu said okay and the two of them separated. "Go out." The car drove quickly on the road. Kang Yu was in a happy mood and couldn't hide his smile. As soon as he opened the door to enter the house, the petite echidna rushed to the door, crying and calling, "Kang Yu." Seeing the cute girl, he picked up the bag in his hand and said, "I bought this ice cream." The little girl greedily asked again, "What is that?" After he finished arranging and changed his clothes, he lay on the sofa hugging his pillow thinking, "I've collected quite a few demon crystals but it's still so quiet. If the demonic cult is on the move then I've received a called from Baek Hwaeun or Cha Yeonju." On the ground Echidna obediently sat and ate ice cream. Kang Yu continued to think. He changed his position from resting his head on his arm to clasping his hands together. Nothing had happened since the last incident. They were doing something secretly somewhere, different. Things became complicated when, while struggling with his own thoughts, he heard Hwaeun's phone call. When he picked up the phone, he immediately guessed that he knew. "Hello, Baek Hwaeun." On the other side, Baek Hwaeun was walking and answering the phone. She said, "Oh Kang Yu, it's me. We investigated some suspicious activities at an S-class gate at the port." Kang Yu asked her again, "Is it an association that educates?" Her face suddenly changed, somewhat scared. "Yes, according to the news, they were preparing for a summoning. Yeonju and the Red Rose have already departed. Now Yeonju is nervously running off to do the investigation mission." Baek Hwaeun continued, "I will also fly there by army helicopter soon. I will give you the address so please go to the helicopter." Kang Yu frowned slightly, and Echidna looked at him with sparkling eyes. He thought that, thanks to the demon crystal, he had a lot of demon power, so he would take the more convenient path. He said back into the phone, "No need, I will go there myself." Baek Hwaeun stopped in surprise. "You have to confirm again. Why, this is an emergency situation." Kang Yu said while patting Echidna's head, "I have my own helicopter." His face now looked extremely pale. He told Baek Hwaeun over the phone, there was no need to borrow someone else's. Finding the spacious and airy yard, he put his hands in his pockets and said this was probably enough. Echidna happily ran on towards him and thought, "It's just Kang Yu and me." He called, "Echidna." That kid clasped his hands to show his determination and said yes. Kang Yu also held her hand and smiled brightly, telling the girl, "Let's fly to the port." Echidna heard the shout, "Yes Kang Yu." At that moment green magic light shone brightly in the sky even during the day. Echidna gradually transformed into a strong and majestic white dragon with black swelling. It called out, "Kang Yu." The dragon boy talked to Kang Yu telepathically, "And when we're done, can I have some more ice cream? It looks like you're enjoying it. I'm happy too." "Oh, ice cream, I'll buy you a whole box, don't worry." Excited by his promise, Echidna raised her head to the sky, gained momentum and said, "I will try my best Kang Yu." He confusedly advised, "Ah okay, just calm down." As he sat comfortably on the dragon's back, he immediately thought, now before anyone sees him. Kang Yu transferred magic into his hands and gently pressed it down on the dragon's back. This was a powerful reflection technique. Its power immediately spread throughout the dragon's body. Seeing what he had just done, the dragon boy asked Kang Yu what he did. Kang Yu happily replied, "It's a skill that makes us invisible. There's nothing to worry about." The dragon boy is happy too. Looks like, okay. Seeing that the preparations had been completed, the two of them flew out to the port, the strong echidna dragon flying freely in the sky, faster than any helicopter in this world. While arriving at that port, he wondered, the fact that he could not grasp the scale of the demonic cult was truly worrying. The biggest thought on his mind right now is how far they have spread out. Thinking about the important figures of the big guilds, he had many worries, which guild had been infiltrated by them. After circling around Pohang Port, he found a spacious place that he liked and said, this is a suitable place to land." Echidna obediently replied yes. When he set foot on the ground, the echidna's dragon body gradually appeared. Hearing loud noises, he thought, Baek Hui and said he would contact the unit responsible for this area. I replied, down a bit from the gate. Kang Yu ordered. Echidna turned back into human form. The dragon excitedly waved his big tail and asked again, "Yes, where are we going?" Suddenly, the echidna's tail seemed to hit something, and that thing even made a painful cry. Kang Yu quickly realized. He turned around and was extremely alert. Was there someone? Kang Yu took a defensive stance. "I didn't see anyone, so I landed here." He used his invisibility skill to let you invite your best friend. Echidna looked around looking for what she had just hit, and the human shadow was hidden. The picture is sitting on the ground because he was pushed down painfully. The voice from the invisible person shouted, "Wait, don't attack." He also gradually appeared, a quite young man, wearing a red beanie. One side of his face was swollen and red. He looked at the boy and asked, "Is this a real dragon?" Noticed the sparkling light in the pocket of that suspicious guy. He was surprised. Was that a crystal demon? The guy wearing the beanie stood up and looked at Kang Yu. He immediately defended. Seeing that the name was familiar, he realized that it was the same player as Baek Kang-gian. The cold-hooded guy he met last time was very different from the person in front of him now. He was the president of Onuri, Chai Min-hyuk, he explained. "I spotted a strange shadow, so I followed." But he was the one who, Yeonju's father, was in the middle of speaking when he saw Kang Yu clenching his fists as if he wanted to fight. He also bowed his back in caution. Kang Yu said one sentence. The cold and scary atmosphere enveloped him. He said in an extremely threatening tone, "Enough, since when did I allow you to talk?" Chai Min-hyuk waved his hands and explained, "I'm just trying to explain the situation. I know I look very suspicious right now, but..." Kang Yu continued to interrupt. He injected demonic power into the sharp blade attached to his hand while threatening, "This." Kang Yu smiled, that creepy evil smile every day. The atmosphere was extremely tense. He only said a few words, but it seemed like he wanted to drag people to hell. "I told you to shut up." Oh, Kang Yu faced Chae Min-hyo. He thought he was certain that there were people who held demon crystals but did not belong to the demonic cult. "Mr. Kang Yu wondered, but it was very strange for a president to be here. Should I listen to him?" "If you ask Min-hyo, you won't listen to me, right?" He pulled out a knife with a murderous intent and said, "I had to use force to make you submit." Both of their eyes were tense, not backing down. Mr. Kang Yu disappeared on the spot. He used the power of super speed to fly like an arrow. Mr. Kang Yu jumped forward. He used the power of the blade. Chae Min-hyo quickly dodged. He jumped away and landed on the ground. Chae Min-hyo panted and thought too hard, "Who is this guy?" Think Kang Yu, he's not very strong. If he is involved in a demonic cult, he should be stronger than this. He speculated that if his guild had no dealings with the demonic cult, then that meant what he said was true. Mr. Kang Yu wondered if he should try him or not. He said Onshu and the Hoa Lang team were about to arrive. Mr. Kang Yu asked if what he said was true. "I would listen. Why did you come to Poon?" Chae Min-hyo widened his eyes and asked, "Are you doubting me? You are the suspicious one. You've gotten stronger so quickly lately, who wouldn't be suspicious?" He dropped the knife sheath. "Then take the sharp knife." Cheat Min-hyo for using sound shock waves. He used a knife to rush towards Oh Kang Yu. He just stood still without doing anything. After that, Oh Kang Yu easily dodged aside. He said, "I'm curious, so I asked you." He asked if the thief was also going to cause trouble, that damn thief president. Mr. Kang Yu looked at his phone. He sent a text message and said that On Chu and Hoan had not arrived yet. I still have some time. Mr. Kang Yu pressed the button on the coffee vending machine. He gave the cup of coffee to Chae Min-hyo and said I had already paid. I think he was robbed of everything, from money to demon crystals. Mr. Kang Yu also held a cup of coffee and said I'm not a patient person, so if you don't want to be misunderstood, you'd better start reporting. He asked why he came to Poon. Chae Min-hyo replied, no, the On-nu Lee Association. He lowered his head and continued to say that he had personally followed the trail of the demonic cult. Chae Min-hyo asked if he had heard the saying that thieves should keep their mouths shut and treat their wounds themselves, right? He said that thieves should shut up and treat their own wounds. It refers to someone who can't help their teammates at all. Thieves are often treated like that. Chae Min-hyo continued, but we grasped the rumors and saw it just as very quickly, that's why we learned about the demonic cult. The On-nu Lee Association gathered. Chae Min-hyo nodded. He said we were determined, we decided that we would follow the demonic cabal without relying on the Red Rose or the government. We want to prove that thieves are not useless. Chae Min-hyo said that again. So after noticing your unusual actions, I followed you. Probably you don't believe me. Mr. Kang Yu said no, which is reasonable. When Chae Min-hyo heard that, he said loudly, do you believe me? I poured a cup of coffee into my mouth and thought what he said sounded reasonable, so I believed him, but he went and made a fuss. Mr. Kang Yu threw the cup into the trash and turned away to ask if the Hong Gi-tung story was similar. I don't know if this is enough to prove your worth, but good luck. Everything's okay, let's go. Oh Chitnar replied yes, Anecdotes of Hong Gi-tung is a famous Korean novel about thieves. Chae Min-hyo looked at him and said. He said wait, Oh Kang Yu heard that and turned his head to look and asked what else. Chae Min-hyo approached and said his strength was equal to the presidents of the 5 biggest guilds in Korea. No, he was even stronger. He asked why he helped the government hunt down the demonic cult. There must be some reason. Isn't it too obvious for Mr. Kang Yu to ask the opposite? My reason is the same as yours. Chae Min-hyo heard that and asked the same question as me. He said a person still needs a reason to protect. He asked about kimchi soup. No, world peace. Then he turned around and left, saying I'm leaving. Chae Min-hyo thought oh Kang Yu, looking at him, he looked like a bad guy, but it's true that you shouldn't look at his face to get an impression. Mr. Kang Yu thought while walking that the names of the demonic cult were very suitable for absorbing demonic power. Why did he have to stop and ask? It's so annoying. He speculated that after all, it seemed that the Thieves Guild had no contact with the demonic cult. He is too weak to be a priest. Mr. Kang Yu thinks that if Min-hyo is looking for information about the demonic cult, then the most suspicious person among the remaining guild leaders is. He thought the name that Chae Min-hyo, and the president of Sonala were keeping an eye on. That is Han Yu's Kang Yun pedestal. A person wearing a cloak put on a mask. He opened the red orb. Then call priest Yu the Sick. He asked if everything was ready. Yu the Sick replied of course, Cardinal. The Cardinal said this summoning is the first step in our great plan. I will not accept any failure. He said you must succeed at all costs, even if you have to use more sacrifices. Yu the Sick replied yes, Cardinal. Yu the Sick took off his hood. Then a bald head was revealed. It turned out he was hooded because he was bald. He said please bring honor to the demon cult. Yu the Sick asked this subordinate, have you spread the blood of the sacrifices yet? He replied. Yu the Sick looked down and said nothing. He thought this ritual was especially important. We cannot fail. Yu the Sick touched the blood on the ground. He raised the blood and looked at it, thinking exactly as he thought, this is not enough. Yu the Sick said loudly, that guy over there, come here. One person raised his head and replied yes. He approached and asked the priest what was going on. Suddenly he was stabbed in the stomach with a sword, blood splashing into the sky. He collapsed in pain. The others saw this and were frightened and asked, priest, what are you doing? Yu the Sick was like a devil holding a bloody sword and rushed forward saying there wasn't enough blood. If you want, blame yourself for not collecting enough sacrifices. Then a massacre took place with countless screams. Yu the Sick laughed loudly and shouted, please bring glory to the demon cult. Yu the Sick smiled evilly and said he, this should be enough. He put his hands on the ground. Then recite the mantra Erade Kor, Havoc, Galar. O Kang Yu called Cheon Chu, Bei Hoan. He asked if we can enter the S-Class gate now. Right, Hoan said he arrived just in time. Mr. Kang Yu asked how the situation was inside. Hoon's response didn't seem to be very good. She said it looked like the demon cultists were hiding in a cave, but the problem was that there were too many caves inside, so catching them was almost impossible. I also heard that the whole area also gave off an uncomfortable feeling. A person walked over and said, "So everyone is here." Gu Hanmo ran to ask Hoon, "How are you doing these days, Mr. Oh Kang Yu, Ems, Cheon-chu, long time no see." Hoon asked how far the investigation was going. Gu Hanmo's response wasn't very good, but we just heard an explosion coming from inside the gate. Oh Chit-na pulled Oh Kang Yu's shirt and called Kang Yu. She said that gate. Oh Chit-na said it smelled of blood. Yu the Sick laughed madly and said it was successful. It was successful. A crack appeared. He smiled and said, I have been waiting for you for so long, please show us your wonderful power." A giant demon stepped out. Yu the Sick knelt down and said, "O existence walking on the eternal path." The demon asked who dared to call me, Auriak, demons of the seventh circle of hell. Yu the Sick bowed his head and said, "Oh, great Auriak, lowly humanity would like to meet the existence walking on the eternal path." Auriak asked if you had summoned me. He immediately raised his head and replied, "Yes, master." Auriak asked why. Yu the Sick said, "I hope you can make lowly humanity shed blood." He respectfully said, "Please lead your disciples on the eternal path. If we can escape the bondage of life and death, then we can offer all our loyalty to you." Auriak laughed and said, "Haha, I like your greed, human. Behind the rock there is a person hiding." That person quickly said through the captain's radio, "I think you should hurry up, it seems I've found the cave, but the situation is strange." Gu Hanmo picked up the walkie-talkie and asked Gu Hanmo what was going on. "Hey, answer me." "Mr. Kang Yu said instead of wasting time shouting, I think we should hurry up. He said they don't even bother to hide the smell of blood anymore." Oh Kang Yu looked at the gate. Poon, inside the S-class gate. A group of players looked up and asked, "What is that?" Auriak suddenly turned to look. It then landed in front of them. Auriak laughed and said that taking you guys as sacrifices is not bad. One person said, "Don't be afraid, we have to hold out until reinforcements arrive." Then they fought with Auriak. Auriak said excitedly, "The madness of fighting is truly stimulating." Then it killed everyone. Gu Hanmo's group arrived just in time to see this scene. Yu the Sick thought excitedly, it's only the first summoning and yet she has obtained an existence with such amazing power. The space-time wall is getting weaker and weaker, so next time we will be able to summon an even more powerful demon. This country, no, this whole world will eventually be under the control of the demonic cult." Auriak said, "It's not enough. It screams useless insects." The group of players stood still in fear. Someone said, "Wait." Gu Hanmo rushed towards Auriak. One person shouted, "Captain." Auriak swinging the scythe is truly pathetic. It slashed towards Gu Hanmo. Gu Hanmo was thrown away. He thought he was too strong, damn it. One person raised his wand and said he wanted to pretend to be cool, but it only took one hit to send him flying away. A girl used her strength to block Gu Hanmo. She said, "We are waiting for you," Gu Hanmo told everyone. He asked if it was really a demon. "Don't be afraid, let's show him our strength." They said yes. Cheon-chu said, "If we came here with my association, everything would be easy." Hoon said, "We can't do anything, we should be glad we got in before the demon escaped through the gate." Gu Hanmo said, "We will stop him right here, between Eokwe Beard and the devil. I wonder who is stronger." Yu the Sick said, "O existence walking on the eternal path, please show those humans your power." Auriak said, "I was planning to do the same." It turned its head to look. Gu then Mo looked at it warily. Auriak asks, "If you are not even worthy of facing me, is there no one stronger?" He glanced around and asked if there was anyone among you who was qualified. Suddenly it was silent. Mr. Kang Yu felt guilty and looked away. The Auriak stopped for about 2 seconds. Auriak, the devil on the 7th floor. Oh Kang Yu was sweating and cursing, "Damn it, how can you summon a real demon?" Mr. Kang Yu. Among the 9 levels of hell, the deepest level is the 9th level. There resided the existence that had become the lord of that level of hell, the Demon King's castle, the master of the Demon King's castle, the one who defeated the 7 wonders, the rulers of all demons, is the great predator, the eternal lord. Demon Lord. Mr. Kang Yu pretended to scratch his head. Suddenly, Ori's eyes widened in panic. After Ori it saw Oh Kang Gu. He panicked and shouted, "What? Why is he here?" Oriet stared at Okangu in horror, hesitantly calling out, "Sir, sir," while he deliberately avoided its gaze. "Mr. Kangu thought helplessly, wow, there are so many ghosts, why is the name that appears the one who knows my face?" The name that summoned Oriet saw that it did nothing, but just stood there trembling, so he spoke up and asked. Seeing that Oriet did not answer, this guy called out louder, "The Great Oriet," causing him to turn around and look. Immediately, Oriet ordered, "This human, make me go back quickly." This guy was ordered like that and asked in confusion, "What?" Suddenly there was a whooshing sound. Oriet grabbed the other guy, shook it back and forth and panically demanded, I don't want to fight that monster, I will go back to hell, cancel the summoning and send me back to my original place quickly." The guy who had just summoned Oriet saw that and wondered what was going on. He immediately advised it, "You can't go back, but please don't worry, Great Oriet." That guy looked at Okangu's group of people below, then said in horror, "Those people are just weak mortals." When Oriet heard this, he trembled and said, "Mortals are weak." Oriet stared at Okangu and asked again, weakly. After that, Oriet shouted loudly, "You idiot, you don't know anything, you have absolutely no idea who you are facing." Seeing that Oriet was crazy, someone asked, "What's going on?" "That demon is arguing with that cultist, should we take advantage of this opportunity to attack?" Suddenly, Okangu spoke up and said, "No." Mr. Kangu stood in front of Hoadon and said, "Just leave it to me." Mr. Kangu suddenly said that it seemed that the demon had mistaken me for someone else. Hoadon heard that and asked in confusion, "Mistakenly?" He also replied, "Yes, it recognized the wrong person." Suddenly, something lit up in front of Oriet, making it startle. Okangu was now standing in front of Oriet and arrogantly asked, "Are you Oriet?" Okangu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, staring at Oriet, then ordered him in his mind, "I order you, only use your thoughts to talk to me, that way others will can't hear." Being glared at and commanded by Okangu, Oriet cried out, "Eek!" Oriet immediately respectfully revealed his identity and asked Okangu, "Yes, I am Oriet, the demon of the 7th level of hell, Demon King, why are you in a place like this?" Okangu stared at Oriet without answering. In his heart he thought, most of his power had been sealed, but if this guy was so scared, it would be easy to solve. Next, Okangu looked at Oriet with bullet-shaped eyes, then said in a serious voice, "You have disturbed my plan." Being glanced at by Okangu's eyes, Oriet was startled and scared. Oriet stammered and asked again, "What, your plan?" Seeing that this guy dared to question him, Okangu scolded him aggressively, "Don't question me, it's really troublesome." On the outside he appears so aggressive, but in his heart he's proud of the idea. "Let's do it, there's no plan, it's all nonsense." Oriet was scolded, so he timidly said, I'm sorry." Okangu silently said in his mind, "Your sudden appearance has made things complicated, but I will give you a chance to correct your mistakes." Knowing that he had committed a crime, Oriet cried and said, "I will obey all your orders, Demon King." Okangu smiled triumphantly, praising and seducing Oriet, "That's right, if you follow my orders, I will accept you as a confidant." Hearing Okangu's words, Oriet repeated in confusion and confidence. Oriet remembered the great demon Bulat and thought, becoming a confidant of the Demon King defeated the 7 great wonders. Oriet himself knew that it was the highest honor. In his mind, Oriet silently calculated that if I became one of his confidants, I could receive a portion of the Demon King's power. Immediately, Oriet respectfully knelt down in front of Okangu and replied, "Please just give me orders." Seeing that this guy had listened to him, Okangu calmly ordered him, "Okay, defeat those people without using your weapons, I want to see if you are strong enough." The guy Oriet immediately threw away his weapon and replied triumphantly, obeying the order, while Okangu looked at it and silently criticized in his heart, "You should learn to use your brain to think for yourself." When Father Donchu saw that, he was confused and wondered why the demon suddenly acted so strangely. Did Okangu do something? Hoadon didn't understand anything and replied, "I'm not sure, but still." But Hoadon believes that this is the perfect opportunity for us. Immediately, Hoadon attacked Namfon. Hoadon is now in a fighting stance. Oriet and Hoadon stared at each other. Unexpectedly, Hoadon was the one to strike first. Hoadon swung his sword and slashed once. That sword strike from Hoadon injured Oriet's right in the arm. Oriet's eyes flashed angrily and said, "You After that, Oriat got mad, threw his hands on the ground and scolded him, "You trash and vermin." On the other side, Father Danchu was also in a ready-to-fight position. She seriously asked Oriat, "Who are you calling a worm?" Next, Father Danchu used the move Blood Chain. Red chains surrounded Oriat. Father Danchu used all his strength to pull the chain and shouted, "Ha!" Orius realized something was wrong, so he turned and glanced. The red chains tightened around Orius, wounding him with blood. The wound made him scream in pain. Ugh! Oria gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Damn, this person is quite strong. Even if I use weapons, I'm not sure I can defeat her." However, Orias thought that this was a challenge that the Great Demon King had given him. Then he used his strength to break the red chains, in the surprise of Father Danchu. Seeing the unstable situation, Hoadon quickly approached and slashed. Hunmo also appeared from nowhere to help everyone cut Oriat. Orias was slashed and screamed in pain. Hoadon and Hunmo worked together to slash Oriat's body many times. Oriat knelt down and thought angrily, this is so frustrating. Is it because I'm so used to using a scythe that without a weapon I can't fight properly? In Oria's mind, he was afraid that the Demon King had seen through his weakness. After that, Oriat turned to look at Okangu behind him, thinking in confusion, "Demon King." Seeing Okangu holding his axe, Oriat realized that yes, there was no way he could stand by and watch ordinary people defeat demons. He would transfer power to the scythe and bring it back, for myself. While Oriat was thinking, he would use that power to wipe out the people, but before he could finish thinking, Okangu suddenly used his axe blade to slash his hand straight at it. Evil Ori was bewildered and spit out blood. He asked Okangu why. But Okangu did not answer, he only focused on using his strength to press down on the axe blade of Oriat's body. After that, Okangu used an axe to split Orias into two, then he calmly said, "Don't hate me." With a proud face, Mr. Kangu affirmed that it was his fault whoever believed in the scam. The system has a notification that you have successfully defeated Oriat, the demon from the 7th level of hell. You are ranked first on the contribution table. You receive an additional reward for being the one to strike the final blow. Now your level has reached the highest level. Based on the level limit, bonus experience will be accumulated. Elsewhere, there is a masked guy using a magic ball to observe the situation. Oriat bewildered and spitting blood, he asked Okangu why. The notification system, based on the limit of the level, additional experience will be accumulated. Mr. Kangu saw the notification and thought with disappointment, having hunted demons in hell, so I set my expectations a bit high, but looks like it's still not enough to reach level 60. Father Danchu and Hoadon ran together. Father Danchu spoke in confusion and asked first, "Okangu, what happened, demon?" Outside, Okangu calmly replied, "Yes, it's dead, everything went well in the end, but he was secretly doing something else behind his back, but leaving the body behind would be a bit of a waste, should be." Okangu started using his magic. The umbrella Kangu used was the power of hunting. He thought that before they realized it, he should swallow the Orias. Father Danchu saw the black fire swallowing Orias behind Okangu, and was extremely surprised. Whoa! Notification system, your demon power index has been added by 3. Okangu licked his lips and groaned, "Only 3 points, why are you so stingy?" "That's it, the more the index value increases, the harder it is you earn points, so this amount should be fine." Okangu's eyes suddenly became sharp and thought to himself, besides. Okangu felt that, after the 6th awakening, the seal of the 100,000 magic cores had weakened. Its stats had not increased much, but the demonic power radiating from it had completely changed in quality. Everyone was now gathering around Okangu and someone wondered, "Wow, that's strange, after death will the devil's body disappear?" In his hand, Hunmo was holding the criminal who summoned Oriat, then asked, "Hey Hoadon, this is the red mask guy we need to find, right? When this guy gets caught, he struggles and screams, 'Ugh!'" But Hoadon replied, "No, he was just a subordinate." Hearing that, Hunmo sighed regretfully and said, "So that guy still refuses to show his face." Hunmo then slapped this guy's face and said, "I'd just like to eliminate guys like this right away," but, this guy was beaten so he cried out, "Eek!" After that, Hunmo held this guy's head down and smugly said, "You trash, just wait there, we don't have strict control like Soul, so we have many ways to make you tell the truth." This guy got angry and scolded him when he was threatened, "He's a bastard." Seeing that this guy dared to curse him, Hanmo asked in a low voice, "A bastard?" He looked serious, his tone full of murderous intent, warning this guy, "Watch your mouth, keep thinking about the things you've done. If you do anything to my subordinates, I'll want to strangle you to death." Hoadon suddenly spoke up to stop, "Captain Gu Hanmo, I understand your feelings, but there is something I have to tell him to make sure he confesses his crime." Hanmo heard her voice and shyly agreed, "Ah, okay, Hoadon." Next, Hoadon asked, "Are we ready to move him away from here?" Hanmo heard that and replied, "Of course, we have both a car and a helicopter." Both of us were busy talking but no one let us know. Paying attention to the tithe sinner, he angrily cursed, "Damn it, damn it." That guy was furious, unwillingly thinking to himself, he didn't expect to be caught by a group of ordinary people like this, if that stupid demon hadn't done some strange actions. But suddenly, he secretly thought, no, if he had that demon's power, he immediately put all his strength into controlling his power. Ugh. Mr. Kangoo noticed this guy's strangeness. Immediately, Mr. Kangoo shouted to warn everyone to step back, "It seems we can't interrogate that guy." Hanmo heard that and asked in confusion, "Huh?" That criminal suddenly vomited a lot of blood. Kangoo saw this and explained that he had been exposed to too much demonic power. Mr. Kangoo spoke again, and was gradually transforming into a monster. At the same time this guy gradually turned into a demon and screamed in pain, "Ka-ah-ah." Mr. Kangoo clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Tsk. Father Donshu quickly reacted and rushed up, "I will deal with him." Father Donshu tightly grasped the red chains. Immediately, Father Donshu threw out the chains and shouted, "Blood chain, imprisonment." Those chains immediately surrounded and captured the other guy, making him cry out in pain, "Ugh." Father Donshu shouted loudly, "Ha!" At the same time, Father Donshu used his strength to throw this criminal into the air. That guy soared high into the air, then landed with a thud on the ground. The smoke and dust flew away, leaving behind only that guy's clothes, while his body disappeared. Father Donshu saw this and whispered, "Damn it." Father Donshu grimaced and said, "When will we be able to capture their leader?" Then Father Donshu angrily continued, "I should have restrained myself and kept that guy alive so I could interrogate him, but I got angry and then." Suddenly, Kangoo's voice rang out to comfort Father Donshu, "Who cares?" making her suddenly wake up. Kangoo's voice sounded faintly, "You are doing very well, no need to worry, there will be more opportunities to catch them." Kangoo's words made Father Donshu shyly reply, That's really shameless." While he calmly opened the system, "I should check my own status window first." Mr. Kangoo clicked on the system board. After that, Kangoo was surprised to see something on the system panel. Here, it turned out the system had informed him, the extremely demonic physical strength was the first step to becoming a demon god. The final condition had been met. Revealed, Condition 3 creates a demon crystal larger than a certain size, but not completed. Hoadon suddenly spoke up to stop, "Captain Gu Hanmo, I understand your feelings, but there is something I have to tell him to ensure that he will confess." Hanmo heard her voice and shyly agreed, "Ah, okay, Hoadon." A cultist spoke again, "Thanks to that, our demon armor received additional help." That cultist thought that now we can proceed with the plan. The cult leader just nodded slightly and thought to himself, "I don't feel happy at all." The leader couldn't believe it, he didn't expect that the summoned demon would be defeated so easily. After that, the leader asked his followers how they intended to help us. A new follower respectfully replied, "Of course with demon crystals." The cultist reported that the amount of crystals we received was not only enough to carry out the plan but could also make him even stronger. The cult leader just sat silently on the chair thinking, "We succeeded in summoning so they acted more generously, but the method of helping was basically the same as before. How did that demon get killed, defeated so easily?" That guy frowned wondering if it was because of that bastard who gave the last blow. The leader remembered Okangoo's murderous eyes, so he was quite angry and silently called his name, Okangoo. Next, the leader said that the strongest person in Pohang should have been the Red Rose Father Donshu, but as soon as that demon saw Okangoo, he began to behave abnormally, in his eyes, then that guy is just like a child who doesn't know anything about the real world. A follower saw that his cardinal was quite quiet, so he hesitantly spoke up, "Well, Cardinal, I still have one more news to tell you." Hearing that, the cardinal immediately gave an order, saying, "Briefly." When the cult leader heard the news that his followers reported, he froze in anger, It seems that rankers around the world, more specifically Fujimoto Ryoma, will begin to act with help from the government, Japan. Suddenly, the Cardinal stood up, making a follower wonder, the Cardinal. Suddenly, the Cardinal beat one of his followers to death, causing another follower to scream in fear, eek. The Cardinal leader shouted angrily, "How dare you say such a matter so calmly?" He continued to scold his disciples, "It seems like you think that the demon crystal was stolen, the demon we summoned was squashed like a bug, and you still have to deal with Fujimoto Ryoma are all things that have nothing to do with you." The cultists were scolded so they spoke timidly, "We wouldn't dare." The Cardinal announced that we will cancel all current plans and change our way of doing things. The statement of this Cardinal made the follower panic and say, "Dear Cardinal, another way you say it is." While the Cardinal was walking down step by step, the cultists still worriedly said, "This will make the whole world our enemy." That cult leader suddenly grabbed that cultist's neck and lifted him up. Then, with a murderous voice, that guy said, "Do you think I don't know about that?" He squeezed the cultist's neck, then ordered the other cultist who was trembling to stand on the other side, "Don't make me repeat myself, go quickly and take care of what we need." The Cardinal ordered, preparing to use that thing at ISU station. A few days later, at ISU subway station, a resident suddenly noticed something appearing next to him. He saw something very scary, making him stammer, "What was that?" A crack appeared in the air, making the people confused, a stargate. After the battle at Pohang, Oh Kang-woo was lying down enjoying himself and thought it was so peaceful. Oh Kang-woo had a cold face and no emotions while playing with Echidna, he thought it was so peaceful. While sitting in the car with Kim Si-hoo, Kang-woo didn't say a word, just froze and thought that the demon cult had silenced him after the accident in Pohang. He could have collected the magic stone after defeating the demon but left. "This guy is a bit annoying," while Shun is still happily smiling. Suddenly there was a phone call, it was Cha-yeon-yu. At that moment Si-hoo panicked. Then he called Kang-woo. Kang-woo turned his eyes to look at him and replied. The two looked ahead with worried expressions. Si-hoo said the system window appeared. The two people's car was running on the road and inside Kang-woo asked Si-hoo, "What was it talking about?" Si-hoo hesitantly said that. Right at that moment, Kang-woo answered Yeon-yu's phone call. She said loudly with a worried look on her face, "Oh Kang-woo, why don't you answer the phone?" She said a gate appeared in the middle of ISU station. Meanwhile, at ISU station the gate opened causing many people to turn into monsters and chase everyone. People's screams could be heard throughout the city. There was a thick cloud of smoke and many surrounding buildings were on fire. Fortunately, Kim Si-hoo arrived in time. And he saw a woman and her child being stared at by monsters. The two of them were trying to escape when the daughter tripped over a rock and fell down. The worried mother turned back to look at Yeon and said loudly. The monsters also came to the two of them. The mother looked extremely scared, her face full of worry looking at the monsters. Even though she was very scared, she still sat down to protect her daughter. The two of them trembled with fear. The daughter closed her eyes and shouted, "Mom, I'm so scared." The monsters are also rushing towards the two of them at extremely fast speed. Along with the sound of wind, the monster was split in two. It was Si-hoo holding the sword and destroying the monsters. He turned around and told the mother and child to hide behind me. The monsters saw that he had killed their own kind and were also coming towards him. Si-hoo looked at the monsters with a serious expression and raised his sword to defend. "Do you think the gate opened at ISU station?" "No, everyone turned into monsters because of the magic energy spreading from the crack." At that moment, a monster opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue as if it wanted to swallow Si-hoo. Si-hoo held the sword and slashed once, causing the monster to break into many pieces. Everyone around was very happy, they laughed and said it was a player, "We were saved." It was Kim Si-hoo and the mother and child he saved looked at him with tears in their eyes and laughed. Gradually the larger monsters were approaching him with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. Si-hoo held his sword as if ready to fight. Si-hoo's expression became more tense, he thought that these monsters just now were still just normal people. Si-hoo opened his eyes wide as if something was wrong. Suddenly Si-hoo remembered the words Kang-woo told Kim Si-hoo, "Listen, people will die if they breathe in demonic gas, these dead people will turn into monsters. Once a person turns into a monster, they can't turn back into a human again, understand, so just think of them as zombies, or skeletons. And if you want to save the lives of your children, you must not hesitate." Si-hoo lowered his head, gritted his teeth and said yes, then he raised his sword and prepared to fight. Both Sihu and the monsters were rushing towards each other. Suddenly Sihu stopped abruptly. In front of Sihu appeared notice boards starting the special mission of the Guardian: kill monsters and destroy fragments of the rift. 2789. The reward increased experience points when done with other group members. Experience points will also be distributed to group members. Defenders should prevent a larger scale disaster from happening. After seeing those notices, Sihu jumped up and swung his sword at the monsters and thought to himself that there were 2789 of them. That means nearly 3,000 people have turned into monsters, otherwise I won't have time to think. Sihu swung his sword and slashed at the monster in front of him, cutting it in two. The other monsters looked and were all scared. One by one, each animal had to fall to the ground, their blood spurting out. Sihu thought as he slashed that it was lucky, they weren't very strong, they were probably D rank at best. Sihu looked at the monsters with a serious face. Then, he raised his sword and blue smoke appeared at Sihu's feet. He flew up with the sword and blue smoke, which covered everywhere Sihu flew. A flash of light, Sihu ran through all the monsters, killing them all in one blow. Sihu, with his great charisma, circled behind the monsters. His eyes had a blue light and his left eye had a blue streak stretching down. Sihu looked at him with cold eyes like ice. He swung his sword and flew through thousands of monsters with faster thinking. Everyone around him was cheering for him. At that moment, the system displays a notification that you have entered the egoless state, you have obtained the special attribute of human sword fusion, and the conditions for complete transformation have been met. After Sihu finished defeating the monster and read the notice, he seemed to lose all his strength, breathing heavily and thinking how bad it was. There are so many monsters, they keep increasing, I can't handle them all alone. Just when Sihu was about to give up, a voice rang out calling Sihu's name. Sihu turned his head to look and suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and said Tay. Looking behind him, it was his friends and teammates. He said loudly Tae-su, Yunbi and even Sola. Seeing everyone, he was surprised and asked everyone came here so quickly. Tae heard him ask and laughed happily. Tae pointed to the girl standing next to him and said Echidna helped us. Her innocent face looked at him shyly. Chai Yonu ran up to him and shouted, where is Oh Kang-woo? Sihu bowed his head hesitantly and said Kang-woo had already reached the crack. At the crack site, there was a young man standing guard over the dead bodies. The young man turned his head to look back. At that moment, Kang-woo arrived. He asked Kang-woo, isn't that Kang-woo, did you come here right after hearing the news? Kan-yun said as you can see, the number of deaths is too much. Kang-woo noticed the corpses lying on the ground and seemed to understand something. Kang-woo with glowing red eyes looked around and said nothing. He with a forced face told Kang-woo anyway, it's good to see you here. He was in the middle of speaking, so first kill the monsters first, then deal with the corpses later. The image of Kang-woo running towards him appeared in Kan-yun's eyes. Kang-woo held the weapon and slashed at him. Even though he was surprised, he blocked Kang-woo's attack. Oh Kang-woo refused to forgive him, even though his hands were bleeding. He asked when did you realize that, oh Kang-woo? Back when Kang-woo and Sihu said goodbye to each other, Kang-woo said I have other things to do. Sihu, you should also go do what you should do. Sihu heard what Kang-woo said and immediately ran to where the monster was. I understand. The two separated here. Kang-woo looked at Sihu's running back. Kang-woo looked at Kan-yun and thought deeply. At the place where the crack was, Kang-woo was standing on a high pillar and looking down at the street. There were thousands of monsters chasing people, blood splattered all over the street. Kang-woo thinks the devilish bastard behind this is probably still nearby. He closed his eyes to feel that there were so many dead people, he would never waste this much demon power. And then opened, a pair of red eyes emitting a long ray of light along Kang-woo's face. That was an important power, he thought he had to find them. Appearing behind him was a pair of red eyes. He was looking around to find the person behind everything, but he still couldn't see that it wasn't here. He wasn't here either. No, he wasn't here. Kang-woo suddenly opened his eyes wide. And seeing a friend holding a sword to destroy monsters, Kang-woo realized it was Onuri's Chai Min-hyuk. He thought to himself that we didn't reveal anything to him, but he came quickly. He killed monsters one by one with cold eyes. Kang-woo stood looking down from above and thought, his information network is very impressive. He watched Min-hyuk go and thought anyway. It seemed like he knew where he needed to go. Did he have any information about the person who caused this? Meanwhile, Min-hyuk was running somewhere invisibly. Kang-woo thought, maybe I should follow him, huh? Meanwhile, Min Hyuk ran and looked at his phone. He thought that if the tracking device I installed on him pointed in the right direction, he would be near that strange gate. Min Hyuk hid behind the car and witnessed the entire scene of the leader killing a person. He was overwhelmed by the scene he saw. It was the young man who was using dark magic to kill someone. Then dropped him from above, causing him to die on the spot, blood splashing everywhere. When Min Hyuk saw it, he gritted his teeth and his expression was extremely angry. He used demonic power to kill people, as expected. Baek Kong-yoon. From the young man's body emitted an extremely dark purple-black aura. Then he turned his head to look at Min Hyuk, smirked and said, "I'm waiting for you. You were following me and pretending to be my friend, but it seems like you already doubted me from the beginning, right?" Min Hyuk panicked when he was discovered. He was scared and worried. Suddenly Baek Kong-yoon rushed to strangle Min Hyuk and lifted him up in the air, making it difficult for him to breathe. Min Hyuk held back, trying to figure out what to do. He smirked and said, "How should I know? The evil path will bring power beyond what you can imagine." Kong-yoon frowned at Min Hyuk and said, "That's so stupid. You like to pretend to be a hero too much. You should have known yourself and been more vigilant." Min Hyuk, who was being strangled, did not give up. He tried to talk back to him. "Don't you like to pretend?" He didn't understand what you were saying. Min Hyuk looked at him and laughed loudly, saying, "You still feel angry because you lost to Fujimoto Ryoma. You couldn't become a world-class ranker, that's why you got angry and acted like this." That sentence pierced his heart. He glared at him. Without saying a word, he directly strangled him, causing blood to splash everywhere. Then he dropped Min Hyuk to the ground, blood spread around his head. He just stood there and watched. Kong-yoon glared at Min Hyuk, veins appeared on his face, then he said that he should have pushed the demon force into him and made him suffer longer. Back to reality, Kang Woo is fighting him. Kang Woo looked at him with glowing red eyes. He blocked Kang Woo's attack, causing Kang Woo to be pushed away. Kong-yoon asked, "When did you realize that, oh Kang Woo, you were in a ready-to-fight position?" and replied, "How long have I known your true face?" Kang Woo rudely raised his finger at Baek Naeun and said, "I can't waste my time talking to trash like you, get up." Being provoked by Kang Woo, he couldn't stand it, his veins showing clearly on his face, he smirked. Then he used a dark magic, surrounded by purple smoke, his arms grew claws. "I will finish you off quickly." Kang Woo is also not average, he also uses the magic of his steel power, surrounded by blue smoke. Their eyes met, it seemed like a fierce battle was about to begin. Then the two rushed into each other without any mercy. The moment Kong-yoon's hand touched Kang Woo's scythe, it was almost frozen. The other guy's expression was extremely painful, but there was nothing he could do. But Kang Woo seemed to have no intention of forgiving him and continued to rush forward, hitting him with his scythe. Although he was able to block that attack, he was now exhausted. His angry face and trembling hands showed that Kang Woo's strength had completely defeated this guy. He thought to himself, "This guy is stronger than he thought." Kang Woo used the power of the blade to rush straight towards Kong-yoon. A sound spread everywhere. Before Kong-yoon could react, Kang Woo punched him and sent him flying away. Their fight spread throughout the city. Everyone standing at ISO station also witnessed the explosion. Baek Kong-yoon screamed. He carried it onto a nearby truck and threw it towards Kang Woo. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also very calm. Kang Woo started to move. Kong-yoon asked, "Who are you?" One shot caused the car to split into two and fall to the ground. The moment the car separated, Kong-yoon rushed from above to Kang Woo's place. He didn't have time to react at all. A dark power was in Kong-yoon's fist. Kang Woo gritted his teeth at this rude bastard. Kang Woo uses the power of heavenly energy. And yet, right after that, he raised his fist to use destructive vacuum power, and at that moment, Baek Kong-yoon also arrived. True to its name, it is a power big enough to destroy Kong-yoon. Two powers combined to create a power called breaking the sky. Kang Woo and Kong-yoon's punches touched each other, creating an extremely intense explosion. Continuing, Kong-yoon was pushed away. Kong-yoon's trembling hands clung to the ground to hold her body. The road was scratched once, making it no longer intact. Then, he raised his face and said to Kang Woo, "Ha, I finally understand. The person who has been causing trouble for us for so long." Kang Woo slowly walked forward through the smoke. Kong-yoon smirked and said, "It wasn't Chaeyeon-yu. It's you, oh Kang Woo." Kang Woo gradually walked towards Kong-yoon and looked at him coldly with glowing red eyes. Each wisp of smoke rose and disappeared, leaving only small embers of fire flying all around. Kang Woo walked closer to Kong-yoon. then glared at him and asked what you mean. He continued saying Chae Yeonjo is very strong, she is one of the strongest people in Korea. But that's just it. Kang-yeon smirked and looked at Kang-hoo and said I felt strange that she alone could interfere in so many things. Then he said I will ask you again, oh Kang-hoo, who are you, who? Kang-hoo stood thoughtfully in front of Kang-yeon. He smirked. The red eyes looked extremely scared, didn't I already answer you? Then, Kang-hoo picked up the scythe and prepared to finish off Kang-yeon. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Kang-yeon also refused to give up, he stood up with his thick clawed hands, I also think you won't confess easily. Kang-hoo rushed forward like a wind thinking I will make you shut up. The two people fought fiercely, no one was willing to lose, each collision sound came out intermittently. But Kang-hoo had the advantage, he was stronger than Kang-yeon, Kang-hoo's strength was enough to blow away a car. Kang-hoo raised his scythe and aimed at Kang-yeon. That shot caused Kang-yeon to tear his shirt and bleed. Kang-yeon was scared, blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a black shadow reached out to grab Kang-yeon. He looked at his hand and smiled. Kang-hoo didn't seem to understand what he was saying, he just looked and said nothing. Suddenly Kang-yeon raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly, come here. The pearl suddenly broke for unknown reasons. Kang-yeon opened his arms wide to receive the black gas into his body and laughed loudly, the crack suddenly emitted a black gas that covered everywhere. Kang-yeon still stood there, raised his hand and laughed loudly. Kang-hoo looked at the crack with Kang-yeon and began to worry that the shape of the crack had changed. From within the crack, black gas streams began to spread everywhere. Then monsters came out from the crack, they seemed to be hungry for human flesh. Kang-yeon laughed loudly, all the black aura rushed towards him. Kang-hoo feels that something is wrong, all the demonic power is rushing towards Bak Kang-yeon, is this bastard possible? Kang-yeon's body was gradually changing, he laughed loudly and said come to me. After that, his body grew a pair of red wings and a tail like a devil's tail. His body had completely transformed and he had become a real demon. Kang-hoo was extremely surprised by this scene. On his head grew a pair of horns that looked extremely fierce. He looked at Kang-hoo with contempt and challenge. Kang-hoo suddenly said nothing, he thought damn it. One person and one demon stood looking at each other for a long time. Kang-hoo raised his scythe to defend, he thought he summoned a demon into his body. Kang-hoo was still standing there thinking to himself, is this just the soul of a demon? Or before he could finish thinking, he was attacked by Kang-yeon. Fortunately, the blow did not hit Kang-hoo, but the wall behind him was broken into pieces. Kang-hoo looked behind him in shock and fear at this scene. The demon was still approaching Kang-hoo and he was still standing there. Countless claws sprouted from Kang-yeon's arm, he laughed happily, so this is what it feels like, I'm very satisfied. His body is huge, he can stand up and laugh loudly. His white eyes looked at Kang-hoo and said let's fight again. Kang-hoo gritted his teeth and looked at him, thinking how could such a crazy plan succeed. Kang-yeon rushed forward like a gust of wind to Kang-hoo's place and screamed loudly, but luckily Kang-hoo dodged in time. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. Kang-hoo was still standing there holding his scythe. He remained silent all this time, not saying anything, just lowered the scythe and looked at Kang-yeon with ice-cold eyes. Kang-yeon thought he was about to kill him, but he didn't, his punch slid to the ground, causing the road to deform and the car to be thrown far away. Kang-hoo used the power of the sky and flew high, avoiding Kang-yeon's punch. He grew a pair of pink wings and stood high looking down. Kang-yeon looked bewildered at Kang-hoo. Kang-hoo seemed very confident in his strength, so he declared that I will finish you within 1 minute. While Kang-yeon didn't know what was going on, Kang-hoo used his power, he used the rage of Koraken. Kang-hoo rushed down from the sky, delivering a powerful blow to Kang-yeon. He was hit by one attack and immediately fell down and froze in place. Seeing that he hadn't completely fallen yet, Kang-hoo looked at him and asked if it wasn't effective. The fight between the two created a huge explosion. But Kang-hoo still refused to forgive him, he picked up the scythe and prepared to deliver a finishing blow to him, his red eyes looked towards Kang-yeon. A direct blow hit the demon's body in front of him, green air radiating everywhere. But it seems like that's still nothing to this demon, he laughed. Then Kang-yeon looked at Kang-hoo and laughed loudly. Kang-yeon took Kang-hoo's hand, he was surprised and couldn't react. Suddenly the scythe in his hand disappeared. Kang-hoo suddenly thought that his demonic power was gradually dissipating, he said what's going on? Kang-yeon laughed happily, ha 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 ha, you fell into a trap, I knew it would be like this, You were too hasty." Kang Hu didn't understand what was going on. Seeing that Kang Hu did not understand, Kan Yun stared at Kang Hu and explained that perhaps you do not know, but this is the power of the devil. The demon said loudly, "Look at my blocking power." Kang Hu was surprised. Hearing that power, Kang Hu was worried about the blockade power, what he said meant. The demon holding him said, "Yes, your player power has been sealed." Kang Hu tried to escape from the demon's arms. He thought that not only his player's strength, he could not feel any demonic force in his body anymore. Red veins appeared on Kang's arms. "Who?" He tried his best to pry Kan Yun's hand away, but he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, you can't escape my claws." Kan Yun stomped her foot hard on the ground. And he threw Kang Hu far away with super strong force, causing him to hit the wall and bleed everywhere. Kang Hu sat in a corner and looked at his transformed arm. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This is bad." Kan Yun said in a tone of useless disdain, "Does it look good, Mr. Kang Hu?" He said provocatively to Kang Hu, "I know insolent people like you very well," but Kang Hu sat and endured everything and looked at him with hateful eyes. "Kan Yun continues to taunt all of you for being stupid and thinking that this world belongs to you. You are all a bunch of arrogant, evil and arrogant people." Kang Hu looked at him angrily, and behind him there was a smiling figure. Then Kan Yun's eyes turned red, and he grabbed Kang Hu's face and said, "It's time for you to pay." Kang Hu tried, but it was nothing with this demon's power. Kan Yun squeezed his face and said loudly, "Die." Kang Hu was in pain and groaned. Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps running towards Kang Hu. It was Ichina trying to use her strength to save Kang Hu. The little girl standing in front of the big demon said that name, "Stay away from Kang Hu." Ichina used his power in front of the demon and told him to stay away from Kang Hu. He looked at the demon with extremely scary eyes. Kang Hu could only look and think that my demon power has been blocked, so maybe you can use your power. Your power comes from my demon power. The demon threw Kang Hu away, then looked at Ichina and said, "Oh, you are the kid I saw the other day. It seems that you are also close to Kang Hu." He looked at her with a scary, hungry expression. Kang Hu was thrown back. Hearing what he said made him even angrier. Kan Yun gently picked up Ichina and said he didn't know what his expression would be like if I crushed you right before his eyes. Ichina struggled to let me go. Kang Hu behind him held a small sword and approached Kan Yun and said quickly, "Looking at you now I feel embarrassed." The little girl was crying. When she heard Kang Hu's voice, she immediately turned to look. Kan Yun still didn't know the importance of this, so he laughed loudly. "Your power has been blocked, so what can you do? There's no way." Without many words, Kang Hu raised the sword fragment with one blow. Kan Yun opened his eyes wide and looked at Kang Hu with surprise. And Ichina was shocked by his actions. Kang Hu directly cut off the arm whose power was sealed by the demon. A stream of black blood slowly flowed out. Kang Hu said, "You want to know who I am? Okay, let me tell you." His eyes changed to become more scary. Their eyes met, but this time the demon started to get scared. Kan Yun thought about this bastard. He cut off his own hand to escape the blockade. A purple aura appeared around Kang Hu's body. Kang Hu stared at the demon and thought he could feel demonic power flowing through his body again. But he had used too much power and didn't have enough demonic power left. The rampage of Koraken was over. "I also lost an arm, so I'm still at a disadvantage." The demon saw him standing there and immediately threw Ichina to the ground and switched the target to Kang Hu. "That stupid bastard, if you're like that, what else do you think you can do?" Kang Hu was still looking at him and thinking he didn't want to use it but had no other choice. He smiled lightly and thought it didn't matter. "I knew one day I would have to use it." Kang Hu's arm was still bleeding thick black blood. He smirked. "In hell, the sun is turning red and the river is turning black." Kang Hu decided the power that suited him best, the power of hunting. He suddenly appeared in the middle of that river with 3 wooden doors. Kang Hu looked around and he saw the door that held the power he needed. He grabbed the door handle and was about to open it. He hesitated for a long time. Then he decided to open that door. He thought of 10,000 magic cores, and opened the first door. Then the black blood thickened even more. A stream of black smoke emitted around him. Kan Yun saw that and was also panicked. He looked towards Kang Hu and saw him turn black. He wondered what that was. Kan Yun raised his hand and got ready to fight. "I don't know what happened, but my claws have recovered." He didn't say anything but rushed straight towards Kang Hu. Then he punched him in the head, but his head melted away like air. The demon saw that and immediately became arrogant. "Ha ha ha, I thought you had some plan. Have you turned into a slime?" Ichina saw that and sobbed. looked that way and called Kang-hu. Not long after smiling, he lost his smile completely. Kang-hu's head slowly returned to head shape. And a thick black substance covered Kan-yun's hands. He still doesn't understand what's going on. Mouth. Kang-hu said no, it was countless mouths. At this moment, Kan-yun realized the seriousness of the matter. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Kang-hu. Ichi-na was extremely surprised by what she saw. She covered her mouth. The chaotic scene begins now, with only Kang-hu's screams visible. After being devoured by the mouths, Kan-yun fell into hell. He asked for help. "Devil, please help me." From the darkness appeared a pair of mysterious blue eyes. What did he say? The sky was red and in the air were two mysterious wooden doors. Kan-yun shouted, "Take me out of here, I can't lose like that." The demon laughed and said, "Oh ho, the person who can put the person who summoned me in and out of this situation is really interesting. I will personally see who the bastard is. Let me enter your consciousness." Then the demon entered Kan-yun's head. He didn't want to, but there was no other way. His mouth said so, but his mind thought that if something went wrong, he would probably lose his body, but there was no other way. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." The devil smiled KKK and said, "Good, then let me see your situation." He turned into one of Kan-yun's eyes. He was extremely scared. In Kan-yun's perception, the devil saw a person standing in front of him, a person wearing black clothes squatting and looking at him. Because in order to see that person's face clearly, the devil's eyes looked up and saw Kang-hu staring wide-eyed. The devil screamed in fear, "Ah!" Kan-yun was surprised to see the devil scared of Kang-hu. The demon shouted loudly, Why did you fight that monster? You should have fought the 7 great wonders, Ba or Satan." Kan-yun still doesn't understand what the demon means. "Monster, do you mean Kang-hu's power can be compared to the 7 great wonders?" The demon screamed, "Ah, that stupid bastard." Then the demon made Kan-yun feel extreme pain. One of the 7 great wonders, the 7 great wonders no longer exist. All of them were defeated by the demon king. Kan-yun was tortured by the demon until he screamed in pain. Kang-hu was silent and looked at Kan-yun in utter fear. After hearing this, Kan-yun was scared and sweating. Did he think he was the devil king? The more Kan-yun thought about it, the more he couldn't believe that there was no such thing. He was the most powerful devil, ruling the 9th level of hell. A person like him could not be on earth. Kang-hu was still glaring at him, looked very scary. From below the river where Kan-yun was stuck appeared a black monster with a slender body. Then it flew behind Kang-hu as if preparing to swallow Kan-yun. Kan-yun was scared, couldn't say anything, just thought it was impossible. Impossible. In front was Kang-hu smiling with a strange face. Behind a monster was opening its mouth. Deep inside, as deep as a black hole. Kan-yun was extremely frightened and worried when he saw it. He opened his mouth wide with a face full of veins. Elsewhere, Kang-hu woke up and found himself under a stream of water. His eyes seemed to have lost their blackness, leaving only a dark red color. "You don't remember anything. What did you just do?" Kan-yun relaxed her body and sank, unable to remember anything, not even who she was. While thinking, a black arm appeared from nowhere, startling Kang-hu. "I just saw that arm," drowning Kan-yun deeply. Even if he screamed, no one would save him. Kang-hu saw that he was about to suffocate and die. He immediately swam up as fast as he could. He needed to get out of here, but what was the point? Kang-hu tried his best to swim as high as possible. A large gate appeared on the water surface. After killing Kan-yun, that arm noticed Kang-hu again. It moved closer to him. And it grabbed his leg and didn't let him swim up. Kang-hu tried to struggle in vain, and he was struggling mentally and couldn't even remember who he was anymore. He didn't try anymore and let the monster catch him, so why should he try to struggle? He fell suspended and opened his eyes wide, looking up thinking that if he gave up, wouldn't it be easier? While Kang-hu was about to give up, a voice rang out, "Kang-hu, Kang-hu." Kang-hu was gradually falling into the hands of the demons when he heard that voice. That call seemed to awaken what had been lost in him. His eyes returned to how they were before. "You fucking," gritted her teeth. Then he rose up to escape. Small veins appeared on his face. He tried to reach up, and in Kang-hu's consciousness he thought, me. And finally, after many efforts, he was able to hold the door. He tried his best to open it. A light flashed. Back to the present, his teammates are crying and worried about him. Seo along with Ichi-na and everyone are still with him and calling Kang-hu. "Kang-hu, are you okay?" Kang-hu woke up lying in a black puddle with a tired, coughing face. He sat up and told everyone it was okay. "At times like this you have to risk your life to look cool." Ichi-na cried and shouted, stop joking. The little girl crying at me is your summoned animal, so I know. You almost disappeared, you said you wouldn't leave me alone anymore. Kang-hoo awkwardly comforted the girl, I'm sorry. He sighed and thought that in this situation, trying to open a door would be a bit too much. He thought of opening the door as a way to draw power from the Myriad Demon Palace. When I was in hell, I didn't use it much. If I made even a small mistake, I would be swallowed whole. Kang-hoo hugged Ichi-na and Seoe in his arms and was still thinking about it. But usually if he opens the first door in hell, it won't be a problem. It seems like he can't use it carelessly in the future. Kang-hoo smiled gently and contentedly, now I can't die. In my arms are the things I need to protect. A message appears telling Kang-hoo that you have defeated the demon of the 8th level of hell, M2CA. There is a level limit so bonus experience will be accumulated. Your demon power stat has been plus 5 points, you have achieved the power of blocking. He stood up while Ichi-na was blaming him. Kang-hoo thought that now his demon power index has reached 103, he finally passed 100. I heard that reaching 100 is the lowest standard for Ranker World. The blockade power is also quite useful. Suddenly, Seoa touched Kang-hoo's severed arm. And using light healing magic, he was suddenly speechless. After the treatment, Kang-hoo said, wow, look at this really good effect. Seoa was immediately happy when he was praised, I have reached the 5th awakening. Kang-hoo was shocked so quickly. Seoa then announced that Sihu had received a special mission, and after completing it, all of us would level up. Kang-hoo said it was a special mission. Are you doing the main character's things? Sihu sighed and waited until everything here was done, then I would handle it for you. Seoa worriedly asked, Kang-hoo, are you still having trouble moving? Kang-hoo hesitantly scratched his head and replied, yes, a little. Seoa walked closer to Kang-hoo. Then he picked him up, looked very serious and said I will bring him home. Kang-hoo was surprised and didn't have time to react. He was confused but this was a bit, he said thank you but. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes met a huge soul pressing close to him. Kang-hoo was overwhelmed as he spoke but stopped and said nothing more. And turning away with a red face, Seoa didn't understand what was going on so she thought something was wrong with him. She asked with a worried look if he could go. There's only one chance in 1,000 years, so how could Kang-hoo pass it up? You smile happily, I think I'll have a hard time walking, my body can't move, so I guess I'm at a loss. Suddenly Tasso laughed loudly and said no need to worry, you still have Tassomi here, I will be responsible for bringing you home. Kang-hoo, who was laughing, suddenly stiffened. He opened his mouth with a languid expression, thinking oh my god, the smell of sweat is strong. Kang-hoo said oh brother we should go in 2 different directions from now on. Before he could finish his sentence, Tasso picked him up and said in a cheerful voice that he couldn't refuse. And the incident at ISU station shocked the world. This was the first event of the Demon Church that revealed their existence to the whole world. While they had been hiding in the dark for a long time, the incident at ISU station also became a turning point for church ghosts no longer hide their identities. The appearance of a mysterious old man tells us a bad omen for Kang-hoo's group. The sky is clear, the sunlight is shining, and the birds are chirping. 3 days after the incident at ISU station, Kang-hoo had just woken up, his head was covered in hair, he was sleepily yawning and his face was still awake. Sitting on the bed, he was tiredly rolling his shoulders, yawning, thinking that he had slept for 4 days and thanks to that, his body had recovered. At this time, Echidna saw that Kang-hoo had woken up and quickly ran towards her, her eyes shining brightly, she called out to Kang-hoo. Kang-hoo's disheveled head opened and closed his eyes as he walked out of the room with his hands in his pockets. Echidna happily pounced on Kang-hoo's body and then she excitedly said Kang-hoo, you're awake. When Suna saw that, she was sitting and talking with her father, she quickly stood up, then she was so surprised that she hesitantly asked him how are you? At that time, Kang-hoo was stroking Echidna's head, then glanced over and replied that I had slept enough to recover, then he turned around confused and asked, what are you doing here? Hearing that, my son was also happy and quickly replied that he came to visit every day. She was very worried about him. Hearing those words, Kang-hoo suddenly became so happy that he put his hands on his waist and smiled brightly as he said that. Then with an incredulous look on his face, Kang-hoo turned to stare at Dondu and then doubtfully asked if it was true. Dondu heard that and shyly said I just came to rest at the apartment that I bought. Suna next to her worriedly asked Kang-hoo if he was really okay. Then she uneasily said with sparkling eyes that maybe he should rest a little longer. When Kang-hoo saw that Suna cared about him like that, he stood there smiling happily and replied that it was okay. Immediately after that, He added in a touching voice that it was really good that someone was worried about him. Father Dondu was the president of the Red Rose Association. At this moment, she was sadly sitting and sighing, holding a glass of water and sadly telling Kang Yu that while he was sleeping, the Hanal Association was officially disbanded. After hearing this, Kang Yu was also extremely surprised. Then he bewilderedly asked, "What about the demon cultists?" Dad stood there listening and immediately replied that we had captured them. But before we could question them, they had turned into monsters. Since that day, the Demon Society has not taken any action. Then she slowly added that it seemed like we had almost cleared the country of demonic cults. We had also received a few reports from abroad, but suddenly she hesitated and then raised her hand to say more about them, still not exposed to the public like in Korea. She continued to say that we are still cleaning up the mess they caused in Korea. Suna sat opposite after listening, her face extremely tense, her eyes full of worry, and Kang Yu next to her quickly picked up the phone. He turned on the phone and said, "Okay, let me look at the news." After the device displayed the news he was looking for, Kang Yu suddenly became thoughtful, his face full of worry and tension. At this time, social networks were filled with news. Even though it had only been 4 days since Kang Yu took a break, the news was so dizzying that he suddenly fell into deep contemplation. The lonely father sat opposite and was equally thoughtful. She put her chin in her hand and looked into the distance, then said that anyway, now that the incident at ISU station was over, he had no intention of leaving the matter of the demonic cult alone. Is it right? Hearing that, Kang Yu exclaimed, then he laughed loudly and replied, "Of course not." With eyes full of determination he added, "I won't stop until I defeat them all." Hearing Kang Yu's determined spirit next to her, she was extremely pleased. With a proud smile, she said that was right. Dondu put his hand on the table, smirked and told Kang Yu that all the internet is talking about Shihan. Don't be jealous and pick on the new guy, you know. Kang Yu sat across from him and sighed with a bored face and said, "I would never do that." At this moment, Dondu remembered something and then she added that a representative of one of the World Ranker Associations had come to Korea. After hearing this, Kang Yu was bewildered and surprised and asked the World Ranker. Immediately Dondu's father told Kang Yu that it was true that he was a person from Van Qianmon, which was a Chinese guild. Hearing this, Kang Yu immediately pondered in his head the news articles that said they were here to recruit Shihan, not knowing if it was true or not. Suddenly his eyes became worried and thoughtful. Then, with a thoughtful expression, he put his hand on his chin and quietly sat looking into the distance, then deduced to himself that the Gaia system was gradually losing its power. A bunch of thoughts were appearing in his head. He was restless thinking that he couldn't predict what the magic cult group would do next. Then he was immersed in his own thoughts anyway. "Now, I've never thought about summoning a demon into a human body," he doubted himself and asked himself if he could only focus on becoming stronger. After that, he had a headache and a lot of thoughts. He sat with his head resting on the chair in contemplation, his eyes closed, his face grimacing, and he sighed, thinking that the level limit of his extreme demon physical strength had not been removed yet. He was worried. "I think if my level doesn't increase, I can only hone my skills. I don't know how to do it most effectively." Then suddenly he had an idea. He immediately opened his eyes as if thinking of something. Immediately the name Kim Shihan popped into his head. Then he looked at his phone and wondered if he should make some profit from our descendant of the god of war. Scene changed to the headquarters of the Red Rose Association. Under the bright sun, the red building glows with an eye-catching structure that is extremely large and tall. Kim Shihan was now wearing a mask and hat, looking like a K-pop idol. He happily shouted loudly for Kang Yu, then with a more cheerful tone he happily asked if he had woken up. He was okay, yes. Kang Yu immediately came closer and happily replied, "I was fine." Then he kindly asked Shihan, "How about you? The news kept talking about you." Hearing that, Shihan looked down awkwardly and shyly replied, asking him not to mention it again. Meanwhile, there were several groups of people standing around looking at Shihan with admiration and constantly shouting and exclaiming. Shihan immediately bowed his head and sighed, took off his mask and complained that every time he went out, everyone gathered and it was even difficult for him to go hunting. Kang Yu heard Shihan complaining tiredly, thinking in his head that it was understandable. Then suddenly Shihan looked up and looked at Kang Yu and said he also felt this was not right. After hearing this, Kang Yu was surprised and asked again. At this time, Shihan said with a shy and awkward look, "Yes, I was not the one who solved that incident, it was you." Speaking of this, Shihan seemed to feel guilty and embarrassed, thinking back to what Kang Yu had done to bring everything back to peace as it is now. Immediately Shihan's eyes filled with sadness and he gently said that he was not the person they should hail as a hero. Contrary to Shihan's guilt and shyness, Kang Yu immediately told him not to say such terrible things. and then he happily and humorously teased him that he should just be a hero. Hearing those words, Shihan was extremely surprised. He panicked and asked if it was okay if people didn't recognize his achievements like that. At this time, Kang Yu gently explained that if he received everyone's attention but did not bring any benefit, it would only cause trouble. He also did not like it. Otherwise hunting would be more difficult. Faced with the extremely reasonable explanation, Shihan could only be bewildered and confused and said that's right, but, without letting him finish his sentence, Kang Yu immediately interrupted with a serious expression, "Anyway, okay, I also don't want to become famous." Shihan immediately remembered the main problem and asked, "Why did you call me here?" After Kang Yu stood opposite, he folded his arms and smiled meaningfully. Then right after that, Kang Yu spoke loudly, "I want you to teach me martial arts." Shihan immediately agreed and the two brothers quickly moved together to a more convenient location. Then Shihan looked serious and said, "We will start right away." Kang Yu also waved his arms and legs excitedly and spoke loudly. Suddenly Shihan glanced at Kang Yu's weapon and asked first, "Kang Yu, what is your main weapon?" After listening, Kang Yu put his hand on his chin, wondering, I don't know anymore, I'll just use whatever suits the situation." Receiving such a vague answer, Shihan immediately clarified that if he wanted to learn martial arts, it would be best to choose one main weapon. Hearing that, Kang Yu pointed to one type and quietly asked if this was okay. "I use it most often." Shihan stood there looking and then suddenly let out a huff. Immediately Shihan held a sword in his hand, his eyes kept looking at the sword, then he kindly said, "Let's start with the sword. After all, most of my martial arts focus on swords." Seeing that, Kang Yu immediately picked up the sword and thoughtfully asked with puzzled eyes. In his mind, he said to himself, "I'm learning from the Van Long sword, so it seems the sword is the best choice." After that, the lesson immediately started. Shihan happily guided with his sword in hand. His eyes glanced at Kang Yu and said, "First I will teach him the basic technique of Tui Long sword technique." Kang Yu next to him glanced intently at Shihan's every move. Then Shihan happily added that, "I'm sure you can learn it in just one day. I'll model it for you first." I started, "Please follow me." Kang Yu's sharp eyes now focused on Shihan's every move. Shihan now seemed to become a completely different person. With the sword in his hand, his attitude became extremely focused and serious. Immediately he suddenly launched extremely skillful sword dances. After the Tui Long sword dance, he looked into the distance with sharp eyes and then continued to throw out the 8 formulas in a quick and decisive manner. He looked so cool. With great skill, he continuously swung his sword smoothly and performed several technical moves in the Tui Long sword technique. Just like that, Shihan confidently showed off all his kendo abilities, causing Kang Yu to stand behind him, holding a pointed sword. "Know how to open your mouth in admiration." After a while of performing sword moves, Shihan suddenly stopped and looked at Kang Yu. It seemed like he had finished all his skills. Sure enough, Shihan happily approached Kang Yu and quickly introduced it as the 8th move. Hearing that, Kang Yu was bewildered and asked again, "What about the first move?" After listening to Kang Yu's question, Shihan from afar holding a sword in his hand smiled brightly and said that he thought that to make you interested, you should at least show him such a powerful move. "I'm sure you saw it, I can do all my moves." Then, Shihan immediately approached Kang Yu, smiled happily and asked loudly, "Wasn't it?" Meanwhile, Kang Yu next to him was still in shock after witnessing the sword dance just now. He just grimaced and thought it was easy. "Come on." Right after that, Shihan immediately gave instructions to Kang Yu. Kang Yu confusedly held the sword while Shihan stood next to him with his hands and feet dancing and accompanying him, instructing him to try to follow. Just repeat what he saw him do, okay? Hearing that, Kang Yu next to him, holding the sword, frowned and turned to look at Shihan. Then with a heartless tone, he asked Shihan, "Do you just want me to imitate you?" Hearing that, Shihan quickly clenched his fists to show his determination to try to support Kang Yu, and then with eyes full of enthusiasm he encouraged Kang Yu, "Yes, I'm sure you can do it." Kang Yu standing next to see Shihan's attitude made him a little confused, then he glanced over at Shihan and thought to himself about this kid. Right after that, Kang Yu quickly followed what Shihan had done before. He used all his determination and ability to perform that move. However, Shihan standing right next to him quickly spoke up, "Use too much force." Shihan immediately shouted instructions to Kang Yu with devoted yet serious eyes that if he attacked like that, when he swung his sword upward, it would take too much time to recover. Kang Yu also quickly listened to Shihan's opinion and continuously repeated the movements correctly, but at this time Shihan stood next to him and kept waving his hands, saying he needed to use more strength. He didn't. "Stop complaining about how Kang Yu uses his sword, don't move your arm like that, do it like this." After a while of non-stop practice, Kang Yu seemed to be exhausted. He bent down, breathing heavily, sweating profusely, then he gasped and said angrily, "Kim Shi-hun at him." After a while of regaining his strength, he suddenly raised his face to look at Kim Shi-hun and angrily said out loud that he learned these things easily. Right? Kang Yu's question and anger made Shi-hun startled, shaking his arms and legs. Miscellaneous was bewildered, but he immediately panicked and exclaimed, "How do you know that, man? This guy really doesn't know how to be humble at all." After hearing what Shi-hun said, Kang Yu's blood boiled even more. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists against his head as if he was about to smoke out of anger. He couldn't stop thinking about it. So people told him not to learn from heaven, like this. It's no different than telling people to last hit a minion in League of Legends when its health is low. The more Kang Yu thinks about it, the crazier he becomes. At this time, Kang Yu was both frustrated, so he threw down the sword and boldly declared to Shi-hun that I would give up and not learn martial arts anymore. Kang Yu's blunt declaration after only 10 minutes of learning the sword made him angry. Shi-hun couldn't believe his ears. He stood there in amazement with his mouth open. He immediately ran back to Kang Yu and held Kang Yu's elbow with both hands, shaking his body continuously asking why. "I want to help you." On the contrary, Kang Yu was still growling and frowning in annoyance as he looked at Shi-hun. Then Shi-hun stood awkwardly in front of Kang Yu with his hands and feet and said in a disappointed voice as if he thought he couldn't help you because he wasn't strong enough yet. Kang Yu standing opposite was now calmer and just quietly said no. The problem here is the complete opposite. With a look of disappointment in his own skills, Kang Yu added sadly, "Just forget about this for now, there will be another chance." Shi-hun still didn't seem to be bothered with this unfinished business. He thought for a while and quickly came up with a new idea. "Maybe you should learn mind magic." Then with eyes full of serious determination he looked straight at Kang Yu confidently said, "If it was this then I think I would teach you better." After receiving the suggestion, Kang Yu fell into deep contemplation. He stood with his arms crossed and looked serious, thinking, using internal energy to circulate in the meridians through the dantian, "Maybe I can do this." At this moment, Kang Yu looked down thoughtfully, constantly thinking and wondering. After a while he told himself that since he had come to this point, he should do everything he could. Thinking that he should do it immediately, he turned around, "Tell Shi-hun out loud that I'll try it." After accepting Shi-hun's invitation, Kang Yu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, placed his hands on his knees, and seriously began to perform the metal magic skill. This is a skill that Kang Yu thought he could do, so he slowly and confidently performed them. The sound that rang out activated the demonic power ruler. Your ability to control demonic power was over. Increase. After a while of seriously putting all my effort into doing it, it seemed that this time Kang Yu was successful. A notification rang out that you had learned a mind method, the Tianlong mind method. Immediately, suddenly a sparkling red crystal mass was formed. The machine announced that you had successfully created a demon crystal. You had achieved a hint about the final condition of the ultimate demon body. After hearing all the announcements, Kang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed too surprised and didn't believe what was happening. Immediately Kang Yu turned to look at Shi-hun, but just like Kang Yu, Shi-hun was also surprised and stunned by Kang Yu's recent skill. Suddenly, Kang Yu smiled proudly and looked at Shi-hun. It seemed that thanks to Shi-hun's suggestion, he discovered this skill of his own. He thought proudly, "Shi-hun, my younger brother, I love you so much." Shi-hun still couldn't calm down at this time. He couldn't help but panic because the skills that Kang Yu had just demonstrated before his eyes. He even made the suggestion, but Kang Yu did it himself and succeeded. Work immediately. Kang Yu still couldn't believe the truth at this time, happily holding the crystal floating in his hand, thinking that the final condition was to create a demon crystal in his body. Although he was happy, Kang Yu was also constantly suspicious. He stared at the crystal for a long time and wondered if it was the same as the demon crystal used by the demonic cult. Meanwhile, Shi-hun was also bending down with his hands on his knees, looking intently at Kang Yu, but his facial expression was not very happy. Kang Yu immediately closed his eyes and thought, maybe he was searching his memory about something or feeling the energy emitted from the demon crystal. Sure enough, he was feeling the power of the demon crystal. After a few moments he realized that although they were the same type, the power contained within was different. Then he used his sharp eyes to reason and compare. If the demon crystal used by the magic cult was a cup of Americano, then it would be like a cup of espresso of the same size. Kang Yu immediately leaned on his hands to stand up and wondered if he should try it or not. Meanwhile, Shi-hun saw Kang Yu standing up and quickly raised his voice filled with confusion and asked Kang Yu why did he stand up and don't he study mind dharma anymore. Kang Yu didn't pay attention to Shi-hun's words, but after standing up, He directly approached the bag of boxing sand and then just stood there staring, causing Shihan to stand behind and observe, not understanding what was going to happen. Then suddenly Kang Yu used his murderous eyes to use all his strength to throw a strong punch at the punching bag. After launching the move, everything seemed to be in chaos. Kang Yu looked extremely strong. The sounds of punches and power were continuously unleashed, surprising Shihan standing there. After watching, Shihan gasped in shock, realizing he was using mind magic. The waves calmed down. Kang Yu stopped using his strength at this time. He just stood thoughtfully in front of the sandbag and analyzed in his mind that such a blow consumed 1/3 of the demon crystal. Shihan admired him and immediately ran closer to Kang Yu, admiring him and complimenting him on how great Kang Yu was. He kept exclaiming and adding that he didn't expect that he could do it after only seeing it once. Kang Yu received the arrogant compliment and proudly responded that the move from earlier was easy to imitate, and I stood still to show him. Hearing that, Shihan quickly asked if mind techniques were useful. After hearing the question, Kang Yu arrogantly wiped the dust off his hands and replied, "Yes, they are very useful." Then immediately Kang Yu smiled happily and told himself in his head a plan to cheer himself up, that although it was a pity that the demon crystal was still quite small, the more he practiced, the more its size would increase. He thought more excitedly, and it seemed like every time he practiced, he didn't have to sit down. Shihan, who was next to him, seemed to have guessed Kang Yu's intentions and immediately panicked and suddenly waved his hands and shouted in protest. He continued to tense up seriously and added if he didn't sit down while using it. Kang Yu was so confused at this moment that he could only exclaim, because perhaps he did not expect that his intention would be captured by Shihan. Shihan saw that Kang Yu's reaction was a bit strange, so he stared at him and awkwardly asked if he was okay. Kang Yu, standing opposite, folded his arms across his chest and quickly replied yes, but looking at him, he looked like he was frozen with absent-minded eyes. Shihan was quite scared right now when he looked at Kang Yu like that. He kept thinking that if he didn't sit cross-legged and use mind magic, he heard that he would get a backlash. Then Kang Yu immediately returned to his normal state and smiled, thinking that it was easy compared to controlling the Myriad Demon Palace. Thinking back on the skills he had learned and experienced, Kang Yu was extremely happy to have found the mind method. At this moment, he was extremely satisfied. His hands were rubbing his chin, his mouth was constantly smiling, his eyes were closed, thinking about the crystal ghost magic. This was a new ability to develop. Then he excitedly pointed out, "I decided that for the time being, I needed to focus on increasing the size of the demon crystal." After thinking for a long time, Kang Yu turned around and asked Shihan if the mind technique you just showed me was the best one. After listening, Shihan quickly raised his hands and explained wholeheartedly, "Yes, using his power, God of War, you can learn other mental methods, but for now this is the best one." After receiving a satisfactory answer, Kang Yu immediately approached Shihan with a smile, patted Shihan's shoulder and said, "Shihan, it's okay to learn martial arts today." Shihan next to him stood there speechless. "Anything more?" Kang Yu seemed extremely satisfied and continuously smiled brightly. Then with determined eyes he said, "Next time let's go to the S-class gate." After class ended, the two of them went out to the lobby together. At this time, there was an announcement that members of the Chinese 10,000 Sword Sect Guild had arrived in our country. Kang Yu and Shihan went to the parking lot. Standing in front of Kang Yu's car, Shihan just shyly bowed his head and said shyly, "Kang Yu, I can take the train home," and Kang Yu was leaning against the car with his hands in his pockets like a CEO and said to Shihan, "What are you talking about?" Then he quickly waved his hand to signal Shihan and happily said, "Get in the cargo." After a while of stability, Kang Yu's green car also started rolling. Sitting on the car, Kang Yu held the steering wheel and said coolly as if declaring, "Shihan is coming soon. I will buy a car for you, remember to use it." Shihan sat in the passenger seat and after hearing that sentence, he turned to look at Kang Yu in surprise and then shyly refused to push him. He couldn't speak loudly. "Kang Yu, I'm very grateful for paying my mother's hospital fees." Then, with a tone of both admiration and surprise, he added, "But what about the car too?" Kang Yu grimaced and found a reason and said, "It was because I found it so annoying." After that, Kang Yu said, "I would buy you a good car so that if I called you, you could quickly come over." Shihan listened and was extremely impressed by Kang Yu's kindness. "He gave it to you." He looked at Kang Yu with sparkling eyes of admiration and gratitude. Meanwhile, Kang Yu was driving and arrogantly thinking that if it weren't for me, I don't know what would happen to him. Kang Yu was watching the road and thinking proudly that at times like these, a car it's nothing compared to the martial arts he taught me. Then suddenly his face changed color as if he saw something strange. Immediately, Two white-shirted boxers with large, muscular bodies appeared, one with a crooked face, the other looking quite dazed, both standing guard in front of a door. At this moment, Kang Yu saw the situation and quickly opened the door to get out of the car with somewhat suspicious and uncomfortable eyes. He immediately stood in front of two large, muscular men and boldly asked who they were. Scarface finished listening and asked, raising his eyebrows and looking straight at Kang Yu, who coldly responded to the captain of the third team of the 10,000 swordsmen, Nam Gongdin. Then he informed Kang Yu and Shi-hun that the Sword Emperor wanted to meet the Korean Dragon Sword, so come quickly. Hearing this, both Shi-hun and Kang Yu were surprised and bewildered. Kang Yu put his hands in his pockets and looked suspiciously at the scar-faced man while Shi-hun stood there stiffly with his fists and looked back. Then suddenly Shi-hun seemed to realize something and shouted loudly asking Sword Emperor, "What do you mean Sword Emperor Chan Mutin?" After hearing the question, the scar-faced man changed his expression. He suddenly became serious, stared at Shi-hun and warned him not to call him by his name carelessly, then he coldly said to keep quiet and follow me. Kang Yu and Shi-hun were now in turmoil, their eyes constantly staring at that big man full of scars with confusion and doubt. The scar-faced man immediately raised his voice and announced that the plane was ready. After hearing the announcement, Shi-hun's face was filled with tension and anxiety as he turned around to call Kang Yu, but on the contrary, Kang Yu just gently placed his hand on Shi-hun's shoulder to calm his spirit while his eyes continued to stare with intrigue and determination, guessing towards those big people. Kang Yu immediately stepped forward and stood in front of the big scar-faced man, loudly saying that bastard, you haven't learned Korean properly yet. It's true that he's only half the size of a human, but Kang Yu's temperament is no less than the captain of Team 3. When he heard Kang Yu say that, he suddenly asked something. Kang Yu put his hands in his pockets and quickly asked why you're talking to someone you've never met before in such a casual way. Hearing the captain of Team 3, you call him stiff. It seemed that Nag Yu had angered him, the fire of hatred burned, he frowned and looked at Kang Yu and asked who are you? Immediately, with eyes as murderous as the scar-faced man, Kang Yu also clearly declared that he was Shi-hun's brother, that brat. After listening, the captain of Team 3 immediately asked questions about Kim Shi-hun's older brother, Kim Dong-hun. I heard he was in prison. After hearing this, Kang Yu was speechless. He could only sigh sadly and reply that in this world, there is brotherly love that is more than blood. While the two of them continuously responded to each other, Shi-hun, the person mentioned earlier, could only stand still and watch the situation. After hearing Kang Yu talk about brotherly love, Shi-hun standing next to him became extremely touched. He looked at Kang Yu with teary eyes. After a while of back and forth, the scar-faced man said, I'm not interested in you, the person the Sword Emperor wants is Van Long Kiem. Then he shouted directly at Kang Yu to step aside, I can't stand the loss. Kang Yu also said indifferently that I'm not interested in knowing who the Sword Emperor is. After hearing that sentence, the scar-faced man named Nam Gongdin was bitter. He gritted his teeth and frowned full of indignation, looking straight at Kang Yu. Immediately unable to contain his anger, he shouted loudly to warn Kang Yu that you should be careful with what you say. Kang Yu and Shi-hun were still standing there leisurely. A moment later, he shouted again, threatening Van Long Kiem, if you don't want to see this little guy get hurt, then quietly follow me. Hearing that he would hurt Kang Yu made Shi-hun extremely angry. He frowned and angrily looked towards the scarred face. He couldn't accept it, but he clenched his fists to suppress his anger that was about to erupt, gritting his teeth and telling him. Then he became bolder, waving his hands with murderous eyes and bluntly shouted, don't talk rudely to him like that. Kang Yu standing next to him also angrily glared at him. The scar-faced man also quickly asked, oh, do you want to fight? At this moment, Scarface also angrily thought that even though the Sword Emperor told me to escort him as politely as possible, I better teach these new soldiers a lesson. Holding the hilt to draw the sword, his face was full of murderous intent. Just as he was about to act, Kang Yu leaned close to his ear and told him not to pull out his sword. This action made the scar-faced man even angrier. The captain of Team 3 looked at Kang Yu with angry eyes, but could not hide his somewhat startled expression. Kang Yu stood there with his arms crossed and added, if you take it out, there will be no more, where to go online. Kang Yu's actions seemed to have touched his pride. He gritted his teeth and said bastard. His mind was in a daze, he didn't expect to be overwhelmed by his aura. Then their four eyes looked at each other with murderous intent, full of challenge and resentment. The atmosphere now became more tense than ever. Then immediately Nam Gongdin stepped back, his hand began to pull out the sword. He looked sharply at Kang Yu, then gritted his teeth and said in an angry voice, that's really ridiculous, how dare you? Seeing that, Kang Yu was also surprised to see what he would do next. At this moment, in the hand of Captain Nam Gongdin was a long sword. While pointing the sword straight at Kang Yu, he looked contemptuously and said that you are just a player from a small country. The henchmen standing behind the Din gate were also quickly ready to draw their swords. Then he gained momentum and was ready to fight Kang Yu. Immediately, Kang Yu with his killer eyes walked over and looked straight at Nam Gongdin, with a strong disdainful voice and said, because you are scared, you can only brag about the size of your country. Hearing that, Nam Gongdin was bitter, wanted to get mad. After being attacked by Kang Yu, he squeezed his wrist so painfully, he endured the pain and said indignantly, how could a bastard like you treat Nam Gongdin of the 10,000 swordsmen? He spoke hesitantly. When Kang Yu heard this, he saw something familiar and immediately thought of the 3 words 10,000 swords with a thoughtful look on his face. At this time, Kang Yu was still squeezing the scarred man's wrist, then turned to look at Shihan and asked Shihan if there was any kimchi soup shop nearby. Contrary to Kang Yu, who was leisurely asking questions at the restaurant, Nam Gongdin was feeling pain, his face turning red and his body trembling in endurance. After hearing the question, Shihan suddenly became confused and asked again why kimchi soup was wrong. Kang Yu immediately turned to look at Shihan with bright eyes and answered clearly, yes, let's have a meal together, and happily sent them off. As quickly as lightning, they arrived at a kimchi soup shop. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Kang Yu loudly called out to the owner, please give me 10 servings of kimchi soup. The shop owner happily replied loudly, please wait a bit. They sat together at a large table. Nam Gongdin and his juniors were all in tatters when they bumped into Kang Yu. They were sitting huddled down with their faces down at the table while Kang Yu smiled gleefully and said, hey, it's time for that kid to eat, then let's eat together. I'm happy today so I'll let you go. Then, with a cheerful boast, Kang Yu proudly added, feel the greatness of Korea through your taste buds. Meanwhile, Nam Gongdin was extremely bitter and frustrated, clenching his teeth, looking down, feeling humiliated, thinking about the captain of the 3rd team of the 10,000 swordsmen. Not only was Nam Gongdin defeated by a Korean player, but he was dragged everywhere like a subordinate. After a while of waiting, the shop owner happily brought out a huge pot of soup. While holding it, she cheerfully and friendly said, oh my gosh, it looks like your appetite will be huge. Then she politely asked you to wait, it's been a while. Kang Yu happily said loudly that the kimchi soup is here. Tada, looking down at the pot of soup really made my mouth water. The pot of soup with the red color of chili peppers and many side dishes cooked together such as tofu, pork, a few slices of chili, everything, all create a fragrant pot of soup that stimulates all senses. The scar-faced captain saw this dish for the first time, so his face was not very excited, but on the contrary, he was a bit confused with the food displayed before his eyes. Then he couldn't suppress his confusion and blurted out a sentence that could affect his life, what is this pile of junk? And Kang Yu, a passionate lover of his country's kimchi soup, after hearing that comment, he was happily and excitedly preparing to eat. His eyes suddenly changed color, he started to frown madly and looked towards the south. Din.